Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Chapter 51, Let's Try Again. Bang. Gerahard's mana-reinforced fist smashed into Hestia's face. Her head shot to the side, blood splattered, and she flew a short distance before falling to the ground hard. Seeing this, the other two suddenly rushed forward and attacked, but they were bound by mana ropes and then dropped to the ground. That's for stabbing me. Gerahard wasn't going to kill them, not after all of the new monstrous amount of compassion for humans he had been imbued with. This was the effect of Gamer's mind. He was capable of seeing logic and reason, despite how displeased he was right now. He knew their worth, all of theirs. He looked at his messages. Since your INT has surpassed 200, you will gain an ability related to your brain functions. New skill, Elite Magic, has been created. Elite Magic, Passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. A skill possessed by those born with naturally more powerful magic, even than those who effectively use magic. Effect. Plus 30% magic attack power. 30% MP consumption. Since your WIS has surpassed 100, you will gain an ability related to wisdom. New skill, Sage's Wisdom, has been created. Sage's Wisdom, Passive, LV, Max. Those who consider wisdom a virtue have a different way of thinking. Their thoughts also affect their mental strength. Effects. Plus 300% increased MP recovery. Plus 300% increased magic defense. Name, Gerhard. Class, The Gamer. Level, LV 42. Title, Emperor's Chosen, Unique. Race, Psycherblank Hybrid. HP, 2820/2820, 3780/3780. MP, 5972/5972, 8114/8114. STR, 85, plus 31. VIT, 90, plus 32. Dex, 76, plus 27. Int, 237, plus 85. WIS, 153, plus 55. Luck, 40. Points, 181. Money, 0. Derived stats. HP/MP totals. Passive HP, 2820/2820. Active HP, 3780/3780. Passive MP, 5972/5972. Active MP, 8114/8114. HP Regen. Passive, 359.38/min. Active, 653.80/min. Passive plus Iron Will, 718.76/minute. Active plus Iron Will, 1307.60/minute. MP Regen. Passive, 24,258.60/min. Active, 44,076.24/minute. Passive plus Iron Will, 48,517.20/minute. Active plus Iron Will, 88,152.48/min. MP cost. 47.25% of normal. Well, that's just ridiculous, Gerhard said to himself. His mana regeneration was 6 times larger than his total mana pool. But that wasn't all there was to it. He felt that his mana pool was slowly growing, as his powers adapted to the new and most mysterious title he had. Not the Emperor's Chosen, the other one. *******LV, 1. What was strange was that the title had a level. He could feel the energy flowing inside him, how it had affected his soul, and how it still did. His mana was slowly adapting and changing, becoming denser and more powerful. He couldn't see the title's name, but he realized it wasn't because it was some entity more powerful than the system mechanics. There was some information, but it was only bits and pieces. It seemed the gamer's system was protecting him, and the level, so the skill/title wasn't at its full power and already had such profound effects. He also knew that this title was what caused the Emperor to look at him and send his blessing, along with the other title, the Emperor's Chosen. The mysterious skill wasn't from the Emperor at all. Otherwise, why would he get an additional title? And it also wasn't one of the ruinous powers, as he felt 4 immensely powerful gazes and their bloodlust. No, something had fused with him in some way. The question was what that was and how it would affect him. Right now, he didn't feel anything bad about it. And the system confirmed it to be non-malicious. Divine class soul influence is what the system said. The term soul influence was very broad and unclear. But there was this one thing. Gerhard put it out of his mind for now. The Emperor of Mankind's positive reaction had granted him his blessing and made him a living saint. One thing was certain, he would have an easier time now when moving through the Imperium. At least somewhat. And another bonus was that he could openly use his mana and magic, and simply call it a miracle. Gerhard looked to the side, where the man called Lencilis still knelt. That, in and of itself, should not have happened, and it told Gerhard that whatever had truly fused with him and had saved his life was enough to make this man kneel. Observe. Lencilis, LV.88. Eye of the Emperor. HP, 24,000/24,000. MP, 1200. A former custodian who has stepped away from direct service. Though no longer at peak physical perfection, they remain among the deadliest individuals in the Imperium, operating as shadow agents and watchers. STR, 165. VIT, 145. Dex, 115. Int, 120. Wis, 130. Luck, 28. Lencilis, Gerhard said. The man in question widened his eyes as he heard the first part of his name spoken after such a long time. But he explained it as the Emperor's blessing, who had told him so. The Master of Mankind whispers to those he deems worthy, Lencilis murmured, his voice like the grinding of tectonic plates. It is his grace that has placed my name upon your tongue, champion. What does a member of the Eyes of the Emperor want in this hive? I was. What are you doing? Rise. I'm a normal man like you, and I hate to see such an esteemed man bend your knees. Words spoken millennia ago echoed in Lencilis' mind. Still, he stood, his massive frame towering over the others. His breathing apparatus hissed, a rhythmic reminder of the wounds that had forced him to lay down the golden armor. Despite the missing eye, which had been replaced by an industrial bionic, the sheer authority radiating from him was stifling. The Captain General himself, the Honorable Trajan Valoris, set this path before me, Lencilis began. A vision visited a shield captain of the Paleologian chamber. In the depths of his meditations, the Emperor deigned to unveil a tapestry of this very sector, a convergence of shadows where a flicker of golden light struggled to ignite. I was commanded to venture into this squalor, to discern the veracity of the omen, and to determine if this light was a beacon of salvation or a sophisticated mask for the most insidious of heresies. Wait, when did that happen? Gerhard asked. From what the Captain General told me, a few Terran months ago. Gerhard looked at Hans, who had taken care of Saraval and now stood at his side again. I believe you are correct, Master. It was during that time that you added to your LUK stat. So it was true. On the one hand, luck affected Gerhard himself, on the other, it affected all of reality. It had to have been that moment, Gerhard thought, that the Emperor noticed him for the first time. And realizing how useful and powerful he was for the Imperium, he notified the custodes. Gerhard was right. The luck stat, on the one hand, made his life more interesting in the sense that it offered more opportunities, which were dangerous, but brought with them great benefits if he survived. The Emperor realized, after he had most definitely witnessed what had happened to Gerhard, just how he had underestimated him and even sent his blessing across the galaxy. Gerhard would have to ask him face-to-face what had happened. And this situation was the proof thereof. He had basically been killed, only to gaze into the endless darkness of the warp and come in contact with the thing that saved and fused with him. Gerhard turned to Hestia, who was holding her damaged face and looked at him with a complicated expression. He was no longer angry with her, that would be stupid, as she was right in her ignorance. His mana was blue, and that did seem like the color of one of the ruinous powers. Might I ask why you are here? He asked. She started to sign using thought mark. Lencilis translated. She says that the astropath of her enclave had a vision coming from the Emperor himself. But the meaning hadn't been clear. It could have meant that they were meant to come and eliminate a great threat. Which was why we reacted the way we did. I don't blame you, Gerhard said, surprising them. If I were in your place, I have a special ability to recognize the truth of things, but I would have probably done the same thing. Hestia narrowed her eyes, surprised that Gerhard reacted so nonchalantly to having been stabbed and almost killed. Truthfully, he wouldn't have been able to react this way if he didn't have, observe, to see her information, gamer's mind, incalculable gains and, well, another reason, he wasn't willing to admit yet. Then, Gerhard did something that shocked Lencilis and the sisters even more. I'm sorry that you had to go through this and lost 2 of your sisters. I vow that we shall avenge them and that I will help you and the rest of your sisters to find your way back to the Imperium, as you deserve. However, if you so much as think of touching me and mine again, I will destroy you and all you hold dear with the utmost ruthlessness you can imagine. Are we clear? Hestia looked at Gerhard and then at Lencilis. She was bitter about the death of the others, but she saw that it wasn't Gerhard's fault, since this was the reality they existed in. She also saw his sincerity and the seriousness of his words and finally nodded. Gerhard smiled, leaving the seriousness. Well then, I think it is time that we introduced ourselves. All across the galaxy, sporadic reports of a man with flashing, radiant eyes of light began to appear on astropathic relay networks, starting in Segmentum Solar. And one dark group in particular, calling themselves word-bearers, took those visions seriously enough to consider them an immense threat. So they went out to search and destroy this new threat. Here, Gerhard said. What is this? Lencilis asked, as he looked at the red fluid of the healing potion Gerhard offered. It is a healing potion. Through this, Hans and I created several serums and concoctions for healing and treating illness. Only this is its purest form, created by my power. So there is no need to worry about corruption. Seeing Lencilis still a bit wary, Gerhard uncorked the potion and took a sip from it. Seeing that he wasn't dying, Lencilis gladly took the potion and drank. As he did so, he suddenly felt the healing prowess take effect. His many hidden injuries were healed, his lungs regenerated, and even his optical nerve regrew, and from it a new eye emerged. Lencilis was standing at the peak of his efficiency and health. He took off his breathing apparatus and the bionic eye, which had fallen out, and stared at Gerhard. This. Let's see, Gerhard said. Observe. Lencilis, LV, 92. HP, 30,000/30,000. MP, 1500. A former eye of the Emperor restored to full biological perfection. Retains the experience and mindset of a watcher while regaining the physical prime of a custodian. STR, 190. VIT, 180. Dex, 170. Int, 120. Wis, 135. Luck, 28. That looks better at least. How do you feel? Gerhard asked. I feel marvelous, like I did at my peak. What was that, Lord Gerhard? A healing potion, I can acquire thanks to my special powers, he explained. The warp created this? Lencilis asked suspiciously. No. My power is separate from the warp entirely. I call it mana. It is free from corruption and insanely versatile. It is what allowed me to survive until now and remain free from corruption. He's telling the truth. Sarah Val said that. She stood to the side, now that she was awake again, but not yet feeling comfortable. Still, she felt the need to make sure that Gerhard wasn't suspicious. During her time with him, she observed his potential for ruthlessness and compassion. She knew that he had 4 infected people whom he used to experiment on and find a way to cure them. She also saw how he worked on improving himself in all aspects. The sisters looked at the mortal woman and only observed. Hans had gone to attend to his things, repair the Castellan golem again, and keep busy, while Gerhard broke the ice with the guests. Gerhard had a way with words that was peculiar to those who paid attention. The former custodes, especially the one who was very well educated, noticed this. It wasn't malicious or born from chaos or the warp in general. Gerhard had a genuine interest and an honesty that bordered on stupidity to most, but was rather endearing to those who bothered to spend time getting to know him. It also helped that they were on the same side. Gerhard asked them questions about their lives, their situations, how they got here, the situation of the Imperium and the wider galaxy. But he wasn't unwilling to explain himself either. He held almost nothing back, keeping only the existence of the gamer system, most of his hidden aces and abilities, and the truth about Hans' secret. Everyone listened, even Hans and Sarah Val, who didn't know his full story. Hans knew more than most, but not all, since it was never important. But now, Gerhard felt it was important to be somewhat honest, since there was a bond with most of these people. He couldn't explain it just yet, it would become clearer in the future, but for now, he chose to trust his gut. He did, of course, make sure that they had this talk inside one of his instant dungeons. He wouldn't hand out secrets to Chaos, even if some of them might be known already. The expression of those around changed as the story progressed. Hans was the only one who didn't look different. For one, he was now mostly mechanical parts, and for another, he knew that his master was a badass and had been through hard times to get where he was and wasn't surprised about it. What were a few months of isolation, training, and talking with yourself, when you had already faced an entire Genestealer cult on your own and took it down? In the eyes of Hans, not much. The others, though, their perception of Gerhard changed as he told them what he had been up to, even Hestia's, the most stern among them. So you have been on your own for most of a standard year, hid yourself, trained, did research, advanced engineering by centuries, took out an entire Genestealer cult and now challenged the entirety of the Orc-Waak. Yes. What? That is. One of the sisters used thought mark to finish Saraval's sentence. Hard to believe. What did that mean? Gerhard asked. The sisters converse in sign language called thought mark. She said that it was hard to believe. Gerhard raised his eyebrow at the eye of the Emperor and then at the sisters. I find your lack of faith disturbing, Gerhard said, addressing Hans. Hans, release the 4 pods. Affirmative. On the other side, where Gerhard usually performed his biological and chemical research, a wall extended, revealing 4 pods with surgical tables. On these tables lay the 4 fourth-generation Genestealers, which had undergone different stages of experimentation by Gerhard. They didn't look well, but they had long been placed under narcotics powerful enough to block any of their senses and at least made them numb to what he did to them. That's. Before you all shout heresy, those are 4th-generation Genestealers, as you can see. I have been working on a way to reverse the process and have come up with a solution that I believe might not only solve that, but could also remove chaos corruption, if I'm right. Huh. Chapter 52, Vratine Armor. Wait, that was a bit too fast, please show me that again, Gerhard told Kaelin and Leora. They had started teaching him thought mark after he hadn't stopped pestering them about it. And after seeing his intelligence and quick grasp, they eventually relented. They had a very small imperceptible smile on their lips as they enjoyed seeing Gerhard make a fool of himself. A new skill has been created through a special action. Sign language, active/passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. The ability to understand and communicate through structured hand signs and gestures. Developed through observation, repetition, and interpretation of nonverbal communication systems. Effects. Enables basic understanding of hand signs and gesture-based language. Plus 10% comprehension speed when observing structured movements. Plus 10% accuracy when reproducing learned signs. Slight increase in nonverbal communication efficiency. A few days had passed since the Sisters of Silence and the Eye of the Emperor had arrived in the secret stronghold that Gerhard had created for Sarah. Gerhard's rather unconventional 21st century charm had made its way past most of the individual's defenses. After he had told them about his work in progress on purifying/curing Genestealer infestations as well as warp corruption. But it was still a work in progress, and it had several limitations. There was no chance to purify or remove the corruption from a demon, as there was nothing to purify. Doing so would kill it, nothing more. Gerhard continued to soak up the information on thought mark that he could before stopping. His mind had grown faster, and he could now safely say that he was smarter than before. He could process and memorize things so quickly that he had already reached the level of eidetic memory. Say, would you mind if I had a look at your armor? Gerhard asked the two. Why would you want to look at our armor? Leora signed. Why? Well, as you know, I have been working on creating something akin to the power armor of the Space Marines or the Custodes, and I have made quite a bit of progress. I would see it as an honor if you'd allow me to have a look at yours and maybe improve it to a degree. The two sisters weren't sure about this and wanted to decline. They had already declined with the weapons they carried, but now, after a few days, they thought that what he said wasn't without merit. Especially after seeing him work on the MK/IVH Ironmonger. Their armor was chipped and their swords blunted, so they wouldn't mind Gerhard fixing both of those things. Little did they know, Gerhard had no interest in fixing anything. He would create new armor and swords for them. Kael and Leora nodded after thinking about it. How do you want to do this? Kael signed. How? How would I do this? Gerhard asked, not quite familiar with all the signs yet. Leora shook her head and signed again, trying to explain herself. Thankfully, Lencilis walked to them and translated it for Gerhard. They ask how you would want to go about improving the armor. Aha, well, I would need to see the pieces and take them apart, if that's all right. Both of them shook their heads right away. Taking off armor was the same as the ultimate sign of trust. And they hadn't arrived at that level yet. Such a thing would take time. That they took time to teach Gerhard thought Mark was already surprising. Well then, maybe I could have a look at it like this. And you could tell me what you know about your armor and how it is usually made. That works, Kale signed. Gerhard listened to the sisters as they explained what they knew. But sadly, what they knew had almost nothing to do with the scientific aspects of how it was made, and more with the upkeep and the strange rites the Mechanicum had established over millennia. All of which nearly made Gerhard's eyes fall out from all the rolling. So he used his skills. Observe. Bratine armor. When a sister aspirant takes her final oaths of duty and says the last words she will ever utter aloud in her lifetime, she is given her panoply of war, Bratine armor, the armor of the oath. It is a sub-pattern of technologically advanced battle gear which shares design elements with both the power armor of the Space Marines and the silicate mesh of Selenite Void Mail, though unlike either of those famed suits, it is not fully environmentally sealed or designed for extended operations. It does, however, provide formidable protection from ballistic impacts and directed energy weapons, and is tailored and forged uniquely to its intended wearer to allow for their complete freedom of movement and to augment their reaction speed. In terrible shape right now. Gerhard used material analysis to get to the bottom of things and slowly formed an image in his mind of how the Bratine armor was made and how he might improve it. He had many ideas, but what mattered was how to do it while staying true to the original. Humans of the Imperium didn't like innovation. So, Gerhard had to take it slow. It took him months to get Sarah to accept, use, and care for the weapons he created. Gerhard spent the next few hours in a state of hyper-focused clinical observation. His mind, now thoroughly enhanced by his new titles and stats, didn't just see the ornate gold and crimson of the Bratine plate. Using material analysis and all his other skills, he uncovered the molecular stress points and the inefficient thermal venting of the ancient subpatterns. That's an elegant touch, Gerhard murmured, his fingers hovering inches from Leora's pauldron, but the layering creates a kinetic shear point here at the collar. And the environmental seal, or lack thereof, is a tactical nightmare for high-intensity void combat. And some other situations you might encounter. He didn't mention that the armor was not looking good overall. The sisters watched him, their silence ever present but no longer hostile. Gerhard was the Emperor's chosen, his living saint, and while that bore a lot of weight, it was his laser focus and immense skill that impressed them more. Lencilis leaned against a support pillar, observing as Gerhard and Hans worked. What do you suggest, Master? They say the Bratine is a sacred tradition, Lencilis intoned. To alter its silhouette is akin to altering the oath they swore itself. Stagnation is worse than death. Something you should be familiar with, former custodes. Peace, Hans. Though Hans is more than correct, I'm not altering the ancient traditions, Gerhard countered, opening a holographic interface on the computer. I'm making sure the person who swore the oath doesn't die because of 10,000-year-old, outdated manufacturing mistakes and a lack of maintenance. You believe you can improve upon a design that the Emperor himself was present and signed off on? Lencilis challenged, knowing full well the truth of the matter. He wanted to challenge Gerhard and gauge his character. The custodes were marvelous judges of character, but someone with the power Gerhard possessed, he wanted to be extra certain. Ha! I believe that were the Emperor here right now, he would ask me to create a power armor for him. Gerhard began the construction from the ground up. He was creating a new variant of the Bratine armor. He utilized his material analysis and engineering to find a way to blend the robustness of Space Marine and Custodes with the sophisticated efficiency of the Leagues of Votan's Exormer philosophies. He also wanted to keep all the advantages and feeling of the Bratine armor the Sisters of Silence were accustomed to. Instead of the standard bonded layers, Gerhard began smelting a new composite. He used high-grade ceramite, the legendary heat-resistant metallic alloy he created from nothing, and reinforced the lattice with molybdenum and a trace amount of adamantium dust. The plates then became virtually immune to standard and even heavy loss fire and could shrug off mid-grade plasma bursts without losing any structural integrity. The problem now was that it was a bit heavy, but he would take care of that as well. The Bratine's signature mesh was its weakest point against piercing rounds. Gerhard replaced the void mail with a double-linked silicate nanofiber. It retained the flexibility of cloth but possessed the tensile strength of carapace plating. This allowed the sisters to maintain their impressive, lethal dexterity while being protected from shrapnel and stabs more than they were before. Borrowing from the idea of his own power armor, Gerhard integrated low-profile, high-torque microservos into the limb joints. The goal was that, unlike the bulky Space Marine power armor, these servos should be reactive. They didn't move for the wearer, that would need more work and not something they would accept, but they multiplied the force of the wearer's natural movements. This gave the sisters the strength of a heavy combatant without sacrificing the lightning-fast reflexes required for their swordplay. It also solved the problems of the increased weight. Ratine armor, refined vigil pattern, rank, adept. A perfected version of Ratine armor, enhanced by Gerhard the Gamer while preserving its sacred design and combat philosophy. Combines advanced material science, improved structural integrity, and reactive augmentation systems. Durability, 1 600/1 600. Armor class, advanced light power armor. Plus 90% low-class physical resistance. Plus 90% low-class energy resistance. Plus 75% low-class shockwave resistance. Plus 20 STR. Plus 19 VIT. Plus 35 Dex. Special effects. Reinforced ceramite composite. Virtually immune to standard loss fire. Strong resistance to plasma weaponry. Silicate nanofiber void mail. Flexible armor with carapace-level durability. Greatly reduces damage from piercing and shrapnel. Reactive servo assist system. Amplifies natural movement. Plus 40% strength output during motion. No loss of agility. Thermal dissipation matrix. Rapid heat dispersion. Strong resistance to energy and flame weapons. Kinetic stress redistribution. Reduces damage from heavy impacts. Eliminates structural weak points. Enhanced mobility framework. Plus 30% reaction speed. No movement penalty. Maintains full combat agility. Improved environmental sealing. Extended toxin resistance. Short duration vacuum survivability. Gerhard stepped back, wiping grease and metal shavings from his brow. He had worked for hours without end, using the forge, psychokinesis, and small engineering tools to get things done. The suit sat on the assembly rack, a sleek, golden masterpiece that looked like a sister of Silence's armor yet concealed Gerhard's technological advancement. "Please, try it," Gerhard said, gesturing to Leora. Leora looked at Kaelin, then at Hestia, then at Gerhard and then at the suit. She moved to the rack and, with Hans's assistance, donned the vigil pattern. The Macandrites came from different directions, took off Leora's armor, and donned the new pieces. As the final seal clicked at the neck, the microservos emitted a soft hum, not the barbaric growl of a Space Marine's power armor, as Hans called it condescendingly, but the purr of a well-oiled machine, much like the almost silent auramite armor of the Adeptus Custodes. Leora started to move. Slow at first, to get a feeling for the suit, and to her surprise, it felt the same as her own armor had. She tried a punch, a spin, and then a low crouch. Her eyes widened in surprise. She felt faster, lighter and stronger. Everything seemed to have improved. "It enhances my movements but not too much," she signed. Despite the armor, her hand movements were fluid and pleasing for her. She seemed to enjoy it. "It obeys my will without overshooting." Lencilis walked forward, touched the chest piece, and looked everything over. He was aware of the process for creating his former armor, even though he had never created one himself or been present during its creation. And this was impressive work, in Lencilis's eyes. "You have taken the exologics of the kin and the blueprint of the Vratine and made something formidable. The Mechanicus would call this tech heresy, Gerhard. I am no longer surprised that you came to have one of the tech priests see you as the Omnicia. How did someone who was born and grew up in the lower hive of this hive city come to create something with this quality? More importantly, how did you create those materials?" Hestia asked. "You don't need to worry about the Mechanicus. Who is going to tell them?" Gerhard shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. "When they see a Sister of Silence bench press a Chaos Dreadnought, before splitting him in half in this thing, they won't open their mouths. As for the materials, well, I already told you. It's a gift." He looked at the sisters, who were now looking at him with a level of respect that bordered on professional kinship. "Well, except for Hestia." He glanced at her and then turned away. "Now that we have established that I can improve your armor, I suggest I create another 2 of them." Then, let's talk about those great blades. I think I can make them a bit more powerful. Oh, and then we should talk about your armor and equipment, Lencilis. You can't go around like this. I laid down my gear the day I laid down my position as a custodes and became an Eye of the Emperor. I shall do without golden armor. Oh. And here I thought, you might be interested in having your own set of superior Alaris or Aquilin pattern Terminator power armor, designed and improved by me. The creation of all our armory is a secret, and I will not reveal this, even if you are a living saint, Lord Gerhard. I understand. But surely, other patterns for Terminator armor aren't as secret, aren't they? Gerhard asked. Lencilis was no fool. He naturally realized that someone who could create armor like the MK. I could reverse engineer the Custodes' power armor and Terminator armor with scrap. But if he didn't tell him about the Alaris or the Aquilin, there was a gray zone, which he was willing to tread carefully. Gerhard knew he could create the Terminator armor on his own and quite soon as well. And then there were the most glorious weapons that Sister Hestia had, the Adrathic Destructor and the Plasma Pistol. He knew that now that he had basically endless mana, both his engineering and magical skills would see a substantial rise and growth spurt. And he hadn't even included the advancement of the creation skill into that. Chapter 53, Legendary Executioner Great Blade. The clink-hiss sounds of the workbench and forge were the only sounds in the Stronghold's lower workshop. Leora and Kalen already had their new armor and were currently sparring with it, looking for flaws and areas for improvement, as Gerhard asked them to. Gerhard sat hunched over a workbench, focused on the third piece of armor more than he had been with the other two. He wanted this one to be especially good. Across from him, Sister Hestia stood with crossed arms, like an ancient statue. She watched him not with curiosity, as she masked it with the cold, guarded suspicion of someone who wasn't sure whether to trust this saint yet or if he was the biggest threat to the Emperor to date. What had happened didn't matter. The warp was unpredictable and endless in its schemes to trick men and women. Gerhard set down his monomolecular manowelder and stood up, his concentrated expression shifting to a more pleasant, but still professional one. It is done, he said and stepped back a bit to allow her to have a look at the armor. Vratine armor, oath pattern, rank, special. A masterfully perfected evolution of the adept ranked Vratine armor, refined by Gerhard the Gamer while fully preserving its sacred form and purpose. This version eliminates structural weaknesses, enhances survivability, and elevates the wearer to an elite battlefield operative without sacrificing agility. Durability, 2, 400/2, 400. Armor class, Advanced Light Power Armor. Defensive effects. Plus 100% low-class physical resistance. Plus 40% mid-class physical resistance. Plus 100% low-class energy resistance. Plus 15% mid-class energy resistance. Plus 100% low-class shockwave resistance. Plus 6% mid-class shockwave resistance. Plus 25 STR. Plus 25 VIT. Plus 45 Dex. Special effects. Reinforced ceramite composite. Virtually immune to standard loss fire. Strong resistance to plasma weaponry. Silicate nanofiber void mail. Flexible armor with carapace level durability. Negates weak points in joints and underlayers. Reactive servo assist system. Amplifies natural movement. Plus 60% strength output during motion. No loss of agility. Thermal dissipation matrix. Rapid heat dispersion. Strong resistance to energy and flame weapons. Kinetic stress redistribution. Reduces damage from heavy impacts. Eliminates structural weak points. Enhanced mobility framework. Plus 40% reaction speed. Plus 25% dodge effectiveness. No movement penalties. Environmental seal. Medium toxin immunity. Short-term vacuum survival. Resistance to radiation and contaminants. Combat flow integration. Improves weapon handling and melee transitions. Plus 20% overall combat efficiency. Hestia looked at the armor like a diamond dealer would a precious stone. She didn't seem convinced that Gerhard was truly capable of replicating the sacred and ancient armor of the Sisters of Silence, but here she was, having to admit that he was skilled. Somewhat, at least. She turned around and saw that Gerhard had moved away, giving her more than enough space and privacy to change. Something entirely foreign in this universe. What the fuck did she care about shame when she fought against the darkest and vilest creatures the galaxy could produce? And yet, there was something about the gesture. She didn't think about it and went ahead and changed the armor. The mechandrites, which Hans had added to the automatic assembly used for any of Gerhard's engineering, helped her, and in a short time she stood there with new armor that looked the same as her old one but was by far better. And it wasn't even close. She looked at Gerhard again, seeing him still occupied with the equipment that was most likely meant for Lencilis. The Eye of the Emperor had, after relentless begging from Gerhard, agreed to share information on the Terminator power armor of the Imperium. Oh, throne, Hestia thought. She had seen the power armor he had created from nothing, without any knowledge of the Imperium's armory and the gross improvements on the Castellan robot. What was such a man going to do now that he gained more and more information on the Terminator power armor? Hestia didn't dare think about it and only kept an even closer eye on him. She was pulled out of her thoughts by Gerhard's approach. Say, Hestia, would you mind if I had a look at your Executioner Great Blade? And eventually the Adrathic Destructor. The air in the room seemed to drop 5 degrees. Hestia didn't move, but her presence, that warp void, seemed to intensify. The Adrathic weapons were relics of the Dark Age, bound to the Order. That she even had one was already beyond lucky. To ask for one was to ask for a piece of her body. Why, she signed. Because, Gerhard said, walking over to a rack where he had laid out the refined ceramite plates for future armor. I've spent months working on Sarah's gear. I've merged the power armor I came up with Carapace armor patterns. I have also researched and created my own power swords, and I theorize that I can make your blade vibrate at a frequency that not only cuts molecular bonds but also severs the warp connection of whatever it touches. A variation of a force weapon, if you will. Hestia stepped forward, her hand resting on the hilt of her massive executioner sword. She looked at the ironmonger suit standing in the corner, since Gerhard was working on it, then back at Gerhard. She saw the sincerity in his eyes, a lack of greed that was rare in the Imperium. Whatever could have made her decline, all the arguments she could have had were now void, since she wore the new Vratine armor. It was just that good, in her opinion. And if she knew that this wasn't even the final form he could make, she wouldn't believe it. Slowly, she unsheathed the blade and laid it on the table. It was a heavy, somber thing, chipped from centuries of purging heretics and warp denizens. Thank you, Gerhard smiled. Gerhard took the Executioner Great Blade from the table using psychokinesis, his observe skill pinging, revealing the weapon's legendary history. These were wonders of a forgotten age, two-handed power swords weighted with such precision that they felt perfect, almost weightless in a sister's grip. He ran a finger along the edge, feeling the microscopic serrations of the diamond-hard silica glass that allowed the blade to shear through ceramite by a very skilled wielder. You've used this to execute 1,000 sorcerers, Gerhard murmured, his eyes scanning the molecular lattice. But the silica glass edge has microfractures, and the power field generator is tuned to the standard imperial frequency. I found that those are inefficient. He didn't just fix it. Over the next 6 hours, he worked with a devotion that silenced even Hans's binary chatter. The tech priest approached his master as he worked, commenting to Sister Hestia to understand what was happening, as she observed the process like a hawk. Gerhard refused Hans' help. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate Hans' help or that he didn't believe he could help. It was just that he wanted to do this on his own. First, he used material analysis and observe to map Hestia's specific center of gravity, based on her posture, the armor he had created, and her original one. He realized that her fighting style was a lethal dance of death. To match this, he used his create skill to create a new polymorphic alloy, then used the forge to melt down this rare alloy. It was a substance he had synthesized to be highly conductive to both electricity and the special null field that defined the blanks. It was ridiculous even to attempt such a thing, and, as he suspected, it didn't work the first 50 times he tried. Hestia grew increasingly annoyed, but stopped when she saw Gerhard's concentration and heard Hans' explanation of what Gerhard was truly attempting to do. He meticulously replaced the standard disruptor field generator filaments with this new alloy. By weaving it directly into the silica glass edge, he allowed the disruptive power field to wrap around the blade in a tighter, more efficient skin. But that wasn't all. Since the Executioner Great Blade was so large, Gerhard went further, choosing to keep the blade as a power weapon still. So he added the power sword aspect and, over several days, found a way to combine the revolutionary null blade with the disruptor field. Engineering has leveled up. Weapon creation has leveled up. Weaponsmithing has leveled up. INT has increased by 1. Here, Gerhard said to Hestia in the silent room. Please try it. Gerhard was giddy, like a child. He had gone above and beyond his initial intention of simply improving the Executioner Great Blade. What he had created was, truly a ridiculous thing and something no one was safe from. Executioner Great Blade, Null Severance Pattern, Rank, Legendary. Durability, 1 200/1 200. Damage, 2400, Base, increases against warp enemies. Critical chance, 44%. Attack speed, mid. Plus 50 STR. Plus 25 VIT. Plus 25 Dex. Plus 100% damage to psychic/warp enemies while wielded. Special effects. Null Disruption Edge. Ignores 100% armor. Mostly bypasses all energy shielding. Cuts through psychic barriers on contact. Warp Severance. Strikes disrupt warp connection directly. Plus 200% damage versus psychers, demons, warp entities, and corrupted beings. On critical hit, temporarily sever psychic abilities. Refined Power Field. Extremely stable high-density disruption field. Greatly increased damage versus metal, machinery, and reinforced materials. Silica Adamantium Execution Edge. Monomolecular Cutting Profile. Plus 120% damage against flesh targets. Plus 90% damage against armor. Null Conductive Alloy Weave. Converts the wielder's null field into a weapon effect. Nullifies regeneration from psychic or demonic effects. Weakens the warp when used. Causes true death to warp-based existences. Executioner's Balance. Perfectly weighted to wielder's stance and posture. Plus 35% melee precision. Plus 30% attack speed during chained strikes. Soul Silencing Strike. Critical hits reduce enemy reaction speed and casting speed. Chance to inflict psychic silence on warp-active targets. Ceramite Ruin. Consecutive hits reduce target armor by 20% per strike. Stacks up to 60%. Hestia activated the blade. Instead of the usual violent blue crackle and sound of a power weapon, this new Executioner Great Blade emitted only a faint, crystalline hum, a sound so high frequency it was almost silent. I've synchronized the power field with your void presence, so to speak, inside the warp, he explained. The special alloy I created acts as a resonator for your blank presence. When you strike, the blade doesn't just cut the body physically, it projects your negative psyker state that cuts the victim's connection to the warp. If my calculations are correct, this will change your combat effectiveness. If what you say is correct, you have just become the archenemy's literal archenemy. You have turned Sister Hestia into the most effective and dangerous slayer of chaos in the current galaxy, save the most powerful of the Ordo Malleus and him. I believe you may approach Jean Tia Kroll, at this rate, Lencilis said. Jean Tia Kroll, also known as the Soulless Queen of the Imperium, was the Knight Commander of the Silent Sisterhood and Chief Investigatus Militant of the Divisio Astra Telepathica during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. She led the Silent Sisterhood during the Battle of Prospero and the War within the Webway. She was one of the Emperor's three main advisors and a linchpin of his war council during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, alongside Constantine Valder and Malcador the Sigillite. And to compare her with Hestia was an honor unlike any other for the Sister of Silence. Naturally, she wasn't yet at her level. It was true, and Gerhard had noticed that Hestia's pariah Jean seemed to be more powerful than that of the others, as her negative psionic field was more powerful. But Jean Tia Kroll's negative psionic field was so powerful that she was almost invisible to some. Hestia took the sword. She swung it, a single, blindingly fast arc that ended a hair's breadth from Gerhard's throat. HP, 1000. Gerhard's eyes widened at that. He received damage from that, without her even touching him. And it would be even more if he didn't have so many resistances. The balance is perfect. It feels like an extension of my arm. She offered a single, sharp nod. The coldness hadn't melted, but the frost had thinned considerably. Gerhard hadn't said anything, and neither had Hans, or Lencilis, but what he had created with this weapon was a revolution without equal. This would start a series of events that could and will change the course of history. And if Chaos were to discover this and find out who made it, they would ignore the Emperor for the time being and not rest until Gerhard was dead or one of their slaves. Hans connected with Gerhard through the special Vox channel in Gerhard's ear. Master, I am not entirely convinced you realize what you have created. I am more than aware, Hans. This is the start. Is it time then? Almost Chapter 54, Dealing with the Chaos Filth. The descent into the deeper levels, where Gerhard had witnessed humanity's last stand, was no longer a journey through a filthy, rotten area, it was now an expedition into the digestive tract of one of the four ruinous powers. The air was as thick as a soup of bioluminescent spores. Gerhard led the way, his boots squelching into a floor that had transformed from reinforced steel into something resembling gangrenous moss, digesting anything that walked on it. Behind him, the large silhouette of Lencilis had changed, now looking imposingly terrifying. Gerhard had spent a few days in a feverish trance, reverse engineering the bits and pieces of information on Terminator power armor that the Eye of the Emperor would give away. The result was a suit that looked like the Indomitus pattern Terminator armor. It was Gerhard's first attempt, and despite it not having all the capabilities of an actual Indomitus Terminator, it still shocked Lencilis when he saw it. No matter its resemblance to an actual Indomitus, it looked less like standard equipment and more like a mobile fortress, which was what Gerhard was going for. The armor was a matte, gunmetal gray, reinforced by Gerhard's custom ceramite molybdenum alloy. The massive shoulder pauldrons housed micro-missile arrays. Izai's Guardian Spear had been retrofitted with a high-output Adrathic power cell. Every step Lencilis took cracked the floor, the internal servos whining with the weight of 5,000 years of Imperial tradition upgraded by 21st century logic. Indomitus pattern Terminator armor, rank, Adept. The most widespread pattern of tactical dreadnought armor in the Imperium. A relic of the Horus heresy, designed for maximum survivability and close-range battlefield supremacy. Durability, 5000/5000. Armor class, Tactical Dreadnought Armor. Defensive effects. Plus 100% mid-class physical resistance. Plus 25% high-class physical resistance. Plus 95% mid-class energy resistance. Plus 90% mid-class shockwave resistance. Plus 60 STR. Plus 70 VIT. 15 dex. Stay within the sister's radius, Sarah, Gerhard warned, his voice synthesized through his helm. If you step into that green fog without the null field or your gas mask, your lungs will turn into a chaos nest in 10 seconds, and you'll die. Sarah Vol followed closely, her customized carapace armor donned, as well as a gas mask integrated with her helmet, which Gerhard created specifically because of old Granddaddy Nurgle. She looked pale, her human senses reeling from the stench, but her grip on her long loss was iron, as was her will. Gerhard himself had donned his MK-IIIS Apex Predator assault power armor, which he had also worked on for a bit. He had started introducing the first bits and pieces of his Doom Tech, as he called it. His helmet was now lined with a special nullfield conductive material that kept the calculative prowess of his suit and his connection to Hans safe from the warp or chaos. It was a test, and he was looking at how it went. In his hand, he held the Spartan, his Bolterloss hybrid rifle, which he had also improved a bit, making it more powerful, but not by much. He was still working on creating force/mana weapons, which will elevate his combat prowess to ridiculous new heights. The others in the group, the sisters, Lencilis and mostly Sarah, felt the safety and security that radiated off of Gerhard. It felt as if he would take care of things, no matter what happened, which was new for them, as no one but the Emperor could ever give such a feeling. As they entered the former battlefield, they saw what it had become, a grand wrought cathedral. Detect presence. Detect bloodlust. The system interface exploded with red markers, and so did the HUD inside Gerhard's helmet. And Hans' voice, who was at the very back with the Castellan golem, could be heard. Master, there have been roughly 150 enemies detected. The warp energies are off the charts, and judging from the immense taint. Chaos. I can tell. They entered the battlefield at the opposite end of where the most presence could be felt. And what he saw did shock him quite a bit. Pestigore LV, 23. HP, 2500/2500. MP, 20. A savage mutant warrior with bestial aggression and brute strength. Pestigors are types of beastmen which worship Nurgle. Poxwalker, LV.17. HP, 1270/1600. MP, 10. A victim of the so-called walking pox, one of the numerous diseases created by Nurgle. Victims of this virus find their bodies shutting down and rotting until, eventually, they die, though not completely. Such is the jolly humor of Nurgle that they remain cruelly conscious and aware of all that happens around them. Souls of victims trapped in their dead bodies, with a rictus grin, they stagger out in search of living meat to feast on. Accursed Cultist, LV.24. HP, 2900/2900. MP, 80. Warp corrupted cultist twisted into a stronger, more horrifying form. Nurgling, LV.32. HP, 2200/2200. MP, 400. A tiny demon spawned from rot and filth. Individually weak, but dangerous in swarms. Glitchling, LV.36. HP, 3000/3000. MP, 600. A corrupted, unstable warp spawn, born from diseased energies and chaotic mutation. Erratic and unpredictable. Plaguebearer, LV.42. HP, 9000/9000. MP, 1200. A lower demon of Nurgle born from mortal souls claimed by disease. Slow, relentless, and incredibly difficult to destroy. STR, 60. VIT, 110. Traits. Nurgle's resilience, plus massive damage resistance. Aura of decay, poison/disease. Pain immunity. There were 6 plague-bearers, and they were rather resistant for their level, as was the case with the other things. Not even the aura of decay was surprising. What was surprising, though, was the presence of the leader of them all. Herald of Nurgle, Poxbringer, LV.55. HP, 18,000/18,000. MP, 3000. A greater servant of Nurgle, formed from those who resisted the rot. Commands plague-bearers and spreads corruption across the battlefield. STR, 85. VIT, 140. Traits. Aura of Nurgle. Buffs nearby demons. Increases regeneration. Rot incubation. Enemies take damage over time. Warp anchor. Harder to banish. Their presence was noted right away. Lencilis, anchor the center. Sarah, pick the Nurglings out of the vents and use long-range attacks. Sisters, well, you know. The Herald of Nurgle raised its rusted staff, its throat bulging as it prepared to unleash a torrent of rot incubation. But Hestia, her sisters, and Lencilis were already moving. The 3 Sisters of Silence's negative psychic field could be felt wherever they passed. The green, and, interestingly, blue-colored, warp-saturated fog dissipated and was deleted. The Herald, holding his staff, staggered as he felt it, the sickly green light dying instantly. It let out a wet, confused gag as its warp anchor trait was forcibly negated by the triple-layered null zone. My turn, Gerhard smirked. Hans, play Clint Eastwood from Gorillaz. Understood. Musical notes. I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long, the future is coming on. Musical notes. Mana reinforcement. He moved with incredible speed. The MKIIS granted a plus 55 DEX, combined with his natural 76 DEX and the mana reinforcement of plus 27, which gave him a total of 158 DEX. To give a comparison, the Genestealer Patriarch had a DEX stat of 160, and the currently fully healed former Custodian, without any armor, also had a DEX stat of 160. So, Gerhard was truly getting up there. He raised the Spartan Bolterlos hybrid rifle with fluid motion, aiming at the enemy who posed the greatest strategic target. With a flick of a mental switch synced to his HUD, he engaged Loss Mode. Pew pew pew. The rifle emitted near-silent, near-transparent beams of heat and energy. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. 3 Chaos Beastmen dropped instantly, their skulls punctured by beams that passed through their heads and melted the rusted bulkheads behind them. Thanks to his INT stat, he had gained a lot of information in a very short time, and it was noted right away. A new skill has been created through a special action. Battle Plan skill created for spying on opponents with information. Battle Plan, active/passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. The sharp instincts of a hardcore gamer capable of finding a way to beat any enemy. Allows you to determine your enemy's weakness, characteristics, and plan of attack. The skill has been added to the Observe skill. Higher, Observe, level boosts accuracy. Chaos Beastman defeated. Plus 60,000 EXP. Chaos Beastman defeated. Plus 60,000 EXP. Chaos Beastman defeated. Plus 60,000 EXP. As a swarm of accursed cultists surged forward, their flesh bubbling with unstable and disgusting mutations. Gerhard toggled the Spartan to bolt mode. The weapon's hum immediately shifted to a mechanical click. Thrum thrum thrum. Mass reactive rounds impacted the center of the cultist line. The adaptive combat logic kicked in, granting a plus 20% damage surge from the mode swap. The bolts burrowed deep into the mutated meat before detonating, causing devastating internal deaths and splashing of blood and cursed rot fluids. Cultists were turned into red slurry, the AoE blast shredding the nurglings that had been hiding in their robes. Musical notes. Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now, time for me is nothing, 'cause I'm countin', no age. Musical notes. Boom boom boom. Too slow, Gerhard muttered. He placed the Spartan in his inventory and reached for the hilts at his back, and drew the twin bones words. The moment his hands gripped the organic hilts, the neural synchronization activated. The blades hissed, their monomolecular edges vibrating with a faint glow that defied the sisters' null field because of Gerhard's dual energy cognition. The blades were alive, fueled by Gerhard's mana and the enemy's vitality. Gerhard sped up, becoming something akin to a whirlwind as he slashed his blades through the air. He really pushed his modified MKIIIS armor to the limits. It was the prototype for another one. He lunged into a pack of plague-bearers. Their resilience meant nothing to the dual psychic disruption field on the blades. Gerhard crossed the blades in an X-strike, the monomolecular edges shearing through the demons' bloated torsos as if they were made of air. Resonance chain system, plus 40% damage active. Synaptic overload, max stacks reached, plus 40%. Every strike fed him health, the enhanced life drain sent vitality back into his system with every bisected foe, which was then turned into mana. Gerhard threw one of the blades through the air, which bisected and split the bodies of several chaos cultists, while he raised his forearm and blocked an attack of the herald as he spewed out a stream of chaos energy. Psionic mana shield. Gerhard had managed to advance so far with the skill that he could form any shape, anywhere he liked. He created an energy shield in front of his forearm that easily blocked the attack, controlled the chain on the blade, and made it return to him. The experience flooded in as he killed one after the other. This wasn't the way it should have been. Someone or something had manipulated things here, there wouldn't have been this many of them otherwise. Lencilis moved like a mountain of armor. A pack of glitchlings tried to swarm his Indomitus pattern Terminator armor. Their warped bodies tried to phase through his plating, only to find it wasn't working, nor did their aura affect it. Lencilis simply stood his ground. His insane VIT stat, even without the Terminator armor enhancement, meant their claws didn't even scratch the paint. He might be wearing only an adept-grade item, but it was still one created by Gerhard the Gamer. Lencilis swung his power spear in a wide arc, the disruption field on the blade vaporizing 4 glitchlings in a single sweep and continuing to kill more and more of the chaos spawn. A plague-bearer swung a rusted blade at his chest, Lencilis simply stepped to the side, letting it pass by. Lencilis responded by driving his power spear through the demon's throat, killing it within seconds. Chaos filth, the Eye of the Emperor intoned. Meanwhile, an interesting message caught Gerhard's attention. Plague-bearer defeated. Plus 120,000 EXP. So I get the EXP if they kill the enemies. It has to have something to do with them using my weapons. Sweet. Saraval took a breath, finding her courage in the absolute dominance of her allies. She leveled her rifle at the nurglings. Normally, the tiny demons would be hard to hit, but inside the sisters' null field, they were sluggish and terrified, about to die on their own. Using her training and the impressive armory she carried, she picked them off with surgical precision, each shot popping a bloated belly. Hestia reached the plague-bearers. These were the elite foot soldiers of the rot, notoriously hard to kill. At least for others. One plague-bearer raised its rusted blade, its Nurgle's resilience, making it glow with a foul light. Hestia and her fellow sisters didn't even slow down. Her executioner great blade hummed as she swung in a horizontal cleave that bypassed every ounce of the demon's damage resistance. The blade sheared through its neck, and the plague-bearer ceased to exist fully. Never to return. Plague-bearer defeated. Plus 120,000 EXP. The powers of demons and sorcerers were snuffed like candle flames in the presence of the Sisters of Silence. As they drew near to the chaos spawn, they were sent into paroxysms of agony and revulsion, and when the sisters killed the denizens, they died truly and finally, thanks to their weapons. Finally, Gerhard stood before the herald. The demon tried to vomit another stream of filth, but Gerhard raised a hand. He used his dual energy core and switched fully to his blank state. The chaos filth turned into nothingness as it hit his field. Musical notes, lifeless to those with definition for what life is. Priceless to you because I put you on the hype shit. Musical notes. Gerhard blocked an attack with his psionic mana shield, easily, and struck the hurl with his bones words, which he stabbed deep into the creature's abdomen, making it scream as he was far too close, and it hurt its entire existence. Musical notes, you like it? Gun smokin', righteous with one toke. Get psychic among those, possess you with one go, musical notes. Gerhard grabbed the herald by its single horn, channeled his new property of his mana into his bones words, and caused the herald to bloat and then detonate. BBBOOOOOOOOMMMMM. The golden and blue light of Gerhard's mana tore the herald apart from the inside out in a filthy green mess, which splashed all around the area. But the moment it touched Gerhard's invisible negative psychic aura, it dissolved into nothing. Herald of Nurgle defeated. Plus 350,000 EXP. Level up. Chapter 55, Mana Core. By the time the fighting had finally concluded, Gerhard had leveled up 4 times and reached level 46. Not bad, but not really good either. But he didn't really bother about his levels anymore. He had roughly 200 status points to spend in an emergency, but otherwise, he was doing rather well. Behind what had been the Herald's throne of cancerous amalgamation sat a massive, rusted bulkhead. Gerhard, who had been looking for this, used his observe skill, which made his heart skip a beat. Hans, cut that door open, Gerhard ordered. Hans and the Castellan golem, who had stood with Sarah and mowed down the chaos cultists from the back and sides, walked forward and did as Gerhard asked. Behind the door lay a sight that made even Lancillus pause. Is that? Observe. Land Raider Phobos, rank, novice, damaged. A standard template construct heavy armored transport used by the Adeptus Astartes. Built from layered ceramite, plasteel, and adamantium composites, it is one of the most resilient vehicles in the Imperium. This unit has sustained heavy damage but remains operational if you're a Chaos Cultist at least. Durability, 270/10,000. Armor class, Heavy Armored Transport. Defensive effects. Plus 100% low-class physical resistance. Plus 70% mid-class physical resistance. Plus 100% low-class energy resistance. Plus 65% mid-class energy resistance. Plus 50% low-class shockwave resistance. Armor. Composite ceramite adamantium hull. Multi-layer bonded armor system. Highly resistant to loss, plasma, and explosive weapons. Weapons. 2x twin-linked loss cannons. Heavy anti-armor. Hull-mounted twin-linked heavy bolter. Anti-infantry. Optional pintle storm bolter. Secondary fire. Mobility. Thermic combustor engine. Max speed, 55 km/h, on road. Reduced performance due to damage. Transport capacity. Either. 10 Space Marines. 5 Terminators. Special effects. Machine Spirit, Cyclops, corrupted. Limited autonomous control. Reduced targeting efficiency. Hermetic seal. Fully sealed environment. Can operate in vacuum, underwater, and toxic zones. Damaged systems. Reduced targeting precision. Reduced engine output. Slower response time. Limitations. Severely reduced cogitator performance. Command and coordination systems are impaired. Sensor instability. Detection systems are unreliable. Sluggish response. Delayed weapon and movement response. The Land Raider Phobos hull was covered in thick, pulsating warp veins and cancerous plants. Beside it lay the second huge find, the Sanctioner Pattern Automaton, a rare Enforcer-grade robot, whose logic cores were now screaming with demonic code. These are tainted, Lancillus warned, raising his spear. We must destroy them. No, Gerhard said, walking forward. Don't you dare destroy such valuable resources. At least not while I'm here. Don't. Hestia held back Gerhard and shook her head. But he merely smiled at her, thankful that she seemed to care enough to stop him from approaching the gurgling machines. Observe, he said and placed his hands on the rusted, pulsing metal of the Land Raider. Remove curse. One of Gerhard's most ridiculous and useful skills was cast. A brilliant, cleansing blue light emitted from Gerhard's hands. The gamer system identified the demonic possession as a debuff, and didn't care about the type of curse, only that it was a stronger one. Remove curse. Remove curse. Remove curse has leveled up. Remove curse. Remove curse. Remove curse. Remove curse. Remove curse has leveled up. Finally, warp veins shriveled and blackened, falling off the tank like dead scabs. The original gunmetal and silver of the Land Raider began to shine beneath the grime, and the metal was slowly infused with Gerhard's mana. Remove curse. Remove curse. Remove curse. Curse removed. Status, purified. Nodding, Gerhard moved to the Sanctioner automaton. The machine's red optical sensors flickered as it tried to attack Gerhard, but Hestia was faster, stabbing it with her executioner blade, causing it to screech. Remove curse. Remove curse. Remove curse. Remove curse has leveled up. After several times of casting the skill, the cursed living rot turned to a steady, pleasing blue as the chaos possession was purged. Curse removed, Sanctioner pattern automaton. Status, purified. Hans, they're ours, Gerhard grinned. He touched both of the massive pieces of machinery, and they vanished into thin air. Congratulations, Master. Project, War Machines can now finally be started. Indeed. The orcs are going to weep when they see what we're coming with next month. Lencilis looked at the empty space, then at Gerhard. He and the Sisters of Silence were flabbergasted at what they had just witnessed. Gerhard had just removed a rather powerful chaos curse and purified 2 machines from possession. He had weaponized his mana, his blank state, and a skill to return a demonic entity to its previous state. This was not only impossible, it was inconceivable. It went against the order of things. If anything, this is something the Emperor could do, but not without damaging the original equipment. Not like this. You simply remove the chaos curse and then put a heavy battle tank in your pocket. It's a very big pocket, Gerhard replied, looking at Hestia. She was watching him, her fingers twitching in a tiny, almost invisible thought mark. Unbelievable, she signed. Get used to it, Gerhard said, grinning at her. We're just getting started. He is not joking. We're just getting started. Lencilis waited and watched Gerhard walk through the battlefield, talking with Saraval. He turned to the tech priest with interest. What does this mean, Magos? Oh, well, Master Gerhard has expressed interest in using the fights against the orcs as a way to test himself and make use of their technology to arm ourselves. Basically, he uses their ingenuity and unpredictable nature as a whetstone. That's reckless, Hestia signed. It is utterly reckless, indeed. And dangerous. Oh, you would be correct, if this wasn't Master Gerhard we were talking about. Gerhard never does anything without as many backup plans as possible to deal with unforeseen circumstances. Then what will the Land Raider and the Sanctioner be used for? He doesn't research abominable intelligence, does he? Hans turned and looked at Lencilis, who seemed dead serious. He had acted like a tech priest would, believing that Gerhard was the Omnisia and that everyone had accepted it. No one could have thought that Gerhard hadn't only recovered a man of iron AI, but also given it an artificial soul. The Land Raider, as you know it at this moment, will be transformed into an all-terrain, omni-situational battle station. One whom you have never seen, a former member of the venerable Adeptus Custodes. It will be placed among and even rise above the known Lord of Wars. When we're done with it, it will need another designation. For some reason, Lencilis more than believed that. Having witnessed Gerhard's genius and mind-boggling capabilities to create matter out of thin air, that was too ridiculous. So he was almost looking forward to what he would surprise everyone with. Gerhard's workshop had turned into a graveyard of cleanliness and logic. Cables the thickness of a Terminator's thigh snaked across the floor, hooked into humming mana capacitors and electrical translators that released blue sparks into the air. In the center of the room, Gerhard used psychokinesis to suspend a 3-meter ring of liquid ceramite magnets in midair. They hung in a perfect, glowing circle, vibrating with a low, mana hum that made the teeth of everyone in the room ache, for some reason, and the temperature rose. At the focal point of this makeshift collider, Gerhard placed a shard of pristine mana-infused glass prism. It wasn't just a conventional lens, it was an energy filter and amplifier, a diamond-hard prism designed to multiply the raw energy and redirect it into a special object in the middle of the circle. Gerhard slammed his hand onto the main console, his eyes reflecting the rising azure glow. He moved to the computer and opened a special hatch he had installed for this very moment. He entered a special key and deactivated all the safety measures, allowing more mana and energy to flow than was safe. Hans, suppress the safety protocols. I need 200% output. Master, the structural integrity of the sublevel material is at risk. The enhanced stabilizers are failing. Ignore it. I'm not losing the frequency. I don't want to waste any more resources on this. Behind Gerhard, the Sisters of Silence, Lencilis, and Saraval wore special goggles as they observed the mess before them. It was the height of ridiculousness, and while Gerhard had told them that this would take a while and they should look for something else to do, they hadn't left. For the better part of 2 months, inside his time dilation dungeon, Gerhard had calculated, theorized, and rewritten equations, finally achieving what he wanted. He had exited the instant dungeon and started building this. No one knew what it was, only that it had to do with energy. Initializing prismatic accelerator. A beam of immense mana erupted from his reactor. It slammed into the energy converter, flowed into the cable ring, and was caught in the magnetic grip of the liquid ceramite. There, it began to circulate, accelerating with a shriek that drowned out the sirens, telling Gerhard that it was way past safe. The beam became a blurring halo of electrical white and blue, the centrifugal force so immense that the stone floor beneath it began to spiderweb, crack and even melt. Scrap metal and discarded tools were sucked into the wake, flying like shrapnel against the reinforced walls. Gerhard stepped directly into the path of the venting heat, the air around him shimmering at thousands of degrees. He also wore a specially designed set of goggles to avoid distractions. His skin reddened as the sheer radiance of the collider tried to peel the meat from his bones. But his gamer's body and resistance levels up passively, as he worked. He grabbed a massive, crude steering lever, his muscles bulging and enhanced with mana reinforcement. He heaved the lever. The magnetic ring tilted. The swirling halo of mana banked sharply as it was forced into the glass prism. The collision was blinding. The beam seemed to be purified. The jagged, violent blue lightning of the raw mana was compressed, filtered, and stabilized. It emerged from the other side of the glass prism, shooting out like a laser. Gerhard leaned into the pressure, guiding the laser of mana toward a waiting vessel made of the most powerful, highly conductive materials. It was a mixture of adamantium silica, polymorphic alloy, and spirit stones. Lots and lots of spirit stones. The moment the laser touched the triangle-shaped vessel, the air seemed to buckle. The vessel sucked in the energy without spilling a single thing, akin to a black hole. Gerhard fed his mana into the contraction without stopping, wanting to push past the limits. And then, having achieved it, Gerhard turned everything off before it could explode. BRRROOOOMMM. A kinetic shockwave reverberated through the lab. A physical wall of pressure that knocked the Sisters of Silence off their feet and sent Hans skidding across the floor in a shower of sparks. Even Lencilis was affected, but he stood in front of Sarah to protect her from any harm. The collider died. The suspended magnets fell to the floor with a heavy clatter. Gerhard stepped forward and grabbed the small triangular vessel with psychokinesis, as the energy output was enormous, but soon felt that it wouldn't harm him, as it was his mana after all. Hans stepped forward, observing the new energy source and the millions of calculations that flashed through his core. Congratulations, Master. You have essentially created an endless energy source. You have cheated the gamer system and created an external mana battery. Prismatic mana reactor, rank, legendary. A stabilized mana fission reactor created by Gerhard the gamer. By forcing mana into a continuous prismatic compression cycle, this core generates a self-sustaining chain reaction, producing effectively limitless energy. Energy output, 25,000 MP/min, base. Peak output, 100,000 plus MP/min, overdrive. Capacity, 10,000,000 plus, continuous generation medium speed. Stability, absolute, self-regulating. Special effects. Mana fission core. Converts mana into a continuous chain reaction. Generates energy instead of consuming it. Infinite energy loop. Energy output sustains itself. No depletion under normal operation. Singularity compression field. Plus 1000% energy density. Allows extreme output in compact form. Adaptive output regulation. Automatically scales output to demand. No energy overflow or waste. Energy conversion system. Instantly converts energy into mana. Electrical output. Thermal energy. Kinetic energy. Potential energy. Overdrive cataclysm mode. Unlocks full reactor output. Plus 300% energy output. Extreme environmental stress. System amplification field. Boosts all connected systems. Plus 125% weapon efficiency. Plus 150% shield strength. Plus 90% system performance. Core resonance. Synchronizes with Gerhard's mana. Increases regeneration and output efficiency. Absolute conduction network. Zero energy loss. Supports unlimited simultaneous systems. Hee, we've reached the big leagues now, Hans. Now, we can finally start improving the Land Raider. Indeed. I think the orcs will be very happy about our next visit. I wonder if what you have planned could stand against one of their stampas. Puffed, stampas. If they don't bring a Gargant, it won't be any fun. At this rate, you will get the honorary orc title. You know, that would probably only help us in the long run. Can you imagine the buffs we would get then? I suppose you would get special privileges and also be hunted by the Ordo Xenos. Chapter 56, Dante. As a level 59 Vigilator, Kaelin's DEX of 100 was a nightmare for Gerhard as he didn't use mana reinforcement. She closed the distance between them in a heartbeat, her Executioner Great Blade slashing through the air in a diagonal cleave. Gerhard's muscle memory unfolded as his mind processed the trajectory, but his physical DEX of 76 was a bottleneck. Clang. Gerhard parried, the force of the blow being absorbed by his bones' words. Kaelin didn't overextend, she transitioned instantly into another position, her attack speed rising as she unleashed a flurry of 3 rapid stabs, which were performed beautifully in Gerhard's eyes. He twisted his torso, the blunt tip of her blade glancing off his ribs, before he swept his own sword in a low horizontal arc. Leora Thorn, the Witch Seeker, moved to flank him. While Kaelin was a whirlwind of precision, Leora was a specialist when it came to denying an enemy space to move. She used the length of her blade to hurt Gerhard, cutting off his escape routes. Her strikes were designed to keep him off balance and funnel him back into Kaelin's reach. Gerhard gritted his teeth. He felt slow. To his 237 INT and thanks to his newly created skill, Battle Plan, their movements were clear, but his body was a fraction of a second behind what he wanted to do. He ducked under a strike from Leora, his sword mastery, guiding his hand to catch her hilt with the flat of his blade, redirecting her momentum into Kaelin. The two sisters of silence synchronized perfectly, splitting around each other like water around a stone and attacking from different angles, trying to throw Gerhard off. You're both holding back, Gerhard panted. Attack me like you mean it. VIT has gone up by 1. Kaelin's eyes sharpened. She used her warrior instincts, which she had honed for decades. Her movements became unpredictable, her footwork silent and faster. She feinted a high strike, then dropped her center of gravity, spinning the massive sword in a 360-degree whirlwind, using the heavy weight of the great blade to her advantage. Gerhard didn't retreat, however. He stepped into the spin. He caught the middle of her blade with the middle of his sword, locking the weapons. At the same moment, Leora lunged from his blind spot. Gerhard didn't look, he relied on his danger sense to tell him the direction she was attacking from exactly. He pulled his hilt a bit towards him, forcing Kaelin to follow, and front-kicked her. Then he threw one of his bones words into the air, pivoted his sword behind his back to catch Leora's blade and then caught the other one just in time for Kaelin's next attack. Sheeing. The 4 blades were locked. The silence in the room was absolute, save for the heavy breathing of the 3 combatants. Gerhard's muscles were trembling, pushed to the absolute limit of his unaugmented 85 STR. STR has gone up by 1. For the next 20 minutes, the hall was a racket of clashing steel and groans as Gerhard was hit over and over again and fell one after another. But he never stayed down long, pushing himself off the ground and getting back into the fight. Gerhard stopped thinking about stats and started thinking about flow. He began to mimic Kaelin's weight distribution and the way she used her hips to generate immense speed. He adapted to Leora's ground control, learning to turn the dead zones into traps. STR has gone up by 1. DEX has gone up by 1. Sword mastery has leveled up. In the final exchange, Kaelin lunged with a high-speed thrust. Instead of parrying, Gerhard performed a counter. He slid his blade down the length of hers, the friction throwing off sparks, and twisted his wrist at the last second to tap her shoulder guard with his blunt tip. Leora's blade stopped a hair's breadth from his throat, and Kaelin's sword was pinned under his arm. Gerhard exhaled, his sweat dripping onto the cold floor. HAAA, you two are insane. Not as insane as you. How long have you been training? I'm self-taught. Like, a year. Something like that. A year. Seems like you got all the talent. Hey, I worked hard for this. I fought an entire Genestealer cult. That counts, right? The two looked at one another, then started ranting in thought mark about the horrors they had experienced so far in their lives. And that was my first year. Wow, you ladies sure are intense. What do you think of him? Hestia signed to Lencillus as they were watching him from the side. After creating the mana core, Gerhard had asked the Sisters of Silence and Lencillus to spar with him. He wanted to improve his sword mastery, martial arts, and physical stats, and they were the best way to do that. He needed a break between dismantling and improving what had been the Land Raider and the Sanctioner pattern automaton. I think, Lencillus began, keeping his voice low, that we have witnessed the birth of a living paradox. He possesses the psychic grace of a saint, the cold void of a pariah, and the mind of an ancient human. Those songs, as he calls them, they're old. Depending on who you ask and where you find yourself in the galaxy, he has committed so much heresy that we would have to execute him on the spot. Only that we already tried that, Hestia signed, with dark humor. Lencillus allowed himself a small smirk. She was right, they had already theoretically tried that. Whether or not they would succeed a second time was questionable. Lencillus was more powerful, but Gerhard surprised them over and over again, and had endless aces up his sleeves. And even if they couldn't refute that he was now effectively a saint. He might be what the Imperium needs. I am unclear what it is, but there is a spontaneousness to him that allows him to think outside the box, and since he is the closest existence to immune OT corruption, I find myself increasingly eager to see what he will do next. No one is uncorruptible, Hestia signed. We already suffered for such a belief. The traitor 16th took us by surprise. But Gerhard will not. You have seen it yourself, he is as much a pariah as he is a psyker. A living paradox, as I said. I don't trust him. Lencillus looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Are you sure you're not saying that only because he is clearly interested in you? Hestia looked at Lencillus sharply. Her presence seemed to become even harder to bear for a moment, and Lencillus deduced from that what he did. They both turned to look at the group again, who had stopped sparring by this point. Now, Gerhard was showing off 2 new weapons. There had been a time when I despised mortals, Lencillus said. Long ago and sometimes still today. Ironically, it was when I had achieved physical perfection and knew little of the galaxy's more profound truths. I saw them as irritants, impediments, ever apt to stray into corruption or futility. But after laying down what I loved so much and became one of his eyes, I have changed my thoughts. And now? Hestia asked. Now, I see them essentially as children. Children. Yes. Children have so much potential to be almost anything, to be more than what they have turned into in these dark times. But seeing this anomaly in front of us, I wonder whether you have found the one who has realized that potential. Precisely. There seems to be nothing he can't do, and no matter what he went through, it is remarkable that he can still smile through it. Unless he has lost his mind, as I suspect. Sarah, Kaelin, Leora, I have something new I want to show you, Gerhard said. He walked over to a velvet-lined case on a blackened workbench. From it, he took out 2 pistols. They were masterpieces of Gerhard's current level in engineering and weapon creation. One of the pistols finished in a matte, obsidian black, the other in a brilliant, polished silver. Gerhard knew what he had done. Meet Ebony and Ivory, he said. Ebony and Ivory, twin execution pistols, rank, legendary. Durability, 300/3, 300, each. Damage, 1100, per shot. Critical chance, 88%. Fire rate, extremely high, dual wield. Special effects. Twin weapon system. High impact shots. Plus 60% stagger power. High speed burst fire. 50% ammo usage. Hyperfire control. Plus 150% fire rate. No recoil. Perfect accuracy during movement. Dual targeting logic. Can fire in separate directions simultaneously. Independent targeting per pistol. Rainstorm protocol. While airborne. 360 degrees firing radius. Mobility enhancement. Plus 40% movement speed while firing. Plus 30% dodge effectiveness. Style amplification. Plus 200% effectiveness in continuous combat flow. Increases performance the longer combat continues. Are those pistols? Sarah asked. indeed. These two are quite some moody girls. The three women raised their eyebrows at him, as if he were the dumbest man they had seen. And in a way, he was. If they knew he had created these two weapons solely because of a fictional character, they would call him insane. They don't seem as impressive as basically all other weapons you created until now, Sarah said. Ah. Not impressive. Allow me to demonstrate Tossy-cool reloads, a la Corridor Digital. Gerhard shook his head. Hans, play Murdergram Do from LL Cool J and EM. As you wish. He stepped into the center of the firing range he had set up for Sarah to practice. The air shifted as he got into the mood. Then, Gerhard jumped into action. He started by twirling both pistols in a high-speed circular motion around his trigger fingers, the heavy slides clicking in a metallic rhythm that set the tempo. With a sharp flick, he ejected a live round from the chamber, watching it fly into the air before catching it between his teeth. While holding the bullet, he ejected the magazine behind his back, making it fly through the air with enough force that it bounced off the wall. As the magazine ricocheted back toward him, he spat the bullet directly back into the chamber of the open gun. Bang. He then fired the shot at the returning magazine at a perfect angle, sending it into the air. He rotated the gun at precisely the right moment so the magazine inserted itself perfectly into the mag well as it descended. Once reloaded, Gerhard enters a high-speed twirl, unleashing a barrage of perfect shots at the targets. Bang 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 bang. He maintained this rhythm, punching large holes through the targets until the magazine was empty. Click. To swap the empty magazine, he performed a sharp, stylish flick to eject the spent casing. He pulled out a fresh magazine at the same time, and he hurled it into the air, followed immediately by throwing the gun into the air as well, just because he could, but not as high. As they descended, he grabbed the gun by the muzzle. The full magazine fell toward him, and he executed a high knee strike to bounce the magazine upward. At the peak of the bounce, he slammed the gun down with his hand, perfectly seating the magazine into the weapon the moment they met. Bang bang. Bang bang. He fired ebony and ivory in alternating succession, the dark pistol sounding deeper like a bass while the silver one cracked like a whip. Each shot was timed perfectly to his stride, creating a constant, impenetrable wall of lead that shredded the practice targets in front of him, which Hans was controlling to make them harder to hit. Gerhard shifted from a walk to a high-speed maneuver. He sprinted, then launched himself into the air. He tucked his knees, spinning his entire body like a gyroscope. While upside down, he extended his arms horizontally, the pistols becoming a 360-degree perimeter of suppression, turning the floor into a kill zone. Upon landing, he didn't stop. He transitioned into a low slide, sweeping across the floor. He fired ebony directly forward into a target's heart while extending ivory behind his back, his head turned away, catching a flanking foe with a casual, perfect strike based on pure skill. The sequence concluded with Gerhard coming to a sudden, poised halt. He performed a final, high-speed, synchronized spin, the barrels smoking, before stopping and holding them. I think, Leora signed to Hestia, her fingers moving slowly in genuine shock, that adequate was an understatement. Everyone looked at Gerhard in shock, because they knew that while it looked basic, what he had done was impressive. Not that Tossy-cool reloads, but the sheer firepower of ebony and ivory. The targets Hans had been controlling remotely were made of adamantium and oromite. They were the most powerful materials Gerhard could create at the moment, and they were punched through with each shot. That was serious firepower. Gerhard and Hans were busy working on a new weapon, which Gerhard was interested in adding to the MK/IVH Ironmonger. Hans studied the blueprint of what Gerhard wanted and provided his input on energy efficiency and damage output. I believe this section could use more torque. If we increase it by another 74%, you could increase damage by at least a factor of 4. The only question is how to get that done, while making it as light and durable as possible. How about increasing the Ironmonger's size? With the amount of mana regeneration you have, you can't ever run out. So even if the mana needs for basic use of the suit rise above 1000 MP, it wouldn't even put a dent into your total amount. That is true. Good idea, Hans. Let me have a look at the schematics. Railgun, was it? Truly a fascinating concept. A rotary rail accelerator, Gerhard mused, his eyes tracking the flickering holographic projections of the MK/IVH Ironmonger. Hans, the Imperial Assault Cannon is a masterpiece of suppressive fire, but its logistical tail is a nightmare. The friction, the heat, the barrel wear, even after improving it, it's primitive. But if we replace the chemical propellant with linear induction? Logic follows, Master. By utilizing standing wave acceleration along superconducting electrodes, we eliminate the need for cased ammunition. We can fire solid slugs of high-density adamantium, maybe even diamantin-tipped, at hypervelocity. However, the energy draw for a rotary system of that magnitude is astronomical despite what I said previously. Good thing you're a walking battery. Gerhard responded with a smirk, his fingers already diving into the wireframes. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he began to pull the schematics of the assault cannon apart. He kept the iconic 6-barrel rotary assembly, but stripped out the firing pins and chemical chambers with speed and precision. In their place, he sketched a series of cylindrical superconductive electrodes that would surround each barrel, turning the rotating mass into a kinetic gauntlet. He dubbed the project the Rotary Rail Cannon. Borrowing from what he knew of the Tau Hammerhead gunship to solve the energy spike issue, Gerhard synchronized the electric motor to massive capacitor banks, ensuring that he didn't try to power all barrels at once. Instead, as each barrel rotated into the 12 o'clock position, it received a massive, instantaneous surge of maniconducted electricity. To handle the extreme stress, he used the original cannon's heat-dispersing ceramite-toramite alloy as a base, reinforcing the inner rails with his new mana-infused polymorphic alloy. This solved the barrel melting problem that plagued the design, allowing sustained rates of fire exceeding 150 rounds per second without the crippling overheating penalty. That's right, 150 RPS, that's 9,000 revolutions per minute. From a railgun cannon. Well, we're off to a good start. I believe that's an understatement, Master. This will be banned for being too powerful. We're already long past caring about that, Hans. Now, increase the torque on the rotary motor by 37%, Gerhard commanded, his fingers dancing across the interface in a blur. I want the barrels spinning so fast the air around them ionises before the first slug even leaves the rail. Applying modifications. Master, the recoil and forces involved will be significant. Even for a suit of your caliber. Integrate the new calculations for the stabilization needs and then apply them to this design. Master this. Chapter 57, MKVH, Hulkbuster, Rank Legendary. Musical notes: these ideas are nightmares to white parents. Whose worst fear is a child with dyed hair and who likes earrings. Like whatever they say has no bearing. It's so scary in a house that allows no swearing. To see him walkin' around with his headphones blarin'. Alone in his own zone, cold and he don't care. He's a problem child, and what bothers him all comes out. Musical notes. The speakers were playing Sing for the Moment, with Gerhard's voice rather than Eminem's, as Gerhard worked on a very precise piece of equipment. He was welding and controlling dozens of tools at once with psychokinesis while checking thousands of lines of code across the many PC screens. When Hestia walked in, she was assaulted by the sound, but the volume was reduced right away when Gerhard noticed her entering the instant dungeon. He had chosen to work inside an instant dungeon as he needed the extra time before he wanted to meet the orcs one final time. Time was of the essence once again, as the end of the year was soon approaching and with it, the 13th Black Crusade and the fall of Cadia. Gerhard had decided to try to do something about it, but to do that, he would need a ship to leave the planet. To build one, he first wanted to get rid of the orcs once and for all. He had his fun, and they were useful for bringing him materials, but that was no longer necessary. All he wanted now was a void shield, which he would add to the Dreadnought project and his super heavy tank he was currently creating. And he wouldn't mind adding it to the Hulkbuster either. And with the size he had calculated, it wouldn't even be out of place. Gerhard had changed the name from Ironmonger to Hulkbuster, and for good reason. He stopped working and turned to Hestia, who was looking at the large new MKVH Hulkbuster, measuring 12.1 feet, 3.7 meters, and the 20 feet, 6 meters, tall modified Land Raider. Hestia, can I help you with anything? Gerhard asked. I am merely observing, she signed. I understand. If I may help you with something, please don't hesitate to ask. Gerhard put his goggles back on and continued his work. He had to make sure not to damage the connectors to his computer. What he was creating was the helmet, the final piece of the new monster. The faceplate was the most challenging piece of equipment he had worked on so far, simply because he had to add so many small things to a rather small space. There was the electronic circuitry background, sensors to pick up his brain waves to manipulate the visual display, the safety guard, a carbon fiber forehead panel, fiber optic cables, 3D goggles made of liquid crystal, a nose piece with the most powerful and advanced breathing mask feature he had, an oxygen mist dispenser and more. He had also replaced the standard version of using his own mana with using the mana core. While it worked off of his mana, if it were to run out, it was capable of creating its own. And using this, changed how he structured the Mk4 entirely. He made the suit considerably larger, which wasn't a problem anymore, since he had energy to waste. He added the assault rail cannon to his left forearm, which was now large enough to hold it there without a problem. And what a beast it now was. Assault rail cannon, rank, legendary. Durability, 12,000/12,000. Damage, 3,200 per round. Critical chance, 55%. Fire rate, 11,000 revolutions per minute. Capacity, 80,000, magazine. Special effects. Electromagnetic rail acceleration. Plus 400% projectile speed. Plus 300% penetration power. Hypervelocity impact, Mach 10+. Extreme kinetic force on impact. Can topple structures and breach heavy armor. Kinetic decompression effect. After impact. Violent pressure wave. Internal structural collapse. Internal liquefaction. Organic targets inside armor are pulped. Ignores internal protection. Hyperdense kinetic slugs. Ignores 88% armor. Massive damage versus vehicles and heavy targets. Linear accelerator core. Standing wave superconductive acceleration. Plus 150% damage versus super heavy armor. Kinetic overkill. Excess damage transfers to targets behind, line penetration. Rail overdrive. Plus 100% damage versus armored targets. Plus 50% damage versus structures. Submunition discharge mode. Fires guided fragmentation bundles. Reduced penetration, massive AoE. Precision weak point strike. Plus 60% damage when targeting structural weak points. Magnetic stabilization system. No recoil. Perfect accuracy. Thermal regulation matrix. 60% heat generation. Velocity cascade. Continuous fire increases damage, plus 5% per second, max plus 75%. Adaptive targeting core. Plus 30% hit consistency. Long-range correction. Assault rail cannon ammunition hopper, endless war reservoir, rank, legendary. Durability, 100,000. Capacity, 100 million rounds. Special effects. No reload delay. Immune to jamming. 70% heat generation. Triple effective capacity efficiency. Minimal internal space usage. Plus 35% firing stability. Plus 30% damage during continuous fire. Plus 25% fire rate during sustained fire. Ammo consumption reduced by 40%. Fully damage resistant. Performance is unaffected at any durability. Auto-replenishment, beginner-grade ammo via mana. Continuous feed under all conditions. Apart from that, Gerhard had also spent some time improving the smart missiles, giving them more oomph and increasing the maximum number he could hold at once. I have these two weapons here with me. I thought you might like to have a look at them, Hestia said using thought mark. Gerhard stopped working and looked at the two weapons she had placed on the workbench. His eyes widened with excitement at the sight of them. Oh yes, he was very interested. What changed, Lady Hestia? I thought you. I changed my mind. You were capable of improving our armor and executioner great blades. I believe you can also do the same with the Adrathic Destructor and the Archaeotech Plasma Pistol. Compared to the rest of the spineless Imperium, I believe you stand apart. That means a lot. I will do my very best, my lady. Please wait for the good news. Gerhard had stood up and bowed in respect. Hestia nodded and then looked around the large hall again. Gerhard took it as a sign that she was done talking and continued with his work. Now that he had two weapons of such power as the plasma pistol and the Adrathic Destructor, he would change the design of the MKIVH once more. Originally, he wanted to go along with the Lightning Claw and Storm Bolter, but now he might choose to leave the Lightning Claw. The Storm Bolter was still going to be used, of course. Gerhard had, after all, made a breakthrough with his mana/force weapons. Gerhard worked hard on both the Mk4. The Hulkbuster got the biggest upgrade, in terms of physical size and overall power, while the MKIVS was starting to approach the MKX power armor of the Primaris Marines. And all that while using less space and actually being faster. But it was the MKIVH Hulkbuster that broke all manner of norms. It was so insane that Gerhard had to develop a newer chassis for it and even called it the MKVH. Here are some of its components from its armory. Adrathic Destructor, Oblivion Pattern, Rank, Legendary. Durability, 18,388/18,388. Damage. Critical Chance, 22%. Fire Rate, Medium. Special Effects. Absolute Disintegration Beam. Fully severs molecular and atomic bonds. Targets erased from existence. Total Matter Collapse. Ignores 100% armor. Ignores 80% void shielding. Affects both physical and energy-based entities. Internal Erasure. Damage applies simultaneously inside and outside the target. Bypasses all conventional defense layers. Cascade Disintegration. Targets hit destabilize nearby matter. Damage spreads to connected targets. Residual Oblivion Field. Impact Zone destabilized. Continuous disintegration damage. Perfect containment matrix. No instability. Maximum energy output at all times. The Adrathic weaponry, Gerhard integrated into his left power gauntlet. By firing with his left hand, which was the same arm that the assault rail cannon was on, he could fire disintegration beams. It was ridiculous. But not even the end of it. Plasma Incinerator, Solar Cataclysm Pattern, Rank, Legendary. Durability, 21,400/21,400. Damage, 12,000. Critical Chance, 20%. Fire Rate, High-Low. Special Effects. Stellar Plasma Core. Fires ultradense plasma bolts. Plus 200% thermal damage. Solar Flare Impact. Massive explosion on impact. Large AoE damage. Absolute armor meltdown. Ignores 90% armor. Rapidly degrades heavy materials. Perfect magnetic containment. No risk of overheating under normal use. Stable plasma discharge. Overcharge mode. Plus 150% damage. Plus 100% explosion radius. Risk of system strain under prolonged use. Thermal cascade. Impact zone becomes superheated. Continuous burn damage. Infinite energy integration, optional core. Can be powered by mana core. Removes ammo limitation. Gerhard placed the plasma incinerator, which was a weapon dreadnoughts would carry, inside his right lightning claw. So the left power gauntlet had the Adrathic Destructor weapon, while the right lightning claw had the plasma incinerator. But that still wasn't all. Mana Storm Bolter, Rank, Legendary. Durability, 22,000/22,000, Self-Reinforcing Structure. Damage, per Mana Bolt 1500 plus, Mana Bullet, Skill. Critical Chance, 30%. Fire Rate, 3,600 revolutions per minute, twin-linked full auto. Mana Cost, 5 MP per shot, after efficiency. Special Effects. Mana Bullet Integration, LV, 67. 16 simultaneous projectiles, X2. Plus 400% projectile speed. Plus 300% damage. Plus 220% penetration damage. Plus 150% accuracy. 30% mana cost efficiency. Twin-linked force conduit system. Fires dual streams of mana bolts. Plus 70% hit consistency. Plus 50% projectile density. Variable projectile logic. Switch between. Focused rail mode, max penetration. Storm spread, AoE saturation. Hunter swarm, multi-target tracking. Mass reactive mana detonation. Mana bolts detonate internally. Plus 150% internal explosion damage. Infinite ammunition system. No reload. Fully mana-generated rounds. Sustained fire without interruption. Mana feedback loop. 30% of damage dealt returns as MP. Enables continuous combat sustain. Tempest escalation. Continuous fire increases. Plus 10% damage per second, max plus 150%. Plus 5% fire rate, max plus 75%. Force weapon core. Channels mana like a force weapon. Plus 100% effectiveness versus Psychers. Demons. Warp entities. Overdrive, Cataclysm mode. Plus 200% damage. Plus 100% fire rate. Plus 100% penetration. Massive MP drain. This was Gerhard's current weapon, which he was proudest of. And the fact that the skill was a magic skill showed itself in the fact that, per shot, he fired 16 mana bullets per barrel. And since he had a twin-linked mana storm bolter, Gerhard fired 32 mana bullets per shot. They didn't appear one after the other, no, they seemed to just materialize at the same time as the shot occurred. That's how ridiculous it was. But that was magic. Gerhard turned the welder off and took a step back. Finally, he was done with what was his greatest creation yet. The Mana Storm Bolter might be the weapon he was most proud of, but the MKIVH was his creation in general, which he was most proud of. And for good reason. It was absolutely nuts. MKVH, Hulkbuster Powered Siege Armor, Rank, Legendary. Height, 12.1 feet, 3.7 meters. MP output, 25,000 100,000 MP/min, Prismatic Mana Reactor Rank, Legendary. Durability, 44,000/44,000, Auto Repair, 600 per minute base. Armor Class, Apex Siege Armor. Defensive Effects. Plus 100% mid-class physical resistance. Plus 60% high-class physical resistance. Plus 100% mid-class energy resistance. Plus 55% high-class energy resistance. Plus 100% mid-class shockwave resistance. Plus 50% high-class shockwave resistance. Plus 150 STR. Plus 160 VIT. 20 dex. Specialized layers. Diamantinoromitadamantium bulwark. 75% incoming critical damage. Converts excess impact into usable energy. Thermal regulation matrix, overclocked. 85% heat generation. Extreme resistance to plasma, melta, and thermal weapons. Polymorphic alloy structure, adaptive plus. Plus 5% resistance per hit, stacks to 90%. Auto-adjust structure to incoming damage types. Kinetic nullification grid. Converts 20% incoming damage into usable energy. Power and core system. Prismatic Mana Reactor, Rank, Legendary. Endless energy generation. 25,000 plus MP/min output, base. 100,000 MP/min output, max. Mid-energy generation. Dual power feed, perfected. Full system redundancy. Instant energy rerouting. System amplification field. Plus 75% weapon efficiency. Plus 60% shield strength. Plus 50% system performance. Mobility. Turbine flight system, enhanced. Max speed, 450 miles per hour. High mobility aerial combat. Reactive thruster system. Increased acceleration bursts. Enhanced directional control. Weapons. Smart missile system, enhanced. Energy shield system. Power gauntlet, left arm. Lightning claw, right arm. Assault railway cannon, power claw mounted. Adrathic repulsor ray. Plasma repulsor ray. Mana storm bolter, lightning claw mounted. Ammunition system. Endless war reservoir, legendary. 100 million capacity. Auto replenishment via mana. No reload/no jam. Combat systems. Parallel processing combat core. Multi-weapon simultaneous operation. Advanced targeting matrix. Plus 50% hit consistency. Weak point targeting. It's marvelous. I can't physically cry, master, but if I could, I definitely would. Did we go overboard? Is there such a thing? You're right. Stupid question. Gerhard heard steps and turned around, seeing Hestia look at the Hulkbuster with a complicated expression. She was usually very composed, and she still was, but seeing what she assumed was only a slightly larger Terminator armor, she wasn't that impressed. Still, she was impressed that I had created this from basically nothing. And standing in front of the Hulkbuster was an imposing sight. It was fully packed with weapons, and almost any part of it was capable of unleashing hell on the battlefield. It was a genuine Lord of War, no doubt about it. With this, he could fight Lencilis, and all the former custodes had something far beyond him, reaction time. But the Hulkbuster could take a lot of damage and punch back with apocalyptic force. What do you think? Gerhard asked. Tall. Haha, yes, it is tall. But if you knew what I packed into it, you'd understand that I had to make it this tall. What about mobility? Won't you be a slow and easy target? You ask a good question, but the speed reduction is actually remarkably small, even when compared to the previous version. But the firepower more than makes up for it. And I can fly. Hestia looked at Gerhard. Fly. Indeed. Through the air. That's what flying means, yes. But you're still slow. No, actually. 450 miles per hour is rather fast for a monster of this size. But, you're of course right, it's not as fast as my other suit. But it's a speeding bullet when compared to Imperial Knights or Titans, and it is powerful enough to take those down. This made Hestia raise an eyebrow. To take down an Imperial Knight, let alone a Titan, was a serious feat, and for Gerhard to claim that he could do that with this, relatively speaking, tiny power armor. That's a bold statement. I know. But it's true nevertheless. What can it do? She asked after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 58, The Combatants Are Set. The air in the training ground. Lencilis stood at the center. Even without any armor, he was a statue of biological perfection. Even without his Auramite or Terminator armor, he ruled the room. He held a replica of a Guardian spear in a relaxed, low guard. Opposite him, Gerhard felt the disparity in their presence like a gut punch. His senses warned him even without any skill. Without his active reinforcement skills, he would be akin to a fly compared to the living engine of war before him. But this wasn't about who was better, for it was obvious, this was about training and using this engine as a whetstone. He gripped the single bones word, its organic hilt warm and pulsing slightly against his palm. Lencilis didn't wait for a signal. In a blur of motion that belied his massive frame, he closed the distance. He didn't use his top speed, as doing so would make the sparring useless. The Guardian spear's blade whistled through the air, a horizontal sweep aimed at Gerhard's midsection. Gerhard's mental stats allowed him to see the move, but his body struggled to keep pace. He didn't try to block. Parrying a custodian's blow without reinforcement was a recipe for shattered wrists, which translated into damage. Instead, he spun backwards, the tip of the power blade missing his body by a hair's breadth. Too wide, Gerhard, Lencilis said. You trade ground for safety. In a corridor, you would already be pinned. You need to be proactive. Gerhard lunged, attempting a feint toward the custodian's lead knee before snapping the bones word upward. It was a clever move, born of his high INT stat, but Lencilis didn't even move his feet. He simply rotated the haft of the spear, the Auramite catching the bonesword's edge with a dull thud. With a flick of his wrist, Lencilis used the spear's leverage to shove Gerhard's blade downward. The butt end of the spear whipped around, catching Gerhard in the ribs. Bang. Gerhard gasped as his HP dropped. The blow was pulled, but it still felt like being hit by a speeding train. Gerhard rolled, coming up on one knee, his breath ragged. He could feel the strength difference. A casual 185 against his 92. It felt like a canyon. But it also bothered him greatly. Defying what he felt, he pushed through the pain and attacked Lencilis again and again. He was cut, his health dropped, and he was hit in dozens of places. Lencilis always used slightly more strength and speed to be beyond Gerhard's limits, forcing him to take damage and grow stronger in the process. Martial arts, which was a new skill Gerhard had unlocked thanks to the sparring with Lencilis and the Sisters of Silence, sword mastery, and physical endurance, leveled up multiple times. Lencilis could observe Gerhard improve and grow in real time. Years of training and recuperation were shoved into the gamer within days of sparring, and the more he pushed Gerhard, as long as he didn't die, the stronger he would become. Show me your will, Gerhard. You still lack the right mindset to be a true danger. Ugh. Gerhard groaned as he lay on the ground. He used his Iron Will LV-4 to push his body off the ground for the 138th time. His health had dropped to just below 100, but his body didn't show any of it. Lencilis couldn't help but nod his head in respect at the sheer tenacity of the mortal. It seemed that he was the image of what he had in mind when creating his custodes, a man of unrelenting, unbreakable will, with endless potential and talent. In Lencilis's mind, Gerhard would have made the perfect custodian, had he been found earlier. I know you have it, Gerhard. Show it to me. That drive. You need to be able to be willing to kill if you want to grow further. I don't sense this from you. Release it. Gerhard didn't really know what Lencilis meant, but he naturally didn't want to kill him. Not that he could do it while they trained physically, but still. However, he nodded and thought about it, how he would kill Lencilis, and just as he did that, his stance and presence changed. Lencilis felt it right away and nodded. A new skill has been created through a special action. Killing Intent, active, LV1. The manifestation of the user's killing will. Affects the mental state and reactions of nearby enemies. Effects. Plus 15% intimidation effect. Weak enemies hesitate or panic. Plus 10% damage against mentally weaker targets. Releases killing intent in an area. May stun weak enemies. Slow reactions. Disrupt focus. Plus 20% damage for a short duration. MP 50. That's enough, Gerhard. Let's stop here. Oh. Had enough already. Bang. Gerhard found himself on the ground for the 139th time, looking at the ceiling. All right, let's call it a draw. Lencilis smiled at his words. What a ridiculous man he was. He looked up and saw Hestia watching them. He had seen the very slow change she had gone through ever since they had arrived. The feeling of loss and failure at losing two of her sisters had gradually made room for other things. She was still the same person and still hated that the two had to die to get to Gerhard, but she wasn't hostile towards Gerhard anymore. Martial Arts, Passive/Active, LV, 38. EXP, 0%. A refined combat skill that enhances unarmed fighting, movement efficiency, and combat awareness. The body and mind begin to act in unison, allowing fluid, adaptive combat without conscious thought. Effects. Passive. Plus 56% unarmed damage. Plus 48% reaction speed in close combat. Plus 42% movement efficiency, footwork, balance. Plus 35% dodge and counterattack timing. Active. Plus 112% unarmed damage. Plus 75% attack speed. Plus 70% reaction speed. Plus 25% damage reduction in close combat. MP, 20 per minute. Ugh, what did Erbatom say? I move weight like a freight truck, build the muscle. You can't escape your fate, we ain't scared to tussle, I put the pressure on your offense, you can't advance. So, how are things coming along? Lencilis asked. What things? The Land Raider. You have been rather absorbed lately. Oh, I'm finished. You are. Why didn't you say anything? Lencilis asked. I was going to. There are a few things here and there, I'm still adding, and the energy core has to be added to make everything perfect. Lencilis narrowed his eyes at Gerhard. He knew him well enough by this point to know that if it took him this long to finish, he had created something ridiculous. The Hulkbuster, as he called the power armor, was already beyond ludicrous, but what had he done with the Land Raider? Lencilis, Hestia, Kaelin, Leora, and Sarah followed Gerhard into the instant dungeon, which he had managed to connect to a door. And in his workforge stood the monster. It was the only way to describe it. A monster. May I present, Gustav? Hans stood to the side, his logic core calculating everything at insane speeds. He had helped Gerhard bring this thing to life. The five people, seeing the former Land Raider, stopped dead in their tracks. Saraval even dropped her jaw. She had seen a tank in her life. A Lehman Russ, sure, and she had also seen the Land Raider when the rogue trader had brought it to fight. What they were seeing now didn't have much to do with a Land Raider anymore. What have you done? Lencilis asked. Where's the Land Raider? This is the Land Raider, Gerhard said. That's not a Land Raider, Gerhard. It even has a turret. They looked the tank over and walked the length from the front to the back. It was long, longer than a Land Raider was, by at least 10 feet, 3 meters. And it had a turret, and a lot of extras. So you built a Baneblade, Lencilis stated after a moment. Well, not really a ban. It's a monster Baneblade. It has a literal Baneblade cannon on it. It's also roughly the shape and size of a Baneblade, and although you combine the looks of the Land Raider, Predator Annihilator, with the Baneblade, it is clearly visible. Only that is considerably larger and most definitely heavier. Can you even transport people with this monster? Oh ho, but of course. Not as much as I could with the original Land Raider, which was 10 Space Marines, or 5 with Terminator armor, but there is still space, Gerhard beamed. You managed to make space for people to be transported. Indeed. Which is why it is this large. It's also roughly 90 tons heavier than a normal Bane blade and bigger overall. I had trouble finding enough space for all the weaponry, but then stopped since, well, at one point, it was enough. I still need to check out how the mana core works. He was far too happy with what he had created. He had taken the title of Lord of War and dialed that up by turning it into a peak legendary item. The gamer system was fucking overpowered. But only Gerhard showed how OP it was through his actions. But why was even the former custodes finding it hard to believe what he was seeing? Super Heavy Battle Tank rank, Legendary. Vehicle name, Gustav, when ZE Heavy Flamer just won't cut it. Origin, Gerhard. Known patterns, singular, Land Raider plus Baneblade variant. Crew, Commander, Gunner, Comms Operator, Ace Controlled. Power Plant, 2x Heavy Prismatic Mana Reactor. Weight, 400 tons. Length, 16 m. Width, 11 m. Height, 8 meters. Ground clearance, 1.4 m. Fording depth, unlimited, fully sealed. Max speed on road, 95 miles per hour. Max speed off-road, 65 miles per hour. Transport capacity, 6 Space Marines, or 3 Terminator Armored SM. Access points, 1 reinforced multi-seal hatch. Main armament. Number 1, Mana Baneblade Cannon. Designated as a type of battle cannon, each Baneblade cannon has a 10-meter-long barrel that fires rocket-assisted shells capable of hitting targets many kilometers away. Each shell, usually adamantium-tipped, but now fully adamantium, allows it to penetrate through the thickest armor easily, and is packed with high explosives, producing a vast explosion upon detonation. The shell is a meter in length and contains a small amount of solid mana-powered propellant, shaped in such a way as to control its time and rate of burn, thereby controlling the rocket's thrust and duration, while rear-mounted fins stabilize its flight. This version is capable of firing mana shells. Yield equivalent to hundreds up to thousands of megatons of impact. Leaves large-scale annihilation zones. Number 2, Mana Demolisher Cannon. The Demolisher Cannon is a short-range, large-bore direct-fire cannon. Primarily designed with siege, urban, and bunker-busting warfare in mind, the cannon is also known to be of great use against enemy vehicles and infantry, destroying both with equal ease. This version is capable of firing mana shells. Number 3, Twin-Linked Assault Rail Cannon. Located in the small turret on the front hull. Hypervelocity, internal liquefaction. Effective versus super heavy armored targets. Secondary armament. Number 1, Plasma Incinerator. On the very top hatch. Any explosion involving plasma is 1,000 times stronger than a conventional nuclear explosion because superenergized plasma is, per ton, 1,000 times more powerful than conventional nuclear fuel. This weapon is powered and cooled through mana. Number 2, 4x Loss Cannons. Long-range anti-armor laser weaponry. Number 3, 4x Twin-Linked Heavy Mana Bolters. Below the Twin-Linked Loss Cannons. For the serious firepower. C. Mana Bullet, skill for damage output. Number 4, Smart Mana Missile System. Guided, high-yield mana-powered explosive payloads. Traverse. 360 degrees, all weapon systems independently stabilized. Elevation. From 5 degrees to plus 45 degrees. Main ammunition. Number 1, Mana-based, nigh infinite via Mana Core. Baneblade and Demolisher shells, depends on MP. Heavy Mana Bolter shells, depends on MP. Number 2, Adamantine shells, 240. Secondary ammunition. Assault Rail Cannon, 100,000, auto-generated. Bolter ammo, mana-based. Smart Missiles, 480. Armor. Superstructure, reinforced adamantium auramite composite, 422 mm equivalent. Hull, multi-layer polymorphic plus diamantine, 240 mm equivalent. Gun mantlet, 320 mm equivalent. Turret, 280 mm equivalent. Special systems. 2 prismatic mana reactors. Nigh infinite energy generation, as long as Gerhard is connected to it, or in the general area, safety measure. Powers all systems simultaneously. Polymorphic adaptive armor. Plus 5% resistance per hit, stacks to 90%. Void hardened plating. Extreme resistance to plasma, melta, and warp effects. Machine Spirit, Golem, Gustav. The original machine spirit has been turned into an artificial spirit by Gerhard the Gamer. Name, Gustav. Kinetic Nullification Field. Converts 25% incoming damage into dispersed energy. Auto-repair systems. Regenerates structural integrity in real time. Advanced targeting systems Gustav. Plus 99% accuracy. Weak point prioritization. Reality stress field. High energy output destabilizes nearby matter. What a ridiculous thing this is. Lencilla said. Gerhard had taken the broken and previously cursed Land Raider, taken it apart, created new resources thanks to his legendary creation skill, used those resources to create legendary grade resources and then turned it into this. Gustav was the name of this bad boy. And he was Gerhard's second artificial spirit. Right now, Gerhard has told it not to speak unless necessary, and if it does, to use their private Vox channel. He already went quite far with Hans, who at least posed as a tech priest, but if the super heavy battle tank started talking, it would be a bit hard to explain. The reason Gerhard turned the machine spirit into a full artificial soul was that it had been so excited and thankful after being purified that it wouldn't leave Gerhard's side and physically try to move the broken tank to follow him whenever he left. Yeah, the gamer's skills were utterly broken, even being able to excite and elevate machine spirits. At first, he wanted to destroy the machine spirit, since he didn't want anything close to him that could be corrupted. But then, Gerhard stopped and thought that he might as well go all the way and turn it into a golem. The reason he went full artificial soul/spirit was that he had another idea for the tank. All he was going to say was one word. Transformers. Yeah, Gerhard would be hunted by the Mechanicus. That was for sure. He planned to create a company of tanks, and Gustav would be the artificial spirit that would control and lead them, since Gerhard would turn the others into golems. So are you ready for the final confrontation with the orcs? Leora asked. Gerhard only grinned. As much as Gerhard thought he was overprepared, the orcs had gone through a big change themselves. The internal fighting had given rise to a new war boss, one that didn't come from the Goth clan and instead was a bad moon big mech with tremendous wealth, which he flaunted every chance he got. Right now, a group of commandos was discussing how best to fight Gerhard. The strongest one among them explained a plan. Right, lads. Dis airs to plan, and it's proper cunnin' and morky. The Daka Master is right nearby, so he's expectin' us boys to charge right at him. That's what we's gonna do, cos we's orcs. But, we's gonna do it, from the side. He never expect the boys is to come from the side, see. All we need to do, is creep up right close by hidin' and stuff. The other commandos nodded eagerly. The plan was brilliant in their eyes and so logical too. However, not all agreed. Powerful steps could be heard as a Goth knob arrived with his mob. He looked at the metal plate the commando used to illustrate the plan. Hidin'. Dat's grot business. We don't do no hidin'. Dat plan's stupid. I got's a better one, the knob said. He punched the commando to the side and used his power claw to illustrate his better brutal plan. Right. We's got lots of boys, and lots of trucks. Deer ain't enough Daka masters ta kill us all. In fact, deer is only one. I know, 'cause I counted. Ugh. So I say, we go straight at him and hit him hard. That's the proper orky way. Lotso, choppa, lotso, Daka, lotso, whack. Waff. Wag. The Goth knob's roar was cut short as a massive, gold-stained shadow fell over the orcs present. Forward stepped the new war boss, the biggest of all the big mechs. He kicked a scrap bucket out of his way and stared down the Goth knob with one bionic eye whirring in its socket. Nah, you lot shut your trap holes and listen up. What's the Daka Master been doin' to us every time we charge in? He's been learnin' us a lesson, that's what. He's showin' us the way all along, and you lot is too thick-skulled to see it. The big mech gestured wildly toward a massive, tarp-covered shape looming in one of the spire's massive halls behind him. We don't need more puny boys runnin' into the grinder. We need things with more bits. We need bigger and badder stompas. We need trucks with so much scrap on dat the ground quakes just lookin' at em. And eyes already started on the masterpiece. He yanked the tarp away, revealing a literal mountain of jagged iron and other scrap, smoking exhaust pipes, and a cannon barrel wide enough to fit a skegosaur through. Something big. Something so loud and so stompy dat it'll make Gork and Mork look down and give us a proper toothy grin. While you lot was shoutin', I was buildin' the end of dat Daka master. Dat's why I's de boss. Wyaga. Chapter 59, Da Wyak. 2.0. They were off, walking through the underhive and about to reach the ground level. The entire squad had chosen to accompany Gerhard and observe the battle to come. The Sisters of Silence and Lencilis wouldn't fight. Well, they would fight if it looked like Gerhard was about to lose, but he knew that wouldn't happen. Gerhard walked in front, inside his MKVH Hulkbuster, followed by Gustav, the super heavy battle tank. Inside Gustav were currently Hans, who would act as the commander and unofficial teacher of Gustav, and Lieutenant Saraval, the gunner/comms operator. Saraval was going to use the movable parts of the two twin-linked Loss cannons. Hans would direct and coordinate with Gerhard, while Gustav could fire his weaponry independently. Still, Saraval would use the advanced version of Auspex that Gerhard created to keep watch over the battle. It was going to become chaotic, that much was obvious. The drive proved smooth despite the debris they had to clear along the way. Nothing stood in the tank's way. Nothing that couldn't be moved. When they finally reached the large plaza, the air felt charged. Something was different about the fight to come, and the sensors proved as much. Gerhard, the Auspex is indicating massive energy signatures up ahead. The entire plaza is full of them, Sarah notified him. I saw it, thanks. Gerhard saw the number of enemies on his mini-map and the HUD. It was a lot, and they were strong presences. Just as he usually did, he broke through the wall instead of using the massive doors, just to make an impression. Boom. The sheer scale of the orc mobilization hit them like the accompanying physical wall of heat. This was no longer just a regular warband, it was an industrial nightmare, with numbers that were nothing short of an actual whack. Master, it seems the orcs have undergone a substantial change. They have truly gone above and beyond for you. Massive warp gestalt energy spiking, Master. This seems to be a genuine whack. Under that war boss. So it would seem. Observe. Ard boys, tank bustas, Burna boys, pain boys, storm boys, flash gits, knobs, mechs, big mechs, warbikers, and the list went on. But there was a substantial difference this time compared to the other time. And that was the literal mountains of war machines. The war boss had changed and was no longer a goth. Gerhard's gaze moved over those large constructs. Orc trucks. Killacan. Defkopta. Meganub. Defkilla Wartrike. Def Dread. But those weren't even all of them. Finally, Gerhard's eyes met the war boss's, and just as he thought, it was no longer a goth. It was now a Bad Moon Orc, and he was truly loaded. Orc war boss in Mega Armor, LV.86. Name, Demeklord Dakabad. HP, 62,000/62000. MP, 3000. A towering Bad Moon Big Mech warboss clad in mega armor, combining the monstrous strength of a warboss with the insane protection and server-powered brutality of a Meganob's warsuit. STR, 190. Vit, 210. Dex, 30. Weapons. Power Claw/Mega Claw. Twin Shuta/Combi Weapon. Boss Plasma Weapon/Custom Gear. Traits. Plus 160% low-level physical resistance. Plus 80% explosive resistance. Servo-assisted strength. Whack. Boss aura. Plus 50 STR. Plus 60 Vit. Plus 20 Dex. Oi. Dakamastea, the war boss roared. What do you say about all this? We's prepared just for you. This time, use DIEE. Wagakag. Well, he's certainly got spirit, Gerhard remarked as the thunderous metal and green skin tsunami rolled towards him. I suppose it's good that you overprepared. I am sorry to say this, but the Ironmonger wouldn't have stood a chance here. Unless you use your magic, that is. Gerhard lowered his helmet and looked at the war boss. Very well then. May the best orc win. Gerhard grinned as his danger sense activated several times, and then the battle started. One man against an orc whack. Onward, Hans and Gustav. Peace was never an option. A wall of rusted chrome, screaming engines, and billowing black exhaust stormed across the large plaza. Hundreds of warbikers sped ahead, leading the charge, their bikes a chaotic mess of oversized twin-linked Daka guns, which the mechs had especially improved under the Warbus directive. To the orcs, the bike was used mostly by the Goths, as it was a way to reach the fighting faster. They rode with zero regard for formation, leaning so far into the turns that their spiked handlebars scraped sparks off the rocks. Wayawaf. The cry reverberated all around the plaza, being shouted by every single orc at the same time, accompanied by the howling of small and bigger engines. The lead warbikers began firing while still well out of effective range, simply because the noise of the guns added to the thrill of the ride. That's what Daka truly meant. It was the feeling and the sound of the gun firing. Streams of high-caliber tracer rounds stitched patterns across the dirt, kicking up fountains of mud. Gerhard didn't flinch as the first shells whistled past. His own heart pumped as he stared into the large forest of orc war machinery. He had turned the blank skill off, moving his balance towards the psionic side, wanting to feel the thrill of all of it and use his psionic mana shield. And as fun as that was, it had an immediate effect. The air around him began to shimmer with a strange, bright emerald hue. The orcs saw him. They saw the Daka master, standing alone, draped in the armor they had come to respect, love and envy. Their collective psychic energy, the Waak, Gestalt psychic energy, began to burn and boil literally. They didn't just want to kill him, they wanted to impress him and enjoy themselves to the absolute max. Gerhard was no longer even a human to them. He was the Daka master and as much an orc as they were. He had understood their philosophy and was effectively one of them. And in a very weird way, they were right. Warp energy interaction detected. Analyzing. Source, Waak. Gestalt field. Origin, Orcoid psychic resonance. Conclusion. Gerhard the gamer has been exposed to Orcoid belief-based reality distortion. Warning. Powerful warp presences observe the gamer. A foreign blessing has been imposed upon you. The Waak has acknowledged your existence. Gork and Mork find you Waak. Blessing of Gork and Mork, passive, LV, 1. EXP. Unconventional growth. A chaotic blessing granted through exposure to the Orcoid Waak field. Reality subtly bends to reinforce actions that align with orc logic, more Daka, more violence, more impact. Effects. Plus 10% physical strength during combat. Plus 10% damage when fighting aggressively. Plus 10% health during combat. Plus 5% dexterity during combat. Plus 5% chance for attacks to deal increased impact, more Daka effect. Slight increase in weapon performance under sustained use. Additional effect. Weapons may function slightly beyond their normal limits. Condition. Effects increase when surrounded by orcs. In large-scale combat. Acting with confidence/aggression/excitement. Bahahaha. Gerhard laughed out loud. His laughter could be heard across the entire plaza, only fueling the orcs in their endeavor and excitement. Whether intentionally or not, Gerhard was now riding the orc belief system. Hans, Sarah, you two deal with the bigger targets. Leave the initial wave to me, Gerhard said into the Vox channel. Affirmative, Master. Sure, Sarah answered. The warbikers accelerated, their front wheels lifting off the ground as they hit the turbo boosters, now shooting into the air. The first biker, a speed-crazed orc with a red-painted helmet, aimed his bike directly at Gerhard's chest, his twin-linked shooters roaring in a continuous flame. The Daka Master. Crump I am. Gerhard didn't move. He simply waited for the kinetic clash, which followed right after. BOOMMM. Several warbikes crashed right into Gerhard. They weren't used to an enemy that didn't fire at them or try to dodge. They always rushed in and didn't think about anything else. But they hit an immovable object and died by the dozen. Gerhard swiped his lightning claw through the air, slicing through several orcs and their warbikes as they passed by. Each swing and each kill activated energy absorption automatically and increased Gerhard's health and subsequently his mana pool. The skill had been power-leveled by Gerhard, who saw almost limitless potential in it. He was a monster, an unstoppable monster on the battlefield. He had the height and width, so if he were bald, those who knew about the past might start to see a very famous traitor pre-march in him. Especially the ease and brutality he possessed. The orcs died by the hundreds. And without thinking about it too much, he activated the assault rail cannon, turning it to full throttle. BBBRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR GRTTTTTTT. The specially created rounds hit the orcs of all standings, not just the warbikers. Gerhard was physically incapable of missing when he fired a ranged weapon. So each of the thousands of shots hit something, bringing immense destruction with it. The warbikers detonated, the orc boys who were rushing forward and all the others were mowed down, crushed under their armor, or simply detonated into a green shower of funus blood. Massive wave of orc infantry incoming. Sarah said as she studied the different Auspex screens inside Gustav. Hans was at the strategic commander's seat, where he was connected to Gustav via a data port, feeding him information and directives. They communicated silently for now, but Gustav was very much capable of moving and fighting on his own. This was only training, which Gerhard thought was better and faster for Gustav to grow. Understood. Fire at will. Copy. Sarah controlled both of the twin Loss cannons on the sides of the tank. She was able to control them and use the Auspex screens to fire and attack, as if she were playing a shooter game. Gerhard was being cheeky, but only he would ever know just how much. She pressed the triggers, and the twin Loss cannons of legendary grade followed her command, firing the immense laser weapons, melting through bodies and armor of anything it hit. The truly heavy walkers and trucks haven't arrived just yet. But even those couldn't withstand the might of the legendary grade weaponry. Hans, meanwhile, communicated with Gustav, focusing on a larger target in the distance. H. Status. G. Target locked. Gustav answered. Hans nodded digitally and connected to Gerhard. H. Master, we're ready. Do it. And play Rammstein. H. Of course. Guitar Getadelt Word, WER Schmerzen Kent. Vom Führer, das die Outverbrannt Guitar. The Mana Baneblade cannon on top of the super heavy battle tank had moved into position, targeting a very, very big target at the far end of the plaza, slowly stomping towards them. Chkling. Guitar Ichwurf ein Lichten Main Gesicht Guitar. The 1 meter long shell made of mana metal was loaded. Guitar, ein heißer Schrei, Guitar. H. Fire at will. Guitar. Fewer free, Guitar. SCHHHBOOOOOMM. The shell left the ridiculously thick Baneblade cannon and shot through the air. As soon as it left the barrel, it turned into a miniature mana-powered rocket which accelerated beyond several times the speed of sound. It flew over the heads of the entire orc whack. Hundreds of thousands of orcs stopped their shouting and their advance, to look up into the sky and follow the magnificent thing that flew at speeds they couldn't follow but just felt instinctively was worthy to observe. On a raised canopy, the small group of Hestia, Kalin, Leora, and Lencilis stood rather relaxedly. They were watching the battle, which had heated up right from the start. The sheer size of the whack, and the immense scale of the war machines and mechs they saw, was mind-boggling. Nothing they hadn't seen before, especially Lencilis, but when one thought about where they were, it was insanely impressive. In a way, this was ironic, since it was the lack of action from the planetary governor which had allowed the orcs even to become a threat on the planet, and now, Gerhard had, unwillingly, done the same. But he, at least, was taking care of his own mess. They had no words for what they were seeing. A single human, inside a power armor and a super heavy tank, was currently taking on the might of what seemed like millions of orcs on their own, and they were doing it with overwhelming power. Lencilis saw Gustav move the Baneblade cannon and target something that wasn't in its nearest surroundings. The eye of the Emperor knew, of course, that the Baneblade cannon was a long-range weapon, capable of hitting targets 10 kilometers away. So what was he targeting? Oh. They watched the large, dark shell, which shone in the light, shoot through the sky, fly over all the orcs and hit the largest target in the back. Boom, Lencilis said to himself. An insanely vast explosion was produced upon detonation, thanks to the miniature mana reaction which took place. The sound of a monstrously large walker, or its remains, hitting the ground and the resulting shockwave could be heard. Morkanot defeated. Plus 4,800,000 EXP. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Morkanot, LV.80. HP, 0/90, 000. MP, 0. A heavily armed orc walker built as an effigy to the orc god Mork, it possesses all the lethal cunning of its namesake. The Morkanot is built, armed, and piloted by a mech boy who equips it with all kinds of glowy energy weapons capable of unsubtle brutality. STR, 225. VIT, 290. Weapons. Custom Mega Cannon. Claw of Mork. Energy Weapons. Traits. Custom Force Field. Unstable Mech Tech. Energy Weapon Systems. Chapter 60, The WAAC. 2.1. The battlefield was silent for a moment. That's right. The battlefield, the WAAC, was silent for a moment, following the Morkanauts' defeat and its fall to the ground. But only shortly. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. And then. Waiga. 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 The Wa field intensified as the orcs grew more excited, and it seemed as though two gazes watched the happenings of the battle. And they were extremely pleased. As the first line of bikes was pulped, the smog parted to reveal the true scale of the mech boss's ambition. From the side alleys and ruins, thousands of Ard boys, Slugga boys, Shoulda boys, Stick bombers, Pyromaniacs, and Boom boys stomped forward, their scavenged metal plates, Shouldas, and Choppa in hand. Behind them, Burna boys roared in delight as their flamethrowers fired flames of unstable tanks and burned more orcs than they did Gerhard. Tank busters sprinted between the debris, rockets strapped to their backs and held on relatively long sticks, eyes locked on the massive silhouettes of Gustav and Gerhard. Such a monstrous boom was clearly powerful, they had to crack it open. In the center, Storm boys ignited their rocket packs and zoomed across the sky. Great tongues of black smoke propelled them through the sky, hurtling toward Gerhard like large living, screaming missiles. Targeting air units, Sarah reported from inside Gustav. Her fingers moved across the interface, locking the smart mana missile system. Lock achieved. Behind the turret of the tank, 48 hatches slowly slid back at the same time. Fire. The mana-powered payloads shot into the sky, they curved and banked with the coded, guided intelligence, intercepting each one of the Storm boys mid-flight. BOOOOMMM. The sky became a tapestry of explosions and falling, charred limbs and debris. The hatches closed again, and Gustav immediately reloaded the empty chambers with new ones. Sarah was at it again, looking at the three screens, giving her a near 270 degrees view of the tank and showing her where to fire the different weapon systems. She was doing extremely well, so Gustav didn't have to intervene or take over. Killakan approaching. Move 43.3699 degrees to the right and 23.2957 degrees down. The Mana Demolisher Cannon, which was located slightly below the Baneblade Cannon, moved to target the largest cluster of small orc walkers who were approaching. Target locked. Fire. A standard demolisher shell is constructed with an outer layer of standard high explosive and shrapnel, surrounding a chemical core. Upon impact, the explosive layer detonates, punching a hole in the enemy's armor and spreading shrapnel over a wide area. It also starts a chemical reaction in the core, causing it to superheat into a jet of plasma that lances through the compromised armor, spreading molten death over a wide area and literally ripping the target from the inside out. A demolisher shell has the strength to topple armored fortress gates, tear open bunkers made from reinforced ferrocrete, and is so massive that its weight alone could crush a tank. The force of its blast can atomize the most heavily armed target, leaving only a crater. That was a standard demolisher shell. This was a Mana Demolisher Cannon. It used different shells. As the infantry closed in, the heavier clank of orc walkers joined the chorus. Several Killakans waddled forward, their Grotsuka barrels spinning. Killakan, LV.42. HP, 16,000/16,000. MP, 0. A small orc walker piloted by a deranged Gretchen. Cheap, numerous, and dangerous in packs. Weapons. Big Shoulda/Rocket/Scorcha/Grotsuka. Buzzsaw/Claw. Behind them, a Defkilla Wartrike screeched into view, led by a speed-obsessed knob who revved his saw blades. Defkilla Wartrike, LV.45. HP, 18,000/18,000. MP, 0. A high-speed orc war machine led by a speed-obsessed war boss. However, just as they were about to reach the immediate surroundings of the battle, the demolisher shell hit. Boom. Killakan defeated. Plus 160,000 EXP. Killakan defeated. Plus 160,000 EXP. Defkilla Wartrike defeated. Plus 180,000 EXP. Killakin defeated. Plus 160,000 EXP. Defkilla Wartrike defeated. Plus 180,000 EXP. The rail cannon mounted below Gerhard's left power gauntlet was doing tremendous work. At 11,000 revolutions per minute, it didn't sound like a regular assault cannon anymore, it sounded like several powerful magnets were pulling the world apart. Mach 10 plus kinetic slugs hammered into the orcs of all shapes and sizes. The internal liquefaction effect turned the orcs who had armor, or those inside vehicles and walkers, into soup before the armor even showed a dent. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A new enemy had arrived. Gerhard stopped firing the assault rail cannon when he saw the big mech arrive. This was what he was interested in, that weapon. A big mech leveled what was known as a shock attack gun. The shock attack gun is one of the most bizarre weapons the mechs have ever invented. It serves as a great example of just how deep mechs' innate understanding of technology lies, and of how they use it solely to create weapons of mass destruction. No orc knows exactly how it does it, but the shock attack gun projects a narrow force field through the warp, beginning at the end of the barrel and ending roughly where the gun is aimed. In this way, it is possible for living creatures to travel through the warp towards the exit point. Though the field maintains its integrity, an unprotected journey through the warp is a very horrifying experience, and no orc would agree to being fired. Gretchen, well, they have the brains enough to avoid it, so mech operators of shock attack guns gather snotlings, who are brainless enough to serve as their ammo. These sorry little shits are sucked in and then fired out of the gun, shot through the warp, and driven out of their tiny minds in the process. This has the effect of terrifying the snotlings, making them exit the portal in a frenzy, ripping and tearing at anything they encounter as they leave the portal. This is effective because the mech often aims the gun directly at enemy soldiers, who usually emerge from inside living creatures or enemy tanks, ripping them apart from the inside, and landing nearby due to the very effective, compact exit point. Psionic Mana Shield. Gerhard tried to use the mixture of psionic and mana to shield himself, only to realize that he wasn't even the target and that there were multiple big mechs with shock attack guns. A spinning black hole opened at the shock attack gun's barrel end. A snotling was sucked in and hurled through the warp, materializing inside the outer layer of Gustav's insanely powerful plating. We have a breach on the outer layer. Hans shouted as several snortlings appeared inside the bloody tank. Sarah was alerted, but thankfully, not at the exact spot where the snortlings appeared from. Still, she pulled out her lost pistol and started firing wildly at the frenzied creatures. It was a disastrous chaos as she hit the technology inside Gustav, which, who would have thought, wasn't supposed to be how it went. Ah! Sarah shouted as she was scratched and almost lost an eye to one of them. Several mechandrites pierced the creatures and killed them. Hans was working quickly. Enter Ultimate Lockdown. Siege Mode. Everything except the innermost level of Gustav started to crackle as the 2 mana cores went into overdrive and sent millions of volts through the entire tank, frying anything and anyone too close. Gerhard, who saw the predicament the shock attack gun caused, acted right away. He ignored anything else and activated his powered turbines to full power and shot across the battlefield, killing anything as he did so, until he reached the big mech. Bind. The orc suddenly found himself bound and unable to move on the ground, as Gerhard appeared above him. Oi, wah. Gerhard stomped on the orc's head, making sure not to damage the weapon. He levitated it and then placed it into the inventory. He would find out how the core principle worked and then create such a gun for himself. But now, he had to up his game a bit. Repair systems engaging. Greater than 89% complete. Mana burn is still in effect, releasing heat. Nearby, tractor cannons fired large beams, attempting to lift or simply pull the 360-ton tank into the air. Gustav groaned, its energy field glowing white as it fought the magnetic pull. Gerhard started moving again. And as he did so, a slight green energy started to crackle from him. He didn't realize it then, but as he was about to get close and personal with the orcs, the Whack rejoiced. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. Gerhard ignited his turbines, not to fly, but to become a living wrecking ball. He leaned forward, the MKVH Hulkbuster suit servos whining with hydraulic fury, and charged into the thickest concentration of the orc vanguard. The first thing the orc saw was a black and gray blur trailing a slipstream of cackling green light. Then came the sound. The mana storm bolter on his right arm began to bark with glorious fury. The orcs couldn't contain their glee and happiness at hearing the sound. Because of the variable projectile logic and the mana bullet skill, each firing of the mana storm bolter unleashed a literal wall of bullets and bolter rounds. With every pull of the trigger, 32 mana bullets materialized simultaneously in a twin-link stream and zoomed across the air, always hitting a target. Orc truck destroyed. Plus 130,000 EXP. Orc truck destroyed. Plus 130,000 EXP. Level up. The lead truck, piled high with what looked like hundreds of Ard boys hanging off the roll bars, didn't just stop, but it disintegrated. The 3,600 revolutions per minute fire rate meant that within a single second, 960 high penetration mana bolts slammed into the enemies. The mana storm bolter did a base damage of 1,000, but that was without the mana bullet skill included. Each mana bolt did a whopping 5,000 damage in gamer stats. In real life, that was more than enough power to eliminate an entire orc truck and all the orcs on it, to nothingness. The mass reactive detonations occurred simultaneously in the engine block and the fuel tanks. The battlefield became a sick feast of detonations and destruction. The trucks vanished in a fireball, launching pieces of Ard boys and all the other types of orc boys through the air like green shrapnel. The ground shuddered as a new type of enemy approached. Death Dreads waltzed through the smoke and flames, targeting Gerhard. Death Dread, LV.60. HP, 25,000/25,000. MP, 0. A brutal orc walker piloted by an orc, built for close combat slaughter and battlefield dominance. STR, 145. VIT, 160. Gerhard didn't slow down, though. He plowed through the wreckage, his massive shoulder guards pulverizing a Killican that tried to block his path. He swung his right arm, the lightning claw, in a wide, horizontal arc. Using psychokinesis, he pulled them towards him. The disruptor fields gained a green taint and its blades sheared through the reinforced scrap metal armor of two large Death Dreads at once. Death Dread defeated. Plus 400,000 EXP. Death Dread defeated. Plus 400,000 EXP. As he moved, he raised his left hand, his battle awareness having grown enormously since he ventured into the Underhive the first time and stupidly engaged a plague zombie with a sword. The Adrathic repulsor ray integrated into the lightning claw hummed with charged power. He swept the beam across a line of 10 massive orc tanks racing toward Gustav's flank. The effect was horrifyingly silent. Where the heated beam touched, matter simply ceased to be. The cockpits of the trucks vanished, leaving the headless bodies of the pilots sitting at steering wheels that no longer existed. The momentum of the vehicles carried them forward into each other, creating a massive, tangled pileup of screaming orcs and collapsing steel. "Get out da way," an orc knob screamed, leaping from a bike. Gerhard, who had turned into a bulwark of death and destruction, caught him midair with his left power gauntlet and squeezed. The assault rail cannon mounted on the underside fired a single Mach 10 plus slug point blank. The kinetic shockwave didn't just kill the knob, it turned him into a disgusting slushy that coated the windshields of the vehicles behind him. Gerhard was now a whirlwind of cataclysm, using plasma and Adrathic repulsor rays to kill and destroy any that came too close. He fired his turbines and crashed onto the roof of a moving battle wagon, his weight buckling the top plating. He jammed the lightning claw into the hull and unleashed a plasma incinerator burst directly into the troop compartment. Voom. Battle wagon destroyed. Plus 320,000 EXP. Orc boys defeated, X-73. 4,380,000 EXP. Level up. Level up. Level up. A new type of orc walker appeared. A Mega Dread. Orc Mega Dread, LV.72. HP, 49,000/49,000. MP, 0. A massive elite orc walker, far more powerful and advanced than Death Dreads. Built for devastating frontline assaults. STR, 200. VIT, 240. Yes. Gerhard's voice boomed with excitement, amplified by the WAAC. Energy that seemed not only to enhance and fuel him, but to be generated by him as well. He was both effectively stealing from the war boss and creating his own as his excitement and fighting intent grew. This a proper fight. He leapt from the exploding battle wagon, his turbine flight system kicking in for a low-altitude burn. He flew 3 feet off the ground, a gray mass of destruction, and landed on the ground, standing before the massive Mega Dread. The Mega Dread loomed over Gerhard like a hablock made of grit, spit, and jagged iron. Its kill cannon barked loudly, a shell the size of a beer keg shot toward his head, but Gerhard didn't even flinch. The green hue had taken on a physical form, and, apart from lying on the Hulkbuster, it crackled with green lightning. He blurred forward. As the kill cannon shell detonated against his psionic mana shield, converting the blast into a surge of blue mana, Gerhard struck. Gerhard raised his left power gauntlet, which now gripped a massive, shimmering power axe that he had created to be used with the Hulkbuster. And it was the second weapon in Gerhard's new lines of weaponry that combined technology with magic. The blade was etched with the first very crude versions of mana-conductive runes, hummed at a frequency that only enhanced the disruption field and the weapon's durability. He swung it in a brutal vertical arc, burying the axe head deep into the Mega Dread's left knee joint. The adamantium-moramite edge ignored the walker's physical resistance, severing hydraulic lines and sparking bundles of fibery optics. The massive machine groaned, tilting forward as its leg seized, but continued to fire. While the Mega Dread was off balance, Gerhard leveled the assault rail cannon mounted below that same left power gauntlet. At point-blank range, there was no need for using much targeting skill. He pulled the trigger, and several Mach 10+ hypervelocity bullets hammered into the walker's main cockpit hatch. BBRRRRRRTTTTTTTTTT. The metal turned into a fluid. The kinetic shockwave bypassed the 3-inch thick scrap plating, turning the orc pilots inside into a pressurized soup of green gore before the hatch even buckled. The Mega Dread's automated subsystems, driven by a primitive and angry Gretchen, tried to retaliate, swinging a Rippa claw at Gerhard's midsection. Gerhard caught the massive claw with his right lightning claw, the metal screeching as adamantinoramite met rusted iron. The sheer newtons released were staggering, but the power Gerhard now possessed in his power suit enabled him to withstand them. He fueled the armor with more of his mana and enhanced its already strangely bolstered durability. Get down, air. As he held the Rippa claw, Gerhard engaged the mana storm bolter integrated onto the lightning claw. 16 mana bullets per shot materialized in a continuous stream of 3,600 revolutions per minute. The bolts burrowed inside and exploded with glorious booms. The Mega Dread began to glow from the inside as its fuel tanks and ammo racks cooked off. For the coup de grace, Gerhard ignited his turbines, leaping into the air. He swung the power axe in a two-handed grip, channeling the full power of the prismatic mana reactor into the blade. With a roar that was half human and half whack, he cleaved the Mega Dread's head clean off its shoulders. The massive kill cannon arm fell into the mud with a wet metallic thud, followed shortly by the rest of the 75-ton walker. Orc Mega Dread defeated. Plus 750,000 EXP. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. Gerhard landed in a three-point stance, the green lightning from his suit having intensified and arcing into the surroundings. He stood up, the power axe dripping with black oil and glowing with immense heat. Chapter 61, De Whack 2.2. Gerhard turned his gaze toward the war boss in mega armor, who was now frantically shouting at his useless orc subordinates, realizing that the true Daka Masta had just dismantled his Daka superiority. Next. Gerhard bellowed, his voice growing louder and more powerful as the fight went on. And he wasn't even wrong. He was indeed growing more powerful. The Wa field was a peculiar aspect of orcs, allowing them to turn imagination and beliefs into reality. Now that this effect, through a real blessing and interest of Gork and Mork, had touched Gerhard, the gamer system had to do something with this energy. The mana storm bolter was now fired with wild abandon, however, the high fire rate was damaging it, and it would soon break, rendering it useless. Thousands of mana bolts filled the air, tracking and seeking targets with the firearms Mastery skill. Thousands upon thousands of orcs, Slugga boys, Shoulda boys, and those unfortunate Burna boys who were already on fire, were mowed down and detonated in a continuous carpet of bluish light that slowly turned cyan. The ground was no longer visible, it was a sea of green limbs, blood, filth, and burning scrap. From the rear of the horde, the war boss in mega armor finally appeared. He stood atop a pile of wreckage, his teleport blaster integrated into his massive suit, glowed with electricity and green whack energy. He hadn't been charging ahead as the previous orc war boss would have. He was a bad moon at heart, he was staying back to coordinate the fire and shoot from a distance to demonstrate his superior wealth. Flanking him were two more Mega Dreads and an Orkanaut, which towered above him at the back. Gorkanaut, LV.78. HP, 44, 070/90, 000. MP, 0. Built as an effigy to the orc god Gork, the Gorkanaut possesses all the unsubtle brutality of its namesake. Gorkanauts are all about raw killing power, acting as line breakers and spearheading orc infantry assaults. STR 240. Vit 290. Claw of Gork. Deathstorm Mega Shooter. 2 twin-linked Big Shooters. 2 rocket launches. Scorcha. The Gorkanaut had been targeted by Hans and Gustav already, that much was clear when looking at the health bar, but the war boss had taken emergency precautions after the Morkanaut was felled at the very start of the battle. Several big mechs who wore custom force field generators surrounded the Gorkanaut and shielded it from the powerful attacks of the Mana Baneblade cannon. That didn't stop chip damage from arriving, though, as the Demolisher cannon and the Baneblade cannon were taking out those big mechs. The 2 massive Mega Dreads fired their kill cannons, sending shells the size of barrels slamming in Gustav's direction. And the attacks coming from multiple sides were not without their problems for the super heavy tank. Gustav was probably the most powerful of the tanks in the Imperium, but that didn't mean he was invincible, especially when he had to keep watch over the entire battlefield and not reveal his full intelligence to Saraval. Gerhard raised his left arm. The plasma incinerator, the solar cataclysm pattern, shone brightly as he had charged it. He fired a miniature sunbeam, or at least that's what it looked like. The plasma lanced through a Mega Dread's Rippa claw, melting the hyperdense metal in a fraction of a second and exploding, melting the metal of the body in seconds. Boom. Hans, use the Mana Baneblade cannon and prime the storage of the powerful shells. Target the war boss, Gerhard commanded. H. Priming Mana-forged diamantine adamantium shells. G. Loading. The 10-meter barrel of Gustav's main gun moved into position again, while the specially designed, and at this point more theoretical, shells were loaded into the correct position. It was time for some real damage. The Mechlord Dakabad, the war boss of this Waak, kept back, while shouting orders to his mechs, big mechs and meganobs. He saw the way the battle had transformed, but didn't bother pulling back now. Gerhard's actions and his own mech had pulled him in and made him simply enjoy the battle for what it was. The ground cracked. Pushing through the remains of a factory wall, the Gorkanaut arrived, having pushed the 2 Mega Dreads aside forcefully. It was originally a 90,000 HP mountain of unstable mech tech. Its Deathstorm Mega Shooter, an enormous multi-barreled shooter, fired away with everything it was capable of. The sound of this weapon firing was deafening, and the sheer firepower was impressive, so much so that Gerhard cast the psionic mana shield twice, just to keep a clear view of his surroundings, not because the power armor wouldn't be able to tank it. The blasts of explosive sizzled against Gerhard's shields and detonated. The Gorkanaut unleashed everything he had, firing the 2 rocket launches at Gustav and Gerhard, not being able to decide who to kill first. The 2 Mega Dreads started to move around the Gorkanaut, not interested in being caught in the crossfire, as that would stop them from reaching Gerhard and crump him, which was their biggest wish at this point. But Gerhard didn't give them the satisfaction. Seeing the descending claw of Gork, he charged his right arm the Adrathic Destructor. The Oblivion pattern beam lanced out, a silent, terrifying line of disintegration. It hit the big mech's custom force fields, and for a moment, the 2 energies fought. The energy tech of the orcs rattled under the strain against the disintegration beam of the Archarchiatech. Gerhard, the war boss, is charging his weapon. Sarah warned. H. Affirmative, Master. The Teleport Blasta has used this time to power up and is ready to use it. Based on Teleporta technology, the Teleport Blasta folds its target in a warp space bubble and displaces it at random. Victims will only travel a short distance before they reappear again, so the orc mechs use the weapon to rematerialize them high in the air, or inside a solid object. Thus, a Teleport Blasta tends to be unpredictable, but, like many other orc weapons, still effective. Gustav, Gerhard said, his voice heard over the Vox channel. Show them why I attached a big cannon on top of you. Sarah, full power to the void-hardened plating. Hans, fire on my mark. The war boss pulled the trigger. A jagged sphere of blue-green warp energy erupted from his suit, appearing around Gerhard. It didn't strike Gerhard's shields, instead, it ignored them, folding warp space around him. There was no time to dodge. Warp space folded with the sound of a universe tearing, followed by a loud pop. Gerhard was ripped from his current spacetime on the battlefield and rematerialized, not high in the sky, or near the Mega Dread, but directly inside its central chassis. The laws of physics screamed and were confused. Gerhard's 12-foot Hulkbuster suit was suddenly occupying the same space as the Mega Dread's primary engine block and pilot seat, seemingly melting their respective realities into one another. The sound of metal fusing with metal was deafening and painful. Critical damage alert. Structural integrity, 12%. HP, 2,800/65,000. The impact was catastrophic. The orc pilot was instantly dead, but Gerhard was pinned, his armor crushed and fused with the jagged, oily scrap of the walker. He felt his health drop so drastically that he was about to die. But a special circumstance, added to the orc's belief itself, refused this outcome. How could the Daka Master die from this? White-hot steam and mana leakage filled the small, airless space. From the perspective of Lencilis and the Sisters of Silence watching from the ridge, the green and blue light of the Daka Master had simply vanished out of their sight and into the belly of the beast, replaced by a gout of black smoke and purple sparks. Inside the tomb of iron, orc flesh and oil, Gerhard's vision blurred. The auto-repair of the suit was desperately attempting to repair the Hulkbuster at 600 per minute, but it wasn't enough, since there wasn't really anything to repair in the traditional sense. Under the sheer strain of the compression, Gerhard, who kept a calm head, despite everything, roared in defiance, his mana exploding outward against his imprisonment. Psychokinesis. He forced a bubble of mana energy outward. It didn't protect him from an enemy, it acted as a hydraulic push, forcing the fused plates of the Mega Dread and the Hulkbuster to be pressed outwards just slightly enough to allow Gerhard the smallest space to breathe. Psychokinesis. He cast the skill again and again and again. With a groan of tormented and compressed metal that could be heard across the plaza, Gerhard's power gauntlet, which was the only thing that wasn't fused with anything and looked out of the Mega Dread's belly, punched through the Mega Dread's chest. He tore himself out like a hatchling from a metal egg. His Hulkbuster suit popped open, but mostly fused with the walker's scrap, dripping coolant. Half its plates were missing, and its black-gray surface scorched by warp energy. Orc Mega Dread defeated. Plus 750,000 EXP. His health had dropped dangerously low. HP, 28/3726. But he was healing and fast, too. Iron Will had activated, making him regenerate his health at over 1,200 HP per minute. His clothes were wrecked, the Hulkbuster unusable, apart from his left power gauntlet, which now had no power, and there were still hundreds of orcs in the war boss. But he didn't care. He smashed his fist together and charged in. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. Seeing their master nearly killed and teleported across the battlefield, the young artificial spirit of Gustav went into a cold, calculated rage. Surprisingly enough, both Hans and he are capable of this, since their loyalty towards Gerhard was absolute. The two prismatic mana reactors hit 150% output, as Gustav stopped playing around. Sarah, divert all mana to the primary breach. Hans commanded Sarah, who acted without thinking. Gustav redirected the main power to the Mana Bane Blade cannon and infused the specially designed shell further. This was dangerous, beyond compare, as the shell was already mana-forged, and doing this carried a heavy risk of reaching critical mass and killing everyone. But Gustav knew himself better than anyone, except maybe Gerhard, who had created him. The overclocked mana-forged diamantine adamantium shells shot out of the barrel in a blur of blue light. The first shot struck the big mech's custom force fields, the sheer mana pressure popped the generators and vaporized the mechs instantly. The second shell, which had already been prepared, followed a few seconds later, punching through the massive Gorkonaut's head and detonating in its core. Gorkonaut defeated. Plus 4,800,000 EXP. Level up. But Hans, Gustav, and Sarah weren't done yet. At that point, Lencilis and the Sisters of Silence had jumped into action as well, ignoring Gerhard's wishes of doing this on his own. After a minute, the final Mega Dread was destroyed by a precise strike. Orc Mega Dread defeated. Plus 750,000 EXP. Level up. Gerhard, meanwhile, didn't realize that Lencilis and the Anathema Psychana were now also fighting, rushing to reach him, for he was in the zone, so to speak. As a knob lunged at him, Gerhard didn't use a gun. He caught the orc's wrist with his left power gauntlet, which had no power left, and took out his Bones Word. He pushed his mana into the power gauntlet and slashed the Bones Word through the air, killing the orc with one swing. Dozens of mana bullets materialized around him and shot forward, attacking and killing the orcs he couldn't deal with right away. He ducked beneath another strike of a choppa and punched out with his left fist, the broken power gauntlet broken. The orc, much to everyone's surprise, staggered and exhaled air from the punch. With a flick of his wrist, the Bones Word decapitated the orc, and Gerhard moved on. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. The Wayag energy pushed his human muscles beyond their limits, and the result was visible as he dodged a roaring shoulda boy, but he was rewarded with a massive fist to his stomach. He brought his bones word up just in time to block the choppa from another orc boy and angrily pushed against them. A new skill has been created after your VIT and STR have reached 100. Intermediate strength, passive. Extreme boost to muscle power. It increases your physical attack power. Effect. Plus 15% STR. Intermediate vitality, passive. You have unbelievable vitality and recovery. Effect. Plus 15% VIT. Plus 20% HP recovery. Gerhard took another hit and cut into an orc's neck, not quite killing him in one go. He jumped up and reached into the gurgling mess, pulling out anything he could while stabbing the Xenos over and over. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. Gerhard felt his rising power and finally activated the skill, Mana Reinforcement. A massive wave of power flushed through Gerhard at that moment, catapulting him beyond his previous limits. Gerhard's strength rose dramatically, and with a guttural roar, he swung the dead knob into 3 others, his bare fist hitting like a sledgehammer. And for good reason. Now that his STR and VIT had finally reached 100, he gained powerful passive skills that permanently increased his STR and VIT by 15%. Together with his Mana Reinforcement, at level 6, which increased by another 18%, and then finally, the blessings of Gork and Mork were in effect. In total, this pushed Gerhard's STR to a whopping 192 and his VIT to 195. Chapter 62, Dawak 2.3. The plaza was a picture of chaos. Not the real one, but the good one, in the orc's eyes. The air, thick with the scent of ozone, burnt promethium, blue mana arrows and the metallic tang of blood, shimmered under the pressure of 2 separate Wa fields. Gerhard stood at the epicenter of it all, a stripped-down spiritual titan of flesh with the blood of hundreds of orcs on him and eyes that looked ready to cut apart anyone who stood in his way. The Hulkbuster suit had been left behind, a gray shell fused into the wreckage of the Mega Dread, but the men who stepped out of it, as it turned out, was far more dangerous than the power armor he had left behind. Because being so close to death once more forced Gerhard to push himself beyond his limits. The effects of the Whack were profound and made him fight more savagely as he enjoyed himself. His mind wasn't overcome with delusions or anything, he was still clear in his head, but he was brutal and plowed through hundreds of orc infantry, while Gustav, Lencilis, and the sisters cleared the larger mechs and walkers. Gerhard felt the change deep in his body. His STR and VIT stats had finally surpassed the legendary 100-point threshold, triggering a cascade of system notifications that filled him with even more strength and power. The physical sensation was unmistakable, and together with the effect of Gork and Mork's blessing, he was able to fight the strongest enemies on the battlefield and save the largest walkers. Mana Reinforcement has leveled up. The super heavy tank had been doing work, destroying the orc walkers, trucks, and tanks from biggest to smallest. Its secondary Mana Demolisher cannon barked powerfully, locking onto the Warbus's towering frame. Mechlord Dakabad wanted to, but didn't have time to use his teleport blasta again. Gustav fired a high-precision, low-yield mana shell, a scalpel shot compared to usual tank firing, designed by the tank's artificial spirit. It struck the Warbus's power pack with surgical accuracy. Boom. The mega armor broke partially. The hydraulic pistons hissed as they were sheared away, and the 6-inch thick gilded plates were flung across the plaza like discarded scrap, and the teleport blasta fell off, now useless for him, but it would surely yield incredible things for Gerhard later on. But he wasn't dead. Oh, no. From the smoke stepped Dakabad. He was a literal mountain of emerald green muscles, standing nearly 9 feet tall, his body a map of surgical scars and bionic ports. He looked at Gerhard, who was mowing down several orcs, ripping out the arm of one, and using it to bash in the heads of several others, all while gaining more HP and MP through the bones word and energy drain. And as he did, his own personal miniature Wa field grew more intense. Dakabad ripped a sparking cable from his chest, threw aside the remaining parts of his shattered mega armor, and let out a booming laugh that sounded like 2 tectonic plates shifting. No more toys, Daka Masta. Dakabad roared. His eyes were burning with a bioluminescent green flame, and his body crackled with the remaining Wayag energy, just like Gerhard was. Just me and you. That's the proper orc way. Gerhard didn't hesitate either. He tore the remains of his left power gauntlet from his arm, letting the heavy metal thud into the mud and ripped off his shirt for some reason. This was a fight between 2 orc war bosses. No one bothered about the details. Gerhard gripped his bones word in his right hand, the only weapon he kept, while Dagobah held a large part of his power claw in his hand. They both stared at one another and then grinned, charging forward like two psychotic bulls on massive steroids. Baanngg. The impact of their charge was felt by every Sister of Silence, Lencilis, and every orc left on the field. Gerhard's, STR, 195 VIT, 199, versus the Dagobah's, STR, 200 VIT, 218. The Wayag energy had also made the orc warboss more powerful, and so he was just slightly more powerful than Gerhard. But he was also an orc, so it somewhat balanced things out. Gerhard met the warboss in the very center of the plaza. Dagobah swung a fist the size of Gerhard's face and neck, a blow that could cave in the side of a Killican with ease. Gerhard didn't dodge, he blocked the fist, bringing his hand to his head and using the wall his bare hands created to tank the hit. The ground beneath his feet cratered, spiderwebbing across the ferrocrete, and his bones cracked, but Gerhard refused to move an inch. Wayag! Dagobah roared, surprised and ecstatic by the Humi's strength. Gerhard's response was to pull the warboss's arm towards him and then hit him with a brutal headbutt that cracked both of their brows. Gerhard then drove the bones word upward in a wide arc. The Xenos blade, humming with the power of the monomolecular edge and fueled by Gerhard's massive mana pool, was about to slice through the warboss's side, but Dagobah was too tough to go down. In the last moment, he slammed a knee into Gerhard's chest, sending the gamer flying back 20 feet. HP 3950/6360. Gerhard spat on the ground and grinned. It was a terrifying, twisted expression. The blessing of Gork and Mork leveled up again, the green energy swirling around his fists like a more powerful force, as the two engaged again. The bones word blocked the power claw, the crude power weapon wielded by the former Big Mech, and they both locked in a show of brute strength. The resistance was high enough that neither blade would usually win. But the bones word was not a normal one, created by Tyranids. This one was created by Gerhard, who had a legendary creation skill, and it showed, as it slowly cut through the power claw. Seeing that his weapon was about to lose, the war boss pulled back slightly, forcing Gerhard to compensate and then sent a nasty hook into his ribs. Gerhard felt that punch, but was fast enough to block the next attack again. He blocked the next strike and used the orc's strength against him to move the large power claw to the side and get into his guard. He punched the orc. Power strike. Banning. The fist smashed the orc's cheekbones and burst several blood vessels, making him fall through the sky for a short distance, and fall to the ground. Use big and bad, Dagobah, Gerhard said, his voice dropping into a low, predatory growl. But I's the one Gork and Mork is watchin' now. Gerhard charged forward, enhancing himself using psychokinesis even more. Dagobah, who had stood up again, swung the broken pieces of the power claw in a wild hook, but Gerhard moved under it, his bones word carving a thick arc through the warboss's thigh. Waaaggghhh, he roared in pain. The bones word, however, got stuck in the thick muscular thigh of the warboss, and the orc punched him away, making him lose the blade. But it didn't matter. As the large orc stumbled, Gerhard, already on his feet, leapt onto the orc's broad shoulders. He used his bare hands, fueled by psychokinesis and the blessing of Gork and Mork, to grip the warboss's head. Crump this. Using his momentum, Gerhard slammed the warboss's head into the jagged wreckage with a sickening crack of bone. He followed up with a punch to the back of his head and several right and left hooks, as the orc tried to get up again. Each attack lacked skill or elegance, but was powerful. Dagobah tried to fight back desperately, his massive hands reaching up to crush Gerhard's ribs, but that wasn't any concern to Gerhard. He continued punching and using his elbow to great effect. The warboss's strength was legendary, but he was fighting a man who had effectively hacked the Wayag itself and was fueled by it. Energy drain. A sudden wave of weakness affected the warboss, and the energy continued to flow into Gerhard, who saw the fight as over at this point. Gerhard pulled the orc's head right into one of his knees, which only worked because he was kneeling on the ground. Dagobah's eyes rolled back, and Gerhard pushed him to the ground. He straddled the large beast and started to punch him over and over and over again. His fist rained down on the orc's head and caved it in, breaking bones and bursting blood vessels. He pulled back his fist and instinctively poured his mana into his fist. But his fist was faster than the energy, causing it to lag behind his attack. The fist hit the warboss's head and almost broke through to the brain, when the mana finally arrived after the strike and created a stronger second impact. Boom. which smashed a big hole through the brain and out the other side. Crackskschlick. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. War Boss Mechlord Dakabad defeated. Plus 1,100,000 EXP. Level up. A new skill has been created through a special action. A skill to make mana flow through your body and into a target. Please name the skill. Gerhard stood over the massive, unmoving corpse of the war boss. He was full of orc blood, gore and half-naked, but as he looked up at the remaining orcs, who had witnessed everything, they didn't charge. They saw the green fire in Gerhard's eyes, the way the Wa-field flowed over his body, and cyan lightning zapped in the air sporadically. And so, they did the only thing orcs do when faced with a bigger, meaner boss. They raised their shuttas and choppa, and began to cheer. Da Daka Masta, they bellowed in a deafening chorus. De best krumpa. Gerhard wiped the soot from his forehead and looked at the roaring orcs. He could kill all of them, but that wasn't what he was going to do. These orcs were useful, and if they spread the word, Gerhard would only benefit. Yarrick is basically immortal at this point, so it was truly beneficial to have the orcs believe you are powerful. Gustav rolled into view, and Hans popped his head out to look at his master. Lencilis, Hestia, Leora, and Kalen approached Gerhard, each with a complicated expression. Note for the log, Hans, Gerhard panted, a weary but triumphant smile on his face. We need to find ways to block warp fuckery. The shock attack gun and the teleport blaster were a fucking nuisance. Understood. I shall make a note. You are a peculiar man, Gerhard Valkyrie. How you managed not only to be affected but to use the orc gestalt field is beyond me. And to see you fully sane shocks me greatly, Lencilis said. Sanity. What would I do with something as useless as that? Gerhard asked with a grin, causing the others to chuckle or smile. What now? The extermination of the orcs is only a matter of moments now. No, we won't kill the orcs, Gerhard said, making the others frown. What? Why not? Sometimes it's good to have enemies who tell everyone just how bad and powerful you truly are. If they leave the planet and spread word of what happened, it will only benefit us in the long run. And sometimes it's good to turn your enemies into your personal warband and allies. The others looked at him as if he were the most heretical fucker they had ever seen. To even suggest, no, to even think or come close to thinking this was already heresy. What Gerhard suggested was having the orcs as subordinates. Your mind functions on another level, master. Might I suggest we loot everything the orcs created and stole from the spires? I believe we might find some interesting technology, like a void shield. Hans is right. Let's loot the spire for everything that might still be valuable and then get to work on the next big project. And what might that be? Hestia signed. Betraying the Imperium and declaring yourself Emperor of Orcs. Gerhard looked at her and smiled. Too much paperwork. No. To go to Erasa, obviously. If I'm right, we need to hurry and get to Cadia. But I fear we're already too late. You mean? Yes. It is time to build a transport shuttle or another kind of spaceship. Time to leave this planet temporarily. I'll definitely be back. Gerhard also looked at the skill he had unknowingly created mid-fight and smiled. It was too similar not to do it. Call it, Divergent Fist. Skill named, Divergent Fist. Divergent Fist, active, LV-1. A close combat technique that creates a delayed second impact by desynchronizing physical force and energy flow. The user's strike lands first, followed by a secondary mana shock a fraction of a second later. Effects. First impact, 100% physical damage, STR scaling. Second impact, 80% mana damage, INT scaling. Delay between hits, 0.3 seconds. Plus 10% guard break chance. 10% enemy reaction speed for 0.5 seconds after hit. Name, Gerhard. Class, the Gamer. Level, 60. Emperor's Chosen, Unique. Race, Psycherblank Hybrid. HP, 4378/4378, 6213/6213, plus 1095. MP, 7446/7446, 10814/10814. STR, 117, plus 49, plus 29. VIT, 119, plus 50, plus 30. Dex, 99, plus 42, plus 20. Int, 255, plus 107. Wis, 162, plus 68. Luck, 40. Point, 271. Money, 0. Chapter 63, Stay Away. Time had passed since Gerhard became the sole ruler of Ludos Prime and the technical orc war boss of the remaining orcs. No one appreciated his decision not to kill all orcs, and instead take up the mantle of honorary war boss. It was absolutely ludicrous. Only Lencilis didn't outright voice his thoughts and listen to what Gerhard knew about the Xenos. He understood, but even if that was true, he wasn't content with how Gerhard allowed them to remain as they were. But Gerhard hadn't. He sent the orcs out of the hive and told them to prepare for their departure. After that, he collected as much of their blood and spores as he could, for later research. The rest, he burned and made sure that only orcs would spawn on Ludos Prime from those who were now seeing him as their war boss. The insane bonus of this was that instead of being temporary, the blessings of Gork and Mork were now permanent. He seemed to be seen as a worthy war boss for this ramshackle of orcs. The question now was, what would happen if he showed up on Cadia with a band of orcs, after having visited Erasa? Since then, Gerhard had spent his time salvaging the most valuable and useful technology he could from the hive and the orcs who had stolen everything. The most important ones were the shock attack gun, the teleport blaster and the void shield. Armed with this new tech, Gerhard entered his instant dungeon with the 10:1 time dilation again and went about understanding and improving them so that he could use them later. Even with time dilation, it took Gerhard a long time to figure everything out, and his science skills leveled up tremendously in the process. Engineering, programming, warp manipulation, biology mastery, chemistry mastery, mathematics mastery, physics mastery, sword mastery, firearms mastery, martial arts, and more. Martial arts, passive/active, LV, 57. EXP, 0%. A high-level combat skill that allows near-complete control over the body in combat. Movements, reactions, and attacks are executed with precision, efficiency and minimal delay. Effects. Passive. Plus 74% unarmed damage. Plus 62% reaction speed in close combat. Plus 58% movement efficiency, footwork, balance. Plus 50% dodge and counterattack timing. Active. Plus 148% unarmed damage. Plus 100% attack speed. Plus 95% reaction speed. Plus 35% damage reduction in close combat. MP, 25 per minute. But that wasn't all. Gerhard was punching adamantium walls like a lunatic ever since he created the Divergent Fist. He knew that the skill was powerful, not only for hand-to-hand combat, but also when using weapons. Divergent Fist, active, LV, 33. A close combat technique that creates a delayed second impact by desynchronizing physical force and energy flow. The user's strike lands first, followed by a secondary mana shock a fraction of a second later. Effects. First impact, 100% physical damage, STR scaling. Second impact, 100% mana damage, INT scaling. Delay between hits, 0.3 seconds. Plus 30% guard break chance. 10% enemy reaction speed for 0.5 seconds after hit. Plus 20% chance to trigger a third micro-impact. Combo attacks gain plus 10% damage. It was clear to Gerhard that if he leveled up Divergent Fist and his mana manipulation, he might be able to create an even more powerful skill. But that would most likely take time and lots of training. And maybe a bit of luck as well. Gerhard rebuilt the Hulkbuster and significantly improved it. Enough to soon be able to call it the MKVIH. But he didn't spend too much time on that project, for he was on somewhat of a timer. How did he know that? Well, he found something else in the highest of HTE spires during his excavation. The Emperor's Tarot. The Emperor's Tarot, or Imperial Tarot, was a pack of 78 psychoactive liquid crystal wafers that were linked to the thoughts or prophetic visions of the Emperor. The tarot was commonly believed to have been designed by the Emperor himself and was used throughout the Imperium as a form of divination. Now, normally, Gerhard would not touch something like that. But he was the gamer and as such, well, it was broken. Tarot card reading, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. MP, 1000. Tarot cards are a well-known tool for fortune-telling. It is not exactly known when they came into being, but they've been used in occult practices since ancient times. Because of their mental power, those who use the magic have gained the ability to see the future using tarot cards. Consuming soul stones may or may not increase foresight. The skill was, of course, ridiculous. The only reason Gerhard even gave it the smallest of attention was that it was a mana-based skill and not a warp-based one. If he knew anything, though, it was that messing with time and fate and the like, as well as luck, was not what he wanted to do. In this reality, there was a very nasty chaos power that specialized in this and most likely already knew of Gerhard since he increased his LUK. But because he was the gamer, he could turn this otherwise dangerous thing into a blunt skill. He still used the skill once, though, and what he got was the tarot, the despoiler. Needless to say, the 13th Black Crusade was most likely already underway. So Gerhard had to get a move on. The second time, Gerhard got the Acolyte. This could either mean that he was off to a weak start or that he made very little progress. It was basically useless, unless Gerhard wanted to waste a lot of time theorizing about it. So he simply got back to work. He understood and recreated a void shield in a much smaller form, even integrating it into Gustav. He would later add it to the MK as well. VIH Hulkbuster, but only after he had time. Because right now, apart from the spaceship that should take them off-world, Gerhard was working on a much more important set of items. He didn't slack off on sparring with Hestia, Lencilis, and the others, though, as he wanted to push his DEX stat beyond 100, and after several days, he finally managed to do it, gaining another special skill for doing so. Basically the same as with the other ones, adding plus 15% to his DEX stat. Leora and Kaelin were sparring with Saraval, who had taken to sword fighting. She would teach them what she learned about using a sniper rifle, while they taught her close-quarter combat. It was a way to pass the time while they waited for Gerhard and Hans to finish their massive projects. It was hard, very hard, to be exact, Hestia thought. She was doing the most basic of things, which was eating, and still, it was the hardest thing she had ever done. Never had she come closer to breaking her vow of silence than in these very moments. If she hadn't already vowed, she would have moaned, that's for sure. The food was darned good. It was so good in fact, that even Lencilis, a former custodes and ancient, almost slipped up and groaned in delight after tasting what Gerhard had created. He had taken to cooking after the Sisters of Silence and the custodes had arrived. He already started growing more plants from the seeds he had started all those months ago, but he truly became skilled later. Now, he was incredible. It is hard to believe that a man could have so many talents, Lencilis said. It's like Leora said, he seems to have been born with all the talent there is. I suppose that's one way to put it. Then again, I find it hard to get a read on him after all this time. You have doubts. It was the fight against the orcs that brought back unpleasant memories. The Black Legion. Or Shedim? Hestia asked. No. From a time when the Black Legion didn't exist yet. Hestia didn't know what he meant, as the Black Legion should have existed since. It was the lightning claw with the storm bolter on it, and then the height. The arch-traitor. Yes. You fear history will repeat itself. How glorious he was, how incredibly charismatic, how perfect. And yet, he fell the hardest and burned the galaxy. Lencilis stopped talking, lost in his thoughts of millennia ago. He was old, very old, some might say too old, but he was still here, not in a sarcophagus of a venerable dreadnought. He hadn't been that injured. He had always been convinced that his duty hadn't ended, despite the doubts that had started to creep in. His and his brother's greatest shame and failure, and still, he couldn't die. The thought of Horus Lupercal angered him. So Lencilis asked himself whether this was the reason he hadn't allowed him to go yet. Was it for this reason? It had to be, after all, he had sent that dream to them and ensured that Lencilis would be sent. But what good did his experience truly do? He found himself not plagued by the stagnation the Imperium has fallen into, and even rather open-minded, but Gerhard made it hard. What did 15,000 years of experience even matter in the presence of someone who spat on the rules of the galaxy on a daily basis? Not out of spite. Mana, that word that seemed to be the single excuse of Gerhard when he did what shouldn't have been possible. He created spacetime dimensions, created resources out of thin air, could learn any skills if he tried, broke so many physical laws, without even touching the warp. But Lencilis couldn't find even a hint of chaos in him. On the contrary, he seemed revolted and disgusted by chaos and saw it as one of the most obnoxious enemies they had. He was always planning, always improving himself in some way. Yes, Lencilis thought to himself, if anyone was capable of fixing what the Primarchs had destroyed so carelessly, it would be Gerhard. Beep beep beep. A sudden beeping of Hestia's special Vox channel pulled Lencilis and the others back to the present. The leader of the Erasin Sister of Silence's enclave looked at the special comm link, which was only for absolute emergencies. And as she read what was written, her eyes widened in shock. Planet Erasa. Some time earlier. To now Alea was a witch seeker within the Sisters of Silence. She had been found, raised and trained by Adarine Hestia, who had founded the enclave on Erasa. It was not a comfortable existence. The women were trained, sometimes brutally. Hestia hadn't been driven by a sense of benevolence. That's not why she saved fellow blanks and trained them hard. She was driven by a relentless sense of duty rooted in ancient doctrine. It was their duty to the Emperor, as one of his talons, so that's what they should do even now. Some of the girls or women who found their way into the convent on Erasa died soon after. Sometimes from exhaustion, sometimes because they took their own life. Those who survived, though, grew stronger in both mind and body. They learned about the galaxy. Some of those were secrets that could have been the death of them, had they ever spoken about them outside of their walls. That didn't mean that life in the enclave was a harsh and bitter one. Before they took the vow of tranquility, they spoke with one another, gossiped and even laughed, as regular human beings did. Those bonds persisted even after they took their vows. That was due to Thoughtmark, which was, in its truest form, a rather expressive form of communication. Sister Adarine Hestia had managed to keep the enclave supplied with equipment and staff to aid the sisters in their mission, and to pay the necessary tithes and bribes to keep the leadership of Erasa at bay. They had to be secretive. Alea was a very passionate woman, though, who could not help but rage against the Sisters of Silence's current disorganized and isolated fate. She was most angry with the Imperium, which she blamed for having abandoned her and the rest of the Anathema Psychona. And she wasn't entirely wrong about that. After Hestia had destroyed the circlet cult in the shipyards of Erin and V, she and 4 of her sisters finally took the leap of faith and traveled to Ludos Prime to search for what Locke, their astropath, had been informed of by none other than the Emperor himself. Or so they had hoped. Hestia and the others met Gerhard and Lencilis and went through all that chaotic mess, which Gerhard was mostly responsible for. Alea, on the other hand, experienced a different kind of chaos. Alea had been sent alone to the Void Station Hellion Quintus to hunt down a cultist linked to the circlet, which Hestia destroyed. She was efficient and effective, killing all of the cultists. Before she could leave, however, dread overcame her after she grabbed a communication device from the cultists' dead hands. Displayed on the broken device was a member of the Black Legion, who had been communicating with the cultists, and the device kept repeating the last few seconds of their conversation. Though Alea could not understand most of it, one word stood out: Erasa. She was shocked, worried and mostly angry and rushed back as fast as she could. But when she arrived, it had already been too late. The Black Legion had already invaded Erasa, and while the world as a whole had been struck, the Sisters' Enclave had been the main focus of the Black Legion's attack. The Black Legion was currently the largest warband of Chaos Space Marines. It was formed after the defeat of the Sons of Horus during what is known as the Horus Heresy, roughly 10,000 years ago, at the very end of the Great Crusade. Ezekiel Abaddon founded the Black Legion near the end of the Legion Wars. Ezekiel Abaddon, commonly known as Abaddon the Despoiler, was the War Master of Chaos. He was the former first captain of his Primarch Horus Lupercal, the Arch-Traitor. The Black Legion comprised a significant portion of the former Sons of Horus, along with traitor Astartes from various backgrounds. Unlike simply considering themselves successors to Horus and his legion, the Black Legion views itself as a new army that aims to continue the long war and succeed where Horus had failed. So why had they invaded Erasa? Why did they target the Sisters of Silence specifically? The reason for this was the very nature of the Sisters. They were blanks, and as blanks they possess a negative presence in the warp that drains its energies toward their void-like soul and make them anathema to all things related to it, especially demons, chaos and of course Chaos Space Marines. So they had to go. And they did. The final Black Crusade, the 13th Black Crusade, was already underway, and they didn't want anything to stand between them and their ultimate goal. Alea found herself under pressure now. She reached the comm station with its annihilated transmitters. She walked across the floor, found dozens of destroyed pieces of technology items, and found a local range emitter that was still just about functional. Using her knowledge of such things, she restored power to it from a half-empty cell. With the little charge the cell had left, she had the local emitter broadcast a ciphered warning to others who might still be alive, to stay away from Erasa. And that message was received by Hestia at that moment. The reason she hadn't been notified about the attack on Aresa was that someone or something had made sure that didn't happen. The wheels of fate were turning and making sure that things went as they were supposed to. Chapter 64, Some Lore. After she sent the message, Alea moved further through the chambers of the basilica, looking for anything she could either use or take with her. Far above where she was right now, she faintly heard heavy crashes and the shouts of humans. These were search teams of the Adeptus Arbites, the planet's law enforcement, looking to find out what warranted an attack by the Black Legion. The last chamber she checked was Locke's, the old astropath. How proud he had been when he had been given a vision from the Emperor himself. He had never experienced more pain, but it was still his proudest moment. And if he had burned from the sheer minuscule thought of the Emperor, he would have died with a smile. Locke had served Hestia and the Enclave loyally and dutifully for nearly 20 years. As an astropath, his life so close to pariahs was one of torture. Psychers experience the effects of blanks far more profoundly than normal humans do. And yet, he had remained true to his duty and had never wavered. Alea didn't find the body of Locke, but there was a long slick of blood along the far wall. The small room he used had been smashed and burnt. She tried to find anything useful, anything that might help her or give her information about those of her sisters she hadn't seen among the corpses, like Hestia. Alea couldn't understand the list of psychic runes or astrological charts and so turned to leave again. But as she did, she saw a sentence on the door, written in blood. He calls his daughters home. It was written in the private language they used, which to an untrained eye would look nothing like regular writing. Alea was torn. She couldn't really believe what she read. Was it true? What was she supposed to do? She wished Hestia were there to give her confidence and tell her what to do. Alea felt alone as she stood in the ruin of the only home she had ever known. Sadly, she wasn't given time to grieve, as the search party of the Adeptus Arbites were approaching. Having decided, Alea made her way through the complex, towards the hangar before they arrived. First, she would get back to the Enclave's transport ship, the Kadamara, which she was using, and get out of range of Aresa. Then she would plan her next move and think it through clearly. There were many possibilities. The Imperium was under enormous pressure right now. The dangers lurking just beneath the surface of real space had grown to unimaginable degrees, and all that separated the chaotic, malicious currents of the warp and the wider galaxy was one single planet. Cadia. But why? Following the death of Horus and the defeat of the traitor legions at the Battle of Terra in the 32nd millennium, the remaining loyal armies of the Imperium pressed their advantage and sought to drive out the remaining traitor forces from Imperial territory. This period, known as the Scouring, saw the broken and beaten traitor legions pushed from their strongholds and homeworlds. Ultimately, the majority of the traitors were compelled to retreat into a massive warp rift in reality known as the Eye of Terror. This permanent warp storm spans approximately 20,000 light-years and serves as a nexus of psychic energy and physical spacetime, where the immaterium coexists with real space. There, the traitors found some refuge from the Imperial armies that would not pursue them into the Eye. Forced to make their new homes right there, inside the Eye of Terror, the traitor Astartes became truly corrupted by the influence of the Dark Gods, transforming them into the Chaos Space Marines. By the time they entered the Eye, the organization and hierarchy of the traitor legions had been thoroughly shattered. Instead of the rigid structure and discipline of the previous loyalist legions, the Chaos Space Marines were governed by warlords who gained power solely through might. While some legions maintained more cohesion than others, ultimately, a Chaos Lord and their warband were only as powerful as the strength of their warriors and the resources they controlled within the Eye. To survive there, Chaos Lords needed to constantly wage war, make deals, and prove their mettle in the eyes of the Chaos Gods. Leaving the Eye of Terror was no easy feat. The laws of reality were warped, particularly the unnatural flow of time, which meant that many veterans of the Horus heresy were still around in the present, 10,000 years later, though to them it may feel as if far less time had passed. While Chaos warbands occasionally struck out from the warp in small numbers, launching great Chaos fleets from the Eye was much more difficult. The abnormal laws of nature in the Eye were a very risky endeavor, requiring extensive planning and resources to execute successfully. Through cunning and violence, a Chaos Marine warlord may accumulate enough power to attempt to break out from the Eye and strike out at the Imperium beyond. There, in the Imperium, much-needed resources were more abundant, captives could be taken for sacrifice or enslavement, and warriors of chaos could unleash their hatred against the Imperium in the name of the Dark Gods, for personal glory, or to settle old grudges. Thus, a Chaos Lord gathered their warband, called in every favor, and launched an assault from the Eye of Terror into the Imperium of men, often bringing hell along with them. These campaigns were known as the Black Crusades. Leading one is the pinnacle of power for a Chaos Space Marine. The effects of a Black Crusade on a sector of space were devastating. Many Chaos Space Marine warlords have led their own Black Crusades, carving paths of death and corruption in their wake, each costing the Imperium dearly to repel. The most notable Black Crusades were those led by Abaddon the Despoiler, the War Master of Chaos and Master of the Black Legion. Abaddon had led 12 different Black Crusades against the Imperium, each causing significant turmoil. Some attacks were massive invasions, composed of cultists, demons, beastmen, and Astartes, while others were smaller coordinated strikes involving a select group of Abaddon's most trusted warriors. Each of these 12 Black Crusades brought widespread destruction to the worlds near the Eye of Terror, weakening the defenses around the Cadian Gate, and the Imperium ultimately repelled each one, yet at a great cost. Each Black Crusade was not merely a military invasion but a strategic move in Abaddon's grand plan. For millennia, Imperial scholars believed the Black Crusades were failed attempts to break through the Cadian Gate and invade the Imperium properly. The terrible truth, however, would reveal itself with this 13th and final crusade. Each campaign had achieved exactly what Abaddon intended, weakening the barriers between real space and the warp and positioning assets for the final devastating blow. Back on Ludos Prime, Hestia and the others rushed into the instant dungeon Gerhard and Hans used to build a functioning but very small transport for them to leave. The 10:1 time dilation helped immensely in saving time, relatively speaking. Gerhard was nodding to the beat blasting from the subwoofer when Hestia cut off the music. An emergency. Arasa was attacked. We need to leave, right now, she signed quicker than Gerhard had ever seen her. It was so fast that it was hard for him to keep up, even after all this time. But he got it and narrowed his eyes. What happened? He asked. A message ciphered in our special way, telling us to stay away as we had been attacked. Who sent it? Gerhard asked. Alea. I never got an alert or message like this before. The comm was working the entire time, I am sure of it. We need to return, right now. Hestia, the calmness in person and spirit, quite literally in fact, was visibly agitated and enraged. Someone had crossed a line of hers, and she was going to bring hell with her if she ever got the one responsible. Gerhard looked at Lencilis, who observed his reaction. Then he looked at Hans and at the transporter he had created so far. He had to start from bloody scratch, and apart from Hans, he was doing it on his own, so it took time. Hell, they would be traveling through the warp, that had to be done correctly and safely. At least as safely as possible. I understand. I'll need another few weeks to finish all of this. We can't leave early. The constructs of the orcs didn't really help, and they destroyed all the flight-worthy crafts there were in the hive. Make it quicker. Stop messing around and get a bloody move on. Hestia said and walked out. Leora and Kalen followed after her, while Lencilis looked at Gerhard. The eye of the Emperor naturally knew that Gerhard wasn't slacking off, as he hadn't really done that for what was a month for him. Still, he respected Gerhard's power to remain cool and collected and think logically about it, even under the great boiling rage of Hestia and her desperation. I wasn't slacking, though. I am aware, Lencilis said. If we were slacking, I'm an artificial intelligence. Both Gerhard and Lencilis narrowed their eyes at Hans. What? A spaceship can enter the warp by using warp drives, which allow spacecraft to travel faster than the speed of light. This is possible because warp space is a realm of pure energy, where spacecraft can navigate through different streams, much as one would move through an ocean. The Imperium employs navigators, a sub-race of humans, for this navigation. The problem was as follows. 1. Gerhard didn't have a navigator, and 2. He didn't have a warp drive either. All he had were Lencilis and Hans, who told him how a warp drive worked and about the orcs' technology, with their teleport blaster and shock attack guns. Gerhard was very thankful that they managed to get access to the tech priest's cogitator. But even then, it took a long time. Warp drives were huge and bulky. Creating a void ship like that would take Gerhard months, if not years, even with all his skills. Gerhard also had to create a Geller field and a plasma drive, or some other way of pushing the spaceship forward. The Geller field was especially important, allowing ships and their occupants to actually survive the hostile environment of the warp. It protects the ship and its occupants from the chaos dangers and warp denizens you didn't want to invite inside. In the warp, time behaves differently from the material universe, often resulting in time stasis, acceleration, reversal, and other chaotic violations of the laws of physics. Although this method of travel was effective, it was far from perfect. Long-distance journeys could take months or even years, and the timing of these trips was unpredictable due to the nature of the warp. So Gerhard had a lot on his plate, and even if it seemed like it, he hadn't been slacking off. A person needed more than to slave his ass off all the time. However, as he was in Warhammer, he chose to suck it up and get to it. Gerhard used the schematics of the Viper-class scout sloop. This was a model of a small reconnaissance and escort ship used by the Imperial Navy and was among the smallest Imperial starships capable of carrying a warp drive. They were mainly used for short-term spy missions targeting specific hostile regions. They were usually 950 meters long, weighed 4.9 megatons, had a crew of 7,500, and accelerated to 6 gravities max overall, not what Gerhard was looking for. But what was he to do? There was no crew apart from Hans and the others, but he had to fit the warp drive, the Geller field, the engine and, well, other things. Never was Gerhard more thankful for his immense grinding in science skills. If he hadn't reached such insane levels as he had, he wouldn't have been able to understand, replicate and improve upon the warp drive and Geller field and make them considerably smaller and more efficient. Hestia almost went crazy and pressed Gerhard more and more until she almost wanted to take the unfinished void ship and leave. Not a great plan. Gerhard and Hans managed to create a very small void ship. Very small in the sense that it wasn't even 500 meters long. But it had everything necessary for warp travel, which should, in theory, allow them to reach Erasa. Now, he needed to find a way to get the different pieces into space and assemble them there. And to do that, he needed to dive into his mana and create some skills. Chapter 65, Off We Go. The transition from the hablocks of Ferrocrete of the massive hive city to the site of the galactic void from inside the void ship was far too quick. He managed to do what he wanted and created a few skills that allowed him to get into space and assemble the different large parts of the void ship. Orb of Survival, active, LV, 1. MP, 150 per minute. EXP, 0%. Creates a protective field around the user that allows survival in otherwise uninhabitable environments. The orb adapts to external threats and maintains a stable internal condition. Effects. Generates breathable air if none is present. Regulates temperature, heat and cold resistance. Reduces damage from environmental hazards. Additional effects. 50% damage from heat and cold. 40% damage from acid. 40% damage from poison. Slight resistance to toxic environments. Duration, sustained, while MP is available. He had to level this up quite a bit to survive in space without a problem, but he made it. This was now an additional skill that would allow him to survive. That was always welcome. And what's more, he would be able to fuse the skill with the psionic mana shield. But he would first level both of those up to the maximum and only then do it. But that wasn't all. Gerhard had to somehow move in space, and to do that, he first used his psychokinesis, which worked, as he also used it to assemble the ship. And that was a good example. But then, the system was there to once again be the MVP and created this skill. Flight, active, LV, 5. MP, 15 per minute. EXP, 0%. You can fly using mana by counteracting gravity and generating propulsion. Flight speed, stability, and altitude depend on mana output and control. Effects. Enables sustained flight. Plus 25% movement speed while airborne. Moderate aerial control. Slight reduction in fall damage. Additional effects. Increased altitude capacity based on MP. Improved maneuverability with higher DEX and mana control. Gerhard's new void ship was an impressive piece of compact technology, not the sprawling, Gothic cathedral cities of the Imperial Navy. Granted, it wasn't pretty, and Gerhard didn't have enough time to install the weapon systems he wanted, but it was a relatively sleek, high-performance ship of diamantine and adamantium. It had an advanced warp drive, a Geller field and a larger version of Gerhard's prismatic mana core. On a Gerhard scale from barf to nice, it was a comfortable meh. It was his first spaceship, and he was under immense pressure to speed up. It was so much that Gerhard even got a quest, for the first time. Quest alert. Adarine Hestia wants to reach Erasa as fast as possible. Get through the tumultuous warp and get her there as quickly as possible. Time limit, 1 month. Completion reward. Plus 500,000 EXP. Increased closeness with Hestia. Skill, Void Walker. Completion failure. Decreased trust from Hestia and the Sisters of Silence. Honestly, Gerhard liked Hestia, but he would have spat on this quest if it weren't for the skill he would acquire. Voidwalker would most definitely allow him to increase his orientation within space and the warp, so it was invaluable, especially since he was not interested in ever employing a navigator. He was going to create FTL void ships, of course, but that would take time, and even then, Voidwalker would be invaluable. So he had to get it. The downside, of course, was that he was beta testing the ship in very real, very dangerous environments. But what was he supposed to do? It was for the grind, and he had to leave as soon as possible anyway. Because if Arasa had already been attacked, the Great Rift was just around the corner. But time was relative, especially in the warp, so Gerhard hoped they would make it. Inside the compact bridge, every seat was occupied by the key players of this strange, growing odyssey. Gerhard sat in the command seat, his eyes focused on the task at hand. The large, diverse assembled screens were interfacing directly with the ship's logic core. Unlike Gustav, which was a cream of the crop creation of Gerhard, this void ship wasn't going to get an artificial spirit. He needed to perfect his craft first. Hans and Sarah Vol manned the tactical and reactor stations. Hans' movements were practiced, and with purpose, as he knew everything about the ship there was to know, since he was there and helped Gerhard create it. Sarah, on the other hand, was less sure of herself. "I hate spaceships," she said. "And I hate Xenos who follow us on a massive rock, too. Don't see it as a spaceship, but a big floating block of metal. You don't even have to look outside. As for the orcs, they'll follow on the rock, but it's doubtful that they'll exit the warp at the same destination as we will." Gerhard tried to placate her worries. But it was clear that Sarah really didn't like the idea of flying. But naturally, she tried to hide how uncomfortable she felt and toughed it out. She had lived with the Sisters of Silence for these months and had forced herself to endure their presence. So this wasn't going to be much, she told herself. Lencilis stood like a silent sentinel near the viewport, his hands resting on the pommel of his new guardian spear. Gerhard had managed to extract some secrets of the Space Marine armor, especially those of the Terminators. And since he was the literal gamer that he was, he managed to advance his skill in smithing, weaponsmithing, engineering, legendary creation, and the others so far, that he finally created an Alaris pattern Terminator armor. And what a glorious moment it was. Lencilis stood rooted on the spot when he was presented with it. He truly hadn't told Gerhard anything about how the Custodian armory was created, and yet, there he was, standing in front of a full set of Alaris pattern Terminator armor and a Guardian spear. But not only that. When he looked more closely at the carcass of the Oramite armor, Lencilis found that all his thousands of names were inscribed within. All of them. Each one of them was in perfect order and just like his previous power armor. Needless to say, Lencilis's view of Gerhard changed again after that. It was a present as Gerhard called it, and what a present it was. Lencilis would come to realize this truly, but the armor he wore was leagues beyond what regular Alaris pattern Terminator armor was. It was a legendary grade item, after all. And so was the Guardian Spear. Hestia, Kalen, and Leora, the Anathema Psychona, occupied the rear sensory pews, their presence acting as a stabilizing null anchor for the entire vessel. Having them on board was dangerous when traveling through the warp, since they were targets of all warp denizens, who hated them with every fiber of their being. "Systems check," Gerhard's voice was heard through the ship. "Mana reactors at 100%, Hans reported, her eyes tracking the flowing cyan energy on his consoles. "Program installed and ready. We are airtight and void ready. Auspex is clear, and the sensors are functioning well," Sarah added, a grin tugging at her lips. Not one out of happiness. "Well then, let's give this a go," Gerhard said. He gripped the control couplings. The ship worked differently from a regular Imperial vessel. Initiating turbine burn. Hold on. The mother push bucket slowly increased speed until it punched through the atmosphere. The sky of Ludo's prime transitioned from a sickly, smog-choked gray to the deep, velvet black of the void as it grew smaller and smaller. As the stars grew larger and moved closer, a heavy silence settled over everyone, knowing this was the moment it would be revealed whether they would all die. Even the Sisters of Silence seemed more focused, their gaze fixed on the shimmering reality blur at the edge of the ship's prow. "We are approaching the Mandeville point," Gerhard announced. "Hestia, prepare the null casing. Hans, get ready to activate the Geller field. We're doing this the gamer way." A Mandeville point was defined as the minimum distance from one's destination that was safe to transition in and out of the warp without interference from the gravity of stars or other celestial bodies. If one prematurely entered or overshot their exit from the warp, they risked catastrophe for not only their own vessel but also nearby worlds. As for the null casing, as Gerhard put it, that was a little precaution he had taken and which was only possible because his skills could affect reality to some degree. And right now, that was through everything he created. Hestia nodded solemnly. The three sisters closed their eyes, their combined negative psionic presence projected into the specially designed port. This then flowed right into the Geller field, and an invisible shield mixed with the Geller field around the ship's hull. Unlike Imperial ships that relied solely on Geller fields, Gerhard's ship used a fusion of his own technology and the sisters' natural void in the warp as protection. It wasn't perfect, but as he said, it was beta testing. Gerhard looked at the destination coordinates, Aresa, which Hestia and Lencilis had taught him. Everything was more or less a ramshackle of the bare necessary things to jump into and out of the warp and get to Aresa. Hans, prime the warp drive to 28.9292888 degrees and make the wavelength fit that of the prismatic mana core. Lencilis, lock the Geller core. The ship began to vibrate as the warp drive activated and a tear between realities opened. A swirling vortex of pinkish red and iridescent malicious energies began to form in front of the ship. Initiating warp jump in 3, 2, 1. Gerhard slammed the throttle forward. The mother puss bucket vanished and started to travel the currents of the warp. There were no windows to look out of, as Gerhard had them closed to prevent Sarah from going insane. Inside the ship, the world turned inside out. For a split second, everyone felt the sensation of falling upward. Then, the ship stabilized. Thanks to the sisters and Gerhard's mana tech, the ship remained a bubble of perfect, silent calm amidst the screaming chaos of the Sea of Souls. First jump successful, Gerhard said, exhaling a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He looked at his companions, his gaze lingering on the holographic display of Aresa. They were now inside the warp. Now, they had to see whether they could make it out again. We're on our way. Let's see what else the galaxy has to throw at us. Leora reviewed everything and finally signed with Thoughtmark. It is smoother than I expected. You have a way of silencing even the abyss, Gerhard. Let's not be hasty. We're barely in. I have nothing to go off on, whether what I did was good or terrible. The null field may as well be our doom. Have some faith in yourself, Gerhard. I have never heard anyone do what you have, Kalen signed. They're right. You should be incredibly proud of what you created. But I am also uncertain what might happen. We shall see, Lencilis said. Alea had returned to the transport ship, on her way to the Kadamara, hardly bothering to evade the clusters of frantic air traffic that threatened to stop her. The PDF had been fully mobilized by this point, naturally too late, and the dark black flyers of the Arbites units were now present. Alea was deep in thought as she docked. She was pulled inside and secured the interceptor, after which she made her way to the command bridge, where Captain Arifin waited for her. Widespread damage to major planetary infrastructure, he reported. No sign of enemy units remaining in the system. After saying that, he remained quiet, awaiting her orders. And they needed orders, since they were now all alone and had nowhere to go. Alea thought about her options and the sentence on the door of Locke's chamber. He calls his daughters home. Alea was still in a state of shock and grief. Captain Arifin must have felt that she wasn't in any state to give orders, so he did it himself. He turned to the crew. Take us out of orbit, he commanded. Beyond auger range, then hold for further instructions. The Kadamara swung around, bumping into some of the remaining wreckage and then boosted the plasma reactor, shooting out of the upper atmosphere. As they picked up speed to exit the system, a massive Astra Militarum troop carrier emerged from the horizon. This was the cleanup group. But Alea doubted that they would fully realize what had happened and why. She watched as Aresa shrank quickly as Kadamara's engines reached max speed. She knew that she would most likely never again set foot on the planet. So she looked for as long as she could, to burn the sight into her memory. Carry on and send Slovo to my quarters, Alea signed to Arifin, who nodded his head. In her quarters, Alea went through the items she had taken from Hellion, the planet where she had come across the cult she destroyed. She tried to find out anything she could that would tell her the reason or sense of the attacks. She wasn't aware of the 13th Black Crusade, so her reaction was sensible. After a while, the navigator, Slovo, entered her chamber. His face revealed his extreme wariness in Alea's presence. Being a psyker in her presence was so much worse for normal humans like the captain and the rest of the crew. But he had relatively good control over himself and remained respectful despite his emotions. You asked for me, Lord, he said, while bowing. Slovo was by no means the best navigator there was, shockingly. The only personnel the Sister of Silence Enclave could get to work for them were those who couldn't secure service with a more palatable branch of the Imperium, for whatever reason. In Slovo's case, this was his addiction to a minor sense-dulling narcotic. In a way, he needed it now more than before. Alea gestured towards a great swath of human flesh that she had taken from Hellion. She had found this particular piece on the wall of the cult she destroyed and had felt that it seemed important. Slovo walked up to it and looked across the swirls of blood that had been painted on the piece of flesh. Chapter 66, Warp Travel. A warp map, he said after a moment. A basic misconception. You can't map the warp. That just doesn't work. Alea used Thoughtmark to try to tell him to look at it anyway and to tell her what he saw, but since he didn't understand Thoughtmark, she had to use very basic nonverbal cues. I don't care. Tell me what it means. Slovo turned around again, catching her meaning, and looked at the markings more closely now. He sneered lightly, as it disgusted him, and he felt where this came from. But he took the time to find out exactly what it was. I see what they're doing, he said after a moment. These are representations, like those you can see in major channels of the warp. These are capable of bringing a fleet down, and they have been getting narrower. I think I already reported this to you. The cult you got this from probably knows why. He looked at it again and considered a possibility. Maybe this is, or maybe not, well. Say it, Alea signed. Slovo was pulled from his thoughts by the gesture and looked at her, irritated. She could see the anger and hatred he had for her at that moment. Slovo understood why he hated her and where that hatred came from. She was a pariah, a blank, and he was a psyker. This was natural, and for him to be in the same room was already torture. Hatred was a natural reaction. He suppressed the anger as well as he could, but sometimes, like when he wasn't paying attention to it, it would erupt and overwhelm his control. Like just now. He took a breath and turned around again. In theory, it is possible to travel anywhere in the universe through the warp. However, the shifting tides of the warp make it easier to travel from some star systems to others, and short warp jumps are always more accurate than longer ones. This is particularly true when moving a large fleet, which may spread out over several light years during an extended journey. Long-established and well-charted warp channels connect star systems and entire regions of the galaxy, providing relatively predictable conduits through which the majority of Imperial shipping passes. Now, the question I am asking myself is this: what if they knew this was going to happen, the narrowing of the channels? If they knew some channels were going to close and some would open, they would only have to keep control over those that open and gain a real strategic advantage. Alea listened to Slovo in earnest. She knew about the warp channels, but hadn't thought about it this way. She also hadn't realized that the blood strokes on the flesh were such channels. Because at the mouths of those newly opened warp channels, worlds would be located, and the archenemy could then pour their filthy crafts down those channels and occupy those planets. But they would have to coordinate strikes over a huge span of space, and they would also have to be right about all of it, but the warp always changes. I don't think it's possible. Alea shook her head. She had long gotten used to what was once thought impossible becoming reality. So she didn't trust Slovo's judgment on this at all. The implications were so terrible that it might just be true. Alea looked at the map herself. It seemed to move like an illusion, and although she was not affected by its chaotic energy, it still felt disgusting. The map was not anything like the map from the Materium, it was different. It differed from the cartographic records. It showed the relationships among the planets within the warp, which were in constant flux. No static map of this would or could ever be produced. At the center of the map, more circles and pentagrams overlapped. There seemed to be a lot of attention and importance placed on the particular planet. There was only one planet she could think of that might be this important to the archenemy. Can you read this rubbish? Slovo asked. This should be Terra, Alea signed, knowing that Slovo knew the one sign for Terra. Well, I can't read it. There are other cardinal worlds out there: Cadia, Hydrophor, Mars. I can't make a judgment, and I don't have one. Not from this abomination I see here. Alea sent Slovo away and looked at the map once more. The signs on it were for traitor and corrupted eyes. She was an anathema psychona, and if Slovo couldn't understand and read it, she wouldn't be able to either. She thought about the sentence Locke had written again. He calls his daughters home. Was the important planet truly Terra? Alea didn't know, but still she had made her choice. She made her way back to the command bridge, where Erifin was waiting patiently for her to decide. The Kadamara had reached deep space and was cruising around, waiting for her. Your orders, he asked as she entered. Run silent, hold once out of system range, Alea signed. But we're heading into the warp. What's the intention? Arafin asked. We're going to the throne world. Sir. Something just came out of the warp at the Mandevilla point of the system. Huh. The travel through the warp turned out to be less pleasant than they'd hoped and thought. Travel has always been difficult between the stars, and it has been getting worse over the past few years, Lensilla said. Gerhard was keeping watch over all the sensor arrays and screens he had integrated, as well as the board computer, ensuring he had all the information he needed. As he tried to look into the warp to gather information about it, the strangest things happened. His skills, intermediate warp manipulation, and blank, leveled up right away and continued to do so the longer he used them. These two seemed to be connected, and when one of them increased, the other did as well. It was these two that held his existence in balance and allowed him to be the biggest cheat this galaxy had ever seen. Something wasn't right, he could feel it. 2 days had passed already, and during those days, Gerhard was the most focused among all those on board. Not even Hestia, who was even more tense than usual, was as focused as he was. The reason he felt that way was that he had a bad premonition and a very good idea. He was their navigator on board, and he was doing this against his better judgment. As he opened himself up to his psyker abilities, the side he usually kept locked down and in balance with the blank skill, he felt uneasy, greatly so. After the gate within was opened, Gerhard could see the warp as it truly was. The navigator's mind would protect itself by providing a comprehensive allegory for the incomprehensible. The more the navigator spent in the warp, the allegorical view would fade, and the true reality of it would start to settle, nonetheless never fully allowing for comprehension of its whole nature. For Gerhard, this was different. Gamer's mind showed its absolute cheat aspect. Gerhard saw the warp for what it was, a literal sea of energy that was mostly corrupted and colored with endless emotions. Intermediate warp manipulation has leveled up. Blank has leveled up. Warp sense has leveled up. Warp sense has leveled up. There was a problem, though. Each time Gerhard wanted to look out, the sisters had to stop infusing their null fields, and the ship was less protected. At first, Gerhard thought about setting a course and then leaving it, just making sure they stayed on course. But that didn't work. The warp was endless, infinite energy, yes, but it didn't work as a regular ocean did. Gerhard had to keep watch at all times. And that was very, very bad. When Gerhard was in his base state, he was almost transparent in the warp. The equilibrium of his psyker and blank existence had this beautiful effect. But when he needed to use the warp, that changed. Right now, Gerhard glowed in the warp, like a relatively small lighthouse, whenever he used his psyker abilities to navigate. The reason for this was the ***** skill, which was still at level 1. The vessel took a hammering and shuddered as they made their way through the Empyrean. And what's worse, Gerhard felt the pressure against his temples. It was the savage ocean the lore spoke of, pressing against the hull and his mind. He adjusted his focus, integrating what he knew of the Empyrean's mechanics into his current struggle once again. Unlike the folded space of ancient sci-fi lore like Star Wars, Gerhard knew they weren't simply jumping from A to B. The space between point A and point B was, in fact, not zero. They were traveling. The shortest distance between 2 points in the warp might be a straight line, but in this psychic soup, a straight line might as well be a death sentence. To stay on course, he had to fight the tides, akin to massive, swirling currents of raw emotion and malicious energies that tried to drag the ship into the waiting maws of the abyss at random. He took out his tarot deck and leveled up the tarot reading skill. This was his way of cheating. Should we remain on this course, he asked in his mind. He turned one card over, revealing it to be the death card. This could be interpreted in different ways. The easiest one was, no. Gerhard asked the question again and again, each time getting the same answer. Hestia, stop it for another moment, he said over the comms, as he had to take another look. Should we change our course? Gerhard asked and got another card. That's what he did over and over again, making sure to keep asking yes or no questions and not having to interpret too much. He didn't have a lot of skill with it yet, and he was inside the warp, so he didn't want to attract any more attention than necessary. Little did he know, he already had. Normally, the journey from Erasa to Ludos Prime took several months. The Anathema Psychona had made it in 2 months, since they had been closer that time. But with Gerhard, they took far less. He realized why most captains never dared to leave the charted routes. To deviate was to enter a region of the warp where time and energy flowed differently. Time was relative, and within the warp, you could even travel through time quite easily if you weren't careful. It was even possible to come out of the warp earlier than you had entered it, making you exist in 2 points in the galaxy at once. That's how ridiculous the warp was. Through the careful use of his new, increased skill level in tarot reading and warp sensitivity, they actually managed to make insanely good time and were about to arrive just in time before disaster struck. Far sooner than expected, the Mother Puss Bucket jumped out of the warp and arrived at the Mandeville point of the Narration system. The warp drive opened, revealing the planet they were aiming for. Quest complete. Plus 500,000 EXP gained. Increased favorability with Hestia, Kaelin, and Leora. Skill, Void Walker, received. Gerhard didn't get time to be happy about this, though. Danger sense. Gerhard's danger sense went off, and he realized what the reason for that was in the next moment. A larger ship, a large transport ship, about 1 kilometer long, was right in front of them, and from the looks of things, they were just about to jump into the warp. That's the Kadamara. Hestia signed as she arrived on the deck. You know this ship? Gerhard asked. It's the Kadamara. That means some of the others might have survived. Kaelin signed excitedly. It's the transport ship of our enclave, Leora explained. That is an extremely lucky occurrence. To arrive here this early. You surprise me time and time again, Gerhard, Lencilis remarked. It was true. Gerhard had managed through skill and luck and massive amounts of cheating to ride the warp current so well that he didn't create a paradox, but he arrived basically a few hours after they had jumped in. That was ridiculous and shouldn't have been possible. And yet, it had happened. We're getting a message, Saraval interrupted. This is Captain Arifin of the Kadamara. Identify yourself. Quite an arrogant man, it would seem, Gerhard said and answered. Chapter 67, Keek Geek. The reunion between the 4 Sisters of Silence was heartwarming and a bit strange to watch. No one said anything, but there were small tears and smiles and lots of fast hand movement. When the crew of the Kadamara saw Hestia, Kaelin, and Leora, they were surprised, but not as much as they were when a custodian walked on board in Alaris-patterned Terminator armor. The presence of Lencilis had made all of the mortals bow to him right away. They had never seen a custodian with their own eyes, and being in the presence of one of them was enough to bring them to tears and lift their spirits. Most don't even know they exist. Great Lord, we didn't, it's an honor to see one of the... Captain Arifin stuttered as he knelt and tried to catch his bearings. He was a skilled and stern man, otherwise capable of controlling himself in the presence of Alea, who was a blank and not even the Astartes would have him in such a state. But the Custodes were different. They were the best of humanity as a whole. The Primarchs were not really humans, as they were demigods. But the Custodes were the best, the perfection humanity could reach. Under normal circumstances, at least. Gerhard was just built differently. At ease, Captain. The atmosphere on the bridge of the Kadamara was thick with a layered tension. On one side, the awe-inspiring golden light of Lencilis seemed to physically brighten the room, on the other, the chilling, soul-sucking void of Alea and her sisters created a pocket of absolute silence that made the mortal crew's skin crawl. But then there was Gerhard. As the mortal crew scrambled to find their feet under the towering gaze of the custodian, Gerhard stepped onto the bridge. To the regular crew, he looked like a capable man, perhaps a high-functioning lieutenant, officer, or a gifted specialist of some kind. They felt no instinctive revulsion from him, nor did they feel the holy weight of a saint. He was, to their senses, just a man. Lencilis, however, stopped mid-stride. The giant in the golden plate turned his head just a fraction of a second too fast for a mere coincidence, his red-eye lenses focusing on Gerhard. In the silent language of the Custodes, using simple gestures and posture shifts, as well as non-verbal communication, Lencilis did something extraordinary. He didn't acknowledge Gerhard or introduce him, he stepped aside, subtly opening a path for the mortal to stand at the center of the tactical bridge of the Kadamara. It was a minute shift, a silent testament of respect from a warrior who answered only to the Emperor. To Alea, it was a glaring anomaly. She watched the way the custodian's stance shifted to a defensive offset, as if he were guarding Gerhard's flank. She was a master of nonverbal communication after all, so it was natural that she would notice this. This is Gerhard. Lencilis's voice was warm, and with steady resolve, cutting through Captain Arifin's stammering. He is the reason we are here. He is the reason we managed to find you and to reach this place. The captain blinked, looking from the golden giant to the unremarkable man in the integrated sensor rig. He piloted a ship through the warp in 2 days, he asked. Not really. Time works differently in the warp, so what was? Never mind, Gerhard said, but then stopped. Alea looked at her sisters, her fingers flying in a blur of thought mark. Telling them what she had experienced, how she found the citadel on Arasa destroyed and everyone dead. We were prepared to jump. We are heading to Terra. The message from the astropath Locke, it was clear. He calls his daughters home. The throne world is the only logical conclusion. Slovo, the psyker who had been cowering in the corner from the presence of the blanks, looked at the group and then at Gerhard. He felt a strange, shifting pressure from the men, a rhythmic pulsing of something marvelous and then nothing. Gerhard walked to the center of the deck, his mind processing the strategic data. Terra is most likely the correct destination, he said flatly. However, we won't go there. What? What do you mean? Where are you going? Captain Erefin asked. Gerharn pointed a finger at the Ultramar sector on a holomap he produced. He had integrated a small portable computer into a vambrace. Macridge. That's where the pivot is. The galaxy is about to experience the worst thing since Old Night, and if we aren't there when the next channel opens, the archenemy will enact a heavy price. The future of the Imperium lies on Macridge. Alea's eyes narrowed. She didn't trust the warp or psychers, and even less would she trust Gerhard, whom she didn't know. But she looked at Lencilis. The custodian remained silent for a heartbeat, his gaze fixed on Gerhard. And then she looked at Hestia, her leader and the one who usually made the decisions. Why Macridge? Lencilis asked. If the daughters are called home, shouldn't they go home? Yes, they should, but they must first ensure there is a home to return to. I have seen the tides. Something terrible is coming, and the longer we wait, the worse it's going to get. We may not make it in time. Trust me, the best way to help the Imperium and Terra is to go to Macridge as fast as possible. Lencilis turned to Captain Erefin. Hestia nodded to Alea, promising to explain everything later when they were alone. Captain Erefin looked at Slovo and at Alea. But he naturally knew that Hestia had the last say in the matter, and if even the custodian said so, who was he to dare say anything but as you wish? The Kadamara will not jump for Terra. Adjust your calculations for Macridge. Alea looked at Gerhard, her hand resting on the hilt of her executioner blade. Her instinct told her that he was dangerous, but she couldn't explain why. And so, they took the Kadamara to travel from then on. Gerhard didn't want to, but he couldn't just leave everyone on board to their own devices. They were humans, and he wanted to help them. His compassion towards humanity as a whole had increased over the past months. It wasn't something that bothered him, or would stop him from making hard decisions, but it was there, and it seemed new. He dismantled his void ship and placed each piece into his inventory, which the crew observed with open mouths. Then, they were off, traveling towards Macridge, the heart of the Ultramarines chapter, the main stage in the next plot of the galactic story. Danger sense. BOOM. Everyone on board staggered. Something had just hit the ship hard. At that moment, they were about to jump out of the warp fully when something hit the ship and broke the jump, forcing them to crash back in. Though it was thought to be impossible, Lencilis and Gerhard knew it was untrue. A loud alert rang through the ship, klaxons, warning lights went on, and the ship entered an emergency mode. Moss, lock, in. Repeat. What was that? BOOM. They were hit once more, this time far harder than the first time. Gerhard and Captain Erefin looked at the screens and saw the amount of damage they had just sustained. In the distance, Gerhard heard screams. Booms shuddered down the powerful structure of the Kadamara. In the chambers of Alea, the four pariahs had been conversing among themselves, explaining their respective situations, when the attacks occurred. They were all in their war gear already, as was everyone. Warp travel had become so perilous that everyone always wore their war gear, ready for such situations. Though, as they would find out, no one was ready for what was going on right now. Alea led her sisters through the ship, closing in on Slovo's sanctum, high up in the spine of the ship. The navigator held an important position, but as they approached, they heard screams from the chambers. The chambers were entirely sealed off from the main structure during warp travels to better insulate him during the dangerous and hard process of navigating the warp currents. Alea reached the heavy doors first, followed by the others. She quickly entered the access codes hurriedly, while the structure shuddered and further booms could be heard. And they were getting louder. The doors finally heaved open, releasing the stale air of the sanctum's interior as it washed over the four. Hestia took point, as she usually did, and Alea was all the happier for it. She had missed this structure in her only family. The lumens were erratic, blinking across dirty bulkheads. They didn't think about it and moved inside. A-A-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. N-N-N-H-A-A. A pair of acolytes held their temples and wept blood. They cried in pain, which assaulted their minds and souls. It was painful for them, so much so that they were literally dying. They were menials from House Rihata, ungifted with the eye that the mutant navigators had. Pop pop pop. As the four sisters walked past them, their heads literally exploded in a shower, drenching the four with brain matter and blood. But the sight, which would have been gut-wrenching, wasn't acknowledged by them. With swift movements, they swung their executioner great blades through the air, cutting the strangely wiggling corpses in several parts. To be certain, Leora unleashed her new Witch-Seeker flamer and burned the different pieces to ash. Hestia and Alea, meanwhile, had already moved further into the sanctum, where the stench was increasing terribly. Ah! They heard Slovo crying out from further inside. The chambers were low-roofed and braced with heavy bands of adamantium. The whole place looked like a military bunker as it was supposed to be unbreachable. Quite literally. But that wasn't really working right now. It was very much breaking. Cracks appeared on the walls. Those powerful adamantium walls were beginning to crack, and energy flickered inside. Something powerful was forcing its way in. Hestia and Alea, followed by Kaelin and Leora, ran through the unnecessary maze of Slovo's inner sanctum. Right at that moment, the three Sisters of Silence agreed that they missed Gerhard's functionality and order. The simplicity, functionality, and utter reliance of everything Gerhard created were what made his technology so superior to anything they could see in there. As they crossed, they could see more breaches, popping with red and blue lightning that crackled through the air and crawled along the metallic walls. They hurried, and just as they reached Slovo's position, the portal, which had slowly appeared and cracked the wall, blew open fully. A cloud of noxious gas boiled out, and Slovo staggered into view. His skin was wet from the nutrient tank he had been in, and cables still trailed from intravenous catheters in his arms. Safety measures every navigator used, but which were now like a poison to his soul. "Get us out," he gasped. His eyes were bloodshot, moving from side to side, and his nose was bleeding profusely. His third eye in the middle of his forehead hadn't been wrapped up and was bleeding as well. Hestia acted quickly, covering the seeing eye, as it was called, up. He pushed her away, flailing his arms wildly, but a punch to his stomach dropped him, and she managed to do it. "Get us out," he croaked again. Alea punched the runes on her vambrace to connect to Erefin and command that they crashed out of the warp, only not to be able to reach him. "What is going on?" they signed. They're getting in, he hissed, drooling and bleeding. "The field's breaking down. Get us out." Hestia turned to Alea and the others. "Alea, get to the bridge, tell Gerhard what is happening and get them to crash us out of the warp immediately. Kaelin, Leora, you two get a move on, check the ship and keep any Sheedim out. I will stay here and make sure this one's put down if he's possessed." Everyone nodded and got to work, rushing out of the sanctum. Another boom shuddered the ship and caused the walls to groan heavily. Looking over his shoulder, Hestia could see the navigator's sphere in a terrible state. The nutrient tank, where Slovo had been, had changed color to a disgusting red and deep blue, leaking on the ground and slowly filling the room. Sparks of electricity crawled along the hanging cables throughout the interior, damaging every piece of equipment in sight. Her senses warned her that something wasn't right. Something moved in the corner of her eye. More lights shattered, plunging the space into darkness. It looked as if the walls were turning into a viscous liquid and slowly dripped to the floor. The ship's metal was turning into molten steel. Keek. Anathema Psychona Chapter 68, Encounter in the Warp Eye. Alea was making her way through the ship as fast as she could. But the walls had turned to liquid and were actively obstructing her, making it harder. Her heart was pumping quickly. There were strange gurgling sounds and echoes from the bilges below her, distorted and shrieking. For a moment, she thought that this must have been what the warp sounded like, some terrible snapshot into an infinity of agonized and corrupted souls and energy. The Kadamara bucked again and was thrown off its axis. Inner panels punched inwards, power lines exploded, armor glass suddenly frosted and morphed into abominations. Fresh alarms were going off. The status panel above her flashed runes, indicating that they were about to tumble back into real space, when the most powerful and destructive hit impacted with the Kadamara. The alarms blared even louder now, and they were forcefully stopped from exiting the warp by something powerful. Alea pushed herself further, rushing as fast as she could to reach the command deck and Gerhard or Arifin to tell them to get them out of there. This was the horror you didn't want to experience when inside the warp. And here she was, experiencing it. Seeing anything was hard, as the lights had gone out and only the sparse emergency red lights remained. Suddenly, Alea stopped. Right in front of her stood a crew member. He was a male who had been impaled on the metamorphosed wall behind him. Blood ran down his body and onto the floor. But that wasn't what made her stop. It was that wide grin. It was so wide, in fact, that it tore the edges of his mouth. Every flash of the lights and the subsequent drowning in the darkness only made that disturbing smile bigger and darker. He reached up to his mouth and pushed a hand inside, grabbed his tongue and began to pull like a lunatic. Alea's hand clenched over the handle of her sword. Something long, black, and disgusting came out, continuing to spill onto the ground. Alea grabbed her flamer and pulled the trigger. Ah-ha-ha-hi. The man screamed and writhed, shaking in tremendous pain as the flames burned away at his body. His clothes caught fire and burst into flames, turning his skin black in seconds. And yet, he wasn't dying just as fast as he was supposed to. Something oily and black curled up in the flames, preparing for a strike. Ah-ha, ah-ha, oh. Dozens of screams and shouts could be heard from everywhere at once. And yet, they seemed not to be close. Alea threw her flamer away and swung the executioner greatsword with both hands. She lashed out, severing one of the tentacles, then spun around to plunge her blade into the polyp of flesh at its heart. The creature shrieked and flailed its tentacles around, trying to hit her and damage her in some way. But Alea was deep in the combat trance, moving faster than any of the normal humans on the ship and swinging her blade through the air with more power than she should have been able to. This was a she-dim, as they called it, a warp denizen of the ruinous powers. She thought it was supposed to be impossible to get in. How did it get in? The Geller field should have protected them. She smelled rotting human flesh as she carved it open. The new weapon her sisters had gifted her proved incredibly effective. Anathema Psychana. All alone. Alone out here. I will relish turn. Alea didn't care and plunged her blade into the creature's heart, affecting it with the special property of the Great Blade and destroying it fully. With a final loud shriek, it finally ceased to exist. Alea heaved, her lungs burning from the toxic gas released by the she-dim. She looked at the ground where the creature had been just a moment before. Then she turned around and pushed herself to reach the deck as fast as possible. The Kadamara was no longer a machine of steel as it had been created. It had become a fever dream of the architect of fate. Corridors stretched into impossible lengths, the bulkheads weeping rainbowy colors that hissed 1,000 lies. Through this shifting madness, Lencilis moved like a golden flash. The Alaris pattern Terminator armor provides its wearer with an exceptional range of movement and near unencumbered speed, augmented strength and resilience, and the survivability to stride unharmed from the blast of a macrocannon shell. Needless to say, the custodian was a blur of impossible speed. To a mortal, he would be invisible; to the demons, he was the apocalypse, their definite end. A pack of screamers, demons, drifted through a bulkhead, their serrated fins vibrating to slice through space. Lencilis didn't break stride. He fired his guardian spear, the bolter shells detonating inside the spear's head, turning it into a cloud of blue sparks. As the others dove, he spun, the legendary grade power blade of his spear carving a blue arc through the air, with surreal speed. The screamers were erased, their ephemeral forms unable to withstand the perfected lethality of a custodian demon slayer. Lencilis reached the primary junction leading to the lower decks. There, amidst a pile of dissolving blue horrors and shattered deck plating, he found Kaelin and Leora. The two sisters of silence were back to back, their executioner great blades rising and falling in a rhythmic, silent dance of death, and the flamer burning those evil packs of energy to dust. Their blank pockets created a small sanctuary of void space, a bubble where the air stopped screaming, and the floor stopped morphing into what it shouldn't. The generator, Kaelin signed sharply as Lencilis skidded to a halt beside them, the magnetic clamps of his boots sparking against the deck. Hans is trapped. Hordes of she-dim will confront the tech priest. If the Geller field dies fully, we are lost. Lencilis inclined his plumed helm. His voice, amplified by the Alaris plate's vox grill, still sounded calm and respectful. He had the situation under control. Save the generator. Save Hans. I shall go to the bridge. Gerhard is a beacon, one way or the other, and if he falls, we will all not get out of the immaterium. Leora and Kaelin nodded. Without a word, the two sisters vanished into the darkness of the service shafts, their presence disappearing like a candle in the warp. Their equipment and weaponry were what kept them effective and ridiculously lethal in this situation. If they hadn't been equipped with them, they would most likely already be dead and overwhelmed. Lencilis knew that. He turned toward the command deck, but the Kadamara revolted again. The corridor ahead morphed. The floor buckled upward, turning into a vertical wall of teeth and pulsing blue veins. The ceiling fell away into a bottomless pit of swirling stars. Cientian architecture was a puzzle designed to break the mind, but the custodian's mind was a fortress. He knew that this wasn't real, so he ignored it. Trickery, Lencilis said. He activated the Adrathic Destructor placed on his left arm. A special weapon created by Gerhard and upgraded to legendary grade. Thump thump thump. The disintegration burst shattered the illusion, as each denizen was killed right away. But as the smoke cleared, the way was still obstructed. What stood before Lencilis was known as a Fluxmaster hovering on a disk of Tsench. What do we have here? This was a herald of the Changer of Ways, and he shrieked, its head babbling contradictory prophecies as it began to weave a web of blue fire across the only remaining walkway. The bridge was only a few hundred meters away, but in this distorted reality, it might as well have been on the other side of the galaxy. Gerhard, Lencilis whispered, his grip tightening on his spear. Give me a moment. I have to deal with this pest vermin. He charged straight through the heart of the magical inferno, his golden armor reflecting the warp fire thanks to auramite properties and the insane stats of the gamer system, as he prepared to tear the path open by force. The command deck of the Kadavara had become a kaleidoscope of fractured unreality as the warp showed part of its true colors. From the shadows of the warp near the vaulted ceiling, a single eye watched. Outside, floating an incalculable distance away, it presented itself as gangly and feathered, perched atop a gargoyle like a vulture of the soul. It tapped its staff against the energy below, and the very air shuddered. Go, it hissed, its voice like the rustling of parchment. A dozen pink horrors materialized, not with a malicious roar, but with a chorus of ecstatic, high-pitched giggles. It was still malicious, of course. Pink horror, LV.42. HP, 6500/6500. MP, 2500. Horrors are the writhing lesser demons of Tsench, fashioned from raw warp stuff and used as slaves by the Lords of Change. Individually moderate, but extremely difficult to destroy due to its mutable form and splitting nature. They are cheerful, madly babbling with a madly happy demeanor, just overall mad. STR, 50. VIT, 80. INT, 65. WIS, 85. They were disgusting heaps of shifting, rubbery muscle, their skins a vibrant, neon pink that released chaos energy into the air. They moved with a manic, jolly energy, hurrying across the ceiling, the floor, and control consoles, leaving trails of thick pink smoke that smelled of hallucinogens and had the same effect. Gerhard wasted no time creating the psionic mana shield around himself and Captain Erefin. Happy. Happy. Oh, the change is coming, a pink horror shrieked, its voice a creak, joyful whistle. It clapped its many-jointed limbs, and from its palms burst a bolt of change. This wasn't your usual Prometheum fire of a flamer, this was a twisting, randomly changing spear of multicolored energy. The large number of these pink horrors attacked all those present at random. One such bolt struck a nearby servitor. The machine underwent a horrific mutation. Its metallic chassis softened and bloomed into a cluster of weeping glass flowers that shrieked in an inhuman voice. Gerhard's danger sense was going crazy and warning him of all the attacks, which seemed to arrive from all sides at once. It wasn't just the horrors. The scheming lord had brought some heavy hitters. From the shadows behind the horrors, 3 flammers of Tsench and even an exalted flamer pulled themselves into the vessel. Exalted Flamer of Tsench, LV.62. HP, 14,000/14,000. MP, 6,500. A powerful lesser demon of living warp fire, capable of unleashing devastating magical infernos that ignore conventional defenses and warp reality itself. STR, 85. VIT, 100. Dex, 75. INT, 95. WIS, 120. They were tubular nightmares of melting flesh and gaping maws, their many arms spewing warp flames. This sorcerous fire dissolved the deck plating into nothingness, leaving yawning holes in the ship's secondary shafts, giving way for the next group. And as if on cue, a pair of screamers soared through the openings in the bulkheads, their razor-sharp fins glowing with blue power to slice through the very souls of their victims. Screamer of Tsench, LV.50. HP, 8000/8000. MP, 1200. A swift demonic predator that slices through armor and reality alike. They are often referred to as sky sharks and are the demonic beasts of Tsench. They soar through the warp in groups in search of souls. Herald of Tsench, LV.58. HP, 13500/13500. MP, 6000. The most powerful and magically gifted horrors. These beings are the most intelligent and independent of the pink horrors, capable of using their sorcery forcefully enough to blast an opponent into oblivion or weave cunning illusions. STR, 75. VIT, 95. Dex, 80. Int, 140. Wis, 150. As the first pack of horrors and heralds lunged, Gerhard didn't hold back in the slightest. He activated the mana reinforcement, and Blessing of Gork and Mork activated automatically, since he was in battle. His stats shot through the roof, and he got to work. Gerhard became a blur as he dodged the attacks, which managed to come dangerously close to him. The shield spell was still activated and leveled up massively, as it was under such duress. He blinked across the bridge. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed Mana Bullet. At his current INT level, these were concentrated lances of pure mana that punched through the warp forms of the horrors before they could even finish a giggle. BBRROOOOOOOMMM. Pink Horrors defeated, X20. Plus 2,400,000 EXP. The Exalted Flamer barely had time to gape and fire his warp pyromaniac at the bullets before a hail of them shredded its twisted body into evaporating mist. Exalted Flamer defeated. Plus 380,000 EXP, Chapter 69, Encounter in the Warp 2. With the Spartan in his hand, Gerhard alternated between Loss Fire and Bolter rounds, doing the most damage to the demons, while trying to leave the other humans out of it. But it wasn't really working, as they were a vomiting, blood-crying, corrupted mess by that point. Not even his use of his shield was helping them much. The writhing form of the last remaining flamer pointed its limbs at Gerhard as he appeared before it, spewing out warp flames with wild abandon. But all he got was a kick in the midsection, which was followed by a casual 20 mana bullets that disintegrated its form. Gerhard drew the twin bones words from his back mid-motion, the monomolecular edges hummed with power. He dodged an attack by several heralds and horrors and carved through a screamer in a single cross slash, while firing the Spartan in the opposite direction, the synaptic overload triggering so fast it looked like the demon shattered into glass. Screamer defeated. Plus 150,000 EXP. To Gerhard, these creatures were no longer nightmares, they were just mobs which granted EXP, which were far too little for his liking. But at least there was a theoretical endless amount of them, so that was something. He plowed through them as a wolf would through sheep. He was brutal and efficient, his mind working in overdrive, and, battle plan, had shown him the best way to go about this, to deal the most damage. And it was working. He was impossible to stop. The notifications rolled in, and so did the experience as he killed one lesser demon after the other. The pink horrors split in two, creating two blue horrors, which weren't so happy, but less powerful. It didn't matter. Gerhard killed them all and with such disgusting ease that he was getting more powerful as he went, thanks to the Blessing of Gork and Mork. Blessing of Gork and Mork has leveled up. They also didn't like these unorthodox enemies and seemed in favor of Gerhard's actions. It was much appreciated. Enough, a powerful voice hissed, echoing in the foundations of the warp and echoing all around at once. Time stopped. The frantic movement of the last blue horrors, the spray of ichor, and the hurling of Captain Arafin froze in an instant. The room seemed to get new laws as physics changed its ways, and mathematics seemed to be inverted in some strange, incomprehensible way. Up was down, left was also down and right. Well, there was no longer any left. It was all gone. It was all nonsense. The creature, which had been observing up to that point, drifted through the walls and down from the ceiling. It was a large, gangly creature, winged and feathered like a bird. It ignored the carnage Gerhard had wrought, its eyes, like portals to a billion dying stars and blue and red swirling chaos, fixed on the anomaly. You are a most curious variable, the demon croaked, its cadaverous finger reaching out to touch Gerhard's helmet. A mind of such power. Built of iron and ambition. My master has use for a herald who loves the tides of change as you do. It circled, each step echoed across time itself as it spread its energies and gently touched Gerhard's armor with its feathers. The corruption attempted to take hold right away, but was stopped from penetrating the deeper parts, as if another type of energy prevented it. One that was in no way weaker than the demon's. Impossible. It looked at Gerhard and the armor more closely, understanding that the strange pulsing blue light must be the energy that was interfering with the attempt to fully corrupt Gerhard. It looked Gerhard, who had his entire existence as time stopped, directly in the eyes. Most intriguing. Let us peel back these layers and find the soul beneath. Let's perceive the hopes and dreams of this most delicious of souls. The creature touched Gerhard's mind and dived in. It poured its vast, sorcerous intellect, the gateway to the madness of fate, into Gerhard's mind, intending to rewrite his very essence into a slave of Tsench. And what a powerful slave he would become. Just thinking about it made it salivate. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Suddenly, the creature shrieked as its own corrupting sorcery was caught, magnified, and slammed back into its own bird-brained existence. The reflection was so sudden and violent that the creature's form began to vibrate and tear, even though it was inside the warp right now. In the next moment, the perspective shifted. A door opening into a space so vast and familiar that the demon dove in with a predator's hunger, to escape the pain it felt. Inside the mind space, it saw the great game laid out like a shimmering tapestry. It saw Gerhard's hopes, a vision of itself perched not on a gargoyle but on a throne of crystalline, chaotic sorcery, holding the strands of fate, having finally decoded the final riddle of the well of eternity. It saw dreams, the moment it would whisper a single word into the ear of an unassuming man, triggering a cascade of betrayals that would turn the Astronomican's light into a blue scream of betrayal and change. It felt great ambitions, to be the god of change who was no longer a pawn, but a player equal to the architect of fate. It was glorious. It was the perfect ego projection. But then, the colors began to change as they always did. The tapestry of fate became a series of rigid, gray bars. The shimmering possibilities of the future were suddenly replaced by fears, the deep, primordial terrors that even a greater demon hides from itself. It saw itself becoming static. It saw a future where it was no longer a weaver of change, but a recorded historical fact, a dead thing, a small side note in a book, unmoving and unchangeable. It saw the great game end, not in its victory, but in a cold, silent void where no thoughts existed to be manipulated. It saw an endless black void where every one of its clever schemes was reduced to nothingness, scripted as a predetermined path it had been forced to walk by a power far more calculated and cold than even the ruinous powers. The demon scrambled backwards, its talons scraping against the floor. It looked up, expecting to see the fractured walls of Gerhard's mortal psyche. Instead, it saw its own memories reflected in it from every angle. It recognized the specific shade of indigo in the sky, it was the exact hue of its own very essence. It saw the gargoyles of its own tower. The horror hit like a physical blow. "This is my sanctum," the demon's bird had whispered in a terrifying realization. "I am not in his mind. He is. From the center of the demon's own hopes and fears, Gerhard revealed himself. He wasn't a flickering psychic projection or an imprint. He appeared as a hole in the demon's own thoughts. The endless void. "You have a very busy mind, Xanthos," Gerhard said, his voice flat as he said the first part of the demon's true name out loud. "Yes, I know your full true name. I have to say, observe, is more powerful and useful than I ever would have thought." Hearing that name made the very essence of it shudder with insane dread, as it couldn't have known that Gerhard had used a very powerful skill, called lying. He truly could see the true name, but not all of it. And yet, that small part was enough for the greater demon to believe Gerhard, and that was the whole point. It shrieked and wiggled as it couldn't believe what was happening right now. Gerhard walked through the demon's dreams, his very footsteps turning the shimmering threads of fate into cold, void pockets. He reached out and caught a golden thread of the demon's ambition. He looked Xanthos in the eyes, then crushed it into sparkling dust between his fingers. "It's a bit messy, though," Gerhard continued, looking around the demon's collapsing psyche with the clinical detachment of a superior being. "Too much possibility, not enough result. You spend so much time looking at what could be that you forgot to notice what is." Gerhard stepped closer, his presence had changed entirely, filling the demon's entire field of vision. Blank. The blank skill was fully activated, sending vibrations through and began to erase its existence. You know what's hilarious? Gerhard said, a small, cold smile playing on his lips. If you had used anything else, like literally anything, you could have killed me. And you could have killed me with ease. I had my finger on the plus button for spending all my points and using the blank skill, like right now, apart from a dozen other secret moves. But it wasn't necessary. Gerhard couldn't stop himself from chuckling lightly, shaking his head at the ridiculousness of his plan. That's right, this was his plan. Battle plan was a broken skill, truly. But you wouldn't do that. You couldn't. You can't leave things as they are, you can't let me die just like that. You had to change me, to corrupt me, to make me into a slave. The bringer of change for humanity, the new growing light had to be twisted, you had to dive in and know more, to find out what made me tick. What was that power you couldn't understand, couldn't foresee? This time, Gerhard circled. The demon couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything, not even try to escape its own mind. A strange sword appeared in Gerhard's hand. With each passing moment, Gerhard's null presence, that anti-psychic field, grew more powerful, more overbearing, and soul-destroying. It was the worst amount of pain the demon could ever have imagined. And that same power, that same danger, could be felt from that strange power sword. I was going to kill you, you know, and I still am. We both know that's going to happen. But no one said we had to make it quick. After all, this is your mind, how much time has passed outside? 1 picosecond, 1 femtosecond. Even less. The truth is, on the outside, you're already dead. It tried to scream, but it couldn't. The pain was too much, as Gerhard plunged it into its stomach very slowly. It was merely a file being opened, and Gerhard was the only one with administrative privileges, as he slowly copied and then changed the entire source code from the ground up. Have you ever experienced a black hole? Gerhard asked as he continued, as if he were walking in the park. Time and space usually bend, and the one who is affected experiences it differently compared to the one watching from outside. Now, I have had my skill, blank, active since you brushed against my mind for the first instance, and since it has leveled up a lot in these last few moments alone, and it's basically the same. Gerhard shrugged. Energy drain. It is really true that a pariah is a black hole or an endless void that sucks all psychic energy, and all that is connected to the warp in, and my presence, in this state, is getting worse and worse. I don't even want to know how much pain you must be in right now. Truthfully, I don't give a shit. Hey, you're scum, but I'm still thankful for you being the way you are. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten such a juicy chance. Oh, and in case you're wondering why I'm monologuing like a bellend, your little connection to your daddy is cut off. No one knows what happened here. And no one ever will. Then, Gerhard did something never seen before in all of time and reality. He started to chant. Seal, plus, mana, plus, amplify, plus, shackles. He combined 4 spells into one more powerful version than the sum total of them. Magical shackles of binding. Lencilis reprimanded himself mentally. He had taken too long. He had encountered legions of warp denizens and had to cut them all down. Thankfully, his Alaris pattern Terminator power armor was a ridiculous piece of equipment, above anything even the Emperor ever created. That was no joke. Thanks to the game-like bonuses Gerhard could place on his items, that was more than feasible. And the Alaris pattern was a legendary grade item. Not only that, Gerhard was constantly getting better at crafting, managing to give his creations small but noticeable effects. Lencilis burst into the command deck and was assaulted by the sheer power that radiated off the demon. However, just as he was about to attack, his presence disappeared, as if it ceased to exist. Lencilis stared wide-eyed as the large form had disappeared, revealing Gerhard, who had his arms behind his back and looked as if nothing had happened. Only that he had seemingly lost all his clothes. Gee. Lord Gerhard, what? What was that? He managed to say. Oh that, well. Lord of Change defeated. Plus 52,209,202 EXP. Level up. 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 Lord of Change, LV. HP, 861/260,000. MP, 0, 48,000 sealed. A greater demon of Tsench, a master of sorcery that reshapes reality and ensures victory before battle begins. This one was on the lower end of the caste, but still a lord of change. Having been demoted for no apparent reason recently, he was out to seek something that might please his lord. Too bad it found the gamer. A new skill has been created through a special action. A new skill has been created through a special action. A new skill has been created through a special action. A new skill has been created through a special action. Funny story. So this is what happened, Gerhard said and started to explain Chapter 70, Cleanup. It was weird for Lencilis to see how casually Gerhard talked about his encounter with lesser and even a bloody greater demon of Tsench. The unimaginable recklessness of him, to allow himself to be frozen in time, only to bait the Lord of Change into trying and getting into his mind. Lencilis didn't even have words for such a thing. He almost lost his composure, which not even the Horus Heresy had managed. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought Gerhard might truly be one of the Changer of Ways followers. And if he knew what Gerhard truly did with the Lord of Change, yeah, no one would ever find out about that. Albeit, the sheer dread one felt when he entered the command deck, as Gerhard had the blank skill active, told him all he needed to know. To be honest, Gerhard, in his blank state, reminded Lencilis of Jean Tia Kroll, the Soulless Queen. Kroll had been the Knight Commander of the Silent Sisterhood and Chief Investigatus Militant of the Divisio Astra Telepathica during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. She led the Silent Sisterhood during the Battle of Prospero and the War within the Webway. She was one of the Emperor's 3 main advisors and a linchpin of his war council during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, alongside Constantine Valder and Malcador the Sigillite. She had been a striking woman. But her pariahness was so powerful that even the Adeptus Custodes, who were highly resistant to the null aura of typical blanks, could barely see her or understand her sign language. At times, she was invisible because the brain couldn't place or navigate that. It was insane, and Gerhard was already approaching her level and about to push beyond it. Gerhard looked around and saw that most of the crew were dead at that point. Their souls couldn't bear possession, and then the vicinity of Gerhard in his blank state. Captain Erefin was still clinging to life, although barely. Gerhard walked towards him and touched his body. His senses and skill in the usage of the warp had experienced a massive leap in this fight. Remove curse. Remove curse. Remove curse. After that, Gerhard healed the captain and left him on the ground, making his way through the void ship to see where he could help otherwise. The Geller field was back online, thanks to the efforts of Hans, and the warp drive pushed them out of the warp, giving them a momentary respite. Alea was the first to encounter Gerhard and Lencilis on their cleanup. She signed using Thoughtmark very quickly, but Gerhard understood. "I'm on my way," he said, and they gotta move on. Former Planetary Defense Force Lieutenant, Sarah Vall, was not having a great time. Gerhard had outfitted her with the best armor he could make that wasn't power armor. That meant she was wearing what looked like the finest crafted carapace armor there was, but wasn't at the same time. Gerhard had worked hard to be able to use ceramite, carapace and even some polymorphic alloy, and create the best version of the armor she could wear comfortably. In short, Sarah Vall was now a Tempestus Scion, but with even better equipment. And that was saying something. The standard equipment of the Tempestus Scions, also known as Stormtroopers, which were the elite shock troops of the Militarum Tempestus, was superior to that of regimental guardsmen. This typically included carapace armor, which offered better protection than the standard flak armor used by guardsmen. Scions were armed with the hotshot Loss gun, also known as a Hell gun, a more powerful Loss gun equipped with a targeting system. Additionally, they carried both frag and crock grenades, with the option to use melta bombs. Scions may also be issued special weapons, such as flommers, grenade launchers, meltaguns, plasma guns, and hotshot volley guns. Scion leaders had access to even more advanced weapons, including power weapons, bolter weapons, and plasma pistols. Depending on the mission, Scions could deploy a greater variety of specialized equipment. This could include Gravjuts for performing aerial insertions, as well as Chimeras or Torox Primes for ground transportation. The masked helmets worn by Tempestus Scions were designed for inhospitable environments and allowed for the delivery of nutrient gruel and oxygen to the wearer. Sarah was outfitted with all of that good stuff and then some. She and Gerhard had developed a type of brother-sister relationship, where she was the grumpy, hard woman who could kick ass all day long but still followed his lead on basically everything. So Gerhard wanted her to be as safe as possible. All of the equipment, meaning armor, as stated, and weapons, were created by Gerhard and were, to date, legendary grade. She had a bolt pistol, which could fire all day and had insane ammo capacity for its small magazines, a chainsword, which she asked him to create, and a plasma pistol, which had a 99% heat generation bonus. Those were only the smaller weapons, though. They could be placed on the armor she wore and weighed less than they would if they were Imperial-grade weaponry. That was not to hinder her movement. Because the main weapon she used was the hotshot Loss gun, which packed a serious punch as a legendary-grade weapon, and Gerhard went nuts on those things. For movement, he included Grafschütz, which she could use at will, to increase her movement. Long story short, Sarah was a force to be reckoned with who was starting to get close to an unnamed space marine, if she fought smart and didn't get killed right away. However, the situation on the Kadamara was not anything Sarah Vall had ever experienced. The danger of being in the warp was something she hadn't understood until the Geller field had been broken through and the attack started. The air became hard to breathe, even with the specially designed helmet. The mind was attacked directly, she started to see things, her stomach turned, and she started to bleed for no apparent reason. It was a horror for her. Still, she was who she was and refused to give up without a proper fight. So long had she endured the mediocrity in life as a lieutenant of the PDF, so hard had she fought against the archenemy, so hard had she endured the presence of the anathema Psychona and seen how Gerhard grew stronger and better daily, while sparring with literal demigods like a former custodes. And yet, through all this, Gerhard had never forgotten about her, even taking valuable time of his day to create this glorious piece of armory for her. She wasn't going to give in to pathetic creatures. The hotshot Loss gun was so powerful that she managed to kill several lesser demons of Tsench. She switched between melee and long-range weaponry, using her Grafschütz to get higher ground, dodge swarms of horrors and throw melta-bombs and croc bombs at the vermin. When her right arm was injured, she already had the chainsword in hand and brutally cut through the creature, while using the bolter pistol to kill swathes of them. When she was finally out of grenades, she overcharged her plasma pistol and hurled it at the enemy, causing an enormous explosion and taking hundreds of them before they could overwhelm her. She even endured terrible burns from flammers thanks to her armor, but eventually, it was too much, and she was taken down. Broken and defeated, and with a bloody grin, she had thought of, once again, ending her own life. Sadly, that didn't work out as she'd hoped. While Gerhard's armory, weapons, and items were relatively corruption-proof, thanks to the mana he used to create them, Sarah was not. Gerhard, Lencilis and Alea rushed through the Kadamara, all 950 meters of it, and cleared every single room of warp corruption and demons. Gerhard purged all corruption and healed those who were still holding on, though they hadn't fully given in. Corruption and full possession were two different things, and Gerhard had found out that using Remove Curse did technically work, but it also killed the human being possessed, as there was no soul left that could be cleaned. They made it to Slovo's citadel and saw Hestia, bloody but unbroken, as she had made sure the navigator wouldn't be possessed. Lencilis jumped into action and cleared any remaining filth together with Alea. Gerhard walked up to Hestia and touched her shoulder. Burning Spirit Principle. Burning Spirit Principle. The healing skill had already leveled up a lot since he had used it the first time. After using it twice, Hestia was back to full health, and her stamina had recovered as well. She felt fresh and ready to go again. The reason for that was that the skill also affected the recipient's soul. And although the anathema Psychona didn't think that they had souls, it still seemed to have an effect. That's the gamer system for you. Everything is cleared here. We can commence, Lencilis said. Slovo was in bad shape, whimpering on the ground and sweating like a pig. What he felt in the proximity to Hestia and Alea were almost driving him insane. Then there was the sheer horror of the warp, and he wasn't inside his protective tank. Easy there, navigator. You'll be fine, Gerhard said. No, oh. We're still in, the warp, need to stay out. Burning Spirit Principle. Burning Spirit Principle. Gerhard used the healing skill twice for the navigator. The results were visible right away, as his sweating and gray complexion gave way to a healthy complexion. Slovo felt better than he ever had in that moment. Wah, what was that? What did you do? Are you a psyker as well? Why don't I sense any psyker potential from you? Slovo rattled off his questions. Calm yourself. We are already out of the warp, so you don't need to worry too much. Alea scoffed at the navigator's state, which she found pathetic. Gerhard turned to her, keeping a calm and polite tone. Please try to be more sympathetic, Alea. Even for a navigator, one who stares into the warp as a vocation, it is very hard on the mind to see a true form of a Shidim, especially for a psyker. They are usually the source for nightmares and more than capable of sending a mortal to insanity. Alea didn't say anything, knowing that Gerhard was right. Hestia also agreed with that. A mortal had to struggle not to listen to the demons, but not the blanks. What was an unbearable horror to a mortal, a temptation beyond endurance, for the Sisters of Silence, it was merely disgusting and dangerous, something that had to be stepped on and ground to dust. They continued through the ship until they reached the final bulk, where Kaelin and Leora were engaged in a brutal fight. Seeing them, Gerhard was about to eradicate the possessed, until he recognized who they were fighting. No. Sarah. She has been possessed, Lensilla stated. She has to die, Alea signed. She looked around and saw that no one was moving forward to take action and help her sisters, so she was about to do it herself. Before she could interfere, though, Gerhard grabbed her shoulder, stopping her from doing so. Being touched by him angered the spirited woman, and she kicked him away. Or she tried at least. She was surprised by how hard it was and by Gerhard ignoring her. He started walking forward. Angered that she had been ignored, Alea was about to go after him when Hestia stopped her this time and shook her head. The young woman was angry at the wider galaxy for the treatment she and her sisters had received, but Sarah was like a sister to Gerhard. Seeing her like this was hard. Kaelin and Leora had been trying not to harm the enemy in front of them. They were still human, and after spending months with Sarah, they were a bit reluctant to kill her. They were just about to do it, no questions asked, but now that Gerhard was here, they might be spared from having to do it themselves. Ah, the special one. Hee hee hee, how this one cared for you, such delicious drama, what will you do? Kill me. Will you kill the person who sees you as a little brother, huh? Ha 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 ha. Shut up, Gerhard said, pointing his index finger at the creature. Oh, did I hurt your feel? 6-rod mana restraint. A small spark of yellow energy appeared in front of Gerhard's finger, which suddenly summoned 6 thin, wide beams of mana that slammed into the possessed Sarah's midsection and held them in place. What? But Gerhard wasn't finished. Magical shackles of binding. Thick light blue mana shackles appeared next and wrapped around the metamorphosed body of Sarah, restricting all of its movements and speech indefinitely. The skill was actually insanely powerful, as Gerhard trapped the demon's energy and severed its connection to the warp. Still, it wiggled and fought against the bindings, screeching curses and the like, wanting to hurt Gerhard and itself to cause Gerhard pain. Such arrogance. You think you get to have the last word in this? Allow me to teach you, Gerhard said and started to chant. Instant dungeon. Gerhard entered an instant dungeon with those around him to hide what was coming next. Theft. Mana. Amplify. Absorb. Forever. 5 blue balls of pure mana materialized. They moved around the ground, around Sarah's body, and started to paint runes on the floor. If those present hadn't known Gerhard, they might have thought he was about to perform heretical sorcery. The runes started to burn with blue fire, coating Sarah's terribly malformed body as the spell finally activated. Comment. 22 Comment. Chapter 71, Where to Now? Eternal Skill Theft. The blue fire changed color, turning into 5 red orbs that floated before Gerhard. Essence of the Warp. Essence of Demonic Will. Essence of Battle-Hardened Soul. Essence of Corruption. Essence of Malice. The figure of Sarah changed and receded, changing back to her human form. What? This was the effect of the skill Gerhard had created after long months of research against Genestealer infestation. He hypothesized that it might work against chaos corruption as well, but until now, he had no idea whether it would. This had been a test and a dangerous one at that. Sarah could have died, but in the end, that would have been better than her being possessed. Eternal Skill Theft, active, LV, 2. EXP, 50.94%. Through magic and special methods, you can take away someone's power and skills. It only requires the target to be bound and unable to move, as well as you to be more powerful. When the process is successful, you'll obtain the person's power and mana in the shape of an orb. Eating it will allow you to obtain their skills and powers. The target will become an ordinary human without any skills or powers. Warning. The process can permanently harm or kill the individual it is used on, depending on how the skills and powers are tied to the individual's existence. The gamer needs to have higher INT than the individual it is used on. This was a ridiculous skill and went so hard against the galaxy's rules that the ruinous powers would send all their armies after Gerhard if they knew about it. Gerhard had turned the demonic possession into an orb, robbed the body, in this case Sarah, of it and returned her to a human again. However, if the possession of the demon had happened long ago, or if the willpower of the human was too weak, the skill would indeed kill the human. Still, he had basically created a way to cure possession and even the genestealer genetic effects. With this, he was now more dangerous than the Emperor. And if not more, then at least equally dangerous. He had turned a demon into food that could enhance him and cure the person. Ugh. I fucking hate flying. Sarah groaned on the ground as she opened her eyes. What happened? She asked. You were possessed. I managed to cure you, Gerhard explained, like telling her the weather. Sarah looked at him with a deadpan expression. Cure possession wasn't a thing. That didn't exist. What an idiot, she thought. She tried to get up, but felt extremely weak. What is going on with my body? An after effect of the purification, she asked. Not really. You are now a normal human, without any of the skills and abilities you had before. And it wasn't really purification. What? It was necessary to save you. Do you have any idea how groundbreaking this is? Death is the only other option otherwise. Besides, you don't need to worry. I got your skills right here. Essence of battle-hardened soul. Grade, Adept. Description. The combined willpower and combat experience of a warrior who resisted possession until the end and fought for her entire life. Effects, consumption. Temporarily grants. Enhanced combat instincts and reaction speed. Permanently. Plus 15 STR. Plus 15 VIT. Plus 10 Dex. Plus 10% damage against chaos/demonic entities. Special. If consumed by someone who knows the skill. Boosts combat-related skills permanently. Here. Eat this, you'll regain your skills and abilities, Gerhard said. Huh? Have you lost your me right, it's you we're talking about. Lord, are you sure this is a good idea? Lencilis intervened. I admit, seeing what you did. I have no words to describe it, but won't her taking it reverse the process? There is no need to worry. This orb contains all of her abilities and skills, nothing else. Taking it will get you back to where you were before. There is, however, another option. Sarah narrowed her eyes. And even the Sisters of Silence, who were just as shocked as Lencilis, were skeptical. Was there truly more Gerhard could do to surprise them further? As it turned out, there was. The rough maximum for a normal, non-enhanced human is around the strength you had before. Now that you are back to an untrained noob, you could train yourself back into shape, Gerhard said, smiling like an idiot. Why would I do that? I am feeling so weak. I want my previous strength back. I understand, but think about it. If you train back your previous strength, and then take the orb, you will be able to become stronger than the theoretical max a non-enhanced human can achieve. Are you fucking serious? Indubitably. The idea seemed logical until you thought about what they were even talking about. It was so easy to lose oneself in the logic of Gerhard, who was the gamer. Because he was the gamer, he had the power to affect those around him, which made something as what he just suggested possible. Fine, let's do it. That's the spirit. I don't want to disrupt your delusions, but what are we going to do about the Kadamara? Hestia asked. I'm going to assemble my void ship again, and will transport everyone who is still alive onto that. Good. I'll inform the captain, Alea said. What? You want to go back in there? Slovo shouted. Gerhard had just informed him and Captain Arifin about their plans to transfer everyone to another ship and then continue on their way. What's the problem, navigator? Lencilis asked. Several minutes later, Gerhard, Lencilis, the Sisters of Silence, Sarah, and Hans were sitting opposite Slovo in one of the ship's lead-lined interrogation chambers, with Captain Arifin present too. They sat around a bolted-down table, trying to ignore the stench emanating from everyone. I couldn't believe it, Slovo started, his eyes flickering between Arifin, whom he was most comfortable with, just after Gerhard and the others. He had calmed down a lot, but was still anxious about their reality. I don't even know how to describe it. Try, please, Arifin said sourly. The captain had done well considering he had stood in the presence of a Lord of Change and was still breathing. Naturally, that was thanks to Gerhard, but it was still impressive, nonetheless. Slovo drew in a long breath, trying to steel his nerves. The warp's growing, he said. The cysts of silence didn't understand how that could be possible. The warp, they had always been told, was a mirror of reality, the one was the size of the other. Or so they thought. Lencilis was different in that matter. He understood the truth of the warp more, as he had been a personal guardian of the Emperor when he had still walked among them. But the notion was still strange for him. You might be describing it wrong, Navigator. The warp itself isn't growing, its influence on real space is spilling over and growing, Gerhard said. A great rift has formed, and is still going on, dividing the entire galaxy, while half of it, now, is plunged into the darkness, without being able to see the Astronomicon. Yes. It's very, very bad, Slovo went on. I was watching it happen, tearing space like a sheet of paper. We were heading right down the fault line. It blew the outer aegis. I could hear them. Throne, I could hear them. Slovo held his head in pain as he remembered what he had seen. Gerhard had also seen it, but wasn't affected as much, since he had Gamer's mind. Can't you always hear them? Arifin asked. Not like this. Slovo looked up at Gerhard, then at Lencilis, and finally at the Sisters of Silence. They knew you were here. They were smashing up against the hull to get to you four and to you, Lord Gerhard. There were hundreds of them, thousands. He shook his head. We should have dropped out of it. Now, the ship's destroyed. That part is accurate, I believe. All of our scanners indicate that we won't be making it anywhere anytime soon, Arifin said. What shall we do then? How will we go to Makridge? Alea asked. What is the state of the warp drive and the Geller field, Captain? Lencilis asked. Arifin turned to the eye of the Emperor and spoke reverently. The Geller array's in a very bad state, practically unusable, he said. We have a lot of burned-out relays, and the warp drive was forcefully cut off from getting us out of the warp. It'll take a while to repower it and repair all of the damage, even to get us moving through real space. What say you, Hans? Gerhard asked. Much of the same, Master. The plasma reactor has been damaged, and I needed to destroy parts of it due to spreading corruption. The remaining one won't get us far and will be very slow. I suggest we take the ship you created. The crew has shrunk considerably, so it would work. Hans had a morbid sense of humor, or so the others thought. It was true that the crew had shrunk. Arifin and Slovo were the only remaining crew members. What exactly happened? Hestia asked. How did such a phenomenon take place? What do you mean by Great Rift? Slovo seemed to understand the idea behind Hestia's though Mark and continued to explain, before Gerhard could. It's like a rift, as Lord Gerhard said, his voice was full of foreboding. A crack. A canyon, through everything. And it's growing. I still don't know what that means, said Arifin. Slovo barked a hoarse laugh. I don't know either, Captain. I'm trying to make sense of what I saw. He pressed his hands together, trying to stop them shaking. He was completely lost in his thoughts and the experience of being attacked and basically naked inside the warp, while the ship had been breached. It felt as if the whole galaxy were breaking apart down the middle. I saw the edge of it, dropping into a deeper void. I saw the light running out of the universe. Leaking out of it. Alea leaned forward, interested in this. The beacon. She signed. She asked about the beacon. The Astronomicon. It's damned faint. It was faint before, and we lost it fully for a while. But I can just about guess its location now. We're still basically blind. Hestia and Alea felt impatience growing as they heard Slovo talking and refusing to let Gerhard say anything. He was in shock, that was clear, but these hardened ladies had little patience for his weakness, right now. He had a task, and he was clearly incapable of fulfilling it at this point. They didn't truly understand what happened in its entirety. The crack, rift, and the like were just psycher talk to them. But Gerhard and Lencilis understood what it truly was. At least, Gerhard did. Lencilis could imagine what that implied. Traveling to the other side of this great rift is now impossible. Not through the warp at least. As Slovo said, we were going down the same direction, and I just about managed to get us to the light side of the galaxy. However, the Kadamara is now useless. No matter what happened, though, we need to get to Makridge, even more pressingly than ever. What is so important about Makridge, Lord? Why not go to Terra directly? It should be faster for us, no. That's not important now. All you need to know is that we need to get there. And fast, Gerhard said. That won't be possible. We can't go back into the warp. Slovo said. We have to. The distance to Makridge will take us months through the warp, and that was before this. Now, we won't make it out alive, not even a full day. Slovo said. You need to get yourself back on your feet, Navigator, and stop being so bloody negative all the time. But don't worry. We won't be traveling to Makridge through the warp. There's another place to go, and if we're fast enough, we'll just about make it. Where? We can't go into the warp. That's impossible. Hold my fucking beer. Name, Gerhard. Class, The Gamer. Level, 68. Title, Emperor's Chosen, Unique. Race, Psycherblank Hybrid. HP, 4878/4878, 6713/6713, plus 1220. MP, 8446/8446, 11814/11814. STR, 120, plus 50, plus 30. VIT, 122, plus 51, plus 31. DEX, 104, plus 44, plus 21. INT, 259, plus 107. WIS, 171, plus 68. Luck, 40. Point, 311. Money, 0. Chapter 72, Fall of Cadia. It had happened. The worst possible scenario had arrived. The planet Cadia has fallen. The battle for Cadia had begun in space, where the Imperial Navy launched a desperate effort to stop Abaddon's fleet before it could make planetfall. What had followed after that was an apocalyptic void war on a scale rarely seen even in a galaxy filled with war. Thousands of ships clashed across the Cadian system. Massive battleships exchanged devastating broadsides while swarms of smaller escorts darted through the chaos. The Imperials and especially the Cadians fought with their usual unbreakable resolve, but Abaddon's armada, strengthened by demon-infested vessels and the immense power of what were known as the Blackstone Fortresses, slowly began to seize the advantage. On the surface of Cadia, the fighting was no less brutal. The legendary Cadian shock troops turned every inch of ground into a bastion that made the First World War look like a quick vacation. Trenches, bunkers, and defensive lines became deadly kill zones for months and months, where Chaos forces paid dearly for every increment of advance. Reinforcements arrived in the form of Space Marines from multiple chapters, bolstering the defenders and, for a time, giving hope that Cadia might endure once again, as it had so many times before. A pivotal moment came with the unexpected intervention of the Necron by the name of Trazyn the Infinite. Trazyn the Infinite is an ancient Necron overlord of the Nihilak dynasty. He is essentially a powerful, immortal ruler of a dynasty, belonging to a mechanical undead race called Necrons. The Necrons themselves are an ancient species. And ancient means over 60 million years old. They were once living, breathing organisms called the Necronter, who had already mastered technology to a ridiculous degree. They were, however, suffering from the worst kinds of cancer, their entire race was. And because of that, they had very short lifespans and suffered terribly. Naturally, it was their wish to be free of such pains. Through greed, ignorance, and irony during a galaxy-changing event, the Necronter had their minds transferred into living metal bodies via a process known as biotransference. This living metal, necrodermis, is a trademark resource of the Necrons. As a result of biotransference, they became powerful, technologically ridiculously advanced, machine-like entities who do not age or die in the normal sense. Trazyn stands out among the rest of the Necrons as a collector and preserver of history. Immortality has its price, and Trazyn has found a hobby, if you will. From his world, known as a tomb world called Salamace, Trazyn gathers artifacts, relics, and even entire armies or individuals, keeping them frozen in stasis as part of his vast museum. Rather than seeking conquest, he is driven by a desire to catalog and preserve important moments and objects from across the galaxy. All this is possible thanks to the Necrons' insanely advanced technology, which makes them such a dangerous race. Understanding the sheer weight of the 13th Black Crusade, Trazyn visited the planet during the fighting and unleashed ancient warriors from his vast collection, adding their strength to the Imperial defense. At the same time, a crucial discovery had been made by Archmagus Belisarius Call of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The mysterious Cadian pylons, as they were known, could be activated to hold back significant overlap between the warp and real space and push back the Eye of Terror itself. Call hadn't found that out on his own, though, and was helped by Trazyn to activate those pylons. How did the Necron Overlord know about them? Because those pylons were made of black stone, as the Imperium calls it, or Noctilith, as it is truly called, and had been created 60 million years ago by the Necrons. Everything suddenly made sense. That was the reason for the Black Crusades, the Cadian pylons. They wanted to destroy those, to weaken the barrier between the warp and real space, and this one, the 13th Black Crusade, was supposed to be the magnum opus of Abaddon that would finally see the millennia-long plan come to fruition. For the first time, when Khal and Trazyn activated the pylons, the defenders glimpsed the possibility not only of saving Cadia but of striking a decisive blow against chaos. Naturally, in this galaxy, no one can ever have anything good. Abaddon would not allow this to happen. As the pylons activated and the Eye of Terror truly began to shrink, he made a ruthless and defining decision. Rather than risk defeat, shame, and the undoubtedly immense weakening of chaos, he directed one of the massive black stone fortresses, a structure the size of a small moon, steeped in corrupted power, on a collision course with the planet. That's right. Abaddon used a massive black stone fortress like a battering ram and pushed it into the gravitational pull of the planet. The fortress smashed into the planet Cadia. The impact was catastrophic. The fortress slammed into Cadia, causing massive destruction and forcing many Imperials to begin to evacuate. The Imperial evacuation plans had been worked out at the time of the Second Black Crusade, but were often completely outdated, confusing, and just not feasible. Furthermore, the Inquisition had secretly drafted the extremist protocols, effectively forbidding an evacuation of Cadia due to the risk of corruption spreading from its overly chaos-exposed defenders. A beautiful example of the Imperium being its own most inconvenient enemy. The pylons, which had long held back the warp's influence, were destroyed in the devastation. And with their stabilizing power gone, the barrier holding the Eye of Terror back collapsed. Warp energy flooded into real space like a tidal wave. This unleashed a galaxy-spanning catastrophe, the birth of the Great Rift, a massive warp storm that tore across the Imperium and split it in two. The creation of the rift through the entire galaxy is what caught the Kadamara and its crew. Lord Castellan Ursarkar Creed, Lord General of the Astra Militarum and Lord Castellan of Cadia, and parts of his Cadian Eighth held the line against the returned demonic legions, while the planet broke apart underneath them. Also that the Imperials could flee Cadia, and the planet was dragged into the warp. Creed waved his maimed hand in the air, signaling his troops and shouting loudly to be heard over the howling wind. Fall back! Fall back! With a shudder, the Cadian line shrank towards the evacuation fields. The winds picked up further, stirring the already massive dust storm to new heights. It was terrible and chaotic. The air was hot and cold, directions were hard to make out, and the eyes started to play tricks on the mind. Suddenly, Creed found himself alone. A shadow passed overhead, marked by the cogtooth servo skull of the Adeptus Mechanicus on its sides. Lost fire lanced from its front, giving rise to screams from demons which were hidden within the dust storm. Then the engines roared, and the transport grumbled skyward, the last transport. Cadia had become little more than a graveyard now, haunted by the stubborn and the dead, and chaos. Creed stumbled. Despite the medic's efforts, his wounds continued to bleed. He felt his strength fading as his coat got soaked. One last effort, he told himself, then he could rest, just one last push. His will was stronger than iron, and he wouldn't give up. Only in death does duty end. The storm parted, revealing a metal giant in a scaled cloak. Creed's hurried shots didn't do anything as his weapon was ripped from his hand. Light shone on the figure's upraised palm, iridescent polygons swirling in a hypnotic dance. Ursarkar Creed, the giant's voice sounded like tombstones. This need not be your end. Eternity awaits. The last Creed would remember as darkness took him was the giant's laughter. A shrunken fleet of battered vessels and exhausted men and women departed from Cadia's orbit, setting course for the edge of the system as fast as they could. The Eye of Terror, which was no longer contained, spilt out into the galaxy. There was no happiness or relief aboard the fleet, no sense of victory despite what they had endured. Too many had died, perished, ceased to exist, before Inquisitor Greyfax issued her evacuation order, and even then, only a small fraction of Cadia's surviving outposts received the desperate voxcast. At the beginning of the 13th Black Crusade, Cadia had been home to around 850 million souls. Now, scarcely 3 million were fleeing from Abaddon's forces. From the start, warp travel was deemed unwise because the navigators could not identify safe routes through the Immaterium due to the Great Rift, which prevented them from seeing the Astronomicon. And that was a necessity to orient oneself in the warp. Therefore, the ship's plasma drives were pushed to their limits and sometimes beyond, to make their way through real space. At the front of the fleet rushing away was the Phalanx, commanded by Tor Garadon, the captain of the Space Marines Imperial Fist's 3rd Company. The Phalanx was no ordinary vessel, it was a colossal battle station, effectively a mobile fortress the size of a small moon, bristling with weapons monstrous and powerful enough to drive fear into pursuing Chaos ships and keep them at bay. It carved a path through the void, its guns forcing traitor vessels to keep their distance. Behind the Phalanx were the remnants of the Imperial Navy, damaged warships, troop transports, and a scattering of civilian craft which had been crammed with survivors. These ships carried what little remained of Cadia's population and forces. A pitiful amount compared to what it had been initially. At the rear, holding the line, were the vessels of the Adeptus Mechanicus under the command of Archmagus Belisarius Call. His flagship, the Iron Revenant, was an Arch Mechanicus, a rare and ancient vessel filled with lost technologies and forbidden knowledge, some of which the rest of the Mechanicus would most likely see as tech heresy. But there was one thing, it also carried something of immense importance, sealed deep within its stasis vaults. This object was so important that Call would sacrifice the entire ship for it. Among the fleet was also Celestine, the living saint. A living saint is a mighty and pious warrior of the Imperial Creed who displays miraculous abilities within their lifetime and is subsequently resurrected, supposedly by the Emperor himself. Living saints are most often members of the Adepta Sororitas, but some have come from the Imperial Guard. Saint Celestine is a legendary member of the Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle. She has lived multiple lives in the Emperor's service, and each time she is slain, she is reborn once more. While the morale was at an all-time low and the chances of survival were equally low, she provided something crucial in these times, faith. It was she who insisted that a path to salvation remained for them. The retreat was anything but orderly. Chaos forces attacked and pestered the fleeing ships constantly. 20 hours into the retreat, a Dictator-class cruiser was crippled by enemy fire, to the loss of all 10,000 lives on board. In the following 10 hours, 2 frigates and a light cruiser met the same fate. 40 hours into the retreat, the plasma drives on the Agri-Hauler, Pride of St. Serephos, failed. Tor Garadon, captain of the Space Marines Imperial Fist's 3rd Company, faced a difficult choice: risk the entire fleet to save those crammed like cattle into the hauler's hold, or abandon them to the enemy, where they would die or experience worse. Reluctantly, he took aboard what few transport crafts could escape the wreck but left the Pride behind, knowing full well how to calculate what was more important at that point in time. The captains of the Emperor's Wrath and Dominus Victor were appalled at Garadon's pragmatism. They weren't like him, younger, not as experienced and battle-hardened. They defied his orders and went to aid the Pride of St. Serephos. Their decision, though noble as it was, proved unintelligent. Though they arrived before the Chaos forces, barely half of the Cadian soldiers aboard the Pride of St. Serephos were taken onto the 2 battleships when the leading ships of the Black Fleet caught up with them. A traitor ship's broadside tore apart the Emperor's Wrath before it could disengage its docking beams, killing all aboard. The Dominus Victor managed to break away in time, though with fires burning along its starboard flank, pushing its plasma drives roaring at full power. With skill and luck, it might have reached the safety of Belisarius Call's rearguard. However, the captain was killed during the fighting, and with him went the immediate order and the person capable of making hard decisions and remaining cool under immense pressure. In a panic, his subordinate ordered an emergency warp jump, fully aware of the risks involved. A foolish choice. The heading he chose remains a mystery, but his end is all but guaranteed, because Dominus Victor never emerged from the immaterium. The panic of those aboard most likely became a delicacy for the hungry maw of Slaanesh. Thus, another 250,000 lives fell to the guns of the Black Fleet, a tenth of whom perished due solely to misguided compassion. How ironic it was. Compassion, how rare it was, didn't prove to be a trait found in survivors of the galaxy. Those who had it suffered such a fate. Finally, they reached their destination, the Mandeville Point. One by one, vessels began to break away, jumping into the warp when brief windows of stability appeared. Massive cruisers, freighters, and transports vanished into the immaterium, escaping Cadia at last. But not all of the ships were that lucky. Chapter 73, Clysis. If you know about the lore you can skip this chapter also. Don't whine if you do, not everything is about you. And not everything will change, I already stated that. Underscore 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 underscore. With a loud, creaking sound of strained metal, the mighty battle fortress, the Phalanx, released its anchors from real space and jumped into the immaterium. Archmagus Dominus Belisarius Call's fleet, moving in a rocked formation to prevent any vessel from being left stranded, was now alone in the hostile void of space. The first shells exploded among Call's formation, fired from extreme range with little accuracy. It was merely a stroke of bad luck that one shell detonated against the Arch Mechanicus's shields, knocking two of the vessel's plasma drives out of alignment and, more critically, disabling the Iron Revenant's Geller fields. This was terrible. The Geller field was a definite must-have if one wanted to jump into the warp. With this damage, escape into the Immaterium was no longer an option for Call and everyone aboard his ship. The Archmagos was consumed by fear. Not of dying, although that wasn't a pleasing conclusion to his cogitator either, but at the prospect of losing his precious cargo. Call ordered the Iron Revenant to change course for evasion. As their flagship sought to escape, the rest of the Adeptus Mechanicus fleet formed a blockade around them, their captains accepting without hesitation the sacrifices required of them. They would take any and all damage meant for the Iron Revenant, to give him precious moments. The last remaining interceptors, used for space combat, took off from their hangars and attacked the enemy behind them. The first salvos shot into the void, targeting the oncoming Chaos cruisers. All for one purpose, all to save Call and his precious cargo. Among Call's fleet, only the Arch Mechanicus could stand toe-to-toe with one of Abaddon's vessels. Even then, the Iron Revenant's weaponry was a mere shadow compared to that of Abaddon's ship, the Vengeful Spirit. Nonetheless, the direct approach of the Chaos fleet allowed them to initially maintain fire superiority and gain those desperate few minutes they wanted but didn't know what to do with. Salvo after salvo battered the traitorous vessels, overloading shields and buckling armor. Servitor crews worked with their usual mechanical efficiency, loading and firing without the fatigue that afflicted non-augmented crews. Explosions erupted in the narrowing gap between the two fleets as the heavily outnumbered interceptors clashed with Helldrakes and Hell Talons. The Helldrakes are a type of flying demon engine used by Chaos Space Marines. This twisted combination of man, machine, and demon featured enormous wingspans, making them even larger than Stormraven gunships. Originally, these were fighter aircraft piloted by noble Space Marines, but the warp had since mutated them into something far more grotesque. The Hell Talon was a product of the demonic Forge world of Xanadu, situated within the Eye of Terror. This Forge world supplied infernal machines to Chaos warbands, and the Hell Talon had become increasingly common among their forces over the last millennium. The Hell Talon was equipped with vector thrust engines, which enabled it to move upwards or sideways in a non-conventional manner, making it lethal in combat. Prow lances fired, and liquefied adamantium flowed like a fluid after being heated, across the armored flanks of the Adeptus Mechanicus ships. One of the proud and loyal ships had its prow torn, and its crew killed, veering off course due to jammed rudders. And it was only one of many that turned to scrap in the void. However, even if twice the number of vessels had attempted to block Abaddon's advance from reaching Call's ship, it would have made no difference. One by one, the ships of the Adeptus Mechanicus fleet went dark or detonated in bright flashes of plasma and heat. Nevertheless, the sacrifices were not in vain. Each moment bought with lives and machinery allowed the Iron Revenant's damaged Geller fields to be repaired. They tried to repair the damage and then finally jumped into the warp to flee. Sadly, the Arch Mechanicus quickly lost ground to the Vengeful Spirit, which had acted like a bloodhound and pursued its prey at full speed. Abaddon had been told that there was a treasure on Belisarius Call's ship. Something so bad for Chaos and their interests that it might even dampen the enormous victory they had achieved on Cadia. Little by little, the battleship closed in on the Iron Revenant. Realizing that the Vengeful Spirit would soon overtake his badly damaged ship, Call pushed the plasma reactors beyond their highest tolerances. Superheated steam erupted from damaged coolant pipes, electromechanical vehicle horns, called klaxons, could be heard across the drive decks, and pressure plates exceeded their safety thresholds. Ultimately, it made little difference. No matter how much additional acceleration Call squeezed from the Iron Revenant's damaged engines, it was never enough. The Vengeful Spirit was closing in too quickly. In a matter of minutes, it would draw level, and the broadsides would begin. Again and again, Call calculated the probabilities of survival. Each time, the calculations returned meager and depressing odds. Curiosity about the black stone pylons had led Call to Cadia, pride had kept him there. Now, the Iron Revenant was destined to be lost, along with its precious cargo. Call believed he had failed. Increase drive threshold by 17%, he ordered. The command bridge shuddered as the crew of the Iron Revenant obeyed Call's orders. Inquisitor Greyfax, who was a psyker, needed no telepathy to realize that Call understood the futility of his command. The Iron Revenant was doomed. Her confusion was understandable, since she could not have known anything of Call's secret. But that was quickly taken care of as she peered into his mind. What she saw was an obligation, a sense of duty that had not yet been fulfilled, which drove the Archmagos. It was a secret so closely guarded that Greyfax could only glimpse its shape, not the details. "We cannot outrun this fate," said Celestine. Marshal Amalrich of the Black Templars stirred, his low growl a warning. Black Templars crusade fleets are often led by an experienced marshal, similar in role to the captains of other Space Marine chapters, who oversee the order of battle and command their troops from the front lines. They are fanatical and experienced warriors who answer only to the High Marshal himself. And fanatical means extremely fanatical. "Would you have us offer our necks to the despoiler without a fight?" Amalrich asked. Celestine, who Greyfax saw as a heretic as she didn't believe in the concept of saints, turned away from the viewport. "I saw this in a dream. A river of blood among the stars. The harder we struggle, the more certain our fate. We must find another way. I have seen help that will arrive." Greyfax felt her old anger rise at those words. She was, after all, an inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus, who specialized in hunting and exterminating heretics. "There is no salvation to be found in your heresy. If..." Greyfax fell silent at Call's impatient gesture. "Necessity considers all answers, however improbable their origins," he said. "She is a heretic," Greyfax interjected. But then she fell silent, reminding herself that Belisarius Call's artificial span far predated the orders of the Inquisition from which her authority came. She couldn't take his obedience for granted and was smart enough to know when her zeal had to be restrained. "A bold accusation," Call hissed, "for one whose blood seethes with Necron artifice." Greyfax tried to hide it, but her micro-expressions revealed the truth. "Do not deny it. I can perceive the nanomachines writhing beneath your skin." Instantly, Greyfax felt the mood in the ship's strategium shift. Marshal Amalrich's expression darkened with fresh suspicion, a reminder of the unpredictable zeal of the Black Templars, which far surpassed her own. It was true, Greyfax had nanomachines in her bloodstream and brain, created by the Necrons. And there was a reason why she did, not that anyone cared to listen to that, or even that she herself was fully aware of it. "I remain uncorrupted," she proclaimed. Call regarded her thoughtfully, his lenses regarding and scanning her with suspicion. "So you say. I can even free you from them. But first, we must survive." He turned his attention to Celestine. "What else did your vision reveal?" "What must we do?" he asked. The saint indicated towards a moon, Clysis on the view screen. "We will find salvation within the ice. Then our crusade will begin anew." Amalrich nodded. "Your crusade, lady. But we will follow while our strength remains." Disgusted, Greyfax turned away. The thought of the Celestinian crusade made her skin crawl. The irony of all this would only become apparent once someone entered the picture who could see it from the outside. They set course for Clysis, the ice moon, following Celestine's words. Call stressed the plasma drives and brought the Arc Mechanicus around, while exchanging fire with the other Chaos ships, mostly the Vengeful Spirit, where Abaddon was furious. The situation worsened when reports of Chaos boarding parties reached the Iron Revenant strategium. Call knew that point lost the ship, but it didn't matter, they had made it to Clysis orbit. Call moved deeper into the ship and began the process of unsealing the stasis vault. Meanwhile, as the Adepta Sororitas advanced toward the undamaged portside hangars, Marshal Amalrich declared that he and his battle brothers would die fighting. Greyfax opposed this plan, believing that the Archmagos Call was already half under Celestine's influence. The Inquisitor wanted allies of her own nearby, in case she had to take drastic measures. However, Amalrich was unwilling to comply and flee once again. The long fleeing of Cadia and through the solar system had wounded his pride. Only the presentation of the inquisitorial seal could convince him to follow Greyfax's words. As a result, a group of transports left the Iron Revenant and headed Planet Ward, vanishing into the monstrous snowstorms. After landing on the frozen world of Clasius, the Imperial survivors were forced into a brutal fighting retreat across icy glaciers. Abaddon the Despoiler refused to let them escape, sending aircraft and troops to hunt them down across the surface. It seemed as though the War Master of Chaos was filled with even more fire to see them die and be destroyed. He knew what Call was transporting and what his secret and sacred mission truly was. And he had to stop it. Belisarius Call and the survivors moved on foot through blizzards, protecting a vital auto-relinquary, which he carried in a massive transport. Saint Celestine led them onward with unwavering resolve, even though no one else understood where she was going or why she was so certain that they would be saved. Alongside them marched Sisters of Battle of Our Martyred Lady, Imperial Guard survivors, Inquisitor Katarina Greyfax, Marshal Amalrich, and his remaining Black Templars. They were constantly attacked by demon engines like Heldrakes, Chaos Space Marines, and fast-moving assault troops. Each attack cost lives, and although the Imperials fought back fiercely, their numbers steadily dwindled while the enemy seemed endless. As casualties increased, the survivors clustered around Call's transport for protection, knowing instinctively that whatever it carried was crucial. Greyfax eventually confirmed their worst fear: they were being surrounded. Still, they pressed on, following Celestine into the mountains of the frozen landscape of the moon. Exhausted, freezing, and under constant assault and immense stress, they reached an ancient, buried structure, but even there they were attacked again. By the time they secured the entrance, their position had been revealed, and enemy forces were already closing in. "What do you see?" asked Celestine, moving to stand beside the Inquisitor on the ridge. It had to be a rhetorical question, Greyfax decided. No one could have missed the growing number of Black Legion tanks across the glacier or the diminishing chances of their survival. "I see our death," she answered sourly. "No," said Celestine. "Salvation awaits us. He is coming." Forcefully, her chattering teeth from the freezing temperatures, Greyfax turned angrily, looking at Celestine with pure hatred. "Your lies are wasted on me, idolatress," she spat. As ever, Celestine seemed to take no offense. Her gaze seemed to pierce the thick, heavy clouds that slowly turned from white and gray to black and red as more of the Chaos forces arrived. "You serve the Emperor. You trust the Emperor. Why can you not believe his hand guides me?" Celestine asked. "I don't believe anything guides you. You're a heretic, preying on the credulous. I should have let the despoiler kill you. Were you not surrounded by your acolytes, I'd kill you now," Greyfax hissed. Celestine smiled in response. "Then I should kill you first, while I can," she asked. Greyfax squared her shoulders. "Yes," she answered. Hearing her answer, Celestine's smile faded. "He has a plan for you, too, Katarina. I have seen it. And you will see it when he arrives as well. You will get to do what you are so good at when he arrives. But you had better keep your mind open." Greyfax didn't say anything after that. She didn't trust Celestine's words anyway. Chapter 74, Bombastic Entrance. The survivors continued to move, even higher into the freezing mountains. Tempestus Scions fell dead amidst the snows as they fell prey to the ridiculously low temperatures. Their skins blackened and their eyes and tongues frozen. Marshal Amalrich ordered half of his remaining men to guard the pass they had come through, to halt the enemy for as long as possible and grant them some time. The enemy that was chasing them had fully arrived on the moon and was coming after them with increasing numbers. It was better, in his mind, that some remained behind and delayed them. Through the night, those who had volunteered for this task could be heard fighting and dying, and as the sun finally rose, the last sounds of battle faded. They had to press on. The sacrifice of the Black Templars would be remembered, but they wouldn't be grieved by this. It was their duty after all. As the pale sun reached its highest point, the roar of war engines echoed through the dwindling snow. Land raiders drove across the lower slopes, their jagged tracks digging deep into the permafrost as they clawed their way through the ice. "We need not stop. We're almost there," Celestine urged the others. Hellbrutes roared their mad praises, and the wail of the Chaos Raptors' vox-casters filled the air. The assault ramp of the nearest land raider crashed down, and Abaddon strode forth, flanked by his inner guard of Chaos Marines in Terminator power armor. The despoiler's presence was too much for the last of the Imperial Guardsmen. Frozen and exhausted beyond belief, they started to flee uphill, abandoning all discipline and loyalty. They had been hammered for days, and all that while they were the most normal troops in this retinue. As the despoiler advanced through the snow, Call positioned himself at the forefront of his small company, preparing to die for a 10,000-year-old pact that would now never be fulfilled. Brumum. A massive explosion sounded through the atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention to the sky. There they saw it. A strangely shaped, ugly spaceship, without any of the typical cathedrals, had just crashed into a smaller Chaos Void ship's side, causing a large explosion. "He's here!" Celestine exclaimed excitedly. The Chaos ship, which had been flying rather low, suddenly started to lose altitude relatively fast and moved dangerously close to everyone's position. Seeing this, Abaddon grew incredibly enraged and also a bit confused, as a ship exiting out of the warp to appear here was not what he expected. Who could be so dense as to do this? There was no place more dangerous right now than the warp. "Destroy this craft," his grinding voice commanded his ship, the Vengeful Spirit. Abaddon was right, of course, only an insanely dense motherfucker would crash a chaos party like this one. But Gerhard never claimed to be clinically sane. That was overrated anyway. The mother pussbucket had made its way through the tumultuous warp, being attacked by demons the entire way, but being protected by the specially designed Geller field. Gerhard was content with the stress testing of his tech. To make an entrance, Gerhard pushed the Prism Mana Core to full power, as well as the Void Shields, and then added Psionic Mana Shield on the very front of the ship, using all of this to ram the Chaos vessel, which stood in their way. The ship shuddered violently, and the damage was felt. But they actually made it through in one piece, while the other vessel was falling into its millions of components. What was that? Sarah shouted angrily as she had been shaken around in her seat. Minor turbulence. Huh. What are you talking about? The captain asked. Shields at 12%. Reactors have been overloaded, Master. We're not yet fully ramming ready, it would seem. Hans said calmly over the Vox channels, his hands moving across the different dials in the reactor room. The navigator and the captain were not in good shape by then. The navigator, especially, was almost losing his shit. Get me a few more minutes, we're just about there, and I want to take out a few more. Gerhard said over the shaking and rattling sounds, bracing himself against the command chair as the ship buckled. Oh, and Hans, play free bird. A macro cannon shell from Abaddon's flagship overloaded the Void Shield and tore through the midsection of their vessel. The deck tilted violently and dangerously. The sky above Clysis became a swirling vortex of chaotic fire and scrap metal as the mother pussbucket began to break apart against all odds. All that held it together was the emergency mechanism and his repeated use of mana rope and pure will in the form of psychokinesis. The high-pitched scream of Voxcasters and the roar of the burning mana core filled the air. Abaddon's aerial predators had arrived to deliver the final strike and destroy everything. The Void Shields buckled finally, as power went out. The cargo bay doors of the dying ship groaned open, and the first of the Helldrakes crashed into it. These winged nightmares of brass and demon flesh began trashing the place, biting into the metal walls, and attempting to rip it apart, spewing warp fire everywhere. One particularly massive beast, whose wings shone with warp energy, banked sharply, its claws trailing lines of fire across the ship's hull. Behind them came the Hell Talons. Their vector thrust engines shrieked as they pivoted midair, their autocannons tracking the open bay and wounded side like vultures. Master. We have incoming signatures. Multiple demon engines closing at intercept velocity. AAAHHHHH, the navigator screamed as he felt the malicious energies. Hans reported what Gerhard already knew, his mechanical eyes glowing a fierce red as he made his way to the ship's midsection. Well, that's suboptimal. Gerhard said, slamming the emergency hatch shut and controlling the ship's descent. His fingers flashed across the different switches and buttons, looking at the screens and checking his next course of action. Those around him were in different stages of panic. Only Lencilis and, mostly, Hestia were calm as usual. We're losing atmosphere. This won't be a soft landing, Lencilis said, his golden armor reflecting the sparks flying from the ceiling. What is he doing? Alea signed frantically, not used to Gerhard's calm ways of handling pressure. Gerhard looked at the tactical map. They were directly in between several Chaos warships that were constantly firing massive shells at them, but they were falling like a piece of lead. He looked at the massive cargo bay doors on his HUD. On the ground of Clysis, Abaddon watched with grim satisfaction as the strange and ugly spaceship was falling from the sky, smoking and burning. The Helldrakes were picking it apart. And finally, boom. The massive ship exploded in a ball of monstrous fire, killing the Helldrakes and the Hell Talons with it. The explosion was so powerful, in fact, that it blew two of the ships surrounding it back, and the shockwave traveled across the ground. Had the mana cores been full, the explosion would have evaporated the nearest Chaos warships and melted the ice on the moon below. But it was lucky that it hadn't been full. Abaddon turned around and focused on the Imperial survivors again. Great prediction, heretic. Greyfax spat at Celestine. Suddenly, the ice in front of Call exploded in a burst of flashy light. Jet bikes hissed over the icy crest, with shuriken cannons, located on their undersides, firing at the Black Legionnaires. Trails of fractured light followed, as vibrant colors danced and reformed around leaping, pirouetting Xenos warriors. The mountaintop, which until just now had been occupied by the fleeing group, was now filled with graceful and extremely fast warriors armored in a multitude of colors. Behind them came slender walkers. These were not of Imperial design, but Xenos, as it turned out. Every large step rumbled the ground and spoke of grace and power. Eldar, the Archmagos said, recognizing the Xenos species. The Black Legion retreated before the sudden and fast Eldar onslaught. They had prepared for battle against a broken and weary human foe, half-beaten by cold and despair. Instead, they faced an Eldari strike force, along with the Waishas of Kamarak, warriors from the craft world Bealtan, and Eldar from various other craft worlds. Abaddon, once again, flew into a rage and advanced into the chaos. Do not retreat. Attack, he shouted at his warriors to follow. Those who did so perished, sliced apart by dancing blades or shredded by razor-edged shuriken, weapons of the Eldari. But that wasn't the end of the Black Legion's problems. Boom. A large explosion shook the ground and almost caused the mountain to crumble as a massive warship crashed farther down the slope. Abaddon looked behind him and saw that it was one of his. But why had it fallen? And why hadn't he realized? He looked up. Is that a tank? What the? He lives. Celestine rejoiced as she looked up. A large, super-heavy battle tank was falling through the sky, attached to 3 quickly assembled parachutes. And it was firing its massive Mana Baneblade cannon at the unsuspecting and baffled Chaos warships. And inside the tank, musical notes, free Bayard, yeah, musical notes. The song had reached its best part, just as the tank fell through the sky. Aya, that hurt. What happened? Alea signed, as she pushed herself up. Everyone all right? Gerhard asked. What are the chances they think we're dead? Lencilis asked. Brum. Not great, Gerhard answered. Please tell me we're not on the void ship. Navigator Slovo stuttered fearfully. Yeah, please tell me that, Sarah said. We're not on the void ship. No worries. Gerhard, if the Helldrakes get to the chutes, we will drop considerably faster, Lencilis warned. I cast Psionic Mana Shield, and we still have the void shielding as well. We should be safe for now, he answered. I believe you have just jinxed it, Master. We will die now. Always so negative. Let's fire up Gustav's weapons system. Gerhard said excitedly. Hans, get to the control terminal, and Sarah, get to those weapons stations. The Lost cannons aren't going to fire themselves, well. What? We are falling through the air inside a bloody tank. What is wrong with you? Slovo shouted. I spent too much time with orcs. Now, shut the fuck up, and Sarah, get your ass over there. Lencilis, try not to move too much in the Termianter armor, we'll need the space, and you'll hurt someone otherwise. Understood. What shall we do? Hestia signed. What about us? Captain Erifin asked at the same time. Nothing. We should have this one covered, so enjoy the ride. If we die, I blame you, Gerhard. Sarah complained from her position. This is precisely why I hate flying. Technically, we're not even flying. Fuck you. Bahaha. He's insane, Alea signed and the others nodded. Thankfully, Gustav was an artificial spirit who had learned a lot over the last couple of months and battles. He was by no means a fresh spirit anymore. So he was able to function without problems. And because Gerhard had upgraded him, his range of motion was far wider as well. The Helldrakes and Hell Talons shot forward, all the while macro cannons from the Chaos ships fired at the small, fast-moving tank, plunging towards the icy grounds of Clysis. Sarah bit her teeth as hard as she could, swallowing her vertigo and firing the 2 twinless cannons with wild abandon. She was by no means at the top of her game, but Gerhard had chosen to give her essence back, as this wasn't the time for stupid experiments. A Helldrake arrived and hit the shield, which didn't faze the tank in the slightest. As a reward, it was blasted by Sarah's use of the Lost cannons that damaged its midsection and caused it to let go and fall with a shriek. Boom. Several macro cannon shells finally hit the void shields, and one actually managed to pass through, hitting the psionic mana shield and causing the tank to shake and shudder. Hans was connected to Gustav's main core, adding his processing power to the tanks and elevating it to ridiculous heights. This allowed them to use all the weapons available with razor-sharp accuracy. Hans, we're off the target by several miles. Turn the turret by 67 degrees to the left. Got it. Fire. The Mana Baneblade cannon fired and shot through the air at blistering speeds. It was so powerful that it punched through an approaching Helldrake and zoomed through the sky, colliding with a void ship, exploding and harming the shielding. The tank didn't move as much as Gerhard wanted, because his stupid ass, naturally, constructed the tank to have extremely reduced recoil. But there were still some, so it would take a lot of shots. Thankfully, there were an endless number of enemies. Turn to 87 degrees. Got it. Fire. What is he doing? Kaylin signed as she was rocked with the tank after another shot. I believe Gerhard is flying the tank, Lencilis said. Flying. Yes. A tank. So it would seem. You're insane. Sarah screamed. Well, thank goodness for that, otherwise this would probably never work. We're gonna die. Slovo screamed. Hundreds of Helldrakes and Hell Talons were in the air, largely ignoring the Imperial survivors on the ground and desperately chasing that falling tank in the sky. But they were shot by different types of weapons, which were so much more powerful than they were supposed to be. Finally, after almost a full minute of falling, a macro cannon managed to disrupt the different shields surrounding the tank and damage 2 of the 3 parachutes. The tank tipped forward and lost its horizontal position. Oh, shiiiittt. This seems suboptimal, Master. Lencilis, the Sisters of Silence, and the others held their positions as the tank fell to the ground, the front pointing downwards. O ye of little faith, Gerhard said and started to punch a few buttons and commands. Chapter 75, Which Way to Berlin? We're losing altitude. 6 miles, 10 kilometers. Lencilis warned. The main force of the Black Legion is directly below. Perfect. Hans, ignore the flyers. Level the Mana Baneblade cannon at the horizon. The horizon, Master. We are falling vertically. Hans noted brilliantly. Recoil, Hans. We need to push ourselves toward the glacier, or we're hitting the empty icy floor. Boom. The massive Baneblade cannon turned around again and fired. The sheer force of the massive shell exiting the barrel at hypervelocity acted like the necessary thruster, and Gerhard added to that, by pushing using his flight skill. The 400-ton tank hopped through the sky, crushing a stray Hell Talon as Gustav corrected his course toward the Imperial survivors. See. Gerhard laughed, seemingly having lost his mind. Aerodynamics are just a suggestion when you have enough firepower. That makes no sense, Master. The physics involves. He has lost it, Leora signed. It was a miracle that it took this long, Kaylin agreed. Hans, bring the turret 5 degrees left of full front. What am I trying to hit? There's a nice little patch of black there. We might as well introduce ourselves. Black Legionnaires Exterminatus miniature version. The turret moved almost to the full frontal position and aimed at the area where the Black Legionnaires were attacking the Imperials and the Eldari. Fire. Down below, the battle between the Black Legion under Abaddon and the Imperials alongside the Eldar had been going on for a few minutes by this point. Twice, the Despoiler had led a charge toward them, and twice, the Eldar had pushed the Black Legion back. Through it all, Kaul and his company staggered deeper into the Xenos ranks until the crest of the mountain where they were fighting was behind them. Saint Celestine was hovering in the air and suddenly looked further up, noticing what was going to happen. Incoming, she shouted. The only one who may or may not have had time to feel the danger approaching was the War Master himself. And even then, he only managed to be teleported out of there because of the 4 Chaos Gods' interest in him. Their interest in him translated into high luck, and that translated to plot armor. Boom. The mana-forged Baneblade cannon shell hit the ground, right in the middle of the fighting Chaos Marines, and detonated in a massive explosion, ripping apart Legionnaires and Land Raiders by the hundreds. What the? Who's trying to kill us? The Eldari were surprised as well and recoiled from there. A large crater had appeared, and it promised not to remain the only one. And they were right, a moment later. Boom. Boom. Another 2 massive shells impacted the ground and killed hundreds. The Imperial survivors and the Eldar pulled back, moving further up the mountain towards a natural valley. Chaos Space Marine Black Legion defeated, X-32. Plus 300,000 EXP, X-34. Chaos Space Marine Black Legion Terminator defeated. Plus 470,000 EXP, X-28. Chaos Land Raider defeated. Plus 910,000 EXP, X-4. Maulerfine defeated. Plus 1,400,000 EXP. Level up. Level up. Gerhard ignored the notifications and focused on positioning Gustav now, or they would have a very unpleasant landing. Gustav, open the missile hatches and give me full power. Fire at 18-second delay. G. Affirmative. Hans, bring the turret back full front and fire on my mark. H. Ready. Sarah, cut the last parachute. The missiles shot forward but were forcefully held back by Gustav, giving that minor thrust at the moment when Hans fired both cannons. Gerhard used his psychokinesis at full power, even enhancing it using the warp now, and pushed the nose of Gustav slightly upwards, so that they were once again in a horizontal position, after Sarah had severed the last parachute. They sped up the final few hundred meters, but Gerhard was ready for that. Psionic mana shield. Psionic mana shield. Psionic mana shield. Mana reinforcement. Mana reinforcement. Mana reinforcement. Psychokinesis. Gerhard reinforced the tank several times and cast the shield again, all while creating protective bubbles inside to shield those inside and soften the landing. He pushed his mind to the limit of his strength and lifted the 400-ton tank to slow it down. Beep-boom. They crashed. The massive impact caused the mountain to rumble and an avalanche to roll down. The shockwave traveled farther and hit the Chaos Space Marines as well, at least those closest and still alive. Belisarius Cawl stopped walking and looked back at the scattered and broken war host of Black Legionnaires. Abaddon was nowhere to be seen, having been teleported somewhere. And the tank, which just fell from the sky and did more damage than they had over the last couple of days, was nowhere to be seen. A datacluster on Call's person confirmed the presence of the notorious Runwitch, Eldred Althrin. A famous and most definitely the most powerful psyker among the Eldar race at this point. However, Call's analysis did not yield firm conclusions regarding the others. He didn't recognize them. This was hardly surprising, as the Eldar were known for their inconsistency, changing their personalities as effortlessly as they switched their masks, in the Imperium's mind at least. What caught Call off guard was the diverse array of Xenos cultures fighting together as one. And he was right to be surprised, as that normally never happened. At the center of this host were two enigmatic figures. One was a woman dressed in an elaborate red gown, who seemed to be directing the battle with calm authority amid the swirling storm of different elderly colors. Next to her stood a tall warrior clad in crimson armor, whose armor appeared to blend aspects of craft world designs and the more brutal plate of Khamarite pirates, where the Dark Eldar came from. Call could find no record of this armor's design, even in the deepest of his archives. What he did recognize, though, was the large portal gate that the Eldar had emerged from and arrived at the battlefield. It was known as a webway portal. The Dark Eldar and Eldar Harlequins used webway portals to enter and exit from the place known as the webway. Highly portable, it can be carried onto the field for deployment and activation. These devices offer no risk to travelers and do not self-destruct when used. The webway exists as a labyrinth between the materium and the warp. It exists as a part of both, yet exists in neither. In fact, it has been described as not being a true dimension but instead a complex network of capillaries and arteries. This forms a maze of glowing tunnels, creating a tapestry of hidden threads that spread between the veil of real space and the warp. Ultimately, it is a construct that spans the dimensions, allowing the Eldar to appear unnoticed on the battlefield and making the Dark Eldar especially menacing enemies. With a flicker of light, a new, familiar figure appeared at Belisarius Call's side, the patterns of her mask dancing with light. An Eldar Shadowseer by the name of Veilwalker. Veilwalker was responsible for Call's involvement in the fall of Cadia and for having to be on this wild goose chase. In a sense, at least for Call, this was all Veilwalker's fault. And he was, of course, right about that. What is this? Call asked. Where are you taking us? Into the light of a new dawn. The Shadowseer tilted her head, as if confused by the question. Unless you prefer to remain in the darkness. With an effort, the Archmagos ignored what he hoped was an attempt at humor. There were more pressing matters to address right now. Like, why Xenos, like the Eldar of such mixed composition, had saved members of the Imperium. The Despoiler has a warship in orbit. You cannot hold them for long. We will not have to. The patterns of Veilwalker's mask danced with new light. The ending has passed. It is time for a new beginning. There is a parley to be struck, if you have the courage. They call themselves the Inari. The Shadowseer cast a graceful hand towards the elderly host. The Eldar, upon seeing the winged figure of the living saint, parted their ranks, creating a clear corridor that led from the Inari leaders to Celestine. To her left stood Inquisitor Greyfax, who was as suspicious of the saint as she was of the Xenos. To Celestine's right was Call, his servo eyes tracked a lithe figure that moved unnoticed into the ranks of the Eldar host, vanishing entirely from sight. First came Millennial, Autarch of Bealtan, followed by Ivrain, the Visarch, and Eldred. In the Imperial's eyes, the Eldar resembled ancient nobles stepping out of the world of myth. As they approached, Greyfax's hand went to the hilt of her power sword. The Visarch mirrored this gesture, grasping his blade Asuvar with a graceful motion. These small acts of aggression rippled outward among the warriors of both sides, escalating tensions until conflict seemed inevitable. They might have started fighting if not for the movement that alerted them to something behind them. The snow, which had fallen down the mountain after the avalanche started, began to move, and sounds could be heard from underneath. Call's Cogitator and Auspex units got the information he needed to know who, or rather what, this was. And the information he got was rather shocking. Super heavy vehicles are a class of tanks larger and more heavily armored than any battle tank and even beyond that of heavy tanks, counting as war engines. One such example is the Bane Blade. Now, a Bane Blade is usually around 315,320 tons and has no transport capacity. They can drive on the road at up to 25 km per hour, 15.5 mph, and off-road at up to 18 km per hour, 11 miles per hour. As for their dimensions, they stand at roughly 13.5 m, 44 feet, in length, 8.4 m, 27 feet, in width and 6.3 m, 25 feet, in height. But what Call saw grinding its way out of the thick layers of snow was something else. It seemed to have once had the chassis of a land raider, which had been taken apart and rebuilt into a monster weighing 400 tons, measuring 15.5 m in length, 10 m wide, and 8 m high. It was also armed to the teeth and drove far faster than a normal Bane Blade should have. There were the weapons of a land raider visible, twin loss cannons and storm bolters. It was a true Lord of War, which made college to find out more about it and to know how it was constructed. The Archmago's technological side, which was basically all there was to him, was activated, making him want to go over and find out all there is to know and maybe discover a new STC. The super heavy battle tank drove right out of the massive amounts of snow, like it was nothing, and rolled forward. The Eldar prepared their weapons again, and the ghost warriors aimed forward, ready to kill if necessary. The sheer presence that Gustav gave off was off the charts. It was literally a presence like any other. One made for pure destruction and for some reason, intelligence. The Eldar were far more sensitive. Especially, Eldred Ulthuan could feel the sheer might of the machine as it approached. But what he was more interested in was those who were inside. Even the Imperials, who were nervous about everything, were prepared to fight. Celestine was the only one who didn't fear it, instead smiling brightly. At the top of the super heavy battle tank, Gerhard popped out and looked at those assembled around. He grinned and addressed them in High Gothic. "Excuse me. Which way to Berlin?" Chapter 76, Introductions. Haha, I always wanted to say that. The only one who understood what he was talking about was Lencilis. Custodes were immensely cultivated. To hear Gerhard mention an ancient Terran city was surprising, though. Gerhard jumped out of the tank and landed on the ground, looking at the large number of Eldar and Imperial survivors who stared at him. Before anything could happen, though, Saint Celestine descended from the air and landed in front of him. She smiled brightly as she saw him. Their presence was similar in a way, now that Gerhard wasn't using blank. "It pleases me that you're finally here," Celestine said. Gerhard smiled and took her hand, placing a small kiss on the back of her hand. "The pleasure is all mine, Saint Celestine. You have come a long way. Sadly, I didn't make it in time to reach Cadia. We had an unfortunate encounter with Titsnich in the warp." And for the first time, Gerhard used his skill on all those present. Observe. Saint Celestine, LV.90. HP, 28,000/28,000. MP, 8,000/8,000. A living saint, reborn again and again through the Emperor's will. A being of divine fire and unyielding purpose, capable of defying death itself. Her status as a saint makes her stats hard to quantify and compare. They can change depending on the setting and the moment. STR, 135. Vit, 155. Dex, 135. Int, 90. Wis, 200. Luck, 70. Belisarius Call, LV.85. HP, 20,000/20,000. MP, 200. An ancient Archmagos Dominus from the Mechanicum of Mars, whose mind and parts of his body are millennia old and whose body is a vast, redundant machine-human amalgam. Call is less a warrior and more a being of intelligence, capable of reshaping his surroundings through preparation and technological advancement. He holds several dangerous technological devices. He's not a heretic, though, the Emperor allegedly said so. STR, 81. Vit, 155. Dex, 40. Int, 200. Wis, 120. Luck, 55. Martial Amal Rich, LV.74. HP, 18 500/18 500. MP, 650. A crusade-leading Marshal of the Black Templars. A hardened battlefield commander whose zeal, discipline, and experience allow him to lead relentless Black Templars' assaults against the enemies of the Imperium. STR, 117. Vit, 135. Dex, 105. Inquisitor Katerinia Greyfax, LV.52. HP, 4 800/4 800. MP, 4200. A radical Ordo Hereticus Inquisitor and powerful sanctioned psyker. A relentless hunter of witches and heretics, wielding psychic might and the near-limitless authority of the Inquisition. STR, 60. Vit, 65. Dex, 77. Int, 110. Wis, 130. Weapons. Mastercraft Power Sword. Mastercraft Condemner Bolt Gun. Cyaculum Eye of the Emperor. Those were the most important humans currently around and the leaders of the survivors. But they weren't the most powerful ones around, not by a long shot. It was the presence of the Eldar which interested and alerted Gerhard the most. Species, Eldar, aka Eldari. Eldari, the archaic Eldar term for their entire species, are an ancient, naturally psychic race of elf-like humanoids created as weapons by the most ancient and now mostly extinct species called the Old Ones to win the war in heaven. The war was won in a sense, and in the aftermath of which their empire dominated the galaxy through its use of the webway. The Eldar Empire has since collapsed, and now they are a dying race. Different groups. Dark Eldar, aka Drukhari. Craft World Eldar, Asuryani. Exodites. Harlequins. Inari, new. Group, Inari. The Inari, also known as the Pathless or the Reborn, are the members of the newly formed eponymous Eldari religious group that worship the god Ennead and believe their race can be saved from oblivion and from the chaos god Slaanesh by the rise of the god of the dead, and fight tirelessly to fully awaken him. The presence of Slaanesh is a constant threat to all Eldar souls as he thirsts after them. Which is why she is also known as Shohathirsts. The Inari draw from every element of Eldari civilization, united in their belief that Ennead is the only hope for their people. They remain a fringe element of Eldari society, scorned by the majority of traditionalist Asuryani and self-centered Drukhari. Despite this, they have had a disproportionately large effect on the galaxy. Ivrain, LV, 98. HP, 24,000/24,000. MP, 18,000. Formerly known as Amharak, now Ivrain. The emissary of Ennead, the Eldar god of the dead. A reborn Eldari prophet warrior wielding death, rebirth, fate and soul power as the mortal herald of the whispering god, Ennead. STR, 90. Vit, 130. Dex, 190. Int, 230. Wis, 260. Luck, 70. Special abilities. Emissary of Ennead. Channels the power of the god of the dead. Plus 40% effectiveness to all soul, death, and life-based abilities. Gains bonus MP from nearby deaths. Strength from death. When enemies die nearby. Restores HP and MP. Grants short burst, plus 15% all stats, stacking, short duration. Gaze of Ennead. Ivrain had a long list of special abilities, and it was quite ridiculous. She was an impressive specimen, capable of using psychic power to enhance herself and grow stronger in battle. Being a champion of a god of their race had its benefits. But there were others still, who were in no way weaker than her. Eldred Ulthrin, LV. HP. MP. The greatest living Eldari seer. A peerless master of fate, time, mind, and soul whose foresight shapes wars centuries before they begin. An ancient Eldar aged over 10 millennia, who knew the Emperor of Mankind personally. Special abilities. Master of the Farser Path. Plus 50% effectiveness to all psychic abilities. Can process multiple psychic actions simultaneously. Foresight of 1,000 futures. Constant precognition active. Reduces incoming damage. Predicts enemy actions. Plus 60% evasion and reaction efficiency. This one was powerful, and the things he could do through the warp were ridiculous. And he had to limit his power, since Slaanesh would otherwise gobble him up and claim his soul. What a ridiculous hack he was. And from what Gerhard could see, Eldred knew the Emperor personally. Eldred's gaze was the most confused and interested one. He, who had planned for the future, who had spent endless time looking into the future and trying to save his species through the manipulation of fate, saw something he hadn't predicted. And he wasn't sure whether that was good or bad. Since he could sense the hidden power about Gerhard, but didn't know where it came from. Sadly, he was more than 50 levels higher than Gerhard so that he couldn't see his stats. He would have to level up more to see those. Millennial, LV.92. HP, 32,000/32,000. MP, 3,500. An autarch of Bealtan transformed by the heart of Eldanesh, capable of channeling the primal wrath of Kine. STR, 70. Vit, 85. Dex, 190. Int, 135. Wis, 130. Oh shit. An autarch. Quite a powerful elderly warrior. Not as powerful as Phoenix Lords, which Jane Zar is, but he's not here, thankfully. The Phoenix Lords are among the most ancient and renowned heroes of the Eldar race and are the originators of the martial warrior aspects. If a Phoenix Lord is vanquished, their essence lies dormant within their armor until an Exarch of their aspect shrines wears it. At that point, the Exarch's soul is absorbed, and together they become the next incarnation of the Phoenix Lord. Often, Phoenix Lords may vanish for centuries, only to reappear in times of great need for those who follow the path of Kine across the universe. They are the pinnacle of elderly martial prowess, right next to or slightly below Harlequin solitaires, who are totally bonkers. These shits can fight and defeat custodes with relative ease. And Jane Zar, who wasn't present at this point, was the first and only Phoenix Lord of the Howling Banshee since the Phoenix Lords were created during the fall of the Eldar. So she never died and is a ridiculously powerful character. Needless to say, Gerhard knew that she wasn't there. He would have to use all his skills, hacks, and everything else, and even then, he would most likely die before he could process what happened. No, he would 100% die before he could realize he had died. That left one final character. The Visarch, LV.95. HP, 38,000/38,000. MP, 3,500. The Sword of Iniad. A master duelist and former Exarch who walks no single path, combining supreme martial discipline with the deathly power of Iniad. STR, 98. Vit, 150. Dex, 210. Int, 110. Wis, 130. Weapons. Asuvar, the Crone Sword. My, that's quite an assembly of powerful characters, Gerhard said. There was still a lot of information he could see that he hadn't read just yet, as that would take a lot of time. And he also knew that these stats were most likely neither final nor complete. And apart from those individuals, there were a lot of different war machines, like the Imperial Knight of House Tyrannis. These massive bipedal walkers had undergone a lot, as could be seen, and next to Gustav, one could see how large they truly were. Imperial Knight, Castori's class, LV.95. HP, 83,022/120,000. MP, 200. A towering war engine of the Imperium, clad in adamantium and protected by ion shields. A walking fortress capable of destroying entire formations and engaging even demigods in battle. Each knight is controlled by a single pilot, known as a Knight Scion, who sits inside a high-tech seat called the Throne Mechanicum. The Castoris is the most common type of Imperial Knight. These machines are walking arsenals, usually equipped with a mix of powerful weapons. STR, 320. Vit, 340. Dex, 20. Who are you? Identify yourself, citizen. Inquisitor Greyfax said. Ah. Gerhard bowed theatrically. I am Gerhard Valkyrie, the Emperor's champion, and on my way to Makridge. My pleasure, Inquisitor Greyfax, of the Ordo Hereticus. Kihihi. Someone laughed despite themselves. Gerhard knew exactly who that was. Those pesky harlequins, you never knew what they were thinking. Well, Gerhard did, but not all the time. They did a lot of random shit. And there was a good reason for that. The Harlequins, also known as Riliatan, are a unique faction of the Eldar. They serve as warrior troubadours, dividing their time between skilled combat on the battlefield and theatrical performances. Living outside the norms of Eldar society, the Harlequins do not pledge allegiance to any craft world, cable, or other authority. Instead, they follow their own beliefs centered around the Eldar deity Segarak, the laughing god. And that name was aptly chosen. You know me. How so? Greyfax asked. I am resourceful, which is also why I know that you were, up till very recently, a prisoner of a certain Necron overlord in his Tesseract labyrinth. I am glad to see you free, but I feel inclined to tell you that there are still scarabs in your bloodstream, which we should get rid of to free you fully. Hearing Gerhard's words, the Inquisitor was shocked, and she reached for her weapon. But Call stopped her. A fascinating amount of insight, from someone that doesn't seem enhanced in any way. Peculiar. I clearly calculate that you should possess the talent. Ah, Archmagus Belisarius Call. I am glad to see you here. I was wondering whether you wouldn't mind giving me a ride. A ride? Where to? The Archmagos asked. Maybe we shouldn't discuss this out here. Gerhard motioned for the newly assembling Chaos forces. Right. This way, the Eldari said and moved back into the webway gate. At that moment, Sarah Val, Captain Erifin, Navigator Slovo, and Hans had stepped out of Gustav. Hans was the most interesting to Archmagus Belisarius Call. He recognized that it was supposed to be a tech priest, but also that it was different from the others in his order. Far more advanced and a bit too smooth in its movements, as ironic as that was. But it was the last person who lifted the Imperial spirits. Lencilis, in his Alaris pattern Terminator power armor, stepped out and walked towards Gerhard to stand beside him. Although he was a former custodes, he fooled everyone with the way he was armed. Marshal Amalrich felt better immediately, as the increasing tension eased somewhat. With the custodes at their side, their chances of survival were considerably better. Also, you could always count on a custode's willingness to fight for the Emperor. So in the Black Templars' eyes, the custodes were their most powerful ally then. The Inquisitor, on the other hand, who had up to that point never seen a custodes, felt the power radiating off of Lencilis and the awe she felt, which tried to be suppressed. But she didn't entirely manage that. And then came the three anathema Psychona. Hestia, Kaelin, and Leora jumped out of Gustav and moved towards the others. The psychically immensely sensitive Eldari immediately felt their presence. It was a horror for them, and they almost couldn't take it. What in kind's name is that? Voids. Cursed creatures. All known things are affected by a blank's presence, aside from machines and some heavily modified individuals. If it has a soul, it feels unnerved. Psychers are much more strongly affected as they are conduits and shapers for the warp. Demons and Eldar are the most heavily impacted when confronting or being around a blank. A blank is often the only effective way to slay an Eldar farser. They can't be predicted, their warp sense can't see them, and their aura removes their most devastating abilities and harms their weapons and armor, most of which is Wraithbone. So having not just one, but three of them approach, who all wore armor that even enhanced this trait of theirs, was worse than demons, worse than Shahathurst, just worse. Chapter 77, Into the Webway. Eldred was having a very bad time. His mind, his brilliant and powerful mind, capable of looking into the strands of fate, predicting the future, and staring into the warp, now felt worse than it had at any point in his almost 10,000 years of existence. The blanks were the worst thing he had ever seen. Naturally, he knew of them, he knew how terrible they were and couldn't understand why the Emperor had chosen to keep them around. In that moment, Eldred remembered the words of Farser Lithandros Esmanthal. It is a creature of utter abhorrence, of near unspeakable horror to me. Only the humans could spawn such a creature, so debased are they, so lacking in breeding. Yet even they, as crude and blind as they are, can see this creature, this thing, for what it truly is, though they have no real understanding of its inexistence. I know more about this alien fiend than they do. I know why it is a soulless monstrosity, for I have spoken to the solitaires who know so well about such things, about the stealing of spirits from bodies that yet live on. It is unnatural, for it is not of the chaos that binds all things together. It has no life in the other world, it has no existence except in the physical. It is a dead thing that thinks and breathes, a most hideous abomination. Even the humans who tolerate the stench and squalor of their own kind cannot bear this monster. Ungifted as they are, their latent psychic powers, of which they understand so little, warn them of the danger they pose. Their skin crawls with nameless dread, their stomach churns with subconscious loathing. Yet this is but a slight reaction compared to the disgust I feel when I consider its non-existence. They try to control it with their clumsy technology, using devices which they barely comprehend, to guard others against the hungering maw which serves as the abomination's spirit. To even consider harnessing such unpleasant freaks of creation is to invite disaster. I would laugh at the irony of it, were it not so offensive. The humans hunt and kill those with the gift, fearing for their safety, when their true nemesis, the real creature which will be their doom, is nurtured upon their bosom. How human that is. This thing stalks me now, and I who have seen the birth of stars and the death of galaxies, I am afraid. Eldar Farser Lithandros Esmanthal. Eldred could now fully understand what Lithandros meant. He stood in front of not one, not two, and not even three, but four of such abominations, and as the most powerful Farser by far, the effect on him was so much worse that he couldn't move or think straight. He wanted to leave, to run, to hide, to destroy those things. It was the worst existential dread he had ever felt in his entire life. And that meant something, as he knew the Emperor of Mankind and lived with Shahathirsts having a hand on his soul at all times. While Eldred felt the worst and was about to drop dead, the other Eldari weren't doing that much better. The sheer dread and soul shock the presence of the Sisters of Silence caused them was mind-boggling. In that moment, Gerhard chose to act in a show of goodwill. He moved his equilibrium and embraced his growing psychic might fully. His eyes suddenly shone golden, and the air around him rippled with energy and power. A mixture of bright golden and azure mana intertwined and spread from him. The presence of the four blanks was contained, and using the secret knowledge he had extracted from the Lord of Change, as well as his own limitless ingenuity, he created a form of psychic mana buffer around them that lay gently on them. Truthfully, Gerhard enjoyed seeing the arrogant Eldar, who used humans as meat shields and still saw themselves as so much better than anyone, this way, and couldn't care less about them. But he understood the need to show them the way through the webway and reach the Macrage system. So a small show of good faith wasn't against his principles. The effect was immediate. The Eldari, who looked even paler than usual, and were about to drop dead or attack out of sheer existential anger and dread, now looked better. Eldred took several deep breaths and stared at Gerhard. He hadn't foreseen him arriving here, he hadn't seen anything about him and didn't know who that was. But he felt the power he wielded, and it reminded him so much of the Emperor. But there was another flavor to the power he felt. Something he had never seen or felt. He needed to pay more attention to him. There was intelligence in his eyes, unlike any of the other Monkeys. In the short span he had seen him, he had already studied everyone around, and for some reason, Eldred had a feeling that he understood their highly nuanced way of communication. Even the nonverbal ones. The Eldar and humans finally walked into the webway, closing the gate after them, to bar chaos from reaching them. As they stood there, the tension was at an all-time high. Both sides seemed as though they were about to reach for their weapons and attack. All except Gerhard and Celestine, that was. These two knew that they had bigger things to do and places to be. Autarch Millennial was the first to act. The Eldar Farsers, in the humans' minds, were known as manipulators and liars, and the Drakari as evil incarnate. A warrior, Millennial reckoned, they might just listen to. I know you feel hatred for our kind, the former commander of the Beal-Tan craft world said to the human leaders. You have a good reason for it. But just as your million far-flung worlds each have their own culture, we too are a fractured people. You should look upon that element that would see both humanity and Eldar escape their doom. We see pampered peacocks and depraved fiends, spat Inquisitor Greyfax. Saint Celestine shot her a reprimanding glance, but the statement hung in the air, unretracted. Millennial cast his gaze at the strange acolytes of Iniad beside him, then at Gerhard, who observed for now, before turning to regard Greyfax. I thought so too, at first. My people have reason to fear the unknown more than most. But these visionaries are agents of destiny and hope, Millennial said, pointing at the Yanari around them. Your saint and I share the same goals, said Ivrain, the leader of the Yanari. Her voice was quiet but steady and sure. She had such unnatural grace that was normal for Eldari of ancient times, but so foreign to humans at present. Even if she has yet to fully understand exactly what those goals are. We know what the goal is. Don't presume to stand so far above us when the force you have here is about 5% of your remaining race. That's what Inquisitor Greyfax means when she calls you arrogant, Gerhard said. The Eldari leaders looked at Gerhard, and even Greyfax looked at the most unknown variable with slightly new eyes. We would see your pilgrimage to completion. We mean no disrespect, Millennial said. You Eldar twist fate, Greyfax said, and only ever in your own selfish interests. Not only that, you use humans as meat shields against the ruinous powers, not hesitating in the slightest, Gerhard added. Now you stand above us. Have you, humans, never done such acts of deprivation? Eldred asked. We live our lives constantly in danger of Shahathirst's. I don't claim that we haven't done anything wrong. But you are at fault for your situation. And I think you, in particular, should know this. You were there when it happened, no? Perhaps, Millennial replied, nodding. But there is only one thread that leads to salvation, and it is tenuous indeed. Our mutual enemies are ascendant as we speak. Look above you. None of the Imperials took their eyes off the Eldar. They knew what the Eldar meant, the Great Rift. I know the site well enough, Celestine interjected. The Warp Rift is a nasty and infected wound. We must prevent it from growing any worse. Enough of your riddles and platitudes, Greyfax retorted, her upper lip curled in disdain. Why are you here, Xenos? Because your desire to deny the end of all things outweighs your unreasoning hatred, Millennial explained. This is a crux point of fate. We believe that here, by casting a stone amongst the snows, we can start an avalanche that will quench the flames of chaos. The dark gods rise, Ivrain explained. We must rise higher to cast them down. She gestured toward the Triaro's conveyor, which Belisarius Call stood next to and which he had been protecting the entire time. This contains hope. The Lord it belongs to will be a powerful symbol for your people. He will oppose the ruinous powers and turn back the encroaching darkness. The Visarch stepped forward to stand at Ivrain's shoulder. He had a commanding, powerful presence. His tall stature, combined with the impeccable armor and sword, created an image of a very dangerous yet elegant individual. And he will not be alone in that fight, he said. You have won yourselves an hour, Greyfax said sternly. Convince us, or die. The first hour of the parley passed, then the second, and the third. The atmosphere in the webway was thick with a sense of history in the making. And it truly was history about to be made, since the supporting voice of both Celestine and Gerhard would see the Eldar's view of humans elevated. Gerhard, especially, was interesting to the Eldar leaders. Eldred Ulfrin noticed the poise and weight of his presence had on fate itself. He also saw no prejudice towards the Eldar, despite his earlier words that they were at fault for the creation of Slaanesh. And he wasn't wrong. By the time the cold light of Clasius's sun had settled and the day outside the webway had come to an end, the Eldar and the humans had come closer to an understanding than their races had ever achieved. This would be the first step toward a closer relationship among some of them. Not the wider Imperium, but two individuals in particular. The two most logical existences in the galaxy will soon meet. After the Eldar had spoken, the Imperial leaders consulted among themselves. My visions have led us here. And I know that the Emperor did not lead us off a dying world and towards Clysis only for us to falter at the threshold, Celestine said, her eyes sweeping over the gathered commanders. The arrival of the Inari was no mere stroke of luck, it was woven into the fate of this crusade. And now, we stand here with Gerhard, another who carries the Emperor's light. To meet him here, under these circumstances, is the final proof we need. She looked toward the Eldari and around the webway, where the shimmering lights painted a rather lovely picture. There was a mystery to it that was both revolting to heavily indoctrinated humans and wonderful to those with open minds. Our path is clear. We go to Makridge. It is the destination Saint Gerhard seeks, and it is where we also must go. There are no coincidences in the Emperor's design. She turned to Belisarius Call, whose lenses whirred as he processed her words. The auto-relinquery you carry, Archmagos, it must reach its destination. The fate of the Imperium depends on it. Call offered a slow, mechanical nod, his vocal synthesizer emitting a low, binheric clicks of agreement. Inquisitor Greyfax tightened her grip on her power sword, her face a mask of frozen suspicion, which was a job requirement as an Inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus. I do not like this alliance, she spat, her gaze flicking toward the silent Eldar warriors. The Xenos are treacherous by nature. But. She paused, her pragmatism fighting with her hatred. Our task and need are greater than our spite. If this webway is the only road to Makridge, then we walk it. We shall use them as they seek to use us. But mark my words, once the mission is complete, there will be a reckoning for every Xeno's soul here. Marshal Amalrich of the Black Templars stood like a statue of black iron. His hand rested on the hilt of his power sword. The urge to purge the Xenos and do the Emperor's will was clearly burned in his chest. However, he looked toward Gerhard, seeing the way the man who was clearly a saint had tended to the wounds of his battle brothers, mending flesh that should have been fatal and claimed them soon, through the Black Legion's fire. For the first time, he wondered whether his mission might be directed elsewhere. He was more certain than ever that Gerhard was following the Emperor's steps. "I see the Emperor's light in you, Lord Gerhard," Amalrich rumbled, his voice a deep, powerful growl. "You have healed my brothers and everyone else among us. You stand beside a warrior of the Adeptus Custodes and the Sisters of Silence, the Emperor's own talons. If they whom the Emperor have blessed command us to sheathe our blades in this situation, we shall obey." With a sharp metallic clack, he sheathed his sword. "Templars, lower your weapons. For now, the Xenos live." Lencillus shifted his large guardian spear. His presence was overwhelming to some, a literal fragment of the Emperor's majesty standing before them. "Captain General Trajan Valoris charged me with this duty." The vision came from the Golden Throne itself. "If Gerhard's path leads to Makridge, then that is where the light of the Emperor guided him and where I shall follow. If the Xenos provide the road, let them. I care not for their lives, only that the Master of Mankind's will is done. We move for the capital of Ultramar." It was agreed, the Imperials would accept the aid of the Eldar, placing themselves in their complete trust. In truth, they had little option. To stray into the endless maze of the webway unguided was among the worst of follies, as the Dark Eldar who hadn't joined the Inari were still around, and if they found them, it would be a terrible end. The Inari delegation promised they would make good speed, outpacing the Chaos Space Marines that pursued them and ensuring the Archmagos Dominus's precious cargo remained intact. Hapter 78, Wraithbone. The two crusades, the human and the Eldari crusade, had become one, marching through the glittering orb of the fractal webway gate. Their procession was illuminated by the warp storms that ravaged the skies above, and which seemed to increase in number as time went on. The Eldar had passed through first, reuniting with their craftworlder kin on the other side and telling them that everything was fine, with solemn nods. The Imperials had gone through last, each of them astonished by the size of the Eldari war host beyond. The webway was akin to a world of marvels and unlike anything they had ever seen. As incredible as the webway's ancient architecture was, it was merely a precursor to the glory that awaited them, the vector through which the Allies would advance toward their true destination, the realm of Ultramar and its capital world, Makridge. Gerhard studied everything around him using the observe skill. He wanted to know all he could from the Eldar, while they were still present, and he was even more interested in the webway itself. A very interesting thing he found out was the material from which most of the Eldar's possessions were made, Wraithbone. Wraithbone rank, legendary. Wraithbone is a psychoplastic substance used by the Eldar for a variety of purposes, including the construction of buildings, ships, and weapons. Essentially, Wraithbone is solidified warp energy shaped by an Eldari called a Bonesinger. While all Eldar possess the innate ability to manipulate Wraithbone, Bonezingers dedicate several human lifetimes to mastering the art of using their psychomorphic talents to accelerate the formation of psychotropic crystals found within Wraithbone. Fragments of Wraithbone can be employed to initiate new structures. Typically, the Eldar holds the fragment in place using telekinesis and guides it to take root and grow in the desired pattern before releasing it from their telekinetic grip. Older pieces of Wraithbone require more time and guidance to change shape, growing at a slower pace. Wraithbone cannot be shattered by metal. It is stronger than any known plasteel and harder to damage than adamantium, with 8 to 10 mm of Wraithbone being equivalent to 30 to 45 mm of Imperial armor material. In fact, Wraithbone is 1,000 times stronger than steel. However, Wraithbone that is conjured rapidly by a Bonesinger is weaker, being roughly as strong as rockcrete. A simple shape, such as a crude spear, can be formed in seconds, but the Wraithbone it quickly conjures is comparatively brittle and weak compared to the potential supermaterial it can become. With teams of Bonezingers and enough time, objects stronger than the hull of a void ship can be created. Wraithbone can self-repair, retaining its form to a limited extent. A Bonesinger can expedite this process by repairing damage and restoring its shape. Conversely, a Bonesinger can also disrupt the structure, breaking or severely damaging it, or weakening it enough to do so. Being created from warp energy, Wraithbone possesses innate psychic abilities that allow it to function as a communication pathway in addition to providing structural support. It carries psychic energy similar to how a cable conducts current, while also containing psychic shields that protect occupants from the warp. To the Eldari, there is no distinction between technology and nature. Psychoplastics like Wraithbone are engineering materials that lie between the two, forming the core of every craft world. Wraithbone effectively performs all the functions a machine would. The organic crew members utilize their psychic powers to perform various tasks, but it is the Wraithbone itself that executes them. In the case of Eldar ships, the basic framework is constructed from Wraithbone, followed by the creation of the interior spaces, culminating with the installation of the actual internal components. Even the Grand Craft worlds are made of Wraithbone, which was crucial for the survival of their inhabitants during the emergence of Slaanesh, as the psychic shield of the Wraithbone protected them from his overwhelming psychic scream. Wraithbone is also used to create Eldar runes, complex, interwoven shapes arranged in distinct patterns. Because they are composed of Wraithbone, the runes maintain a connection to the warp and can both contain and direct psychic energy. Wraithbone runes have a protective function. They are impervious to external psychic energies and can act as fuses that destroy themselves, severing the connection between the seer and the warp. Gerhard had one thought after he read all that: I want some. And getting some he did. He walked up to Eldred Ulfrin as they were making their way through the massive webway. Before he could reach the Farser, though, he was stopped by dozens of others who protected one of their most valuable leaders. Forgive me, but I was wondering if I could talk to your leader. I guarantee you, it will be a fruitful discussion, Gerhard said. The Eldar didn't answer, seeing it as beneath them to speak High Gothic. Getting no answer, Gerhard tilted his head slightly. Observe. Mr. Ardville, is it? I would really like to talk to Farser Eldred Ulfrin. If you would at least tell him that I'm here. Hearing his own name, the Eldar was shocked and then wary. He didn't like that Amon K, as the Eldar condescendingly called humans, knew him. Before a commotion could erupt from this, though, Eldred intervened. What is it that you wish? He asked. I was wondering, now that we are working towards the same goal, whether you could spare me a small piece of your armor. Not yours in particular, just the most basic one. Eldred observed Gerhard with scrutiny. Gerhard was a blank piece of paper for the ancient Eldar, quite literally in fact. He couldn't even read his micro-expressions, as Gerhard had full control over his body, and, Gamer's mind, was a nightmare for him. I am even willing to exchange it for a piece of equipment from my side if that. Mental mirror. Aera. Eldred suddenly screamed in pain and held his head. He fell to the ground, unable to withstand the sheer pressure he felt. Dozens, hundreds of Eldari were suddenly alerted to the shouting and rushed forward. Seeing Eldred screaming in pain and Gerhard standing in there, they believed they understood what had happened and attacked. The mental mirror had activated automatically, not only reflecting his psychic probe but also amplifying the rejection through Gamer's mind and the skill's high level. This presented the Farser's mind probing with an infinite, impregnable mind that refused to be perceived. Monkey treachery. Ardville hissed, his dire sword shimmering to life with a deadly hum. Dozens of shuriken catapults were leveled at Gerhard's chest, the psychoreactive triggers itching for the slightest movement. The Imperial soldiers behind Gerhard reacted in kind, the heavy thrum of bolters and hellguns being aimed and the hiss of power weapons activating, filling the webway tunnel. Enough. The command didn't come from the humans. It came from Eldred himself. Still on one knee, trembling and bleeding from his nose, the Farser raised a shaking hand. The psychic pressure in the air dissipated as if it had never been there. My lord, the human attacked your mind. Ardville protested, his blade still pointed at Gerhard's throat. No, Eldred rasped, slowly rising without his usual Eldari grace. He turned his piercing eyes toward Gerhard, a flicker of genuine wary respect and a hint of fear crossing his features. He had only ever met one human with a mind as powerful as that. And even then, it wasn't the same feeling. The fault is mine. I sought to intrude and read what is not mine to know. I walked into a mirror and was struck by my own reflection. He motioned for his kin to lower their weapons. The Eldar obeyed, though their gazes remained murderous. Eldred straightened his robes and armor, calming his nerves and mind. You are a strange creature, Gerhard Valkyrie. Your mind is a fortress unlike any I have seen. But your request is as blunt as your race. You ask for Wraithbone. You ask for the sacred material of our race as if it were common iron. I offer fair trade, Farser, Gerhard replied, his voice calm despite the dozens of murderous eyes still looking at him. He was calm and collected, not even the sight of hundreds of weapons had unnerved him. Or so it seemed to the observers. Gerhard was tense, unlike ever before. He didn't like someone trying to read his mind, and Eldred deserved what he got. But still, he almost got into a massive fight just now. But he couldn't allow himself to think about that. He needed to remain calm and continue this transaction. There is no trade for this, Eldred said coldly. To give you Wraithbone is to give you a piece of our soul. You may be an ally against the great enemy, but you are still a short-lived scavenger. The answer is no. Gerhard didn't flinch. Naturally, Eldred declined, and his reasoning was exaggerated. Piece of their soul, my ass. That was a lame excuse. They could grow Wraithbone. It wasn't a limited resource as long as they had a Bonesinger. He reached into a pocket and furtively reached into his inventory. He withdrew a small, glowing pink object. The reaction was more profound than the previous psychic scream from Eldred. The Eldar nearby gasped, some even falling back a step in shock. And some grew angry beyond belief. In Gerhard's palm sat a warm, glassy crystal that pulsed with a soft light. It was a medium-grade spirit stone. Eldred froze. His staff tapped slightly against the webway floor. To an Eldar, seeing a spirit stone in the hands of a human was like seeing a holy relic in the paws of a beast, or a kidnapped child in the hands of a captor. Now, he understood that this didn't look like one of their spirit stones, but he also understood that whatever it was that gave Gerhard this, or wherever he got this from, it would be invaluable to them. It felt like one of their spirit stones, if a bit different. Where did you get that? Eldred's voice was a low, dangerous whisper. That is the soul of one of my kin. If you have desecrated a waystone, not even our alliance will save you from a slow death. It is unassigned, Gerhard said, noting the intense spike in Eldred's heart rate. Pure. It is not one of your spirit stones and houses no Eldar soul inside it. But I suppose it could be purified further and become a vessel waiting for a soul to save it from she who thirsts. He looked Eldred in the eye. And I can ensure more of these find their way into your hands. I have methods of acquisition that do not involve whatever method you use to create or acquire them. Eldar spirit stones, also known as waystones or soul stones, and mythically referred to as the Tears of Isha, are gem-like stones worn on an Eldar's chest. They serve as conduits for Eldar psychic powers and the creation of Wraithbone. These stones capture the psychic energy of an Eldar's soul at the moment of their death, preventing their still conscious spirit from entering the warp and being preyed upon by the thirsting chaos god Slaanesh. Spirit stones containing the spirits of the deceased are interred within a Craftworld's infinity circuit. The Craftworld Eldar go to great lengths to preserve and recover spirit stones. Within a war host, the primary duty of a spirit seer is to recover these stones. However, rangers on the path of the outcast also undertake the extremely dangerous task of searching ancient battlefields and venturing into the Eye of Terror to find new spirit stones. The spirit stones were their most precious resource, the only thing standing between them and eternal damnation in case they die. Therefore, the discovery of a source of new stones was a miracle beyond reckoning for them. Eldred looked at the stone, then at Gerhard. The farcer knew he was being manipulated, but the prize was too great to ignore. He reached into the folds of his robes and withdrew a small, jagged splinter of rainbowy material. It hummed with psychic energy. A Bonesinger shard, Eldred murmured. A concentrated seed of raw, unshaped Wraithbone. It can be sung into form by those with the skill to do it. One shard for the stone, Eldred declared. Gerhard extended his hand and handed over the medium-grade spirit stone to the farcer. He had indeed manipulated Eldred, as his spirit stone, though it was almost the same, didn't rely on psychic powers or psionics. It worked off of mana and was therefore useless to him. Because without Gerhard, who had mana, the captured mana would eventually dissipate and turn to the energy Eldred used, psychic energy. Therefore, Gerhard didn't fear handing out one such stone. A fruitful transaction, Gerhard said, a small, knowing smile tugging at his lips. He knew just what he could create with Wraithbone. Now, all he needed were the Necron mind shackles, which Inquisitor Greyfax still had within her system. Then, oh boy, then he could really start creating. Underscore 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 underscore. For those interested in my type of writing, I just started 2 Warhammer 40k FIC. This one will continue as it did, so don't worry. There will be no gamer system in those, so no long chapters with info dumps. If you like Warhammer and want more of a Space Marine but a more independent type story, then have a look. I will go for the one that gets more interest like reviews, comments and the like. Chapter 79, Bloody Welcome. High in what was known as the Atheron Mountains, strange energies began to stir. They moved in faint waves, kicking up dust and ash as they swept across a plateau which was covered in corpses. Slowly, the power grew stronger. Invisible forces pulled at the flames rising from wrecked tanks on the battlefield's remains, making the smoke swirl in slow circles. A few dark warriors remained on that dry mountaintop, Chaos Space Marines. These Chaos Space Marines were wearing the heavy, corrupted and spiked armor of the Black Legion, identifying them as Black Legionnaires. They stood among the piles of corpses from a most recent battle, with a few of their own fallen men scattered among heaps of local Ultramar defense auxilia. So many Imperial Guardsmen had been killed in the fighting, trying to defend the integrity of the Macridge system. The traitors checked their Auspex scanners and raised their spiked bolters, looking around for the source of the rising etheric energy. Loud voices barked through fanged Vox grills, while sensors swept the cobalt blue sky above and the large mountains, expecting an attack at any time. Still, no enemy appeared. But then, with a sudden roar of power, the building energy exploded outwards, knocking the heretic Astartes off their feet. The surging power pulled inward to a single point, forming a massive, towering structure. Tall and with elderly beauty, the curved structure shimmered into view as if it had stood there for 1,000 years. The air pulsed around the portal, which appeared, and from inside, a storm of gunfire erupted. The traitors screamed in anger and pain as monomolecular discs cut through armor and shattered eye lenses. Dark corrupted blood sprayed dark across sun-bleached stone and hissed as it did. Severed limbs encased in black power armor clanged to the ground as the ancient heretics were cut to pieces by the sudden attack. As the Chaos Space Marines reeled from the Blitz attack, the Inari and the Celestinians burst out of the Webway Gate. The leaders of the Inari, Ivrain, and the Visarch led a smaller group than the one that had traveled through the Webway. They felt it was unwise to arrive inside of Ultramar with a giant Xenos warhost, so many of their followers had left for other missions. Guided by Eldred Ulthrin and the Autarch Millennial, they departed. Eldred was more than happy to be gone from the presence of the Sisters of Silence, despite what Gerhard had done to reduce their presence. The two remaining Eldar leaders sprinted across the plateau with breathtaking speed. They got stronger by the deaths of their enemies, dodging around bolt shells like dancers. The Visarch slid under a volley of fire to drive his blade through a traitor's chest plate. Meanwhile, Ivrain jumped over a hail of shots, stepped on a Legionnaire's gun in a ludicrous show of dexterity, and flipped over his head. Her blade flashed in an arc, causing the Chaos Marine's head to leave its neck before his body crumbled to glowing ash. More warriors shot out of the webway to join the fight. Fast-moving Dire Avengers, which were Craftworlders, and clave-wielding Incubi, powerful Dark Eldar warriors, charged out alongside shouting Black Templar Space Marines. Even though they usually hated each other and still didn't trust one another, they put their feelings aside to fight a common enemy. Marshal Amalrich and Inquisitor Greyfax stormed out side by side, their blades cutting down heretics. The winged Saint Celestine flew above them, her two protectors, the Gemini Superia, leaping beside her while firing their bolters wildly. The Sisters of our Martyred Lady followed them, their weapons spitting fire at the most hated of their traitorous foes. Behind them all came Belisarius Call, walking, or rather skittering like a mechanical insect, on many mechanical legs while his auto-reliquary trundled along behind him. Skitarii and battle servitors advanced with him, and the ground shook at the tread of a pair of towering House Tyrannis knights that brought up the rear. The Skitarii were the cybernetic infantry of the Adeptus Mechanicus and served as their primary military force. Often called the Tech Guard, these soldiers were mind-wiped cyborgs whose bodies had been heavily upgraded with mechanical parts. They fought as the main backbone of the machine cult's armies, alongside the massive war machines of the Collegia Titanica and the elite warrior groups of the Cult Mechanicus. Collectively, these highly disciplined military forces were known as the Legion Skitarii. Servitors were mindless drones made of flesh and metal, built to perform simple manual labor. They were one of the few types of robotics allowed within the Imperium because they were not true artificial intelligence. Instead, they were cyborganic slaves, living beings who had been surgically altered, fitted with mechanical parts, and mostly lobotomized to ensure total obedience. This was one of the less pleasurable ends for criminals and those who chose it over starving. Right to Belisarius' side walked Gerhard with his retinue. Lencilis, who had an impressive presence on the battlefield, kept watch over him, and thanks to his Alaris pattern Terminator armor, this was far easier than it would have been if Gerhard hadn't created it. The four Sisters of Silence were also ready for battle, and when they saw the archenemy, they charged in as well, following Gerhard's nod. Hans and Gustav drove behind Gerhard, with Sarah, Captain Erevan, and Navigator Slovo inside the tank. Without needing Gerhard to say anything, those inside the tank started to aim for the skybound demon engines and larger Chaos Marine machines and fired. The Black Legionnaires did not panic. They were experienced fighters from ages past, but they were outnumbered and taken completely by surprise. A few of the attackers were killed in the chaos, but, between the fast blades of the Eldar, the humans' enthusiasm, and Gustav's insane power, most of the traitors were quickly cut down. The last few tried to retreat in an orderly way, hoping to warn their masters about what they had seen, but most were taken out by Gustav's powerful, calculated, precise strikes. So, they didn't make it. The giant Imperial Knights locked their monstrous legs and fired their massive cannons and missiles, as if they were competing with Gustav. Fire and metal fragments flew through the air, and the fleeing traitors were blown to bits in thunderous detonations. Just as quickly as it had started, the one-sided massacre was over. The winner stood among the dead with smoking weapons and grim satisfaction. Orders were barked, and soldiers moved out to set up a circle of guns around the gate, ensuring its safety against potential chaos retribution. Even though the Eldar and humans had fought together, they still didn't trust each other, leaving space between their groups as they took their positions. Gerhard had not intervened, knowing that his intervention would be overkill. He was still gathering as much information as he could to prepare for future confrontations. Now, the Eldar weren't really necessary anymore. Since he was here, the goal of this Celestinian crusade would succeed 100%. But he didn't act just yet, seeing the Eldar as an interesting specimen for him to study. Which was also why he had manipulated the events and abducted one of them in the chaos, after the Eldar had tragically died. Was that disgusting? Disgustingly effective, yes. Gerhard felt compassion towards humanity, not arrogant Eldar who had single-handedly created a chaos god. But he was smart enough to bide his time and use them until they were no longer useful. And it was a fact that the webway was not yet fully mapped by Gerhard. That's right, Gerhard used the time to map every single path they took in the webway. The Emperor saw it as the solution for humanity to starve the ruinous powers of human souls. So Gerhard would use this chance to broaden his horizons. Thus shielded, the leaders of the Inari and the Celestinians gathered. Gerhard was also present, mostly because Lencilis, as a custodes, no one knew that he was no longer active, was allowed to be present. Only Saint Celestine had an idea of who Gerhard was and what he was capable of. Have we arrived in the Macridge system? We don't know the situation. The Black Legion seems to have arrived before us, which points to the emergence of the Warp Rift. They needed to establish facts and plan what to do next. Macridge is invaded, Inquisitor Greyfax said. This alone is grave news. You are working under a misapprehension, said Call. According to my internal gyrocardiologue, we do not stand upon the surface of Macridge. We are located 160 million miles spinward of our intended destination, allowing for variable positioning and empiric distort. Then where are we? Demanded the Inquisitor, looking at the tall Xenos priestess standing nearby. Ivrain turned to Greyfax with a cold, unflinching look. The Inari leader lowered her blade with slow movements, her head cocked to one side as though listening to something only she could hear. Her movements were, even now, filled with grace. No movement was wasted, and she didn't allow herself to be hurried. When she spoke, her voice was cold, and Greyfax felt a shiver at the faint, insectal susurrus that scratched behind the alien's words. Would you have been gladdened, Monkey, to find that my people kept a hidden way upon the surface of one of your most prized worlds? I think not. No, growled Marshal Amal Rich, we would not. The Black Templar had been more grim than ever since the battle on Clysis. Greyfax knew that he had taken the fall of Cadia and the subsequent alliance with the Xenos very badly. The Marshal is right, said Saint Celestine. Such knowledge would have unsettled us. But it would, perhaps, have eased our road. Where, then, do we stand? And how shall we proceed along our appointed path? All looked to Ivrain. She, in turn, made a show of staring off to the far horizon. The Gyrinx, her psychic feline, wound around the train of her dress, rumbling a leonine growl of affection. Before she could answer, though, Gerhard finally spoke. He cared not for the games or the arrogance the Eldar showed, and he was not interested in the petty squabbling. This is Lapis, a shrine world. We are in the Macridge system at least, he said. Ivrain looked at Gerhard with an expression no human could clearly identify. The Eldar had far more powerful emotions and a wider range of them. Gerhard simply didn't care and ignored her. How do you know that? Greyfax asked. The same way I know each of your names, your skills, and the danger anyone poses. I am resourceful and can identify and learn anything. The reason why the Black Legion is already here is that the Great Rift has messed up the galaxy. The War Master of Chaos most likely knows what our dear Archmagos carries inside the Autorelinquery and wants to stop it at all costs. To get off here, we will have to approach the Ultramarines on this planet and explain our situation. And what if they are disinclined to lend us their assistance, prodded Eleanor, one of Celestine's Gemini Superia. We walk with Xenos at our side, and come uninvited to their world. Are they not as likely to shoot us as to offer welcome? That is your concern, not ours, replied Ivrain, her tone dismissive. These are your Emperor's finest warriors, are they not? Surely they have the mental discipline to discern friend from foe. Again with that arrogance. Thankfully, they are one of, if not the most logical space marine chapter in the Imperium and won't outright kill us when we approach them in the company of Eldar. They have the mental discipline to remain wary of Xeno's trickery, growled Amalrich. And to suspect those who traffic with such creatures. We pilgrims will convince them that our cause is holy and just, said Celestine forcefully, shooting a stern glance at the scowling marshal. And that our alliance is an honest one. But not by standing here and arguing. We must move at once, for darkness draws close, and time grows short. Celestine is right. We should make haste, Gerhard agreed. In the final years of the 41st millennium, the stellar realm of Ultramar, which stretched across several star systems, faced a massive wave of attacks. Dangerous threats began to emerge from the darkness of space, as the Tyranids of Hive Fleet Leviathan drifted toward the territory of the Ultramarines. At the same time, one of the greatest orc warlord of the galaxy, known as the Arch-Arsonist of Charadon, led a monstrous, chaotic Wyack, intending to overrun the eastern defenses. However, the most dangerous threat came from the Servants of Chaos. A massive horde of traitors, mutants, and madmen, led by the demon Prince Mkar the Reborn, attacked Ultramar. This invasion plunged dozens of planets into bloody battlefields, with war spreading across worlds such as Espander, Tarentus, and the ocean world of Talasser. After months of heavy losses, the Ultramarines finally won. Mkar was defeated, and his broken armies were chased back into deep space, beyond the boundaries of Ultramar. Peace returned briefly as Marnius Calgar, the famous chapter master of the Ultramarines, and his Space Marines began to rebuild and strengthen their defenses. Unfortunately, this period of recovery was cut short, far too soon. Guided by the visions of the Chaos Sorcerer called Zaraphiston, Abaddon the Despoiler sent a new coalition of Chaos warbands to attack Ultramar's defenses once again. Even though Abaddon was busy fighting around the shattered planet Cadia, his influence was vast. He gathered a large traitor force with Space Marines from the Black Legion, the Iron Warriors, the Night Lords and other renegade factions, to strike the heart of the realm. While some groups attacked the outer systems to distract the defenders, the main enemy fleet traveled through the warp to strike at Makridge itself. With this, a desperate and bloody war for survival and the future of the galaxy had begun. It was at that time that the Inari and the Celestinians arrived and were going to change what would have surely been a terrible ending. The coalition was larger than it would have been originally. Abaddon had been hit hard by Gerhard's arrival on Clysis and had a bad premonition. If he had been his gene father, Horus Lupercal, he might have come in person, but his arrogance went too far, and he only sent a larger force. A big mistake, as it would turn out. The gamer would not be labeled and was a wild card in any situation. Chapter 80, Onwards. At the urging of Saint Celestine and Gerhard, the human forces and their Inari allies moved through the Atheron Mountains. Events were unfolding rapidly, like a large waterfall, and the pilgrims did not have the luxury of time. Whether it was this fact or something about Gerhard, the Imperial survivors seemed to see him in the same position as Saint Celestine. There was some form of trust, especially from the Black Templars, which was very strange, if one knew about them. Cadia had fallen, but even more concerning, based on the intensity with which he pursued his shattered foes and his knowledge of their intended destination, the Despoiler knew something about their mission, and he had made sure that the forces to welcome them were heavily bolstered. From the heights of the plateau, a wide, packed earth roadway descended the mountainside. It was broad enough for several Baneblade tanks to pass side by side and angled not too steeply downward between the mountain peaks. The entire length of the roadway was lined with ancient stone supports, atop which stood stone statues of robed figures unmistakably Space Marines. Lit braziers in the statues' hands released streams of fragrance and smoke, while heaps of devotional offerings and prayer papers were piled at their feet. As they traveled, the Celestinians and Inari kept their weapons ready and their eyes fixed warily on the horizon. All except Gerhard. He was rather enjoying himself in the first planet, apart from his own, where he had been born. He looked at everything, used, observe, on all things, and learned more about those around him and the planet itself. It was good that he was here, as it allowed him to get access to one of the two final most essential resources he would need to improve his armory further. He could feel the presence of chaos on the planet and in the air. He was hurrying along, understanding the wraithbone and already knew how to grow it, which he would do as soon as he got some time. His most important project was about to produce its first set. After thinking about it, Gerhard had settled for being a mixture between Iron Man, Doomslayer, and Doctor Doom. He was as technologically adept as he was going to be in the fields of magic and warp usage. So Doom was indeed a good title for him. Any day now, any day. They made their way through occasional wrecked tanks and scattered corpses, some belonging to the Human Defense Auxilia and others to traitorous Chaos cultists. The bodies appeared to have fallen just hours earlier, with their blood still coagulating around them and local insects just beginning to start their meal. Nevertheless, the pilgrims saw no signs of living beings along the road, whether loyalist or enemy. Archmago's call reassured his comrades that they were traveling in a favorable direction, heading towards a large urban center and, if his Vox thieves and the local cartographic data were accurate, the Ultramarines' fortification overlooking it. Gerhard agreed to that, as his Auspex feeds told him the same story, but much clearer and in more detail. The extraordinary allies spoke little as they walked forward. Instead, they listened to the howling of the wind as it moved through the stony cracks of the mountain, the crunch of their armored feet on the dry earth, and the distant, very familiar sounds of battle carried to them from far away. Those sounds grew suddenly louder as the road curved around the high flank of the mountain. Ahead, less than a mile away, a ferrocrete bastion loomed over the roadway, built into the mountainside itself. The stylized upside-down Omega of the Ultramarines was proudly depicted on the structure's large wall, and twin Icarus storm cannon arrays swiveled back and forth atop its battlements, their barrels rotating at high speeds as they fired into the sky. But what were they targeting? The barrage of shots targeted a swarm of Heldrake demon engines. The draconic war machines flew high and circled, diving down to spew chaos flames across the bastion's ramparts before flying away again with almost mocking roars and then doing it all over again. One of the Heldrakes noticed the small group of pilgrims and broke off, turning toward them. Heldrake! Get to battle stations. Everyone spread out and seek cover inside the Imperial Bastion. Marshal Amalrich was the first to react. The Imperial Knights of House Tirani swiftly overtook the men and women running on the ground, their pilots urging their mechanical constructs into a fast run. Brum brum. The massive war engines shook the ground as they advanced, their guns slowly swiveling skyward, aiming for the demon engines that had noticed them, thanks to the rather large war machines. One of the knights carried an Icarus storm cannon array atop its broad carapace, and as the Heldrake descended into firing range, the massive Walker construct unleashed its fire. Boom 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 boom. Gatling cannons and heavy stubbers joined the barrage, filling the air with a storm of projectiles that ripped the wing off the approaching demon engine, sending it spinning down and detonating against the mountainside. Boom. One of the roaring Heldrakes was blown apart outright as it turned around to attack the pilgrims, while the third broke off its assault and rushed away into the clear blue skies, quickly increasing its speed until it was barely more than a distant speck. But Gerhard wasn't going to let anything get away. "Do you have it?" he asked. Affirmative. "Then bring it down." SCHHHBOOOOOMM. The typical sound of the Mana Bane blade cannon firing could be heard, followed by a ridiculously fast shell zooming into the sky. The miniature rocket sped upward and out of everyone's field of vision. Despite not seeing anything, no one took their eyes off of it, somehow trusting Gerhard's capabilities and that of his creation. And indeed, a few seconds afterwards, an explosion could be heard and even seen in the sky. But not only that. A minute later, the few remains of the Heldrake sizzled down on the ground. Gerhard smiled as he got the notification for killing the demon engine. The knights came to a halt, their weapons ticking as they cooled, unlike Gustav's weapons, which hadn't even gotten very warm yet, and the rest of the group quickly caught up with them. Moments later, the armored, large doorway of the Ultramarine bastion hissed as its pressure locks disengaged. The heavy door swung open, and a trio of Ultramarines' battle brothers emerged with their bolters raised. Gerhard used Observe on them. Brother Sergeant Marius, LV.60. HP, 9, 430/12, 500. MP, 500. A veteran Ultramarine sergeant, leading from the front with disciplined aggression and battlefield awareness. STR, 115. VIT, 110. Dex, 75. Weapons. Bolter. Chainsword. Traits. Veteran leader. Plus 10% accuracy and reaction speed for nearby allies. Brother Cashin, LV.58. HP, 10, 737/11, 500. MP 450. A heavy weapons specialist providing suppressive fire and anti-armor support. STR 110. Vit 105. Dex 60. Weapons. Heavy bolter. Bolt pistol. Traits. Suppressive fire. Reduces enemy movement and accuracy under sustained fire. Terminator Brother Acastus, LV.65. HP 14 920/20 000. MP 500. A heavily armored elite warrior clad in tactical dreadnought armor, capable of absorbing massive punishment while delivering devastating close-range firepower. STR 145. Vit 145. Dex 45. Weapons. Storm Bolter. Twin-linked, high rate of fire. Power Fist. Traits. Tactical dreadnought armor. Plus 80% physical resistance. Plus 60% energy resistance. Cannot be staggered by small arms fire. Gerhard smiled, seeing their stats rise just because they now had a name. Usually, a Space Marine sat at around 100 for his physical stats of STR and VIT. But Sergeant Marius and Cashin were above that. Gerhard had effectively interfered with cause and effect here, making them stronger simply by giving them a name. The question now was whether they would keep this boost or let it go after he left. This was some Schrodinger's cat-type shit, right there. The Ultramarines advanced cautiously, keeping their weapons trained on the Eldar. Amplifying his voice through his Vox grill, Sergeant Marius spoke first. Halt. You stand upon the soil of Lapis, of the realm of Ultramar. Name yourselves and your purpose. You carry the sigils of the Inquisition and the marks of a living saint, yet you walk in the company of Xenos. Explain this sight before our fire finds a target. Saint Celestine stepped forward, her wings unfurling slightly, radiating a warm, golden light that seemed to calm the heightened battle stances. There is no need for hostilities, sons of Guilliman. I am Celestine, and I walk the path the Emperor has set before me. This is no mere coincidence, but a divine pilgrimage ordained by the Master of Mankind himself. We carry with us Archmagos Dominus, Belisarius' call, and a relic of vital importance. We must reach the Lord of Ultramar without delay. Inquisitor Greyfax stepped up beside her, her voice cold and sharp as was expected of an Inquisitor. I am Inquisitor Katerinia Greyfax of the Ordo Hereticus. While your suspicion is noted and, in any other hour, encouraged, these Xenos are a necessary evil for completing a task that outweighs local protocols. If they had encountered a less rational or temperate Space Marines chapter, tensions may have escalated into violence very quickly. For the Ultramarines, the combined presence of an Inquisitor and a living saint, despite their somewhat strained demeanor towards one another, was sufficient to counterbalance the presence of the Eldar at their side. You have arrived in a dark hour. A flight of storm ravens is already inbound to this coordinate to clear the skies of the Helldrake swarms. I will divert 2 of these gunships to transport your leadership. They will take you to the strike cruiser Sword of Honor. The living saint smiled, appearing entirely unsurprised when the Ultramarines informed her about the arrival of storm ravens. These packs of Helldrakes were harassing the fortifications in the region and naturally had to be dealt with. However, we can only spare you 2 of the gunships, which will transport you to the strike cruiser Sword of Honor. Which will then carry you onwards to Makridge, Marius continued. The Lord of Ultramar has returned to the fortress of Hera, just days earlier. We will ensure your safe arrival there. We thank you for your help and shall not forget this, Celestine said. While they awaited the incoming gunships, the pilgrims divided their forces. All of the Inari, except for Ivrain and the Visarch, returned to the Webway portal, leaving this world to spread the word of Iniad among their people. As a gesture of goodwill towards their Ultramarines hosts, Celestine requested that the battle sisters of our martyred lady remain on Lapis and support them. Together with the Knights of House Tyrannis, they would place themselves at the disposal of the Ultramarines to assist in the ongoing defense of the planet. But not only that. Gerhard even agreed to allow Gustav to remain on Lapis for the time being, until the Chaos forces were cleared. For this reason, he had Saraval and Hans stay as well, remaining on the planet to help shorten the duration of all this. They didn't really have a choice in the matter, as Gustav was far too big to be transported by the Storm Ravens. And since Gerhard didn't want anyone else controlling or guiding Gustav, Hans had to stay there. But he knew that it would be fine either way. If things still somewhat followed what he remembered, then all of Ultramar was under attack by Chaos forces, and having Gustav here was a rather good thing, as they could set this world up as a temporary station for the future campaign. The traitor forces had to be purged at some point. Naturally, they would start at the very center, then move outwards. The Ultramarines, and especially their Primarch, were organized and logical people, unwilling to allow even a single world to fall into anyone else's hands. They didn't have much choice right now, as the attacks were incredibly aggressive and coming from all sides, but they would hold for a long time and strike back with more and more precision as they adapt and improve. That was what it meant to go against the Blue Boys. In a galaxy-spanning imperium, logistics were overpowered. And honestly, Gerhard was happy to meet what may very well be the last remaining person capable of common sense and logical thinking. Comment. 16. Comment. Vote. Chapter 81, Mindshackle Scarabs. As the Ultramarine Storm Ravens ascended toward orbit just minutes later, they carried a significantly reduced company to the waiting strike cruiser. Among the Celestinians were Inquisitor Greyfax, Marshal Amalrich, a handful of Black Templars, Saint Celestine with her Gemini Superia, Belisarius Call, accompanied by Cataphron Servitors and Scitarii, and Gerhard with Lencillus and the Sisters of Silence. Hans remained behind, as did Captain Erifin and Navigator Slovo. The air within the Sword of Honor was cold, smelling of recycled oxygen. After a formal introduction to the cruiser's captain, the Allies were escorted to confinement quarters under heavy guard, all except Lencillus and the Sisters of Silence. As the talons of the Emperor, especially the Custodes, were free from scrutiny and were trusted far more freely than anyone else. But since Lencillus wasn't going to leave Gerhard on his own, Gerhard would be placed in another area. Gerhard didn't want that, though, as there was something far more important he wanted to take care of. So they all entered the same rooms. As the heavy blast doors of the quarters slid shut, locking the Inari and the others behind shimmering energy fields and reinforced plasteel, the tension in the Eldar reached an uncomfortable level. The Visarch gripped the hilt of his crone sword, his armor made of wraithbone, and hissed as he paced the small room like a caged predator. "Is this the gratitude of the Monkey?" he spat. "We plucked them from the fire, yet they treat us like common beasts." Marshal Amalrich was just as unappreciative of the treatment, but understood its necessity. The Black Templars shifted restlessly, their hands hovering near empty weapon housings, their eyes burning with suppressed displeasure. Saint Celestine stepped into the center of the room, her presence cooling the agitated men and women. She did not raise her voice, yet it carried over the clanking of metal and the warriors' displeased grunts. "Peace, Marshal. Peace, children of Isha," she said, her voice sounding serene. "Do not mistake caution for malice. We stand in the heart of a realm under siege. Suspicion is the shield of the faithful in times of darkness, and the Ultramarines wouldn't lie to us about our safety. We must remain patient." She turned her gaze toward Amalrich, her eyes glowing with a soft, steady light. "Is your faith so fragile, Marshal, that it falters behind a locked door? We are not prisoners of the Ultramarines, we are guests." Amalrich's breathing slowed, his shoulders gradually losing their rigid tension. He looked at the saint, then bowed his head in a stiff, respectful nod. "Celestine speaks the truth," Gerhard added softly. "Getting to Makridge was never meant to be easy, and this is already relatively easy compared to what we could have encountered. This is the good stuff. Relax, play some wagers and enjoy the time before things turn worse." Thus began a grim and frustrating journey for most in the group. They were confined within a big suite of blue-colored steel chambers and corridors, constantly observed by silent chapter helots armed with heavy naval shotguns. Time seemed to stretch endlessly for those less used to doing nothing and being under constant watch, as hours turned into days. The ever-present rumble of the ship's engines and the sluggish movement of artificial gravity and recycled air became mere facts of existence they had to endure. The Visarch trained relentlessly, even sparring with Marshal Amalrich and Gerhard, who asked for it. And Gerhard's physical prowess surprised the Visarch and Marshal Amalrich. Although the Visarch was far faster and Amalrich had more battle experience, Gerhard was learning and refused to stay down. The Medici Bay of the Sword of Honor was a grim room of cold medical machinery and flickering screens. Inquisitor Greyfax was lying on a surgical table. Her jaw was clenched so tight it threatened to shatter her teeth. Small, metallic clinking sounds echoed in the sterile room as Archmago's Call's fine Macandrite arms hovered over her body. Gerhard stood opposite him, his hands glowing with a soft, restorative light as he used his healing spell to keep the Inquisitor's nervous system from collapsing under the strain. It was a marvelous skill, and after he demonstrated it, Greyfax seemed to start to believe that he might be who he claimed he was. The skill healed not only her body but also her mind and soul. She felt better than she ever had, and the strain from the warp, which had gotten far more bothersome, had disappeared for a brief moment. "Begin," Greyfax hissed through her teeth. Call did not hesitate. A laser scalpel hissed, and the first mind shackle scarab, a foul piece of Necron tech, was dragged from her flesh, through the use of magnetic technology. Greyfax's back arched off the table, a muffled scream tearing from her throat as the metal parasite fought back, sending agonizing electrical pulses through her brain. What are you doing? Gerhard asked Call. I am extracting the Necron constructs from the Inquisitor's bloodstream and brain. The process is a painful one, but necessary, as she has confirmed. Such crude methods are just painful and not overly effective. Don't you have other methods? Gerhard asked. Other methods I have not. Swiftness and thoroughness are what I believe in. But you are acting like a butcher. I thought you were the progressive thinker among the Mechanicum. My stance on certain things does not diminish the effectiveness of this method I am using to extract the Necron constructs. I am not about to debate this with you, unless you believe yourself capable of performing the procedure better than I could. Most certainly. Gerhard held his hand in front of Greyfax's face. Sleep. Greyfax fell into a deep sleep right away, much to the surprise of Call. His special warp sensors, which he added long ago to prepare and ward against such attacks, hadn't picked up anything just now. And yet, it seemed that Gerhard possessed the skill for sorcery, as he knew it. Gerhard used psychokinesis to grab the single mind shackle scarab from Call's hands and started using material analysis to finally figure out the secrets of this marvelous metal. Necrodermis rank, legendary. Necrodermis is a Necron material created/discovered over 60 million standard Terran years ago by the Necronter species, often described as living metal. Initially, the Necronter used it to construct their massive sublight starships, which explored and settled the Milky Way galaxy millions of years ago. Necrodermis has an unknown origin and chemical or molecular structure, but it possesses the extraordinary ability to regenerate from almost any damage instantaneously. The material flows back together, closing bullet holes, mending gashes and tears, and even reattaching severed pieces with minimal delay. Additionally, it is adaptive, allowing it to learn to repair itself over time from nearly any form of damage, even from blasts powerful enough to reduce it to its basic molecules or atoms. In addition to being used for the bodies of the Necrons themselves, all Necron vehicles and starships are made from Necrodermis. This material can also be used in the blades of melee weapons and for constructing various structures. Each Necrodermis can be modified in shape at will by Necrons, such as Trazyn, who has demonstrated a high degree of control over Necrodermis. Information flooded Gerhard's mind about the material itself, its history, composition, traits, and how the energy interacts with it. This was the final piece that Gerhard was missing to step on the road to the biggest and most powerful players in the galaxy. With this, he will be able to create technology never seen before and will reach and even surpass the Necrons or Eldar, given enough time. A special technological contraption on his forearm activated, and Gerhard connected it up to the small mind shackle scarab, running millions of calculations and using his programming skill, which had leveled up to insane degrees, as well as the other skills which allowed him to more or less interact with any form of technology as long as he understood it to a high enough degree. Archmago's Call stood there, observing and recording everything in real time. He naturally had his pride, but he recognized a fellow master of technology when he saw one. And the fact that the other datasmith Cybernetica, designated Hans, had slowly started calling Gerhard the Omnisia was slowly dripping into Call's thick, oily cogitator. If anything, a competitive feeling emerged. After 10 minutes of using all of his skills, Gerhard finally understood and took control of the small mind shackle scarab. He took control of it, deleted the previous master control and reprogrammed it to suit his needs. He also flooded it with mana, so that it worked only through his energy, a safety measure. Finally, he took out his monomolecular laser, which he had long created to open up Hans, when he was still a man of iron and went to finish the final piece of the puzzle. He created a very small incisor on Inquisitor Greyfax's head and released the mind shackle scarab back inside, much to Call's surprise and confusion. What are you doing? But Gerhard ignored the tech priest for now, far too busy with the operation. He observed the mind shackle scarab and projected the screen into the air, so that Call could see what was happening as well. Millions upon billions of binary flashed across the screen, faster than even the Archmagos could comprehend or understand. Still, he was an ancient 10,000-year-old tech priest who had dedicated his life to technology, and so he had a very, very crude and rough idea of what was happening. His eyes widened, well, his lenses did. The mind shackle scarab, which Gerhard had taken control of and reprogrammed into his loyal little creature, went through Greyfax's entire bloodstream, starting from the cranium. It sped across her entire bloodstream, and whenever it met a fellow scarab, it landed on its back and forcefully inserted the new mana code which Gerhard had created. This then converted the mind shackle scarab into another one of Gerhard's and placed it under his full control. Shortly afterwards, the deed was done. Greyfax was free of the mind shackle scarabs as they exited out of the wound and crawled up Gerhard's hand. He smiled seeing them and the progress of his work. His power flowed into Greyfax's head to dull the white-hot pain and heal her fully. He turned his eyes to the twitching, silver insect held in Call's mechanical pincer. Marvelous things, I have to admit. They don't just sit in the muscles, they wrap around the neurons' connection to the body and even those that control behavior and cognition. Call rotated a sensory lens to look at Gerhard. A crude assessment, but biologically sufficient. These devices operate on a frequency that bridges the gap between the physical and energetic. It also seems to affect the presence of the warp, otherwise, the Inquisitor would have felt it. Much like the black stone pylons of Cadia. Gerhard watched as Call dropped the scarab into a containment jar, and it then crawled back to Gerhard. Speaking of Blackstone, Archmagos, you spent a while studying those pylons on Cadia. You saw them hold back the warp, and you saw them shatter. What is your true conclusion on the material? Call's many-legged frame skittered slightly as he moved to the side, where he revealed a box of different-sized pieces of Blackstone. It is the ultimate conductor, Lord Gerhard. Depending on how it is tuned, it can either amplify the warp to an unscientific degree or silence it into a dead void. It is this which the despoiler was after. And yet, if you gave this to the Mechanicum, they would treat it as a puzzle to be solved with oils and useless prayers, only to hide it then and refuse anyone access to it. I see the way you look at the fragments, Archmagos. You want to master the substance itself and understand it in its entirety to use it effectively. Is that not bordering on the very heresy the Mechanicus fears? Playing with the tools of the Xenos to alter the fabric of reality. Call's vocal synthesizer let out a sound like a grinding gear, a mechanical chuckle. Innovation is often mistaken for heresy by those with small minds. I do not play with tools, boy. I refine the understanding of the universe that the Omnicia has given me free access to study and understand. Gerhard smiled, hearing this. He only wanted to probe the Archmagos and see whether it was worth creating a relationship with him. And indeed it looked promising. Naturally, he would only fully trust Hans, but Call had potential. You, however. You possess a clarity I find intriguing. You see the things around you not as rocks, gravel, metals, or Xenos, but as variables. Tell me, if you held the Noctilith, would you have been able to weaponize it the same way I was? Gerhard smiled. Did you manage that on your own, I wonder? 100011111101000100011. Ha ha ha. No need to get angry. I was merely making a joke. As for what I would have done, I would have done the same thing I'm doing now. Study its composition, the way it interacts with the warp, and plan a way to use it against the forces of chaos in the most efficient way. What do you know of such matters? I know that you carry a suit of armor with you and that you plan on bringing back Lord Robert Guilliman. And I want the same thing, Gerhard revealed. Call grew suspicious and wary of Gerhard in that moment. What he had inside his auto-reliquary was supposed to be a secret, as were his plans. And yet, here he was, a stranger and nobody he had never heard of, who seemed to know far more than he let on. How could you possibly know that? I am resourceful. As I already stated. I have the power of observation and common sense. Something that the Imperium thoroughly lacks. And Lord Guilliman will be able to bring it back as well. A curious thought, Call said. Chapter 82, Developments. Despite the pain she endured when she woke up, Greyfax's iron will never wavered, and she showed only the slightest outward signs of discomfort. Gerhard relieved the pain she might have felt and brought her back to peak condition in every respect. Now, she focused on keeping a wary eye on Saint Celestine. In private, Greyfax began to suspect that Celestine's apparent divinity might not be a mere illusion. She had witnessed the living saint battle against archheretics and twisted traitors, she had seen her accurately predict events that she could not have known in advance, and she had observed how the light of Celestine's faith repelled the wicked and empowered the righteous. But not only that. She had witnessed firsthand the power of another living saint in Gerhard. Not only was he constantly watched over by a custodian, but he was also capable of miracles. And while she initially thought it to be another way of heresy, she couldn't lie to herself to such a degree, not after he healed her body, mind, and soul with a touch. Katerina Greyfax was an inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus, serving as a witchfinder whose primary duty was to doubt and suspect all that seemed fair, in case it hid a deeper darkness. Throughout her long experience, she had learned that true miracles were rare, and what appeared to be a gift from the Emperor was often a tainted temptation laid by the gods of chaos. Therefore, as hope began to bloom in her heart that Celestine and Gerhard might be uncorrupted, and despite her own perfectly healthy state, Greyfax remained vigilant, watching over the two living saints for even the slightest hint of duplicity. Lencillus and Gerhard naturally caught her, but beyond showing that they knew of her thoughts, they didn't react. Leaving her to make her own choice was what Gerhard believed would help him in the future. It took a few days of monotony for Greyfax to approach Gerhard, who was working excitedly on his magnum opus of anti-warp technology. As soon as she entered Gerhard's room, which had turned into a workshop with various pieces of armor and weapons lying around, Greyfax felt the horror of a blank unlike anyone she had ever experienced. Her connection to the warp ceased to exist for a brief moment, and she felt as though she were in the endless void, slowly falling into an existential black hole. Then everything returned to normal, and she gasped deeply. Heya. She looked at Gerhard with hatred in her eyes, a natural reaction from all humans towards blanks. But for psychers, the effect was far more powerful, and they could not control it. Gerhard didn't care. He knew of this and walked up to her. She wanted to retreat, but he reached her before she could. Burning Spirit Principle. Gerhard used his healing spell to heal her and bring her back to her peak state. The aftertaste of the experience remained, though. This would remain in her mind and soul for eternity. You're a pariah, she barked. Indeed. I am the galaxy's biggest paradox, a psycher-blank hybrid. Depending on what I need, I can switch from psycher to blank with a thought. The Inquisitor stilled after hearing this. She looked at Lencillus, who hadn't changed his position even 1 millimeter, remaining a statue of golden power. The idea was nonsense. That wasn't possible. No creature could have a soul to use the warp and not have one and be a pariah. I think you are under the misconception that pariahs or blanks are soulless. They are, in fact, not soulless. In the same way normal souls have a positive pole in the warp and can utilize it, blanks have a negative pole that does the exact opposite. This makes them the most effective weapon against chaos, and those who use the warp. And you are both. Yes. You, as an Inquisitor, should see what this means. If I am capable of being a blank, it is virtually impossible for me ever to be corrupted. It is also this that the Emperor saw as a weapon to be used against the enemies of the Imperium. Gerhard sprayed some lies into his truth, which were the best lies anyway. While it was true that he was the best weapon against chaos, this wasn't only because of his hybrid status. But Greyfax didn't need to know that yet. Baby steps. Are the so-called saints' words true then? Greyfax asked after a long silence. They are. We are going to Macridge to see the Lord of Ultramar and save the Imperium from certain doom. The Inquisitor thought about the healing power that Gerhard had and had to agree that his story was theoretically possible, at least for her, who didn't truly know the exact thing they were going to do when they met the Lord of Ultramar. But Gerhard wasn't going to go into details right now. He knew that his new mentality, the increased compassion towards humans and loyalty and his willingness to head into danger to help Guilliman and the Imperium, were surely attributed to the skill he didn't fully know what it was. LV, 1. Gerhard felt his HP and MP stats slowly grow, and his mana became denser and more powerful. His mind was still his own, and the decision to go to help Guilliman was the most logical one. With Guilliman, Gerhard had the best chance to change the Imperium and slowly remove the old, stagnant elements, replacing them with new, progressive ones. But Guilliman was needed for that. Not everyone would be happy about his return, but almost everyone would listen to his commands, and Gerhard was going to ride his train to be the spear of progress. Gerhard talked with Greyfax longer, exchanging stories and information. Gerhard even asked to see her weapons, her power sword and her special bolter. In front of her, he took it apart, took out new materials from his inventory and shocked her to the bone by reassembling the weapon with ease and incredible speed. And he didn't speak useless prayers or use holy oil like the Mechanicum did. And still it was a marvelous weapon, far beyond anything the Mechanicum could create. What was that? She asked. This is another of my uses, Inquisitor. I ask that you keep this to yourself for now. The High Lords of Terra are mostly corrupt and power-hungry pieces of waste. I am sure you understand that. We will change that. You told me about the slow pace and petty handling by those in power, even by your fellow Inquisitors and Lord Inquisitors. Can you imagine a smoother leadership? How many heretics and mutants could we purge on Terra itself? I have the power to know the hidden truths of anyone. I'm sure you will find my skills useful. Gerhard used a lot of honey to soften the stern and unyielding Inquisitor slowly. She would be his first piece amongst the Inquisition, which was far too powerful as it was. But that would take a while. First, they had to get Guilliman back and save Ultramar. Amidst the ongoing monotony, no one noticed when Ivrain beckoned Call away into a recessed cargo bay where his auto-reliquary was stored. No one, except Gerhard and Lencilis. Gerhard had long taken control of Call's cogitator using his varied skills and programming mastery to see and hear everything he did. Gerhard was one step away from reaching technomancy. The air in the cargo hold was thick with the smell of machine oil and the rhythmic sounds of Call's Cataphron servitors. Their dead, cybernetic eyes stared into nothingness as Ivrain, the emissary of Iniad, stood before the towering mass of wires and metal that was Archmago's Belisarius Call. Between them sat the auto-reliquary, a massive, humming machine that contained Call's greatest secret, a suit of armor designed to bring back a dying demigod. Your logic is flawed, Archmagos, Ivrain said. You believe that by mending the flesh and filtering the blood, you can undo 10,000 years of chaos, poison and stasis. You trust in your gears and your bioalchemies to wake the sleeping Primarch. Call's optical sensors clicked as they zoomed in on the Eldar prophetess. My calculations are absolute, Xenos, his voice sounding mechanical and filtered through a heavy vocal synthesizer. The armor of fate is designed to sustain the biological functions of the Primarch's unique physiology. It will seal the wound dealt by his traitorous brother's blade all those millennia ago. It will restart the heart and his brain functions. It is a triumph of the Omnisia's design. It will restart a heart, yes, Ivrain countered, stepping closer, her hand resting near the hilt of the crone sword. But it will be a hollow vessel. Robot Guilliman's soul has been drifting close to the tides of the warp, anchored only by an impossibly thin thread that is a stasis field, which is now failing. If you wake the body without the spirit, you will create a mindless monster, or a corpse that breathes but does not think as the Primarch once did. The Archmagos paused, a dozen mechanical appendages freezing in midair. The soul is a variable that is difficult to quantify through standard mechanics. I will need more time to quantify this conundrum and find a way to solve it. I am the hand of the god of the dead, Ivrain whispered. Iniad has given me power over the transition between life and the void. While your armor knits his skin and purges the venom, I will reach into the ether. I will find the light of the Primarch's soul and guide it back into the physical body. Call was silent for a long time. Data taps on his many legs clicked rhythmically against the deck plating as he ran thousands of simulations. He looked at the auto-reliquary, then back at the Xenos woman who claimed to command authority over the souls of the dead. Giving her access to Guilliman could be the most foolish thing he had ever done in his life. It might be the thing the Eldar planned the entire time to grow more powerful and weaken humanity. Or it was the truth and the only way to bring the Primarch back. Finally, his cowled head gave a single, curt nod. He had no choice in the matter. Gerhard was just as much of a wild card as Ivrain, but he would trust a human more than a Xenos. And from what Gerhard had said, he could help the process as well. Agreed, Call said. The physical and the spiritual shall be treated as concurrent projects. See that your divine interference does not short-circuit my life support systems, Xenos. Ivrain smiled, a sharp, almost dangerous expression. Do your work, Muggos. I shall do mine. With a swirl of her skirts, she turned and vanished into the shadows of the hold, leaving the Archmagos alone with his machines and the heavy weight of the decision he had made. Gerhard, who had listened in on the discussion, had a thoughtful look on his face. He knew things about Warhammer 40k, but he was by no means the best informed. He knew that Eldar helped in the return of Robot Guilliman, but he didn't know how. This discussion was interesting to him because he had planned not to grant the Xenos access to the Primarch and heal him himself. Now, he thought about not doing that and using this moment to learn from it. The Inari were a relatively small faction right now, but if they were to grow into a larger, more serious faction, they could pose another serious threat. It was good to have information on potential enemies and use them to his advantage. What did you hear? Lencilis asked. We might have to allow the Eldari access to Guilliman. To get him back safely. A risky idea. Yeah. But it should work out. Chapter 83, The Fortress of Hera. After days of real space transit, the Sword of Honor finally reached Makrid's orbit. The Celestinians and their allies were hurried through the ship's corridors under armed escort. Gerhard donned the very new and most powerful specialized armor he had ever created. Knowing that he would most likely get to see traitorous space marine blood, he had worked hard and finished it just in time. The strike cruiser shuddered around them, which were the unmistakable vibrations of gun batteries discharging and void shields absorbing monumental kinetic impacts. As they boarded their Storm Raven gunships once more, the group could see through the shimmering shields of the embarkation deck that their craft was under heavy attack. "What's the situation?" Gerhard asked the Storm Raven's pilots. "A sizable Chaos Armada is engaging the Ultramar defense fleet above Mackridge. The void is filled with the battleships and escorts. Both ours and the Heretics," they said. Both the loyal Ultramarines and the Chaos Space Marines were exchanging lance beams and torpedoes in the void of space, trying to gain superiority and make planetfall. The Chaos attack was primarily focused on the Fortress of Hera itself, the titanic fortification that covered much of Magna Mackridge Civitas, the capital of the Ultramarines chapter planet. "Don't worry, though. We'll get you safely to your audience with the Lord," the pilot said. Marnius Calgar had been informed of their arrival through a heavily encrypted Vox communique and was waiting for them with interest, or so he claimed. The way he said it, in a flat tone, suggested that the Lord of Ultramar had more pressing matters to attend to than their mysterious holy mission. Like the bloody chaos forces that assault almost the entire realm of Ultramar. And with that, they were off, flying through the heavily fought-over space on their way to meet the famous Lord of Ultramar. The Storm Ravens propelled through the firelit void of space with their powerful thrusters. Gerhard, Lencillus, the Sisters of Silence, Inquisitor Greyfax, Saint Celestine, Marshal Amalrich and the Black Templars, the Inari, and Call's Auto Reliquary were all firmly in place. Below them, Mackridge slowly came into view. It was a large orb of blue, white, green, and gray. Closer to the planet, chaos reigned in the darkness of space. Lance beams pierced and seared through the void, briefly illuminating it. Broken wrecks of once proud and only recently destroyed warships aimlessly moved through space, chunks of metal and globules of liquid drifting away from their blazing carcasses. Entire wings of Stormhawk interceptors cut through clouds of grenade fire, executing bold bombardment runs on Chaos cruisers. Gerhard used observe on all things he saw, as he had been doing for a while now. He saw the insignias on the Chaos cruisers and confirmed his suspicions that they belonged to the Black Legion. But what bothered him was the large number of warships present. The Ultramarines were the Space Marines chapter he liked. They were one of the few who used logic and learned from their mistakes, making it almost impossible to catch them with the same trick or strategic move. So it was no surprise that they were keeping up with the invasion. Nevertheless, the sheer scale of the attack was worrying. Because there weren't only Black Legion warships visible. There were also some bearing the icons of the Iron Warriors, the Purge, the Night Lords and many more Chaos Space Marines and traitors. His presence had already started to deviate the history of the galaxy, even if it wasn't that big of a deal yet. Swarms of Dreadclaw drop pods, filled with traitors and armored attack craft, were shot downward, attempting to overwhelm the homeworld of the Ultramarines on the ground as well as in the air. Abaddon was determined to prevent Gerhard and his group from succeeding. Accompanied by an escort squadron of Stormhawks, the Ultramarines' gunships turned their noses downward and dove through the chaos of battle around them. In a show of impressive flight skills, they steered clear of any of the fighting and hit Mackridge's upper atmosphere at immense speeds, flames washing over their hulls as the craft shuddered and shook violently during re-entry. Gerhard's danger sense was constantly going off. He knew they were in serious danger, but was doing his part to keep the escort squadron safe by casting mana bullets outside the gunship he was in. This was only possible because of a handy skill he had gained after his chat with the Lord of Change, Spatial Awareness. Spatial Awareness LV-1 allows perception of space as a manipulable medium and improves all detection skills. Effects: detect distortions in space. Plus 20% efficiency in space-based skills. Improved control over distance and positioning. The torturing of the Lord of Change and the violent extraction of some of his skills had proven fruitful, granting Gerhard breakthroughs in his use of magic. If he hadn't been busy creating his magnum opus of armory, he would have improved those skills. Watching through external pictometers, the Celestinians and Inari saw the flames on the gunship's wings disperse, revealing a dizzying sight of towering mountains that rapidly grew larger as the Storm Ravens hurtled downward. Within the mountain peaks, an immense, fortified cityscape could be seen. It was illuminated from end to end by the muzzle flare of massive flak batteries and missile silos launching their shells into the skies. Heldrakes and trader fighter craft swarmed the sky above the fortress of Hera, twisting at high speeds between towering statues and buildings to bombard the defenders and unleash tons of artillery on ground targets. Explosions rocked temples and broke habstacks throughout Magna Macrich Civitas, while the Ultramarines' relentless return fire blasted dozens of Chaos attack crafts apart with each passing flight they made. And yet, even as they were shot out of the sky, as long as they didn't explode outright, the Chaos pilots targeted the Ultramarines' defenses, demolishing gun towers and massacring warriors. It was pandemonium. Abaddon had clearly directed his forces to break through, no matter the cost, and to ignore personal safety in pursuit of results. The Storm Ravens sped downward, aiming for the massive fortifications that overlooked the heart of the city. A wave of Chaos drop pods smashed into the ground around them, speeding downwards like small meteors, nearly knocking one transport from the sky. Had someone, who knows who that might have been, not used psychokinesis to prevent that from happening. A pack of Heldrakes dropped in behind the Storm Ravens, using their fastest speeds. The escorting Stormhawks stopped their escort to intercept these demon engines, as the metallic monstrosities attempted to latch onto the gunships carrying the most precious cargo. Gerhard was working hard and used psionic mana shield around the entire gunship, finally getting the attention of the psychers on board. To the pilot's credit, they managed to look past the peculiar new situation and kept control of the craft. Gerhard was working hard, keeping one eye on his mini-map and using spatial awareness, which was leveling up, and shooting more and more mana bullets at the fighter craft attacking them. Amidst streams of cannon fire and falling comets of drop pods and demon engines, the Storm Ravens pushed forward. They dived right through their comrades' curtain of anti-aircraft fire. Only the superhuman reflexes and skills of the Ultramarine pilots and Gerhard's masterful use of psychokinesis prevent their craft from being torn apart by the multitude of threats surrounding them. The group inside clung to their seats for dear life, violently shaken back and forth as the gunships navigated the perilous approach to the fortress of Hera. Lencilis looked at Gerhard and saw how he had his eyes closed. He was concentrated, and the custodian knew that he was working hard right now. What they were doing shouldn't have been possible, but Gerhard made it possible through sheer force of will. And he knew that Gerhard, through all this adversity, was still growing. Each moment, each hurdle was an opportunity to rise to the challenge and surpass it, coming out more powerful than before. Finally, the gunships decelerated, raising their noses and gracefully moving into an armored hangar embedded within the powerful fortification. At last, the Celestinians and Inari had reached their destination. Gerhard exited from the scorched and battered gunship. He looked around and saw that they had arrived in one of the fortress's many embarkation hangars. Around them, urgent activity was evident everywhere. Around the hangar entrance, chapter serfs, which were normal human bondsmen and servants of a space marine chapter, operated thumping anti-aircraft cannons that swiveled left to right in gyroscopic cages, tracking their targets across the skies and firing in powerful bursts. Bulky servitors moved back and forth, dragging ammunition carriages to keep the guns supplied. Further back within the hangar, Stormtalon and Stormraven gunships were refueling, rearming, and undergoing swift Benharic baptisms at the hands of chapter tech marines. Seeing this, Gerhard shook his head. He had to remember that he was now in the wider galaxy and no longer inside his hive city, where he had established a small sphere of logic and common sense. Servoarms whined, welding braziers which sparked and flared, and the sound of rivet cannons echoed through the large chamber, mixing with the many voices of defense auxilia and robed chapter serfs. Hundreds of men and women moved purposefully and with impressive order within the hangar, their expressions were grim but determined. They knew that they served the Ultramarines, one of, if not the most impressive, Space Marine chapters in the Imperium right now. The scale of everything was staggering, and this was just one chamber within a fortress the size of a city. Amid the military hustle and bustle, a band of chapter serfs marched towards the group. A single Ultramarines battle brother led them. The warrior's helm was adorned in white and gold, and his armor bore numerous oath papers and honor markings. The men following him carried gilded autoguns and wore stern expressions. Several of their uniform tabards were spattered with what looked like fresh blood, clearly indicating they had just come from defending the fortress's walls. "I am Veteran Sergeant Cassian," the Ultramarine announced. "Welcome to the Fortress of Hera." He turned his gaze toward the Black Templars, offering a sharp, respectful nod toward Marshal Malrich. "Marshal Amalrich. It is an honor to see the black-clad sons of Sigismund within these walls once more. Your blades are welcome in this dark hour." He did not wait for pleasantries. His eyes shifted to the towering form of Belisarius Cawl and the massive autoreliquary. "Your arrival has been anticipated," Cassian stated. "The Lord of Macrich awaits. You and your companions will follow me." There is much to be done, and the enemy does not grant us the luxury of delay. Without waiting for a response, Cassian turned and marched away across the hangar floor. Left with no other choice, the allies followed the sergeant as he ascended a long granite ramp, leading them further into the corridors of the Ultramarines' fortress. They moved at a quick pace through grand chambers adorned with marble statues and gilded decoration, traversing railed walkways decorated with magnificent Ultramarines banners and crossing void-shielded courtyards where battle brothers unleashed bolt gun fire from the fire steps above. The racket of the massive battle was ever present, as thunderous explosions shook the walls around them from time to time, sending dust falling like snow and flickering the lights. As they made their way across an armaglass-shielded sky bridge, the group got their first clear look at the fortress. Gerhard was impressed, thoroughly so, at the scale of everything. It almost seemed excessive at times, and then small at others. Towering fortifications sprawled in all directions, massive guns spewing fire into the sky and unleashing as much death upon the Chaos forces pressing ever closer outside the walls or landing within the fortress grounds, as possible. They saw Ultramarines in Terminator power armor marching relentlessly along armored battlements, driving back jump-pack-wielding traitors with barrages of fire. Observe. Self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicle. Vehicle name, Hydroflak tank. Forge world of origin, Styges 8. Known patterns, 1 to 19. Crew, commander, driver, gunner, loader, comms operator. Power plant, Vulcaner 16 twin-coupled multi-burn engine. Weight, 38 tons. Length, 5.29 m. Width, 3.78 m. Height, 5.10 meters. Main armament. 4x long-barreled autocannons, quad mount. High-velocity explosive rounds. Extremely high fire rate, 600 revolutions per minute sustained. Designed for anti-air superiority. A specialized anti-air platform based on the Chimera chassis. The Hydras provide essential anti-air protection for their regiment and can also serve in a ground support role, where they are effective against infantry and light vehicles. Squadrons of these Hydroflak tanks stood where beautiful Guardians had once stood and fired massive shells and missiles into the air, causing hundreds of Chaos vessels to fall. But that wasn't all. In the distance, Gerhard spotted a monstrous traitor Titan. And not only that, it was one of the rarest and largest. Chaos Titan. Vehicle name, Chaos Warlord Titan. Forge origin, Dark Mechanicum, Corrupted STC. Known patterns, Warlord/Demon Engine variant. Crew, Princeps, Fused, Demonic Entity, Bound Servitors. Power plant, Corrupted Plasma Reactor plus Warp Core. Height, 35 meters. Weight, Warp-augmented mass. Armor. Warp-infused ceramite/plasteel. Regenerates through demonic influence. Structural instability under extreme damage. Main armament. Volcano cannon/doomburner. Extreme energy beam. Warp-enhanced destructive output. Quake cannon. Massive ground impact weapon. Shockwave devastation. Plasma destructor. Heavy plasma annihilation. Secondary armament. Macro Gatling blaster. High-rate anti-infantry suppression. Laser blaster. Multi-shot energy weapon. Vortex missile. Creates warp tear on impact. Chaos-specific weapons. Havoc rack. Saturation missile system. Doomfist. Titan scale melee weapon. Can crush super heavy targets. Chaos energy whips. Warp tendrils. Multi-target striking capability. Mutations. Living metal growth. Spikes, claws, and appendages emerge dynamically. Warp tendrils. Additional melee/ranged attacks. The Chaos Warlord Titans are Imperial Warlord Titans corrupted by the powers of Chaos, which now serve in the traitor Titan legions. The truth of what Gerhard was seeing was framed by the breach the Chaos Warmaster Titan had torn in the fortress's outer wall. The Titan's guns glowed like miniature stars, and its void shields flickered and burst under the phenomenal and relentless firepower of the Ultramarines. They were throwing everything they had at this thing, and right about now, Gerhard wished that he had taken Gustav with him. A few precise shots, and that Chaos Warlord Titan would have gone down for sure. They didn't have time to continue watching, though, as Sergeant Cassian moved them along. The Celestinians and the two Inari climbed a statue-lined stairway of marble and steel, passing a squad of battle-scarred Ultramarines jogging in the opposite direction, onto the battlefield, of course. At the top of the stairway, they emerged into a broad circular chamber with a frescoed floor and walls and ceiling of void-shielded transparent steel. A massive bank of elaborate consoles and holomaps dominated the center of the chamber, with servitors, wired into its complexity, chattering in Binharak cant among themselves. Dozens of robed officials, quoll servitors, human serfs, and strategos moved lively around the central hololith, which projected a real-time map of the entire fortress of Hera into the air. Runes and signifiers were crammed across it in such a way that the fortress of Hera seemed caught in a mess of data. Standing before the display, their faces set in frowns of concentration, and seemingly the only ones who truly understood what all of that meant were Chapter Master Marnius Calgar, First Captain Ageman, Chief Librarian Tigurius, and a Grey Knight whose scrollwork chestplate identified him as Grand Master Voldus. Severus Ageman, LV.84. HP, 28,000/28000. MP, 900. Captain of the Ultramarines 1st Company and Regent of Ultramar. A cold, calculating commander whose strength lies in discipline, logic, and battlefield control. STR, 130. Vit, 140. Dex, 105. Int, 105. Wis, 115. Luck, 28. Chief Librarian Varro Tigurius, LV.90. HP, 20,000/20,000. MP, 16,000/16,000. The greatest seer among the Adeptus Astartes. A psyker whose foresight and mental resilience allow him to guide entire campaigns and withstand the horrors of the warp. STR, 105. Vit, 110. Dex, 90. Int, 185. Wis, 195. Luck, 45. Marnius Calgar, LV.95. HP, 36,000/36,000. MP, 1200. The chapter master of the Ultramarines and one of the greatest living champions of the Imperium. A master strategist and brutal close combat warlord. STR, 175. Vit, 185. Dex, 115. Int, 100. Wis, 110. Luck, 45. War gear. Gauntlets of Ultramar, relic. Damage, 900 to 1400, melee. Ignores 80% armor. Causes massive kinetic shock, knockback/stagger. Integrated bolters. Damage, 300 to 450 per shot. High fire rate. Plus 20% critical chance at close range. Aldrich Voldus, LV.96. HP, 30,000/30,000. MP, 28,000. Grand Master of the Grey Knights Chapter's Third Brotherhood. The most powerful psyker of his chapter in centuries, wielding immense psychic force to annihilate demons and rival even the greatest warriors of the Imperium. STR, 160. Vit, 165. Dex, 120. Int, 210. Wis, 220. Luck, 40. Special. Psychic Augmentation. Plus 30% STR, VIT, DEX while active. Demon Slayer. Massive bonus versus warp entities. Aegis Barrier. Strong resistance to psychic and warp damage. As Cassian led the pilgrims around the table, the commotion faded, and all eyes turned toward the diverse group. Solemnly, the chapter serfs moved aside and knelt with their heads bowed to the Lord of Ultramar, forming a corridor through which the pilgrims advanced. As they arrived before Calgar and his advisors, Marshal Amalrich dropped to one knee, holding his sword out before him, its point touching the ground, and his hands resting on its cross-guard. His battle brothers followed his example, showing absolute respect for a hero of the Imperium. Inquisitor Greyfax bowed deeply, as did Celestine and her Gemini Superia. Only Call and the Inari remained standing, impassive despite the seriousness of the moment. Gerhard nodded ever so slightly, only so much as to show his respect towards the Lord of Ultramar. He wasn't prideful in that sense and could show respect where it was deserved. Lencilis didn't bow at all. He only bowed to the Emperor, no one else, and neither did the Sisters of Silence, Chapter 84, very well. In a clear voice, Cassian announced the pilgrims one by one. My Lord Calgar, I present to you the pilgrims which the Sword of Honor has brought, who have braved the Black Legion's blockade to reach Makridge, Archmagos Belisarius Call, of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and custodian of the Auto Reliquary. Saint Celestine, the living saint and bringer of hope, with her Gemini Superia. Caterina Greyfax, Inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus. Marshal Amalrich, commander of the Black Templars and the Crusaders of the Terravor. The living Saint Gerhard, and his company of the Adeptus Custodes, and the Anathema Psychona. Finally, we have the Xenos known as Ivrain and the Visarch, emissaries of the Eldar. As the sergeant finished speaking and stepped back, an expectant hush fell over the room. Explosions blossomed in the sky outside as gunships and helldrakes raced past, their gunfire muted by the thick insulation of the Strategium. The large Strategium console continued to rattle and hum, fed by an endless flow of new information. "I have no notion of who you are," Belisarius Calgar said, his strong voice booming through the Strategium. "Nor have I ever made any sort of pact with any priest of Mars." A look of calm acknowledgement dawned on Saint Celestine's face, her golden eyes seeming to see the truth of the matter where others saw only a mess. Beside her, the others in the group, save Gerhard, suddenly wore horrified expressions and looked at the Archmagos. Their hands tightened on their weapons at the idea of such a monumental deception. Call did not flinch. His mechanical limbs whirred, and a series of binary clicks preceded his flat, synthesized voice. "I have not come to see you, Marnius Calgar," he stated. "I have traveled across the galaxy to attend the Lord of Ultramar, and I require to be taken to him at once." The Archmagos gestured toward the machine that had followed him through the warp and chaos and which he had protected with his life, the Auto Reliquary. "This must be delivered, to the shrine of Robot Gilliman." "What? How dare he? No one shall see our Primarch." No1. The outcry that followed Call's demand was immediate and intense. Marnius Calgar's expression grew enraged as his advisors and serfs shouted in shock and outrage. Autoquills scratched furiously against parchment as hooded scribes frantically recorded every detail of this dramatic moment. But they weren't the only ones who reacted. The Celestinians did as well. They reacted with anger and confusion, while Inquisitor Greyfax confronted Call. "Explain yourself, Archmagos. What treachery is this?" Then she turned to Gerhard to see whether he knew what was happening. And seeing his calm expression, who had been quiet this time, she understood. "You knew this?" she asked. "Naturally. When I said we want to save the Imperium, I was not talking about Chapter Master Marnius Calgar. Only a Primarch like Lord Gilliman is qualified to fight against the dying of the light, which has already fallen upon us." The Inari appeared unfazed by the development. The Visarch stood perfectly still, while Ivrain wore a faint smile on her soft features, as if she were enjoying an inside joke. Hestia and her sisters did not react, as they were aware of Gerhard's intentions, which Lencilis also understood. Amidst the loud, angry voices, Captain Ageman's own rose in a powerful, amplified tone. "I call for silence in the Strategium. Remember your positions and the expected conduct they demand," he said. As silence slowly returned, Ageman turned to Marnius Calgar and spoke firmly. "Lord Calgar, I do not trust these newcomers or the mysterious device they have brought with them. Given the immediate dangers and the furious battle to be won, there is only one viable solution. The pilgrims should be placed in confinement, and their mysterious package locked down in a stasis vault until its contents can be safely examined." Ageman's gaze traveled to the Eldar. "Regarding the Inari, I recommend that they be swiftly destroyed to ensure the safety of you and the fortress of Hera." This made the Eldar grow tense and slowly move their hands towards their weapons. They were ready for battle and to make the humans pay dearly for their lives. Thankfully, Saint Celestine spoke up, aiming to explain the divine nature of her mission and the visions she had received from the Emperor himself. "Listen to the truth of the Emperor's will," she started, but she found herself staring down the barrels of several honor guard bolters. Inquisitor Greyfax, fueled by her puritanical suspicions, aimed her own weapon at the saint and activated her power sword, which she pointed at Gerhard, a clear sign that it was time for the rulers of Ultramar to speak, not their visitors. All eyes were on Calgar as he looked to Chief Librarian Tigurius for further counsel. The Chief Librarian remained silent for several long heartbeats, his hard features locked in a constant expression of contemplation and worry. He looked at Gerhard most closely, then moved to the custodes standing right behind him and the four Anathema Psychona who were making him very, very uncomfortable, and then back to Gerhard. When he finally spoke, Tigurius' voice was deep and resonant, full of power and wisdom. "My Lord Calgar," Tigurius began, turning to his chapter master, "you will recall the troubling visions I shared in the days leading up to the siege. I saw a flight of iron birds taking off from a distant, crimson orb, a world filled with churning cogs and industry. In these visions, those avian shapes soared through fire and shadow that spilled from a massive, ruptured castle gate. They clutched a blazing sword in their jagged claws, and their wings shone with a holy light as they set their course toward Ultramar. The librarian paused, the gravity of his memory filling the strategium. Through that ruptured gateway, I saw a glaring, slit-pupilled eye watching their progress. As the birds approached Mackridge, a giant maw, filled with blood-stained fangs, opened wide around them, poised to bite down with crushing, final force. He looked toward the group, then back at Calgar. I had believed these visions concerned only the fall of Cadia and the subsequent arrival of the Black Legion above our world. It was that belief that prompted us to prepare the fortress's defenses and send the communiques that recalled the defense fleet in time. Now, however, I am convinced they pertain to these travelers as well. How so? Because I also saw something else. I saw a Gartoothed heart, covered in Binharik, beating in the darkness of a distant hive world, a flicker of light that felt pure and just as holy as the wings of the avian creatures. I saw the heart surrounded, and the aforementioned slit-pupilled eye turned away from the avian creatures and focused on this heart. It was then swarmed by filth, but all I saw after that was, what looked like a middle finger, pointed at the darkness. Tigurius looked at Gerhard again. The small smile on Gerhard's face said it all. Heh, nice. I am willing to vouch for these travelers who have crossed such vast distances. Even that of the mysterious Eldar. I believe that their arrival is the Emperor's will made manifest, Tigurius finished. Hushed whispers traveled through the strategium after the chief librarian's words, and Marnius Calgar nodded with solemn seriousness. He knew Tigurius, and he knew that there was almost no one with the foresight he possessed. He trusted his chief librarian's words in this regard. He looked toward the diverse group of travelers. And just like Tigurius, his eyes found Gerhard for some inexplicable reason. There was something about the men that put him on edge and still pulled him in at the same time. The chief librarian has placed his faith in you, and I respect his counsel, Calgar declared, his gaze sweeping over the people in front of him. Speak now. Explain your presence here in your own words, and I shall decide what to do. Inquisitor Greyfax stepped forward, her voice was sharp, precise and unyielding as she began the grim tale of what she had gone through. Beside her, Marshal Amalrich and Saint Celestine added their own testimonies to tell the bloody and bleak tale of Cadia's fall and the desperate flight that had brought them to the heart of Ultramar. Even if Rain chose to speak, her tone was melodic yet distant and detached as she provided a few sparse details about their presence in the group and how they got there. The details that led to her becoming an emissary of the elderly god of the dead weren't shared, as that was her business alone. Calgar turned his attention to the Archmagos. And you, Belisarius Call, Calgar pressed, his eyes narrowing, you demand entry to the shrine of our father. Tell me precisely what this auto-reliquary contains and what you intend to do within those holy walls. Call's mechanical appendages whirred, but his response remained flat and evasive. He seemed to keep the truth to his mechanical heart. The mission is critical, Lord Calgar. The contents are as mandated by the pact, 10,000 years old at this point. Further elaboration is unnecessary and counterproductive for the execution of the task. Despite repeated and pointed questioning, the Archmagos would not elaborate on what he expected to occur within the shrine, unnerving Calgar and the logical Ultramarines. Ha ha. A soft laugh cut through the tension and chatter of the strategium. Everyone looked at Gerhard as he shook his head with an exasperated smile. You have something to add, Saint? Calgar said Saint with a hint of disdain and skepticism, as was his right. I apologize, Lord Calgar, I thought the situation had a morbid humor to it, that is so typical for the situation in the Imperium nowadays. Explaining. Miscommunication is a vital flaw that caused a lot of problems for us, and it continues to do so. And I am willing to lift this redundant veil of secrecy that has descended on this meeting. What the Archmagos is so worried about is that he might not be able to fulfill his part of a pact he swore to your father, Primarch Robert Gilliman. What he carries inside the auto-reliquary, in layman's terms, is a suit of armor that will heal the Primarch and keep him alive. Calgar narrowed his eyes and looked at Gerhard. If that were the case, then why couldn't he say so? What else are you all hiding? Well, Chapter Master, it is as they say, knowledge is power. Sadly, it is also a temptation and a potential for corruption. The ruinous powers exploit humanity's inherent desire for knowledge to spread their influence and harm us. You understand how we arrive at a problem, then, don't you? On one hand, too much knowledge is bad, but too little is just as bad since we might not know how to defend ourselves. I can, however, give you my word that I have spoken the truth, and we are only here to bring back Lord Gilliman and do the Emperor's will. He knows we'll need him. While the discussion was underway, the war for Makridge raged outside the Strategium's walls. A constant stream of information regarding troop deployments, counterattack patterns, and ammunition counts flooded the consoles. Calgar absorbed every tactical update even as he listened to his guests, his focus unwavering as he issued curt orders to his subordinates. He was a man capable of doing many things at once. That was necessary, otherwise Ultramar would have been fucked a long time ago. The chapter master sought to understand these strange visitors, but he would not neglect the defense of his fortress while he did so. Finally, Greyfax concluded their tale. Her hand was resting near the hilt of her blade as she concluded the harsh tale. I am empowered to act as the Emperor's representative in this matter, she declared. And should this Archmagos prove false, I shall gladly take responsibility for his immediate execution. Marnius Calgar raised a massive gauntlet to forestall any further comments, silencing both the diverse group and the visibly frowning Captain Ageman. A heavy silence settled over the Strategium as the chapter master prepared to deliver his verdict. Captain Ageman, I have heard your mindful counsel, and in any other era, I would follow it, Calgar began in a somber tone. But we live in unusual days. The worshippers of chaos have set foot upon the grounds of Makridge once again, and the warp stirs with madness all around us. Our enemy is aided by the supernatural horrors they worship, and I will not turn my back upon the precognitive powers of Chief Librarian Tigurius or the wisdom of not one, but two living saints. He turned his stern gaze toward the Archmagos. Even though I have been given precious little reason to trust you, Belisarius Call, I will permit you to bring the auto-reliquary to the shrine of our Lord. You shall do so, however, under heavy Ultramarines' watch. Belisarius Call moved as if to speak, but Calgar cut him off. I also grant permission for the Inari to accompany their allies, he continued. It is clear to me that significant events are afoot that bear the hand of the Emperor upon them. The presence of these Xenos can be no accident, and whatever the Emperor's will is in this matter, I shall not be the one to work against it. Captain Ageman, though he clearly harbored doubts, accepted his lord's judgment with the professionalism expected of his rank. Outside, the war continued to howl, but within the Strategium, the path toward the shrine had finally been set. Chapter 85, here we go. Wasting no time, the Lord of Makridge stepped forward to issue his final commands. He turned first to his first captain, his voice powerful with the weight of the authority he carried. Captain Ageman, you are charged with remaining here in the Strategium. You will take personal command of the defense of the fortress of Hera. Do not allow these walls to fall while we are occupied elsewhere. Ageman struck his chest plate in a salute, accepting the duty with honor. Calgar then gestured toward the Chief Librarian and the Grand Master of the Grey Knights. Tigurius, Grand Master Voldus, you shall accompany us to the shrine of Guilliman, Calgar declared. You will lead an addition of the Honor Guard, our brothers of the Third Company, and the Terminators of the First. Should any among these pilgrims or Xenos prove treacherous, they will find themselves facing no shortage of executioners. Calgar said this for all to hear, to make sure everyone understood the stakes. Saint Celestine stepped forward, her features shining bright with gratitude. Praise be to your wisdom, Lord Calgar, she said softly. The Emperor's light guides your judgment in this dark hour. By contrast, if Rain's expression remained mysterious, her alien eyes betraying nothing of her thoughts. Archmagos Call merely shifted his mechanical weight, and his mechandrites moved through various motions, his synthesized vocal emitters releasing a hiss of steam that sounded remarkably like impatience. The chronometers do not pause for sentiment, Lord Calgar, he spoke flatly. We should be about our business. As the group began to move toward the inner sanctums of the fortress, Inquisitor Greyfax and Marshal Amalrich exchanged a meaningful, wordless glance. They moved together to the very rear of the group, their weapons were ready and on guard. The message was clear, the Ultramarines would not be the only ones to turn their guns upon Call and his questionable allies should their intentions and words of hope prove false. Gerhard walked with the sisters and Lencilis at his side. He was marveling at the sheer scale of the fortress of Hera, interested in how it was created and how long it took to create all this. And more importantly, whether this was grander than it had been when Guilliman had still been around. Probably not, but you never knew what the Ultramarines had accomplished in 10,000 years. What he did know, though, was that things weren't going as well as they had hoped. The battle outside was still going on, and it wouldn't be long now until the Chaos forces overwhelmed the Ultramarines. Gerhard used his skills to listen in on thousands of Vox channels and build a mental image of the battle. Thanks to battle plan and his increased intelligence and eidetic memory, this was possible now. They had to hurry up. Entering the resting place of Robot Guilliman felt like stepping into a new realm for Gerhard. It was like a presence still loomed over them and was ready to strike at any moment. The chamber was enormous to say the least, an expansive tomb that could have comfortably accommodated a warlord titan. Seriously, ridiculously large. For no reason whatsoever. Gerhard rolled his eyes at the dramatics. Marble columns supported a ceiling of stained armaglass, worth millions if not billions of resources to create, while trillions suffered and starved. Spectacular statues depicting Gilliman's greatest deeds were arranged throughout the chamber, illuminated by flickering lights that lent the images weight and importance. The smell of incense and the soft sounds of prayers could be heard, adding to Gerhard's revulsion. Despite the shrine's grandeur, everyone was drawn to the magnificent figure enthroned at one end, surrounded by a collection of white light. There, upon a throne crafted from marble, gold, and finely worked adamantium, sat Robert Gilliman. Observe. Robert Gilliman, LV. HP. MP. The Primarch of the Ultramarines. A being of superhuman flesh, impossible intellect, and latent warp divine essence shaped into living form by the Emperor of mankind. Though not a conventional psyker, his existence bends the limits of mortal biology and reason. Currently kept in stasis and mere moments away from death. Yeah, that was to be expected, Gerhard said under his breath. There were most definitely more than 50 levels between Gerhard and Robot. And his stats were most likely ridiculous as well, and since Gerhard had no interest in fighting the Blue Men, he didn't care for the stats. Esoteric and old machinery loomed over the Primarch's throne, thrumming and murmuring as it delivered remarkable energies through ribbed cables, enveloping him in a stasis field. Gilliman sat as if he were in deep thought. His eyes were closed, and what was most striking was the clear line where a sword had cut through his neck, and blood could be seen. Thanks to the stasis field, everything was frozen in time, as if he had been plucked from the moment 10,000 years ago. He wore his exquisitely crafted battle armor, still marked by the damage he sustained during his final duel with the demon Primarch Fulgrim. Across his knees lay a grand sword of impressive size. Seeing the sword, Gerhard suddenly felt a massive pull from it. He used his skill. Observe. The Emperor of Mankind's sword rank, mythical. The weapon forged by the Emperor of Mankind himself, combining unmatched mastery of science and the warp. The blade burns with his immense psychic and divine power, annihilating demonic entities from existence. Durability. Damage. Scales with wielder. Critical chance, *##%. Special effects. Anathema to chaos. Plus 500% damage versus demons. Warp entities. Corrupted beings. Contact with the blade causes rapid disintegration. True death. Demons slain are permanently destroyed. Cannot return to the warp. Divine flame. Blade is wreathed in psychic fire. Continuous burn damage. Bypasses regeneration and warp healing. Divine empowerment. Weapon scales with willpower. Psychic strength. Purpose. Hidden potential. Additional abilities remain locked. Only fully usable by beings of extreme power. The blade of the Emperor himself. Gerhard was in awe and also a bit confused. This was the first mythical grade item he had seen to date, but why did he feel such a strong pull toward it? The stasis field should have frozen in time, and yet, something was going on. Probably the title, Emperor's Chosen. Although the Primarch appeared peaceful upon his throne, the sheer magnitude of his presence was palpable, even across time. They approached the throne in reverent silence, accompanied by their Ultramarines escort, with Call's auto-reliquary following behind. The group halted near the base of the steps leading up to the Primarch, where countless Ultramarines had knelt in camaraderie over the millennia. Marnius Calgar stepped forward to stand at the very foot of the steps, bowing his head in reverence to his Primarch for a moment before turning to face the assembled group. The sounds of battle outside were still audible, even in this place, and as time passed, Gerhard felt his danger sense starting to activate for the first time. It was a weaker feeling, but it was nonetheless there. Calgar drew a deep breath, his massive shoulders rising as he looked at the mechanical archmagos with a look that promised pain and destruction if he didn't get the answer he wished. "I have indulged your mystery long enough, Belisarius Call," he commanded. "A desperate battle rages outside these walls, and I will offer you no more time or patience. State your business here, now." Archmagos Call inclined his cowled head, his vocal emitters crackling and sparking at times as he began to tell an incredible, ancient tale. "In the years before your father was mortally wounded, he summoned me into his confidence," Call explained. My memengrams of that meeting are eroded and incomplete, yet I know I was tasked with a great labor, one for which I would be richly rewarded with information only a Primarch could provide. Memengrams. I'm going to cringe out of my skin here, Gerhard thought. High Gothic was like a new language, and the words the Mechanicum used for the simplest things, like memory, were stupid, and his eyes were about to pop out at this rate. As Calgar was about to ask what he meant by that, Call raised a metal appendage to stop the angry response. I am not free to reveal the nature of my full task, the Muggos stated flatly. But my labors were divided into 2 parts, and I am here to deliver the first. As Saint Gerhard has so prematurely revealed, I bring a superb suit of armor fit for the Ultramarines Primarch, possessing systems with the power to heal his grievous wounds and keep him alive. Hearing this from Call personally had a different effect on those present than when Gerhard had said it previously. Things were going too slow for Gerhard's liking, and the stunned, odd silence was getting on his nerves. Could we speed this up? This isn't that hard to create, so what was the big deal, he said. Call narrowed his lenses at Gerhard angrily and with wounded pride. Your lack of knowledge is what should urge you to remain silent. Whatever prowess you possess that concerns the warp, technology is another matter entirely. Ha ha ha, oh my. Gerhard laughed because the fact that Call couldn't tell what kind of armor he was wearing was all the proof he needed. Lord Gerhard has all the capabilities in such matters. He was the one to create my Alaris pattern Terminator power armor from the scraps found in the Underhive. The deep and powerful voice of Lencilis put an end to this discussion. Another stunned and odd silence permeated the chamber. The thought of restoring one of the Emperor's greatest sons in the Imperium's darkest hour filled every Imperial warrior with wonder, and the thought that there was another individual who could create mind-boggling armor from scraps was, not quite as impressive, but still impressive. Into this silence, Ivrain stepped forward. I am the emissary of Iniad, the god of the dead, she announced to the puzzled audience. This one has labored long, but his efforts alone will not be enough. Such a miracle cannot be brought about without sacrifice. She looked directly at Calgar, her eyes cold and alien to the chapter master. For your Primarch to live once more, first he must die. Where Call's words had brought silence, Ivrain's words raised a storm of fury and twitchy fingers who were about to pull the triggers on the witch. No Xenos which will ever lay a hand upon the Primarch while I draw breath. Calgar roared, his face roaring with rage. Grand Master Voldus moved to stand alongside Calgar, his expression grim, as his psychic presence began to surge. Inquisitor Greyfax and Marshal Amalrich followed the Grey Knight's example, their hands tightening around their weapons and ready to attack. Around the Strategium, the Ultramarines raised their bolters, aiming them at Call, the Inari, and the hulking shape of the Autoreliquary itself, awaiting only the order to open fire. Gerhard sighed at the stupidity of Ivrain. That wasn't something she had to say, was it? She could have claimed to use her powers to facilitate the process, but no, she had to speak so plainly to xenophobic and stiff humans who were thinking about letting them close to their Primarch. Some voices raised in support of what seemed like madness. I am bound by a pact made with the Primarch himself. Call loudly proclaimed, his mechanical appendages whirring with agitation. I have labored for 10 millennia to fulfill my end of the bargain, and I shall see it through to the end, regardless of your interference. Saint Celestine stepped forward, her wings glowing with a soft, ethereal light as she sought to soothe the anger in the room. Have faith, she urged. The Emperor's hand has guided us through the darkness of the warp and the fires of Cadia to this very moment. I assure you now, this is, indeed, the will of the Emperor. The most surprising intervention came from Chief Librarian Tigurius. He strode forward, the forestaff he had in his hand rang sharply against the stone floor as he took his place beside Muggos Call. Lord Calgar, I ask that you trust my counsel once more, Tigurius said. I have glimpsed this future in my visions, the iron birds, the blazing sword, and the holy light. To deny these travelers now is to deny the path the Emperor has laid before us. Amidst the storm of angry voices and drawn weapons and a situation that was about to erupt into massive violence, Marnius Calgar's vox chimed insistently in his ear. Irritated, the chapter master accepted the priority vox hail. Yes. This better be. Danger sense. Calgar's eyes widened. Get down, his voice boomed over the commotion. Boom. Chapter 86, he's here. Gerhard's danger sense went off, and he looked up just as the stained armoplast ceiling of the shrine exploded inward. His reaction had been immaculate. Psionic mana shield. The shield blinked into existence, covering all those present and protecting them. Shattered crystals filled the air, with shards the size of storm shields embedding themselves in the walls and floor. The large shards would have also embedded themselves in the armored bodies of everyone present, had Gerhard not reacted as fast as he did. A massive shape crashed into the shrine, a plummeting mass of blue metal traveling at the speed of a runaway train. Hurtling down was an Ultramarines Thunderhawk gunship that slammed into the shrine's floor and skidded out of control. Boom. The aircraft was badly damaged, with flames spewing from holes in its hull and one wing completely torn off. It screeched across the shrine's floor, away from the group and their Ultramarines guards that were protected by the shield, crashing through a marble support pillar and bringing it down in a thunderous racket of stone. The Thunderhawk struck the shrine's far wall, smashing a statue of Guilliman battling his brother Alfarius, before tipping onto its side with a deafening clang. Chaos Space Marines! Gerhard shouted over the sounds. Even as the gunship finally came to a stop, its assault ramp burst open with a shriek of torn metal. But what came out of it weren't Ultramarines. No, Chaos Space Marines spilt from within, clad in their trademark twisted power armor of black and gold, with spiked jump packs integrated to their backs. For Abaddon. For the War Master. Death to Ultramar. The Ultramarines responded immediately and with the efficiency their chapter was known for. Their bolters and assault cannons roared to life. A hail of shots ripped into the Black Legion Raptors, causing puffs of blood to burst from their bodies as they shuddered amidst the barrage. The Chaos Raptors were the dedicated jump infantry of the Chaos Space Marines. They considered themselves elite shock troops. Although viewed as egotistical by other Chaos forces, their tactics of deep striking at the most vulnerable points in an enemy line have made them effective predators, often targeting the weak and becoming ruthless hunters. Similar to Terminator armor, the Raptors' jump packs were regarded as prized relics and symbols of honor. Their armor was frequently modified with amplifiers and vox casters that emitted terrifying sounds to disorient their enemies, making them easier targets. Still, despite the initial burst of fire, the Ultramarines weren't quick enough to prevent the catastrophe. Screaming their defiance, a trio of Raptors jetted through the hail of fire, managing to slam spiked spear-like constructs into the temple's floor. These tall spears, made of adamantium and iron, were decorated with morbid trophies and anointed with demonic gore, and radiated warp energy. The process from start to finish took less than a minute. Suddenly, reality ripped apart as teleportation bursts roared. VROOMMM. The surviving Raptors jumped out of the way in time as a massive wedge made of hulking Black Legion Terminators appeared and pushed through the crack in real space. Dozens of elite killers clad in spiked and tusked tactical dreadnought power armor had appeared, and with them, a foul presence of chaos. With outstanding discipline, the Ultramarines quickly shifted their aim from the slippery Raptors to the Terminator Chaos Space Marines. Bolts and blasts tore into the Black Legion Terminators, clinging as they hit their armor with immense force. And usually, this would have been enough to take down Terminator armored Space Marines. However, these warped warriors were imbued with the demonic powers of the Dark Gods. Though several of the massive Black Legionnaires stumbled or fell under the relentless assault, the rest shrugged off the onslaught and began a grinding advance, firing back as they approached. There was little strategy on their side. Normally, a Space Marine couldn't run when he was in Terminator armor. Normally, that was. They were more focused on relentless, heavy firepower, intent on crushing any obstacle under their weight. Marnius Calgar looked around in horror. The Shrine of Guilliman, the sacred heart of his Ultramarines chapter, had been invaded and defiled by the forces of chaos. Enormous amounts of rage erupted from him. A thunderous gunfight erupted, with Ultramarines hurling themselves into cover and returning fire from behind columns and statues. It was clear to all that the enemy had but one goal, to reach the Primarch inside the stasis field. Calgar was forcibly reminded of the vision blade warned of in Grandmaster Volda's astropathic communique. While still deeply suspicious of Kaul, the Inari, and those who accompanied them, Calgar recognized within milliseconds that chaos was far clearer and, more importantly, had arrived inside his home, right inside the heart of their realm. You shall refrain from acting until this situation is under control. Understood? Calgar demanded. Without waiting for a response, the chapter master activated the energy fields around his power fists, known as the Gauntlets of Ultramar, and stomped into the fight. Gerhard had protected the group from the initial burst of attacks, granting them that precious second to adapt to the surprise. But the Raptors had still managed to set down the teleportation beacon. Observe. Chaos Terminator, LV.66. HP, 20,000/20,000. MP, 750. A veteran Chaos Astartes encased in stolen or ancient tactical dreadnought armor. Slow but monstrously durable, heavily armed, and often a champion or bodyguard of a Chaos warband. Seriously juiced up on warp power. STR, 160. Vit, 160. Dex, 55. Int, 45. Wis, 55. Luck, 20. Gerhard remained where he was, and so did Hestia, her sisters, and Lencilis. They didn't bother moving at all, choosing instead to stand where they were and observe for a moment. Why did he do that? Well, he was told to do so by Marnius Calgar. Naturally, that wasn't the real reason. What are we doing? Alea signed. She was unhappy that they did not immediately throw themselves into the fight. Hestia looked at Gerhard, and when she saw him observe the battlefield, she gave the sign to her sisters to halt for a moment longer. She and Lencilis knew Gerhard well and understood that he wouldn't ever throw himself into a battle single-mindedly. He would first prepare and create a battle plan. He was a true gamer in that regard. So what did Gerhard see? He saw Chapter Master Calgar fight and send bolter rounds into the enemy lines. Turning from the shrine, Saint Celestine drew her ardent blade and, with a hymn of battle upon her lips, leapt toward the Chaos forces, her Gemini Superia at her side. Marshal Amalrich had done the same, bellowing promises of death as he and his last few battle brothers ran headlong at the Black Legionnaires. Grand Master Voldus, too, moved to join the fight, using his immense psyker powers to do so. He spoke orders into his Vox feed as he advanced, releasing shots from his Storm Bolter even as he called in reinforcement from his Grey Knights battle brothers. The Imperial counterattack met the Black Legion assault in the middle of the shrine with a monstrously chaotic crash of metal on metal, and blood fell like rain as the two forces tore into one another. Throughout the shrine, tales of heroism and sacrifice played out. Inquisitor Greyfax took a stray shot to her ribs in the opening moments of the fight. The bolt shell dented her armor, driving the air from her lungs and sending her to the ground, but by the grace of the Emperor, as she thought, it didn't break through. Greyfax saw black spots in her vision. She dropped hastily behind the cover of a marble column that had fallen over, only a few dozen feet from the base of Guilliman's throne. She took in several deep breaths. Greyfax leaned around the edge of the cover and was about to fire when a hand landed on her shoulder. She was shocked and about to fire at the unknown person when she realized it was Gerhard. His palm glowed with the bright light, and she felt her broken ribs heal right away. She hadn't realized it, but Gerhard had used psychokinesis to deflect that shot and prevent her from dying right away. "What is that armor?" she said without realizing it. For the briefest moments, she seemed absorbed by the sight of the armor and her power weakened and flickered, making her sick. And that for good reason. It was designed that way. Praetor Suit, Doom Power Armor, Rank, Legendary. Durability, 15,000/15,000, Self-Regenerating. Armor Class, Apex Anti-Warp Relic Power Suit. Core Stats. Plus 120 STR. Plus 110 Vit. Plus 85 Dex. Defensive Effects. Plus 100% mid-class physical resistance. Plus 30% high-class physical resistance. Plus 100% mid-class energy resistance. Plus 30% high-class energy resistance. Immunity to warp and psychic damage. Plus 80% fire/plasma/melta resistance. ____. Material composition. Necrodermis layer. Regeneration of damage. Restores structural integrity continuously. Adapts to repeated damage types. Wraithbone psychostructural matrix. Conducts and amplifies blank energy/field. Provides passive anti-warp effects. Auramitatadamantium exo. Extreme durability versus all conventional weapons. ____. Special effects. Blank, pariah field, superior. Suppresses warp activity in a wide radius. 100% incoming psychic damage. Continuously drains energy/life from demons, psychers, and other warp-based creatures. Warp Annihilation Protocol. Plus 300% damage versus warp entities. Plus 300% damage versus psychers. Warp constructs destabilize on contact. Reality Anchor Matrix. Prevents warp anomalies. Stabilizes local reality. Nullifies warp-based teleportation and abilities. Soul Erasure System. Attacks damage both the physical body and the soul. Prevents regeneration, resurrection, or warp recovery. Argent Mana Conversion Core. Continuous use of the skill, Energy drain, passively. Converts continuously absorbed warp energy into HP and MP. Plus 100% sustain versus warp enemies. Gerhard put on the helmet, and after a single flicker, it was online. This was it, Gerhard's magnum opus of anti-warp armory. The Doomslayer had arrived. The temperature inside the entire shrine of Guilliman dropped, and everyone could feel the massive void in the warp. Play rip and tear. Gerhard moved. And he was fast, like seriously fast. To the side, Saint Celestine sliced her way through the Black Legion Terminators, spinning and leaping through the air as she clove the traitors apart with her blade. One of the Gemini Superia was badly wounded while the other was at her side, unloading her bolter into the enemy, as they just about arrived at her position and grabbed her weapon. The power gauntlet zoomed through the air, and it looked like the two sisters of battle were certainly dead. Clang. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr realized that he looked at the most revolting thing he had ever seen, a massive functional void in the warp that sucked everything in that came into contact with it. And a chainsaw in that thing's hands. Everyone around felt weak. Their connection to the warp was almost entirely sniffed out, but not quite. Gerhard didn't want to kill his allies as well, that would be counterproductive. But the Chaos Space Marines felt it, and so did all of the powerful psychers who started to retch and claw at their heads in an existential crisis. Gerhard swung the chainsaw around, kicked the Terminator armor and brought the chainsaw back around, sawing through the powerful armor and digging deep into the Chaos Marine's flesh, sending blood flying and splashing everywhere. Rah, aha. The Chaos Marine roared in pain and unimaginable hatred. He felt more hatred than a demon of corn right now, so much that he almost lost his mind. But that was an illusion, cause his life was literally being sniffed out as moments passed. He looked up, only to stare into the muzzle of a shotgun aimed at his face. Boom. Chaos Terminator defeated. Plus 500,000 EXP. Anti-warp shotgun, Abyssbreaker pattern, rank, legendary. Durability, 28,000/28,000. Damage, 1,850, per shell, full spread, scales with the amount of mana used. Critical chance, 54%. Fire rate, medium-high. Capacity, 20. _____. Special effects. Sanctified shell system. All ammunition is anti-warp shells. Plus 300% damage versus demons, warp entities, psychers. Ignores 70% warp-based resistances. Abyssal disruption spread. Each pellet disrupts molecular plus warp cohesion. Targets suffer internal destabilization. Plus 180% internal damage. True death payload. Demons struck have a chance of permanent destruction. Prevents warp reconstitution, true death effect. Null field infusion. On impact. Creates a miniature anti-warp zone. Suppresses psychic abilities. Weakens warp constructs, 50% effectiveness. Mass reactive mana shells. Pellets detonate inside the target. Plus 120% explosion damage. AoE fragmentation on impact. Purity cascade. Killing warp entity grants. Plus 5% damage, stacking, max plus 100%. Plus 3% fire rate, stacking, max plus 60%. Judgment burst mode. Alternate fire. Fires condense slug instead of spread. Plus 400% penetration. Plus 250% damage versus single target. Relic stabilization frame. No recoil. Perfect spread control. Plus 40% hit consistency. Mana feed chamber. Can convert MP into shells. Chapter 87, The Doomslayer. Moments earlier. Nearby, Marnius Calgar and Grand Master Voldus were fighting side by side, enduring the powerful blows of their bulky, powerful enemies as they smashed and impaled one traitor after another. Voldus unleashed a destructive shockwave of psychic force from his outstretched gauntlet, hurling an entire Chaos Terminator through the air to demolish another tall statue. He was one of the most powerful Grey Knights in several hundred years. This wasn't even him at his most powerful. Still, the traitors pressed forward, and as they did, new warriors appeared to fill the gaps in their ranks, like an endless horde of relentless vermin intent on destroying what they came here for. Teleportation energies flared again, revealing a trio of Terminator-moored Black Legion sorcerers, flanked by monstrous warriors of flesh metal and living weaponry. At the same time, Dreadclaw drop pods plunged through the shattered armor glass ceiling above everyone, slamming into the ground behind the advancing Black Legionnaires. From within these drop pods, spilt more of Abaddon's incredibly powerful warriors, Heretic Astartes, including roaring Khorne Berserkers, charging forward to join the fray. Khorne Berserker, LV.62. HP, 14,500/14,500. MP, 300. A Chaos Space Marine dedicated entirely to glorifying the Chaos God Khorne through hand-to-hand combat. Driven by bloodlust and the Butcher's nails, their only purpose is to kill and destroy their enemies in the name of Khorne. A relentless melee shock trooper who grows more dangerous the longer the fight continues. STR, 125. Vit, 120. Dex, 75. Int, 30. The Ultramarines stood their ground, despite being increasingly outnumbered. These veterans unleashed volleys of fire into the advancing enemies, ripping Black Legionnaires off their feet or incinerating them into glowing ash with bolts of plasma weaponry. Blue-armored Terminators had arrived and dueled with their black-armored counterparts. Heavy Flommers spewed fire across adamantium and ceramite while Power Fists delivered crushing blows. Marshal Amalrich and his brothers of the Black Templars hurled themselves in alongside the Ultramarines, slashing chains words and lashing lightning claws through the air, claiming many traitor lives. One Black Templar fell to a chain fist swipe. Despite this, his brothers fought on. The trio of Black Legion sorcerers had their staffs raised, conjuring black fire and using it to boil everything around them. That was when the air in the shrine suddenly changed, and the temperature dropped considerably, sending frost through the nervous systems of all psychically gifted or created. Those who were more powerful started to gag and hurl, and some even started to shout in anguish and hatred for no reason. Everyone looked at the source of this pain and suffering and saw Gerhard. The Doomslayer was honoring his title truly as he threw himself into the thick of the battle, flanked by Lencilis in his incredibly powerful Alaris pattern Terminator armor and 4 Sisters of Silence. They were a terror of efficiency to the forces of chaos and an utter pain to all psychers and sorcerers. The Praetor suit not only had a similar effect to a blank, but it also enhanced the wearer. Meaning Gerhard, who was using his blank skill, was affecting all those around. A roaring Chaos Terminator attacked Gerhard. He swung his massive power fist forward, aiming to crush Gerhard in one strike. But that wasn't going to happen. Gerhard moved his upper body back a bit, allowed the power fist to pass by, then rushed forward. A Bones word variation extended from his left wrist guard, crackling with power, the Doomblade. Gerhard brought his arm down. The monomolecular edge of the blade cut through the Terminator armor and sliced through the Chaos Marine's right arm. Aarrrhhhh, the traitor howled in pain and anger. Gerhard blocked the power glaive and stabbed the Terminator several times in the torso, and then finished him off through the head, piercing straight through the head and brain. Chaos Terminator defeated. Plus 500,000 EXP. Gerhard dodged again, beneath a volley of bolter fire and used the dead Terminator as cover to move forward and attack the next one. The chainsaw appeared in his hands again, and he swung it through the air, hitting a massive power axe and pushing it to the side, as the Chaos Marine had his energy absorbed. The chainsaw roared as it was plunged deep within the Terminator's torso and eviscerated the traitor, sending guts and blood splashing all around and painting a bloody picture. Gerhard aimed his shotgun to the left, where new enemies had arrived, and pulled the trigger several times, killing the bulky Terminators, which exploded from the inside. BRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR traitors on the way, but also impacting Gerhard as he was rushing forward. The impact smashed into Gerhard, making him shoot through the air and crash into an assembly of Khorne berserkers. He was back on his feet right away, though, slashing his wrist blade through the air and clashing with the chain axe of a berserker. The massive power of the berserker, however, couldn't overcome the Doomslayer, as his strength was above that of the berserker. Gerhard moved back slightly, making the traitor overextend, and then slashed his blade across his wrist, cutting off the hand that held the chain axe. The bloodlusting Khorne berserker reached out and smashed his massive fist into Gerhard's head. Bong! Gerhard's head snapped back. His hand grabbed the berserker's extended arm, with immense strength, pulled him closer and then smashed his head into the Chaos Marine's chest. Boom! The chaos-tainted ceramite was smashed open, and the traitor's chest caved in, making him vomit blood into his helmet. But this was a Khorne follower, they loved blood. He wasn't dead yet. Raa. Gerhard's hand reached out this time, grabbing hold of the berserker's helmet and with an insane show of physical strength. RIIIPPP. Ripped the traitor's head off, followed by his vertebrae. Inside the Praetor suit, Gerhard's STR stats stood at 240, and if he was in battle, that was plus 30 from the blessing of Gork and Mork, so yeah, that happened. Gerhard moved with a terrifying, cold brutality that turned the battlefield into a meat grinder of destruction. Unlike the original Doomslayer, Gerhard didn't use rage as fuel, which would have only made the Chaos God Khorne happy and more powerful. No, he used all the skills and technology he worked hard for in his brilliant and scary tactical mind. Gerhard charged forward into the next rank of traitors, the Praetor suit humming comfortably as it translated his absolute efficiency into ridiculous speed and power. In his right hand, the chainsaw roared to life again, a high-pitched, bone-vibrating wail that foreshadowed the end of anything in its path. He slammed the angry teeth into a black legionnaire's shoulder, the blade chewing through the ceramite and bloated, necrotic flesh with a sickening wet sound. He put his entire weight behind the weapon, bisecting the heretic from collarbone to hip in a geyser of black, foul-smelling blood. He got more efficient as he went on. Fighting orcs and fighting chaos were different things, and one had to learn how to fight the two. Without breaking stride, he stored the saw and clicked his shotgun into his grip. He fired a shell into the chest of a charging Khorne berserker, the point-blank impact shattering the warrior's ribcage into a million bloody pieces of meat and bone as they shredded his own lungs. As the body began to topple, Gerhard lunged forward, his left arm snapped out the doom blade. The monomolecular edge sliced through the air, sliding perfectly through the neck of another attacker. With a brutal twist, he severed the traitor's spinal column and kicked the dying Marine into a group of Terminators, creating a domino effect of panic and broken bones. His strength was on another level. The blank skill, which the Praetor suit enhanced, struck fear into the hearts of these traitors who now fought desperately to kill him at all costs. But Lencilis and the four anathema Psychona were also there, always at his side, to kill hundreds of the Chaos forces. Lencilis was a blur, even to the Space Marines, as he suffered no drawbacks in terms of dexterity and speed inside the Alaris armor, despite it being a Terminator armor as well. He was so fast, and thanks to the gamer system and Gerhard's insane creation level, it was so powerful, that he killed Chaos Terminators with a swing of his sword and a shot of his Storm Bolter. Hestia and her sisters weren't any worse off, in fact. Hestia had the best armor, but all of them were armed with that special Executioner Great Blade, which Gerhard had created and with which they slayed the Chaos forces easily and quickly. The air around Gerhard warped, and the spells of the sorcerers collapsed under the weight of his blank skill. Psychers nearby clutched their heads, their brains boiling and freezing at the same time inside their helmets as Gerhard's proximity severed their connection to the warp with the subtlety of a wrecking ball. He capitalized on their agony, and after killing another pair of Chaos Space Marines, he finally drew his most powerful close-quarter weapon, the Anatheme. Anatheme, Doom Power Blade, rank, Mythical. Durability, 18,000, self-regeneration. Damage, 2,800, depends on mana expenditure. Critical chance, 80%. Energy source, mana/blank energy. ______. Effects. Mana blank blade. Ignores 100% armor. Ignores 90% energy resistance. Ignores 100% warp resistance. Force weapon core. Plus 500% damage versus psychers/demons/warp entities. Critical hits deal soul damage. Annihilation cut. On kill. Total disintegration. Soul destruction. Energy drain. Necrodermis adaptation. Plus 5% resistance per hit taken. Stacks to 100%. Auto regeneration. Instant blade regeneration, through mana. Mana overdrive. Plus 300% damage. Plus 100% attack speed. Expands blade size. High MP drain. Reality severance. Charged attack creates a dimensional slash. Ignores all defenses. Life and mana drain. Plus 50% life steal. Excess HP MP. Passive aura. 30% enemy regeneration. Warp instability. Fear effect. Scaling. Damage scales with INT/WIS/MP output. Yes, Gerhard was aware of what he had done by naming his weapon Anatheme. But it fit the dark irony of the setting perfectly. The Anatheme, one could say, was the metaphorical butterfly that caused the tsunami that turned into the shitshow the galaxy was in right now. The state of humanity was, in a morbid way, the fault of that blade. And now, Gerhard had used the very same name for his weapon and used it against the forces of chaos. The irony. The blade ignited with a searing, bluish-white heat that seemed to hunger. As it was ignited, everyone noticed it and felt that the blade was alive. In fact, Gerhard had created it using the Tyrannid's bones word and then combined it with wraithbone and necrodermis. This weapon was indeed dangerous. Then, Gerhard moved. He moved through the chaos forces that still dared to stand in his way like a reaper through wheat. The sword cleaved through power armor and bodies as if they were the same density as air. A Chaos Terminator attempted to parry the blade, swinging his own power gauntlet forward. But Gerhard was a force of nature. He caught the Terminator's power gauntlet mid-swing with his bare armored hand, the servos in the Praetor suit grunting slightly as he redirected the force. In one fluid motion, he drove the power sword upward through the Terminator's abdomen and out the back, the mana affecting the heretic's very soul. He leaned in close, his visor meeting the Lord's dying gaze. Energy flowed through the weapon and into Gerhard, fueling his MP, before ripping the blade out sideways and letting the two halves of the once mighty Terminator fall to the ground. Gerhard stood in the center of the carnage. He reloaded his shotgun, the metallic clack-clack echoing through the racket of the battlefield. And without delay, he hurled himself at the enemy again, aiming to kill those bloody chaos sorcerers who were in immense agony as Gerhard and the Sisters of Silence approached Chapter 88, not looking good. As Gerhard had been fighting, Inquisitor Greyfax swore as she saw Belisarius call hunched, spider-like, over the controls of his auto-reliquary. The Muggos' metallic fingers danced across runic keys, his mechadendrite slithering from one socket port to another while the Inari and Skitarii stood guard over him. Librarian Tigurius, who had his psyker powers nullified by Gerhard and the four Sisters of Silence, defended himself using a bolter as several writhing Khorne berserkers charged at him. These Chaos Marines were having just as bad a time as Tigurius and the Grey Knights were, so that at least evened the playing field. Normally, he would have spoken a string of syllables, using his psychic power and causing the Khorne worshippers to implode, but that was now clearly no longer possible. He pushed through his great unnerved state and used the bolter instead, killing them, but having a far harder time doing so. As the three berserkers died, though, the life energies left their bodies, but didn't vanish altogether. Ghostly tendrils flickered around the two Inari, deepening Inquisitor Greyfax's suspicions of the Eldar as she realized they had, in some way that she did not yet comprehend, been empowered by the stolen life force. Greyfax pushed herself to her feet again despite the existential crisis she went through as a psyker, intending to dash across the open ground and command call to cease in the name of the Holy Ordos. Whatever it was he was doing, it was clearly heresy in her eyes. At that moment, a line of autocannon fire stitched along the top of the fallen stone pillar. Explosions of fire and shrapnel burst around the Inquisitor, hurling her from her feet, forcing her to take cover. Greyfax fired back at her attackers, but for the moment, she was pinned in place. Chapter Master Marnius Calgar, having caught his bearings after Gerhard started to fight, swung his right gauntlet in a punishing arc, hammering it up through his enemy's guard and catching a Chaos Terminator square under the jaw. The enemy's helm disappeared in a shower of metal and blood, his corpse slamming onto its back with bone-breaking force. Before the traitor even hit the ground, Calgar was already turning on the spot, both gauntlets held out from his body, booming with bolter fire. The chapter master spun in a half-circle, firing rounds into the Black Legionnaires on every side and disemboweling another of them with explosive shells. Blocking the return swipe of a crackling power mace, Calgar prepared to deliver another titanic blow. Just then, he caught sight of movement at the base of Guilliman's throne, cold horror gripped his chest, and he actually began to sweat. Calgar watched as the Martian tech priest stepped back from his auto-reliquary, looking as if he had just completed a satisfying task. The dome-shaped device hummed forward, unfurling like the petals of a grotesque blooming flower. Calgar, who was at the wrong angle to see inside, only saw a fleeting glimpse of glowing energies, Call's unfurling mechadendrites, clamping pincer limbs, and whirring bone drills that filled him with revulsion and panic. The auto-reliquary rose and stretched out, enveloping the Primarch's entire body and armor in a peculiar metallic embrace. At the same moment, Ivrain, the Xenos witch priestess, lunged with grace only the Eldari could achieve, evading the flying bolt shells as she raised her blade high. "No," roared Marnius Calgar, finally finding his voice. "I command you to stop. In the Emperor's name, Brother Tigurius, stop them." The chapter master's distress reached new heights when Tigurius looked directly at him and shook his head. Calgar was uncertain why until he remembered the terrible feeling he had tried to suppress during the fight. None of the Psykers could use their powers right now. But that wasn't the only reason. Tigurius shook his head. In truth, he still trusted his visions and trusted that this was the Emperor's will. 2 living saints had arrived specifically for this. "Do it," shouted the chief librarian. "And may the emperor condemn me if you have played me, Xenos." In desperation, Calgar raised his powerful bolters and prepared to fire at the female Eldar. However, Ivrain's blade fell with lightning speed, slicing through the cabling that supplied power to Guilliman's stasis field, effectively allowing time to flow for him again, and therefore, the wounds he had to finish what they started. Energies burst out, and from within the closing arms of the auto-reliquary, Calgar heard a rattling sigh that would haunt him until the day he died. It sounded like the life of his father quite literally had left his body after 10,000 years of keeping him in stasis to make sure he wouldn't die. "What have you done?" he roared at the top of his lungs. Despair and fury raged through him like a firestorm, even surprising the Khorne berserkers, whose rage was kind of their thing. Clenching his fists, Calgar turned on the traitors who had forced this terrible tragedy to occur, and waded back into the fight with indomitable fury. His rage could be felt from across the shrine. The auto-reliquary engulfed Robot Guilliman and the throne he sat on, its runic designators and auto-lights flickering on across the surface. Spurred by the sight, the Black Legionnaires intensified their attack. Roaring war cries, the Black Legion Terminators charged fiercely into their foes, and funny enough, Marneus Calgar found himself pushed back, his battle plate cracked by a powerful blow from a power maul. Despite the onslaught, a group of traitor Terminators surrounded him, allowing their brethren to break away toward the auto-reliquary. Only to suddenly be halted in their steps by a powerful use of psychokinesis. The only one currently capable of using psionics was Gerhard. The last thing those traitors experienced was over 40 blue-colored mana bullets zooming through the air and impacting their bodies, exploding in thankfully contained fire clouds. Gerhard was multitasking and seemed to know where and when who would most likely be there, making him the best teammate anyone would want on their side, as he covered any weaknesses or blind spots. Gunfire reverberated inside the shrine as the traitors unleashed their fire-upon-calls unfolded and definitely working device. Bolts and shells exploded harmlessly against the hardened, psionic mana shields, which Gerhard cast between the throne and the traitors. This made the attacks fail to damage the device behind. Meanwhile, the last of the Chaos Raptors formed into a single unit and bounded across the shrine, targeting Gerhard and his cursed existence. Their jump packs howled, and terrifying screams burst from their vox grills. They were met by a very much prepared Gerhard and his group. They jumped towards him, firing their weapons and slicing their power claws through the air, only to be met with dozens of mana ropes and being detained, falling to the ground. Hestia, Kaelin, Leora, and Alea were there to kill them. They were in perfect formation as they swiped their blades through the traitors' bodies and killed them with each swing, while Gerhard focused on the next obstacle that presented itself. Chaos Obliterators. Chaos Obliterator, LV.72. HP, 28,000/28,000. MP, 1200. A Chaos Space Marine consumed by the Obliterator virus, transformed into a living fusion of flesh, metal, and demon energy. A walking arsenal capable of generating devastating weaponry at will. STR, 170. VIT, 190. Several raptors fell, but as it turned out, their actions were merely to distract as Chaos Obliterators stomped forward and opened fire. Twin-linked plasma blasts, multimeltas, and Lost cannon beams struck the Ultramarine veterans down, reducing their chests to blackened craters and scattering their helmed heads to ash, before Gerhard could reach them. That was the problem, he couldn't be everywhere at once, and since he had never fought with so many allies, this was relatively new. He was never caught unprepared or by surprise, but it was still physically impossible to be everywhere at once. Nevertheless, he tried his best. The sorcerers leading the attack held their heads as they tried to draw deeply from the energies of the warp, risking death and damnation in their haste to breach the void Gerhard represented. The weak lightning they conjured not only proved useless as it fizzled out as it came close to Gerhard, but it also caused their souls to give out and be sucked out of their bodies, finally. Meanwhile, the last of the sorcerers ignored his own life as well and charged toward the Primarchus throne, arms raised and voice booming from his vox grill. As the sorcerer chanted, the Temple of Correction began to shudder and shake. He went all out, using his own soul as a sacrifice to do damage. Pillars cracked from bottom to top, chunks of marble the size of drop pods shearing off and crashing down into the chaos. Gaping holes opened wide in the floor, but just as they were about to swallow loyalists, a net of blue mana appeared and latched onto the different pieces, holding the ground somewhat together and preventing any of their forces from falling as the chaos forces did. Realizing that the sorcerer was attempting to bring part of the shrine down upon Guilliman's throne, Gerhard cast mana reinforcement, further elevating his stats to ridiculous degrees and disappearing from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the vast distance and appeared behind the sorcerer. The traitor felt time slow down. The temperature dropped to what felt like absolute zero, and his entire life flashed before his eyes. His memories were swallowed by the picoseconds. The anatheme cut through the air and bisected the sorcerer long before his brain even processed this information. Gerhard's attention was pulled by a fresh wave of corn berserkers who hurled themselves at him with illogical fury. Gerhard brought the anatheme up and parried one incoming chain axe after another, feeling their energies flowing into him and fueling his own mana, and making them weaker. Danger sense. The Chaos Obliterators had arrived and fired away their weapons at Gerhard, not bothering that their allies were currently engaged with him and in the way. Boo-am bra-boo-am bo-ba-boo-am. A dust cloud rose, and only after a full minute of constant firing did the Obliterators stop. Boom. Suddenly, a long metal chain shot out of the cloud and buried itself into the Obliterator closest to it. Then, the entire several tons of creature was pulled in and under the shrieking Vox grills, disappearing into the dust cloud. Brut-boom-um. As the dust settled, a blue barrier flickered into view, its surface crackling with cyan electricity. This electricity gathered at several points, condensed, and then shot out in dozens of plasma streams, zooming through the air and cleanly penetrating the Obliterators' bodies as if they were made of paper. Chaos Obliterator defeated, X4. Plus 3,200,000 EXP. Level up. All across the temple, the forces of the Imperium fought valiantly to hold back their foes. Celestine, who had also been weakened by Gerhard's state, continued to hack and slash, spinning and leaping, leaving a trail of slain Black Legionnaires in her wake. Archmago's call unleashed blasts of searing plasma and ionist energy that ripped through the ranks of chaos while intoning Benharic words to strengthen his allies' weapons and war gear. Marshal Amalrich, now accompanied by only 2 remaining sword brethren, fought tirelessly atop a heap of Black Legion corpses. He had an inexplicable look on his face as he saw Gerhard and his group waltz through hundreds of the Chaos Space Marines and Demon Engines. A second wave of Dreadclaw drop pods began their descent upon the shrine, flames burning around their hulls as they fell. This was no scattered handful of reinforcements or simply misfortune, it was a pinpoint and planned attack wave of 20 armored pods, held in reserve by the masters of the Chaos Invasion and launched to strike the killing blow. Helldrakes dived down alongside them, their jaw cannons opening wide and blasting enormous streams of fire at the allies to create a path through the Ultramarines' interceptors and gunships. More than one plummeting demon engine hurled itself into the defenders' fire, self-sacrificing itself to shield the falling Dreadclaws from harm and allowing them to deploy their forces into the shrine. Thus protected, all 20 pods crashed down through the sundered dome of the Shrine of Guilliman. As one, the Dreadclaws opened to eject squad after squad of Chaos Space Marines. Several traitor warbands poured into battle, the talons of the Despoiler deploying en masse to sweep away all resistance in the shrine. This was a force of combined strength capable of subduing worlds, 200 superhuman murderers, fresh and ready for battle. The Black Legion reinforcements struck the Imperial defense like a battering ram. Ultramarine veterans and Honor Guard fell slowly, but they fell as they were riddled with overwhelming bolt fire that couldn't all be blocked by Gerhard, who was swarmed by close to 100 traitor forces specially prepared for him. Courageous Loyalist Terminators collapsed, their powerful power armor unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of bolter, melta, and plasma fire that consumed them. Marnius Calgar roared in defiance as he was overwhelmed by a surging mass of foes that swung, stabbed, and stomped at him. Several times, he found a carpet of blue-colored, spinning mana arrows that blocked the light and killed swathes of enemies, giving him breathing room before he was forced to fight for his life again. Marshal Amalrich and his brothers charged down the mound of corpses rather than be caught in the open by the enemy's concentrated firepower, determined to take down as many of their tainted kin as they could before meeting their end. Saint Celestine swooped down upon the mass of heretics, her remaining sister having been shot down from the air by relentless plasma blasts. Even Celestine fought one-handed, her left arm hanging broken at her side. Still, she sang out a hymn to the Emperor, resolved to face death with words of purity and hope on her lips. She was smart, though, seeing Gerhard and his group as the lone island against the tides of chaos forces and working her way towards them to support the bloodied and slightly battered custodes and the heaving and hurt sisters of silence. Gerhard was doing his own thing, focusing on several different things at once, healing his allies and creating pockets of breathing room to fight for them. But it was getting much, and he was increasingly targeted by the chaos forces. Chapter 89, Side by Side. The foremost Black Legionnaires who had divided into different fronts, most of which swarmed Gerhard and his group, were mere yards from the foot of Gilliman's throne when the rune panels on Call's auto-reliquary flickered from red to green. Diingg. A single chime sounded through the racket of the battle. The Archmagos himself, fighting back-to-back with the suffering Inari and Chief Librarian Tigurius, emitted an uncharacteristic burst of Benheric triumph. He had done it. This was what he had arrived to do here on Macridge. In the next moment, the outstretched mechanical arms and parts of the auto-reliquary folded back with a gaseous hiss, revealing a sight of breathtaking splendor. Where the stasis field-encased robot Gilliman had been seated on his throne before, now the Primarch stood awake, alert, angry, and very much alive. Present sense. Danger sense. Gerhard's senses warned him about the danger behind him. It was such a powerful presence, that even Lencilis and the four Sisters of Silence stopped fighting to turn back and look. Gilliman's presence was immense, dominating the entire shrine like a titan, filling the space with the overwhelming pressure of his mere existence. The Primarch was clad in a magnificent new suit of armor. An elaborate masterwork that had traveled all the way from the forges of Mars inside Call's auto-reliquary, across Cadia and now to Macridge. In one hand, the Ultramarines Primarch held the Emperor of Mankind's long sword. Its blade was burning with hungry, psychic flames, despite Gerhard and the Sisters of Silence. Gilliman's eyes held a look of such murderous intensity and rage that even the Loyalists and the most powerful warriors within the shrine cowered at the sight. It was as though a time-stopping spell had settled over the large hall. Though outside the cacophony of war reverberated on, within that chamber, Loyalists and traitors alike stared awestruck at the legendary figure reborn in their midst. All except Gerhard. He was thankfully using his blank skill, which didn't protect him from the Primarch's presence and attention, but it allowed him to at least shrug off the warp part of Gilliman, that part that was not human. He used these few valuable seconds well and slashed the anatheme through several Chaos Marines, and pierced through the thorax of a Terminator, before shooting his shotgun several times and causing a group to explode. An incoherent scream of rage shattered the stunned moment of everyone else, that and Gerhard's actions. A single Khorne berserker charged headlong through the stunned combatants and launched himself through the air, and leapt at the Primarch. Gilliman moved with such insane speed that the Inari themselves would have struggled to match it. His burning blade drew a fiery arc through the air as it was slashed, bisecting the Khorne berserker at the waist and causing his severed halves to fall to the ground. And this was the Primarch who had just woken up from 10,000 years of stasis. Yeah, Primarchs were insane. As the Chaos Worshipper's armored corpse crashed to the floor, the time's top spell was broken. With roars of hatred, the Black Legion warriors surged toward Robot Gilliman. Wordlessly, the noble demigod strode to meet them, and the real carnage truly began. First to die was the sorcerer, whose powers had originally shaken the temple to its foundations and then gone numb after Gerhard had started his rampage. The sorcerer had suffered immensely. Gilliman raised his mighty gauntlet, the Hand of Dominion, and a storm of armor-piercing bolter fire erupted from beneath it, ripping the tainted, excruciating psyker to pieces. Next to fall were the remaining Black Legion berserkers, which were very few, as Gerhard had killed most others. Following their comrades' example, they threw themselves screaming at the reborn Primarch. Like their brother, they were reduced to little more than armored meat, smashed and cut from the air with terrifying speed. Gilliman was running now, storming forward through the hail of bolts and shells unleashed by the Black Legionnaires, and had a very particular goal in mind, a group of warriors, led by a single figure, that reminded Gilliman of the Soulless Queen. Rounds exploded against the Primarch's armor, but none could pierce its inviolable plates, especially after a blue sheen of energy had started to coat the power armor and densify to create an additional layer of almost impenetrable energy. Reaha! A building roar of pure, undiluted fury erupted from Gilliman as he crashed into the front ranks of Black Legionnaires. The Primarch's first almost casual blow sent a Black Legionnaire flying through the air, blood streaming behind the corpse in a red trail. His second strike smashed a traitor Terminator into a bronze and marble column with enough force to punch the Chaos Worshipper through it and out the other side. A spiked power fist swung for Gilliman's chest, only to be lopped off from its wielder's arm before the blow could land. Gilliman's attack swing cut his attacker's head from his shoulders, cauterizing the stump of the traitor's neck as the body crumpled to the floor. The Emperor's sword burned brightly in Robot's hands, despite Gerhard and his armor, showing just how powerful it truly was. The weapon was one of the few weapons in the galaxy capable of delivering true death to demons. The onslaught continued, with the Primarch moving at such speed that even the heretic's superhuman reactions couldn't save them. None could match Gilliman. None could even come close, and the few opponents that managed to land lucky blows found their weapons blocked by the blue energy that continued to grow denser as time passed. Saint Celestine looked at the towering, blitzing form of the reborn Primarch and experienced the satisfaction that her faith had proven correct once again. A son of the God Emperor himself, a demigod of battle to lead the Imperium out of the darkness that seemed, with each passing day, more certain to destroy it entirely. What greater crusade could she have been a part of? What single event could possibly be more important than the manifestation of this breathtaking miracle? Humbly, Celestine offered up her profound thanks to the Emperor for permitting her to be a part of such a wondrous event. Around her, the battle still raged, but every aspect of the conflict had changed for Celestine in that singular moment of rebirth. The strewn corpses of imperial warriors were no longer a tragic waste, but instead the fallen bodies of martyrs whose sacrifice would be immortalized and remembered forever. The traitorous killers filling the shrine were no longer hated chaos forces, but merely the first of an endless count of heretics that Guilliman would kill. Her own wounds no longer mattered, whether the physical injuries to her own body or the spiritual wounds caused by the deaths of her Gemini Superia and the monstrously dangerous presence of Saint Gerhard and his anathema Psychana. "Thank you," said Celestine, a single golden tear rolling down her cheek as she turned her face to the heavens. "Thank you. He is a blessing we do not deserve." Snarling, a black legionnaire lunged at Celestine with a sawtoothed blade in hand. He thought that she was distracted in her moment of gratitude, but he could not have been more wrong. Fueled by what she saw as confirmation of her belief, Celestine turned the golden glow of her gaze at the heretic and smiled as she felt her broken arm heal anew. Capable of using her arm, she brought the ardent blade up and, with a single, swift movement, pierced the heretic Astartes. Once more, faith and misinformation served someone's purpose. The reason Celestine's arm healed, now that Guilliman was here, was that his presence strengthened the connection she had to the Emperor. He acted like a siphon and enhancer of that, as Guilliman held the Emperor's sword and managed to reduce Gerhard's presence and the effect of his skill and armor. The saint launched herself into the sky and zoomed through the air. She landed beside Inquisitor Greyfax, who stood atop a now empty casket, sending bolter fire into the heretic's mast on all sides. "I was wrong," shouted Greyfax over the roar of her bolter. "And I shall do penance. You and Lord Gerhard truly are an instrument of the Emperor's will." "Vigilance is not a sin, Katerina Greyfax," replied Celestine, slashing her blade through the enemies before her. "You serve him as surely as I." "Indeed," said Greyfax with a curt nod. "Then let us serve him together, as true warriors of faith." With that, she raised her blade and charged at the Chaos Astartes, with Celestine at her side. As the Black Legion hurled themselves towards the large warrior in their midst, the pressure decreased on the surviving loyalists in the shrine. Full of thoughts of vengeance and inspired by the sight of the Primarch, the last of the Celestinians and their allies threw themselves back into the fight with renewed vigor. Guilliman reached the place he had aimed at, where he judged the best strategic spot would be to create space for his allies and drive a knife through the enemy's ranks. He arrived next to Gerhard. The two exchanged a single look, without uttering a word, and then, as if they had communicated mentally, they drove back into the slaughter. And what a slaughter it was! The Primarch was akin to a massive blur, but Gerhard and the genius strategic mind of Guilliman worked beautifully together. Each was aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the other, and both used one another and watched each other's backs as if they had done so for years. Guilliman knew what a pariah was, and he was well aware that there was more to Gerhard than just that, but whatever it was, he was immensely skilled and more powerful than a standard Astartes and even Chaos Astartes. What more could you want when fighting Chaos forces? As Guilliman and Gerhard cleared the foes from around the front of his throne, Lencilis, Hestia, and her sisters, Tigurius, Kal and the Inari attempted to follow him into the gap. But those who were psychers couldn't and had to stop due to the pain of Gerhard and the sisters' presences, which left them incapable of forming coherent thoughts. The chief librarian felt Guilliman's gaze upon him, for just a heartbeat. The Primarch's scrutinizing, evaluating gaze seemed to strip Tigurius down to his soul, revealing his deepest secrets. Then Guilliman followed Gerhard, who had stormed ahead through the enemy ranks. With every blow, the Primarch of the Ultramarines and Gerhard sent mutated corpses through the air. The Primarch's expression was frozen in a look of hate. He wore a mask of revengeful anger that had endured and been forced to swallow for millennia. For Guilliman, his last memory was a desperate battle against his corrupted brother Fulgrim, a brotherly battle to the death of godlike strength, which ended in a poisoned blade slashed through his throat and pain beyond imagination. Now he found himself in strange surroundings, facing a twisted horde of creatures that were nightmarish parodies of the Adeptus Astartes his father had created. Not that his alleged allies struck Guilliman as much more familiar. He was fighting next to a men he knew nothing about, except that they seemed to have similar minds. He could at least detect who in this vast sepulchre was tainted by chaos and who was not. since the one next to him was the bane and greatest figure of hatred to chaos. For now, that was enough. The Primarch stored his questions for later and concentrated solely on the battle at hand. The Black Legionnaires continued to hurl themselves at the reborn Lord of Ultramar and Gerhard, clearly willing to sustain any amount of casualties if it meant laying Guilliman and the bane of their existence low. Yet they were laughably outmatched in almost every regard. Whatever Guilliman might have lacked, Gerhard more than covered. Sweeping the Emperor's sword in wide fiery arcs, firing off bolter-round volleys from the hand of Dominion, the Primarch reaped a bloody tally as he drove the traitors back. Using the anatheme to slash through the most powerful armor and firing mana bullets, Gerhard picked off those that might have survived the Primarch or retreated. As the number of enemies dropped quickly, the horizontal form of Marneus Calgar was revealed, his armor cracked and his face beaten bloody. Guilliman paused for a moment in his rampage, looking down upon this fallen son with an unreadable expression on his face, while Gerhard did the same. Mana bullet. Mana bullet. He cast a sweeping storm of mana bullets into the fray and kneeled to the chapter master, touching his head. Burning spirit principle. A bright light could be seen, healing the man from all of his injuries and bringing him back from his bad state. Calgar stirred, his eye opening to look up at the Primarch reborn standing above him and Gerhard, who had just healed him. Satisfied that his son not only lived but was also in peak physical state again, Guilliman looked at Gerhard and then pressed on, leaving the chapter master to stare in disbelief at his resurrected gene-sire and try to keep up with the two. Across the chamber, Grand Master Voldus and his paladins were driving the surviving Chaos Sorcerers back. Both sides were powerful psychers, but neither could use their power very well right now. Which was even worse, as the energies they so desperately summoned, now that Gerhard was on the other side of the battlefield, were terribly unstable. Surrounded by a crackling vortex of warp energies, the Grand Master strode through the malicious flames and molten lightnings conjured by his foes. Using purely physical strength, Voldus' powerful hammer swung in an unstoppable arc and smashed into the helm of the closest sorcerer. Black, spiked ceramite, flesh and bone exploded in a spray, and the traitor toppled backwards as a headless corpse. The last of the heretic leaders lost his nerve. Retreat, he shouted to the last of the chaos forces. The sorcerer turned around, still feeling the pain and darkness that Gerhard and the sisters created, pushing his Terminator armor beyond its limits. Before he could flee, though, he felt the effect of the blank multiply and experienced the slow black hole sucking in his soul and giving him more pain and fear than even the chaos forces could. He found himself face-to-face with Robot Guilliman and Gerhard. Before he could even say a single syllable, the sorcerer was lifted off the ground. Guilliman's hand of dominion clamped firmly around his throat and stared at him with pure fury. In a breathtaking display of strength, the Primarch lifted the sorcerer high into the air. The sorcerer made a last, croaking attempt to speak before the Emperor's sword cut through the traitor's torso and ripped it brutally upward, splitting the men into two and causing gore and blood to spill out and splash on the ground. Not bothering with flashy displays, Gerhard took out his handheld mana bolter and cast a final spell that he had created for such large hordes. Rapid-fire mana bullets. Not a single one of the Black Legionnaires and other Chaos forces escaped the Fortress of Hera alive on that day. Chapter 90, Bloody Welcome. By the time reinforcements reached the Temple of Correction, the fighting was over. Every single Ultramarine who rushed into that vaulted space dropped to their knees in worshipful awe at the sight of their Primarch reborn. The sight was unimaginably glorious to the Ultramarines. Calm now, Robot Guilliman took charge of his warriors. Rise, sons of Macridge, Guilliman commanded. Save your emotions for after the battlefield. Report, what is the current disposition of our forces within the Fortress of Hera? The captain, with a trembling voice, managed a salute. My lord, the heretics have breached the outer walls. We hold the inner sanctum, but we are hard-pressed on all fronts. Strategic data, then, Guilliman replied, his mind already creating 1,000 countermoves. War still rages outside this shrine, and I will not have our home defiled further. He asked no questions, save those of a purely strategic nature. He did not talk about the circumstances of his rebirth, his long absence from the galaxy, or the Celestinians with whom he found himself surrounded, and no one dared to discuss those matters with him. They were all just too happy to have their gene-father back. The Primarch would undoubtedly seek answers later, but right now, there were other things to take care of, like the war still raging throughout the realm of Ultramar. News of the Primarch's return spread like wildfire through the Fortress of Hera. It was announced through every Vox speaker, shouted from every rampart, and broadcast from the vocal emitters through Ultramar. Guilliman ensured it because he understood that his return and physical presence would encourage his armies, raise their morale, and frighten or weaken his enemies. As the news spread, Ultramarines, and the Ultramar Defense Auxilia found newfound strength, while the Chaos Forces faltered. The sheer presence and glory of a living Primarch eclipsed their courage and mindless charges. Guilliman walked straight to the fortress's strategium and approached First Captain Ageman. Lord Calgar stood at his Genissary's side, in peak physical health, but with severely damaged power armor. The honor guards flanked him, as he was still the official Lord of Ultramar. First Captain Ageman, Guilliman started, his gaze sweeping over the hololithic displays of the fortress. I humbly request to assume command of the defense of Ultramar. Ageman stepped back, stunned, but it was Calgar who acted. The chapter master knelt. My Lord Primarch, Calgar said as he offered his power-armored gauntlets upward. I offer you my unending fealty. Macridge is yours as it has always been. The Ultramarines are yours, now, and in perpetuity. Accepted, Marneus Calgar, Guilliman said solemnly. Now, let us begin. Like a master of logistics and strategy, Guilliman spread his hands on the strategium table. Orders began to flow, proving his tactical genius and his unmatched mental prowess. Captain, shift the fire sectors of the 4th Company 3 degrees east of this battle zone. Interlace fire webs with the orbital interceptor grid. Clear the skies of the traitor crows. Each of his orders and directives was followed right away, the Ultramarines all too fired up about their situation. And it showed. Under Guilliman's direction, booming overlapping firestorms cleared the airspace above them. With the threat from the skies neutralized, he then marshaled his defenders like chess pieces. Feints, false retreats, and sudden, overwhelming counterattacks tore through the Black Legionnaires and Iron Warriors, without them being able to do anything about it. He predicted every one of their moves before they had even thought to act or react to his moves, thinking dozens of steps ahead on the three-dimensional, planetary battlefield. What was surprising and impressive, though, was the presence of Gerhard Valkyrie, a mortal, who was present during the strategic meetings and offered substantial and valuable insight and suggestions. He was able to recognize the strengths and weaknesses of enemy demon engines and vehicles, such as telling them where to target the Chaos Titan to take him down and where he was weakest. Naturally, it was far less than what Guilliman was doing, but it still was noteworthy to the Primarch. By the time the Primarch and his forces marched out to lead the fight in person, the Chaos forces were reeling in disarray. The attack led by Guilliman and supported by Gerhard and his insane weapons, into the heart of their lines, was like a final bolter round placed between the eyes of a wounded animal. Black Legionnaires, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and Night Lords were pushed back from the fortress's walls. Traitor Titans were demolished as Gerhard had told them. Just 3 hours after his resurrection, the purge was complete. Guilliman stood upon the ramparts and voxed the entire fortress. The stronghold of Hera is secure. Macridge stands. Finally, a point had arrived when people could catch their breath somewhat and take a step back to think things over and rebuild. While servitors and serf work gangs labored trying to fix up the fortress's worn-out and destroyed defenses, Guilliman called a special group of people to join him in the chapter master's room for a very important discussion. This space, where they came together, had always been the domain and throne room of Marneus Calgar. Now it would become the living and work room of the Primarch himself. At last, the men out of time could ask the questions which had been at the forefront of his mind. His idea was good. He gathered different representatives of various factions. The brilliant Primarch possessed the overpowered skill of common sense. He knew that if he asked Marneus Calgar about the history, he would only get an accurate accounting of Calgar's life, and even then, it wouldn't be as objective as he wanted. No one was truly objective, Guilliman knew, which was why he wanted to hear different voices and paint the picture himself. He listened to the chapter master, Marneus Calgar, the sister of battle and living saint, Celestine, the Archmagos Belisarius Call, whom he knew from the past, and even to the Inari, the Elderly, who were relatively old by most human standards. The Sisters of Silence had quite a lot to say, none of which was very calm or kind. He was assaulted by the truth of their situation of having been ignored and forgotten mostly by the Imperium. Guilliman looked at the harsh thought mark about the Lords of Terra and their inabilities. Lastly, he wanted to listen to Lencilis, whom he thought was a custodian, but who refused to explain much. Lencilis referred to Gerhard for any information Guilliman could want, which the Primarch accepted at that point. The questions and answers went on for hours, and it was at the end of it that it was decided to formally crown and make the Primarch as Lord of Ultramar and Master of the Ultramarines once more. Calgar, Tigurius, Ageman, and the top Ultramarine leadership were there for the big moment, along with representatives from every company in the chapter. The Celestinians were also present, with the saint herself giving her blessings to the Primarch. Guilliman had a problem with the saint, Gerhard could tell. He grew up in an imperium where the emperor repeatedly stated that he was not a god and would have killed anyone stating otherwise. And yet, what he saw right now, and what he remembered were two different things. He would have to ask his father personally and get to the bottom of this. From what he could gather, the ecclesiarchy had gained significant influence and power in the imperium, and Celestine wielded authority that Guilliman couldn't refuse after witnessing it firsthand. Kaul was also there, and so were the Grey Knights and the Black Templars. Even the Inari were hanging around in the background, quietly watching the ceremony with their unreadable expressions. They made sure that they were far enough away from the four Sisters of Silence, who stood next to Gerhard and Lencilis. Gerhard hated what he had to go through. He remembered watching a few moments of the marriage between Lady Diana and Prince Charles. And he couldn't even keep watching it for more than 2 minutes. Here, things like ceremonies were even worse. Everything was exaggerated, and the scale was thousands of times greater than on Earth. So what should have taken hours at most took almost multiple days just to have everyone in the proper position. Thankfully, Guilliman was as uncomfortable as Gerhard was, so it didn't take as long as it could have, no tanks or titans to parade and the like. As the ceremony finally concluded, Guilliman rose and addressed the assembly. "There is much to be done," the Primarch declared, his eyes burning with a weary, old fire. "I have slept through an age of darkness. I require answers." There was indeed still much to be done, and countless more questions to which the Primarch required answers. A strategy had to be formulated, and he had to handle the various factions already present. In short, Guilliman had to do politics. The warp acts as a mirror of reality, reflecting significant events and intense emotions. And right now, those were dark reflections. The resurrection of Robot Guilliman sent ripples of agitation and turmoil through the Immaterium, drawing the attention of the dark gods of chaos. Fulgrim, the demon Primarch of the Emperor's children and now belonging to Slaanesh, proudly rose from his pink banquet of endless souls as demon imps whispered the news of Guilliman's return into his ears. He stood up, bothered that he had to leave, and vowed to the depraved pink bitch that he would ensure that his former brother would be put down for good this time. Meanwhile, the demons of Tsench observed how fate shifted with Guilliman's awakening. No one, not even the ruler of change himself, had foreseen this, and he had a strong suspicion that the reason for this change had to be the peculiar and far too interesting new plaything he had his eyes on. Those of his faction were prepared to corrupt Guilliman in various subtle ways. In Papa Nurgle's garden, great unclean ones, his greater demons, reveled at the prospect of a Primarch untouched by Nurgle, and were already concocting a sickness worthy of a demigod as they contemplated a meeting between demon Primarch Mordorion and his brother Guilliman. Across the galaxy, the Mendox Cataclysm concluded as Khorne's champions burned 88 Imperial worlds. Their furious deity raged as he learned of Guilliman's return, causing warp storms to break out across reality. Unlike other dark gods who sought to mislead Guilliman, Khorne's followers turned on each other, eager for the chance to hunt the resurrected Primarch. Other Dark Lords recognized Guilliman's revival and began mobilizing forces. Abaddon the Despoiler formed a loose alliance of Chaos Space Marine warbands to strike the Primarch down, but his initial attempt failed. It was one of Abaddon's greatest delusions, like his father before him, that he could control chaos and use it as he pleased. But it was literally called chaos, it didn't work in an orderly fashion as he wanted. In his fury, Abaddon summoned the greater demon of Tsench, Kairos Fateweaver, to gather fresh forces against Guilliman. This was lucky, as the forces of change had already planned this anyway. The traitor Primarchs, Magnus the Red and Mordorion, reacted differently to their brother's awakening. Mordorion unleashed plagues upon Imperial worlds in cold fury, vowing to corrupt Guilliman when the time came that they would meet. In contrast, Magnus, the demon Primarch of Tsench, rejoiced, seeing billions of paths of fate where previously confusion had reigned, and issued orders to rally his sons, the Thousand Sons Chaos Mari, Ness for retribution. As the power of the warp gathered, traitor warbands flooded toward Ultramar, howling with bloodlust, rage and mad delight and seeking to strike the returned loyal Primarch Guilliman down. The galaxy was already ravaged by warp storms, heightening the impending conflict. Guilliman was, for now, unaware of the demonic madness that his return had provoked and the storms that were unleashed and would be unleashed. This was a mercy, because the Lord of Ultramar already had multiple crushing weights to deal with. Endless questions of how the Imperium he had helped build had turned to shit of this magnitude, the shock of basically dying and then waking up the next second, 10,000 years later, in the immense presence of chaos and a new religion about his father of all people. Everything Guilliman knew was gone, replaced by the madness and horror of a future he had fought so desperately to prevent. Chapter 91, Talk. Robot Guilliman settled heavily into his new throne. The Primarch had dispatched all of his attendants and advisors, even sending his honor guard to wait outside the sanctum. The only one that remained now was Gerhard. He had asked to be the last one Gilliman would talk to, as he knew what was going on and had to talk to the Primarch. One by one, the Primarch spoke with each of the Celestinians, the leaders of the Ultramarines, as well as Yvraine of the Inari. Days were spent in deep, earnest conversation. Gilliman used every ounce of his political acumen to put his guests at ease, drawing as much information from them as possible while carefully concealing his reactions to their words. He thanked each visitor for their insights and their service to the Imperium, all the while assessing them inwardly and presenting whatever aspect of his personality would make them feel sympathetic and open to his cause. Though he had not shown it, each fresh revelation struck the Primarch like a cannon shell. He was exhausted from staving off bewilderment and horror, hollowed out by pain. Gilliman almost groaned and placed his head in his hands. Neither of the two said anything. Gerhard looked at the Primarch, and the large man did the same. Gerhard was in his normal state and no longer used his blank skill. "There is no need to do that," Gerhard said suddenly. "I don't understand," Gilliman said. "That mask you're showing everyone. To make sure that you get as much information as you can, while placating everyone's worries and keeping them sympathetic. It's useless with me, anyway. Seeing the truth through the lies and veils of reality is what I am very good at. There is no mask, Lord Gur. No, Lord, with me, please. You're a Primarch and one of the few loyal and capable ones. There is no need for you to use a title when talking to me. Is that not your title? It would seem that you earned it from what I have seen." "Heh. You're very good," Gerhard smiled. He shook his head and then reached out with his hand, holding it before Gilliman. The Primarch didn't know what to make of this. "Give me your hand. Place it on mine. It will help you deal with the pain." A lesser man would have narrowed his eyes at Gerhard for knowing something like that. How would he know of the pain he felt? Gilliman thought about Gerhard's words and his actions so far. After the long fighting, he had taken the time to observe and study Gerhard. He had never seen a normal human who wielded powers that surpassed those of a space marine, without the use of the warp. And yet, always after a fight, Gerhard had walked through the battlefield and used his powers to help those who still lived and brought them back from the brink of death. He slowly reached out his gauntlet hand and gently placed it on Gerhard's very small one. Gerhard spoke the skill out loud, for Gilliman's sake. "Heal." A bright light shone from Gerhard's palm, and warm light and energy spread from his palm, passing through the powerful armor the Primarch wore and then spread through his body. The feeling was unlike anything the Lord of Ultramar had ever felt. It was as if he were back on Macridge during his childhood, when his mother reprimanded him or his father smiled in pride. Gerhard spent a lot of mana, roughly 78,000 MP, to heal the Primarch. Thankfully, his regeneration allowed him to use the skill over and over again, until Gilliman was fully healed. What Yvraine had done to him to bring him back had left the Primarch with a constant, gnawing pain that radiated from deep within him. He had suspected that pain would never leave him. And partially, he had been correct. Yvraine used the power she gained from the elderly god of the dead, Inead, to kill him fully, while Belisarius Cawl had healed his body and then brought the soul right back to the body. The problem was that you didn't play with souls just like that. The creation of the Primarchs was the Emperor's greatest work and used the warp in ways no creation had ever used before, not even the Eldar or the Krorks had been created that way. What Gerhard had just done was heal that misalignment and the patches and crude work to heal him fully. And when he said, fully heal, Gerhard meant fully. His soul and body were now in a state that was at the upper edge of his peak state, as he knew before. But that also had another effect. The rush of soul healing and the energy flooding his body, mind, and soul affected his emotions, and his inhibitions and controls were overwhelmed in the aftermath. At last, albeit unwillingly, he allowed a little of his sorrow, trauma, and pain to show, and Gilliman let his mask drop with a sigh of relief. Physical pain was now the least of Gilliman's troubles, and the floodgates opened. "Millennia have passed," he murmured, unsure why he spoke. He knew he had to vocalize his situation before it drove him mad. Ever since his return, Gilliman had wished for one of his brothers to talk to, more than once. They might have understood him at least. But here he was, speaking what weighed on him, to a man he knew for such a short time, for reasons he didn't understand. Thousands of years, and look what has become of them. Of us. Idealism. Ignorance. Suffering and disorder, in the name of a god who never desired the title. Gilliman shook his head and stood up, pacing across the chapter master's sanctum as he gazed at the banners hanging on the western wall. Each banner was as tall as an imperial knight, showcasing a cascade of masterfully woven cloth that depicted the glories of the Ultramarines. The images included slain Xenos beasts, executed heretical despots, worlds they had saved, and others that had to be burned. While the chapter's proud iconography was luxuriously displayed, so too was the Aquila of the Imperium. "We failed, father," said Guilliman, his words full of sorrow. Who knew who he was truly talking to? "You failed your sons, and we, in our turn, failed you. In our arrogance and pride, we have failed them all. Did Horus not claim that you sought godhood? He built a rebellion based on that accusation. How he would gloat to see the Imperium now." Anger surged through the Lord of Ultramar, and he clenched his fists, struggling to restrain himself. "What are you waiting for?" Gerhard asked. Guilliman turned around and looked at the individual who seemed to be overlaid by another face. "Let go. There is no need with me. I already told you. You are also allowed a moment to yourself. To let go of your inhibitions. I can even help you with that," Gerhard said. He raised his hand. "Instant dungeon creation. This is a separate space. An illusion of reality, if you will. Whatever damage you cause here won't affect the outside. No one can hear you, nothing you do here will get out. So let go, Guilliman. Allow yourself a moment." Gerhard's words seemed to reach the Primarch in the strange state he was in right now, a metaphysical high of his body and soul coming to alignment and healing, and he was rather open to Gerhard's words. It was still that his face seemed to overlap with another one. And so he let go, just for a very, very brief moment. He punched out with his gauntlet fist, destroying the wall, tearing it apart and hurling its wreckage around like a wild beast. For that single second, one saw just how dangerous and destructive Primarchs could be. The table was reduced to rubble, the walls were broken, the banners ripped apart, and it only took a single second. Suddenly, Guilliman stopped. "Feeling better?" Gerhard asked. Robot looked at all the destruction he caused and sighed. "Don't worry. Look. Instant dungeon escape." The air shattered, and they returned to reality, where nothing was damaged, and everything looked just as it had a few seconds earlier. Guilliman stared at Gerhard, who didn't say anything and simply waited. This was his moment, and if he wanted anything, Gerhard would give it to him. Gerhard always knew that the Primarchs could have done with a bit of paternal love and attention. They were still humans, but just juiced up on the warp. What most people often forget is that they were demigods, and they got their human side from the Emperor. But their psyches were still human, and if Guilliman didn't take time to process all of this shit, he would suffer in the long run. Guilliman dared not continue on this destructive path. Although he wrestled with despair, the Primarch understood that he mustn't reveal his weaknesses. Calgar, Tigurius, Ageman, and the others looked at him as if he were the Emperor himself. Guilliman himself was aware of his symbolic significance and how dire the situation had become. Right now, he had to display nothing but strength to his Gene sons, lest his despair infect their hearts as well. And yet, would it really matter? He sighed, turning his back on the banners and moving across the chamber to look through the stained glass window. Outside, beyond the war-torn expanse of the fortress of Hera, Guilliman could imagine the wide bulwark where his old chambers had once been. They had belonged to his father before him. It was there that he had come up with his plans, spoken to his brothers, laughed, fought, and, on one occasion, nearly died. Now they were gone, buried beneath ugly creations of necessary fortifications and gun batteries. It was fitting, he thought bitterly. Fitting to the situation. Guilliman's anger and frustration spilt over, and he spun on his heel, staring at the only person in the room, who, for some reason still, overlapped with the image of the Emperor, with accusing eyes. "Why do I still live?" he shouted. "What more do you want from me? I gave everything I had to you and to them. Look at what they have made of our dream." This bloated, decaying carcass of an Imperium is driven not by reason and hope, but by fear, hatred, and ignorance. It would have been better if we had all burned in the fires of Horus' ambition than to live and witness this. Gerhard felt the sheer power radiating off the Primarch. It was once again, Gamer's mind, that prevented him from shitting himself and dying from a heart attack. He didn't say anything, believing that his blessing and the feeling that the Emperor's blessing gave him had to remind Guilliman of his father. But that wasn't true entirely. Even as he said it and saw the understanding look in Gerhard's eyes, Guilliman heard the lie in his words. "No, Guilliman. It is good that you live. Horus' ego allowed things to happen as they did. That and Erebus. That cunt. Among your brothers, no one was more idealistic than you. No one envisioned a brighter future, not just for humanity, but also for the warriors of the legions Astartes, than you. I know how you formed and shaped your legion. You still understand the truth that the Astartes are humans and should be taught to think of the moment after all this fighting. That honors you. I understand your frustration and the wild emotions you are going through. But you are lying to yourself if you say that it would have been better if Horus had won. I sense within you a raging flame of hope that has been within you since the very start. The desire to change things for the better, to improve the lives of those under your protection. Even now, as it seems to be overshadowed by darkness and despair, I sense that flame still burning brightly. Am I wrong? Are you going to drown in despair? Did Horus already win? Did Erebus win? Did your brother Fulgrim win when he cut your throat? Gilliman sighed. There is still hope, he told himself as he turned back to the window, placing one armored hand against it. He looked out at the work crews laboring to repair the damage caused by the Chaos forces, and he saw the Ultramarines standing proud and determined on the ramparts. Gerhard stood up and settled beside the Primarch. We all have been born into this dark millennium, knowing nothing but hardship, suffering, and the misery of unending conflict. It is normal for us. Undoubtedly, we humans aren't innocent in the current state of the Imperium. Yet, despite the countless enemies arrayed against us, we continue to struggle on, unbowed and full of delusion. You have experienced a better age, one filled with hope and triumph. You have the template of what we could go back to and in time and through hardship, surpass. He's right, Gilliman thought. What right did he, a superhuman son of the Emperor himself, have to show any less strength and courage than his followers, who had been born into darkness and worked relentlessly to try and make things better? Gilliman had witnessed humanity's potential. He was also aware of the impressive advancements that Archmagos Call's efforts had yielded beneath the surface of Mars. He believed that a brighter future for the Imperium was still attainable, but only if those who oppressed mankind were defeated first. All of this misery, said Gilliman. All of this suffering and pain is not caused by humanity, but by those who have betrayed us. For too long, the pawns of chaos have dictated the fate of our species. That must come to an end. Gilliman felt a surge of new strength fill him. Wheel, that's not entirely true, but true enough, I suppose. What do you mean? He asked. Sigh. Let me tell you about George Van Dyer and Draken Vangerich, Chapter 92, Liberation. So, what you're saying is... Gilliman began, his voice dropping into a low, tired register as his mind processed the historical horror story Gerhard had just laid out. The greatest existential threats to the stability of the Imperium over the last 10 millennia did not always emerge from the Eye of Terror. They came from the High Lords themselves. The Primarch paced the length of the chamber, his heavy boots clicking rhythmically against the marble floor. A Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum conducting a systematic purge of the senatorial class to seize absolute control. And an ecclesiarch whose psychotic delusion plunged the galaxy into a civil war so vast it gave birth to an order of female devotees. All without a single demon crossing the veil. Precisely, Gerhard said, leaning back and crossing his arms. It's like Joseph Conrad said, the belief in a supernatural source of evil is not necessary. Men alone are quite capable of every wickedness. Chaos didn't have to bleed the Imperium dry. Human nature, unchecked ambition, and bureaucratic rot did most of the heavy lifting. The dark gods just sit back and watch the show. Although it was a bit of a gamble on everyone's part. Gilliman stopped by the map table, his violet eyes flashing with a cold, analytical brilliance. The deep despair that had threatened to swallow him only moments before was entirely gone, replaced by the familiar, comforting weight of a grand logistical problem. Then my course of action must be twofold. To fix a machine this broken, one cannot simply polish the hull while the internal gears grind themselves to ash. I must wage a war of absolute liberation across the stars, but first, I must reclaim my home. If Makridge falls, our foundation is dust. He looked directly at Gerhard, the phantom image of the Emperor fading from his perception, replaced by respect for the unique mortal standing before him. Wider galactic matters will have to wait. We clear the system. We secure the realm of Ultramar. And you, Gerhard, you will remain at my flank. I actually have some things you might be interested in. Gilliman looked at Gerhard, interested. They hadn't shared all that much about one another, and the Primarch was very interested in Gerhard's life so far. He already understood that there was a lot of depth to the mortal. So if he said there was something he might be interested in, then he believed him. It's called Excel. A tool of ages past, but probably worth more than entire planets. It is the galaxy's most versatile canvas for turning messy data into organized, actionable logic. Tell me more. The liberation of Makridge was to be the first step, a blistering campaign that lasted a little over a month. Robot Gilliman moved across his homeworld like an unstoppable force of the Emperor's will, driving the forces of chaos before him like cattle. Yet, while the Primarch orchestrated global war movements, it was in the tight, grinding hinges of the front line where Gerhard's endless resourcefulness reshaped the campaign and caught the further attention of the avenging sun. During the lightning offensives to clear the Valley of Laponis and the shattered domes of Magnus Civitas, the Loyalists slammed into reinforced batteries of intricate Iron Warriors siege weaponry. The semi-sentient artillery engines were spewing devastating salvos that pinned down entire companies of Ultramarines. It was here that Gerhard integrated his specialized cell into the vanguard. While Marnius Calgar coordinated the heavy armored columns, Gerhard used his presence sense, danger sense, and mini-map to map out the mechanical blind spots of the heretic fortifications. Moving with an uncanny, unnatural swiftness that bypassed conventional or even unconventional traps, Gerhard cast localized, psionic mana shields to anchor the advancing front. Beneath the shimmering blue domes of his energy barriers, Ultramine strike teams advanced completely unscathed by shrapnel, shells, and bombs, planting melta charges and bolter fire directly into the whip-fisted Overseer's artillery hubs. When Grand Master Voldus and the silver-armored demon hunters of the Third Brotherhood launched their strike against the corrupted city of Colossi, they found themselves playing a lethal game of cat-and-mouse with the Night Lords. The traitors had veiled the metropolitan hablocks in an unnatural warp darkness, rendering traditional sensors useless and giving them their preferred fighting environment. Gerhard, however, would have none of that. Stepping into the dark, Gerhard nullified its very source. By flaring his power-controlled, rhythmic pulses alongside the Sisters of Silence, he tore away the warp-infused shadows over large swathes of hablocks, exposing the vicious ambush lines of the Night Lords. And no matter where he was, no matter how long he fought at a time, Gerhard always could do more, fight longer, have more ammunition and weapons for his fellow warriors to use. He was an unstoppable supply line and force all in one, and the Chaos forces didn't know how to handle him. Target the upper balconies, Gerhard's voice snapped across the localized Vox, his tactical appraisal feeding directly into the Ultramar Defense Auxilia networks. A series of Night Lords have been spotted on the long-range auger arrays. Flush them right. The usual terror-inducing hit guerrilla-like warfare of the Night Lords turned into a sad cat-and-mouse game, where the mouse always seemed to see the mouse's next move ahead of time. With the darkness lifted, Voldus's paladins caught the traitors flat-foot. Gerhard himself spearheaded a flanking maneuver. In his Doomslayer setup, his anatheme blade hummed through the air as it bisected a Night Lord's champion before the heretic's jump pack could even ignite. The traitorous Space Marine was too used to igniting fear from his human prey that he couldn't hope to understand what he was seeing. All he felt was the immense dread of what was the most powerful blank since Jean Tia Kroll and the destruction of his soul a moment after. The mysterious blood ritual the Cornish forces were conducting was halted before it could come to fruition, stripped of its warp energies by the localized null field Gerhard maintained. Throughout these engagements, Gilliman listened to and reviewed reports. The Primarch's strategic mind, a machine of peerless, four-dimensional logic, noted how effortlessly Gerhard adjusted to the fluctuating, multi-theater operational parameters. Gerhard wasn't merely a powerful combat asset, he was structurally efficient. He understood the importance of supply lines, pinpointed structural weaknesses in demon engines, and knew exactly where a single, precise application of force could collapse an entire enemy flank. And most importantly, he was seemingly fearless, but not arrogant or reckless. He told him that he and Gilliman were most likely the last in the galaxy with the power of common sense. And the Primarch was starting to realize just how resourceful Gerhard truly was. When the outer world was finally cleared, and the invasion craft of the Black Legion were reduced to burning scrap in the void, the high leadership gathered in the Fortress Monastery's Grand Strategium. First Captain Ageman, Chapter Master Calgar, and Chief Librarian Tigurius surrounded the primary hololithic display table. Standing right beside Robot Gilliman, closer than many veterans deemed traditional for a newcomer, was Gerhard. As Ageman detailed the lingering pockets of resistance near the Magaltine Highlands, Gilliman shifted his violet gaze to the mortal warrior. Gerhard, Gilliman spoke, his voice clear and carrying great weight. Your deployment parameters in the Laponi sector showed an intuitive grasp of Iron Warrior's defensive geometry. Where do you chart their retreat paths and next attack points? Gerhard stepped forward, completely unbothered by the monstrously powerful aura of the Primarch or the still slightly suspicious glares of the Ultramarine captains who were not used to seeing a mortal held in such high regard. Gerhard tapped the hololithic projector, superimposing a network of subterranean aqueducts beneath the Faramis ocean grid. They aren't retreating to the void, pre-march, Gerhard said smoothly, pointing to a structural fault line. Their heavy armor is attempting to slide beneath the continental shelf to fortify the deep-sea thermal vents. If we route Cronus's tank columns here, we catch their logistical tail before they can submerge. Gilliman stared at the map for a single picosecond, his superhuman mind running 10,000 simulations simultaneously. A rare appreciative nod broke the Primarch's stone-faced intensity. An impressive assessment, Gilliman declared. Captain Ageman, execute the shift. Lord Gerhard's cell will retain tactical autonomy to act as our apex line breaker. With those words, Gerhard's positioning within the highest echelons of the Imperial war machine was solidified. He was no longer just a mysterious anomaly who fought inside the Temple of Correction. He was a recognized man of importance, a resource of objective, logical value sitting directly at the right hand of the Avenging Sun. Something considered impossible and highly unusual. Gilliman pressed the advantage across the rest of the planet, leading victorious attacks against Valmari, Mount Tarfus, and the frozen terrain of the Gaulinus Pass. The Ultramarines swept through everything in their path, flawlessly blending their elite skill and discipline with the visionary, multi-layered battle plans of their pre-march. Directly behind the conquering spearheads came the massive regiments of the Ultramar Defense Auxilia. Moving with perfect logistical efficiency, they immediately dug in and heavily fortified every newly secured territory. Because of this, whenever the forces of chaos tried to launch a desperate counterattack, they slammed into overwhelming, unbreakable resistance. One by one, the chaos warbands were outmaneuvered and systematically destroyed. Even the traders who managed to scramble onto ships and flee Macridge found absolutely no safety in the void. Their invasion craft were quickly surrounded by the waiting Ultramar defense fleet and reduced to drifting, burning scrap metal. Finally, after long, brutal weeks of non-stop fighting and a staggering toll of dead, the world of Macridge was liberated and fully reclaimed. Standing side by side upon the high ramparts of the fortress of Hera, Gilliman and Gerhard looked out over a secure homeworld. The first great victory of a new age was won, and the realm of Ultramar was firmly back under the control of its rightful master. Comment. 55 Comment. Vote. Chapter 93, Respect. The initial steps of the campaign to reclaim their territory had begun. Macridge was finally cleansed of chaos control. Robot Gilliman was eager to push forward, driven by an intense desire to expel the forces of chaos from the Ultramar sector completely. However, the troops he commanded desperately needed a break to reorganize and secure their positions. Thousands of injured soldiers required medical care, and hundreds of combat vehicles needed extensive repairs. And someone had to keep track of everything, check all the inventories, make sure the supplies were filled and ready. Gilliman was smart enough to recognize this and granted his followers the necessary breathing room. Not only that, but he also had recognized the sheer brilliance that was Gerhard and Excel, and almost couldn't get his mind off of it. It was just so brilliant in his mind, and he felt like a child again. Gerhard smiled knowingly to the side after explaining the intricate details of how one should use it or how it was intended to be used. He thought he was brilliant as well, but for another reason. By introducing this marvel of ages past, he believed that he wouldn't have to do as much. All in all, quite a good plan. Sadly, he wasn't dealing with an idiot. He was dealing with a transhuman logistics genius demigod. Instead of taking over, Gilliman officially tasked someone with handling that technology and ensuring everything was working as intended, giving him time to focus on other matters and speeding up the entire preparation and rebuilding process. And who was that lucky guy or woman? Fuck. Gerhard was the most obvious and logical choice. There was, however, a bit of a problem. Gerhard didn't really have much say or weight on Macridge. Sure, he was seen next to the Primarch by those inside the temple when he absolutely plowed through Chaos Space Marines, but the other thousands upon thousands of people, well, they didn't really see the mortal as anything special. Gerhard's inquiries and demands were ignored or sabotaged in ways, and he wasn't really taken all that seriously. He could have forced them, but that wouldn't have shown him in a positive light, would it? And he also wasn't going to run to Daddy Gilliman to tell on them. Nah, Gerhard, while he was an amicable dude, had lived in this reality long enough, and was smart enough, thanks to his high INT, to solve this himself. But how? When you're going to prison, what do you do to make sure that no one tries to bend you over and fill the hole? You look for the biggest, baddest SOB and smash his face in until he can't breathe anymore and then smile to show the others that that would happen to them as well. And while he wasn't going to challenge Robot, the next best thing was Marnius Calgar, who, while he had seen Gerhard's martial prowess, didn't really respect him all that much either. He was suspicious, and whatever else he thought of Gerhard, he was a good place to start. Gerhard started to provoke the old chapter master, asking him questions, wanting to know things, being nosy, and acting a bit arrogant or ignorant, and all that. He pushed Calgar more and more, knowing that the pressure would cause him to explode at some point. And that's what happened. Gerhard manipulated the setting perfectly, ensuring it was during an official meeting where many of the Ultramarines' higher echelons were present. "No, that won't work," Gerhard said, shooting down an idea from Calgar. It was like the 10th time he'd done that, and now the veteran had had enough. He smashed his massive, bare fist onto the data screen, cracking the reinforced glass, and pointed a thick finger directly at Gerhard's chest. The Strategium went dead silent. Space Marine captains, high-ranking chapter serfs, and logistics officers all froze, their eyes darting between the towering Lord Macrorag and the seemingly ordinary mortal who had been riding his nerves for the past hour. "Enough." Calgar's voice boomed, rattling the heavy iron light fixtures above. "You sit there, a mortal granted unearned authority, sneering at thousands of years of Ultramarines' tactical doctrine. You mock the logistics that have sustained this sector for millennia. I have tolerated your insolence out of respect for the Primarch, but I will not have my commander's plans dismantled by a petulant bureaucrat." Gerhard didn't flinch. In fact, a slow, entirely calm smile spread across his face. He leaned back in his chair, folding his hands behind his head in a display of utter relaxation that only infuriated the Space Marines further. "Do you think you can do it better?" Gerhard asked, his voice a smooth, infuriating contrast to Calgar's rage. He tilted his head, his eyes gleaming with calculated mischief. "If my presence and my methods offend your ancient traditions so deeply, former chapter master, then you can always challenge me for the position. Right here. Right now. Let's see if that legendary doctrine translates to an unarmored victory." A collective gasp echoed through the room. Challenging the veteran Space Marine, Marnius Calgar, at that was madness. Doing it as a regularized human, even one who had fought well in the shrine when he had armor, seemed like a death wish. No one truly believed that Gerhard was as powerful as it appeared. Who could he? The blank presence he projected made it hard to keep track of him and messed with senses. Also, they were incredibly prideful. Calgar stared at him, his jaw clenched so tightly the grinding of the teeth could be heard. His eyes moved to Robot, who was watching all of this and nodded, and then back to Gerhard. "A duel. No armor. Standard practice weapons. You wish to be humbled, mortal? Follow me to the cage. Let us see how your arrogance holds up when you aren't hiding behind our Lord's shadow." The chapter's primary apothecarian adjacent training ring was quickly cleared. Word had spread like wildfire through the fortress of Hera, and the upper viewing galleries were packed with hundreds of Space Marines, all eager to see the upstart mortal put in his place. In the center of the sand-covered pit stood Marnius Calgar. Even stripped of his towering Terminator armor, clad only in a simple white sparring tunic and trousers, he was a mountain of a man. His skin was a roadmap of service studs, horrific scars, and cybernetic ports. In his right hand, he held a heavy, weighted steel sparring sword, blunt, but more than capable of shattering bones. On the opposite side, Gerhard stretched his neck, wearing similar simple gray athletic clothes. He picked up an identical steel practice blade, balancing it casually in his hand. Unlike the angry Calgar, he looked utterly relaxed and ready. Without the Praetor suit or his anti-warp shotgun, Gerhard looked entirely outmatched. Using Observe showed that Calgar's stats were overwhelming, a towering beast of pure physical dominance with a staggering 135 strength and 145 vitality. Gerhard's physical stats were lower, but appearances could be deceiving. Calgar relied entirely on physical might, his Astartes training, and centuries of experience. Gerhard had an ungodly 259 INT, 171 WIS, and the cold awareness of gamer's mind. But not only that, his base stats of 120 STR and 122 VIT weren't that much lower, now that both of them were without armor. "First to yield, or first disabled," Calgar grunted, taking an unbreakable defensive stance. "I will not break you completely, boy. But you will learn your place." Big words from a big man. Less talking, more swinging, Gerhard smirked. Robot acted as the referee in this bout. Calgar exploded into motion. For a man of his size, his speed was terrifying. He closed the distance in a fraction of a second, bringing the heavy steel blade down in a brutal, overhead arc meant to smash Gerhard's guard, break quite a few bones and end the fight instantly. To the Astartes crowd, it looked fast, but still normal. To the mortals who got a glimpse, it looked like a blur. To Gerhard, it was nothing special. Gerhard didn't even bother trying to parry a blow backed by 135 strength. Funny enough, as soon as Calgar initiated the fight, Gerhard's physical stats went up by 30 due to the blessing of Gork and Mork. He slipped to the left, the heavy steel blade missing his shoulder by a millimeter and slicing through the air with a loud whoosh. Before Calgar could recover his momentum, Gerhard stepped into the chapter master's guard. He didn't use his sword to slash, he used his fist, driving it with pinpoint accuracy directly into the nerve cluster beneath Calgar's right armpit. Bang! Calgar grunted, his right arm momentarily losing feeling. The legendary Ultramarine reacted instantly, spinning to unleash a devastating left-hand back fist that would have decapitated a normal human. But Gerhard was already gone, ducking under the sweeping arm and delivering a sharp, agonizing kick to the back of Calgar's left knee. The giant stumbled forward, his balance broken. The viewing gallery went dead silent. The chapter master had missed twice, and the mortal hadn't even been touched. Calgar roared, turning around with a sweeping low strike meant to clear the zone. Gerhard anticipated the trajectory perfectly. He hopped over the blade with effortless grace, and while in midair, he spun, bringing his practice sword down in a lightning-fast strike across Calgar's exposed forearm. Whack! The steel blade bit deep into muscle. Calgar's grip almost failed, and his practice sword almost clattered into the sand. But he was a serious beast, no one would question that. There was a reason Calgar had been chapter master for as long as he had. Refusing to quit, Calgar lunged forward to grapple, intending to use his massive weight to crush Gerhard into the dirt. But Gerhard had sparred against Sisters of Silence, Lencilis, who was now one of the strongest custodes after Gerhard's healing and even the Eldar. He deflected Calgar's extended wrist, used the Space Marine's own rushing momentum against him, and punched Calgar's midsection. Divergent fist. Boom boom. The entire training pit shook as Marnius Calgar slammed hard against the wall and then onto his face in the sand, the breath completely exploding from his lungs. Gerhard had made sure not to use too much mana, as that would have killed the men quite easily, in fact. He was still trying to achieve that perfect strike, where Divergent Fist would evolve. Before the chapter master could even attempt to roll over, the cold tip of Gerhard's steel sparring sword was resting directly against his throat. The silence in the arena was absolute. Hundreds of Space Marines stared down in sheer, unadulterated shock. The great Marnius Calgar, hero of 100 war zones, who had fought a Tyranid swarm lord and endless chaos spawn, had been completely dismantled in less than 2 minutes by an unarmored mortal. Gerhard held the pose for 3 seconds, ensuring every single eyewitness absorbed the image. He had established his dominance. He had shown them that he wasn't someone to be ignored, sabotaged, or trifled with. Then, the cold, arrogant smirk vanished from Gerhard's face, replaced by a warm, respectful smile. He threw the sword away and reached out his hand. "You're as tough as the rumors say, Lord Calgar," Gerhard said, his voice carrying clearly across the silent arena, completely devoid of mockery. "If you had your armor and the gauntlets of Ultramar and hadn't underestimated me, I'd be a red smear on the wall. It's an honor to test my limits against a legend." Calgar lay in the sand for a moment, his chest heaving as his dual hearts hammered against his ribs. He looked at the offered hand, then up at Gerhard's face. He saw no mockery there, only a fierce, proud camaraderie and a tactical mind that had played him beautifully. But he also saw genuine warmth and care in those eyes. Calgar realized exactly what Gerhard had done. The mortal needed respect to do his job, and he had taken it the old-fashioned way. A low, rumbling chuckle started deep in Calgar's chest. He reached up, his massive hand clamping around Gerhard's forearm, and allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. "You are a terrifyingly deceitful man, Gerhard." "And a monstrous fighter," Calgar said, brushing the sand from his shoulders, a look of hard-earned respect in his eyes. He turned to face the stunned gallery of his captains. "Listen well. This man handles the logistics and the new technology by command of our Primarch, and by right of the ring. Anyone who delays his requests answers to me. Clear." A resounding chorus of "understood" echoed through the large hall. Gerhard smiled. He had enjoyed their little bout, despite being a bit exasperated that he had to waste time with it. Chapter 94, Parade. "So, do you believe me now?" Gerhard asked Guilliman after they were alone in his large room. "It is hard to deny the truth in such a situation. This shouldn't be possible." My sons are 100% loyal to the Emperor and me. Nothing is impossible. And I already told you the reason for this. You needed to see it yourself, which was why I asked you not to intervene. Do you think that the oldest ultramarine and a man of such renown would ever allow himself to be rage-baited like that? You are correct. That is unthinkable. But if it's already a fact, why did you ask me to hold back my presence? If it helps otherwise. Because you need to realize the predicament we find ourselves in. All of humanity, for that matter. Your presence has notified and alerted all of your traitor brothers and their patrons. The entire Macrage system will be filled with chaos and in ways that we won't necessarily see coming. So we need to be ready for all eventualities. I have already begun with the plans. How are you on your end? Well, I believe they bought our little act quite well. I have spent my time playing the role and asked Hans to do the groundwork. I will be able to finish it in a few hours, tomorrow at the latest, Gerhard said. Good. Then we shall prepare for the arrival of backup and the reveal. Meanwhile, Imperial backup began massing around Macrage. Navigating the violent warp storms ripping through the region and the entire galaxy, dozens of Space Marine ships gathered in orbit above the Ultramarines' home planet. Representatives from numerous successor chapters had fought their way through the chaotic energy of the warp, risking everything just to verify the most glorious of rumors with their own eyes: their Primarch was actually back. Warriors from the Nova Marines, the Sons of Auror, the Genesis chapter, and many others joined the growing force, bowing before Guilliman and pledging their absolute loyalty. All while Gerhard was busy inside a time dilation dungeon with Hans, who had joined him at this point, organizing and preparing for what was to come. The next crusade. The first steps had been taken upon the road of reconquest. Macrage, the planet, was free of chaos taint. Or so it seemed. Even Robot thought so until Gerhard told him the hard truth. As long as people were capable of thought and emotion, they would always be susceptible to chaos and corruption. Even the Astartes. It was a ridiculous notion that someone as trained, experienced, and headstrong as Marneus Calgar could be rage-baited. Their trust and loyalty towards their Primarch was unbreakable, wasn't it? It was, and yet, it was complicated. Could Robot be everywhere, all at once, at all times? Who were the Minotaurs? What is psycho-indoctrination? There were large gaps between what the public, and even the Primarchs, thought they knew and what was actually true. And it was time for Guilliman to rip that band-aid off. Chaos had power, real power, and it was dangerous. More so than it ever was during the Great Crusade, because it no longer had to hide. Sench was a real problem, and, if Guilliman hadn't been blessed with such good parents, Gerhard believed he would have been a follower of Titsnich, 100%. While the armies of the Ultramar reconquest were gathering, another opportunity presented itself. It was the Archconsul of Magna Civitas, the closest Ultramar had to a conventional governor, who arrived with a suggestion. Around the central hololith table, Robot Guilliman stood like a towering statue of muscle and brain, his brow furrowed as he reviewed troop movements and supply lines. Beside him stood Marneus Calgar, his face still bearing the faint purplish bruising from his recent sparring match with Gerhard, who was leaning casually against a nearby terminal, quietly looking at his spreadsheets and crunching thousands of numbers in his head. The heavy adamantium doors of the chamber hissed open, and the herald announced the visitor. The Archconsul of Magna Civitas, Lord Tyrannus Agathon. The Archconsul stepped forward, his ornate, gold-trimmed robes sweeping across the polished stone floor. Unlike the Astartes or the cold-eyed logistics officers, Agathon bore the unmistakable look of a high-tier mortal politician, shrewd, charismatic, and deeply attuned to the fragile psychology of the masses. But still different, as he was of Ultramar and therefore skilled and filled with the desire to see the 500 worlds prosper. He bowed low, pressing his fist to his chest. "My Lord Primarch," Agathon began, his voice carrying a practiced, resonant warmth. "Lord Chapter Master. I thank you for granting me audience in these galaxy-shaking days." Guilliman didn't immediately look up from the hololith, his massive armored finger tracing a supply vector. He thought about what Gerhard told him and sighed silently. "Speak, Archconsul. Macrage is safe, but the rest of Ultramar still suffers. Our time is short." "It is precisely because Ultramar bleeds that I am here, my lord," Agathon said, stepping closer to the perimeter of the tactical map. "The fighting within the fortress of Hera has ceased, but across the stars, the populace is paralyzed. They have felt the shadow of this great rift. They have seen the sky tear open. Rumors fly like a plague, whispers that Macrage has fallen, that the Emperor's light has died, that the archenemy has won. The heretics are driven from Makridge, Calgar rumbled, his deep voice vibrating in the chamber. The defense has held strong. The citizens will see our victory in the cold facts of our reconquest. With respect, Lord Calgar, citizens do not eat facts, nor do they draw courage from a ledger, Agathon countered smoothly, turning his gaze back to the Primarch. They need a miracle. They need to see it to believe it. I propose a grand victory parade through the avenues of Magna Civitas. What are you trying to say? Let the surviving companies march. Let the banners of the Ultramarines fly proud. And, above all, let the pickcasts record every moment, to be broadcast far and wide across every world we can reach within the Imperium. Guilliman finally raised his head. His eyes, which held an ancient, heavy, bleak and private wisdom and sorrow for the ruined state of his father's empire, narrowed slightly. A parade. Guilliman's voice dropped, laced with disapproval. You look out at a fortress covered in the blood of my sons, at a sector hanging by a thread, and you ask me to waste valuable hours on pageantry and self-aggrandizement. I am not a stage performer, Archconsul. The room's temperature seemed to drop. Calgar stiffened, and several nearby officers pulled their eyes away, sensing the Primarch's rising displeasure. But Agathon did not back down. He took a calculated step forward, offering a plea that was entirely devoid of fear, driven instead by something else. It is not for your ego, my lord. I know you care nothing for hollow praise, Agathon said with earnest passion. But consider the people. The Imperium is suffocating in darkness. In this blackest hour, mankind needs the light of hope. They need a shining example of victory to renew their faith, not just in the distant, silent emperor, but in Lord Guilliman reborn. If they see you, standing tall, undefeated, a living demigod walking among them, the psychological tides will turn. Factories will work double shifts. Militia recruits will flood the enlistment stations. Fear will turn to fury and conviction. Guilliman looked at Gerhard, his gaze falling back to the tactical map, though he wasn't reading the data anymore. The thought of a grand spectacle sat incredibly ill with his grim inner mood. He had just woken up to a living nightmare, a fanatical, decaying Imperium that worshipped his father as a god and twisted everything he had ever fought for. To march through the streets while thousands of ecclesiarchs screamed lies felt like a bitter farce. And yet, he knew this would come, so he was ready and had a plan for this. The Archconsul makes a valid point, my lord, Calgar spoke up. The mortal population is fragile. A display of our overwhelming martial pride would solidify morale far faster than any official decree. From the side of the room, the click of a data slate tapping against a desk broke the tense silence. Gerhard straightened up, adjusting his get-up. All eyes turned to him. We already talked about it, Robot, Gerhard said, entirely bypassing formal titles with a casualness that still made the Archconsul's eye twitch. Look at it from a pure numbers perspective. Right now, efficiency across civilian infrastructure is down by nearly 30% due to panic, hoarding, and existential dread. You can give them all the rations and security protocols you want, but terror is a massive drain on productivity and a window for chaos. Gerhard walked over to the hololith table, tapping a few keys to bring up a projection of the city's main avenues. Guilliman stared at the projection, tracking the logic. He despised the theatrical nature of it, the stomach-turning idolization that would undoubtedly accompany it. To use something which his father would have killed him for 10,000 years before. But as a master of statecraft, he could not deny the wisdom of the strategy. Very well, Guilliman said. We will have your parade, Archconsul. But it will not be a celebration of hollow vanity. It will be a solemn demonstration of our unbreakable resolve. The martial strength of the primogenitor chapters will be on display to show our enemies that we are ready for war, not that we are resting on our laurels. Agathon bowed deeply, a look of immense relief washing over his face. He was beyond ecstatic that his idea was to be implemented. Thank you, my lord. The pickcasters will capture a legend reborn. It will echo across the stars. Ensure that it does. Now leave us. We have an empire to rebuild. Mere days after victory was declared, it was time. A grand triumph swept up from the Titan Gate to the very steps of the fortress of Hera. Thousands of war engines, titans, and massive tanks, and millions of space marines presented their colors and raised cheers and horn blasts to the skies. A seething sea of the city's residents packed the Craterpock processionals and plazas to watch the proceedings, and voices beyond count rang out as one to cry Guilliman's praise in a single deafening roar. Everyone was excited to see a Primarch. A living, real Primarch, and not just a story about past glory. He was the closest thing there was that most mortals would ever see that was so closely related to the Emperor of mankind. Standing on a marble-columned platform with his closest lieutenants at his side, the Primarch dutifully presented the most magnificent spectacle he could for the assembled masses. If he was going to do this, he might as well do it right, just like he and Gerhard had discussed. Observe. A few paces to the side, Gerhard stood leaning against a marble pillar, his arms crossed over his chest. His gaze was moving over the massive crowd, but his gaze kept drifting back to the archconsul, Tyrannus Agathon, who was stepping forward with a velvet cushion held in his trembling hands. Excitement, most would say. Honor, others. They were all wrong. Resting upon the velvet was a stunningly wrought laurel wreath, beautifully crafted with shimmering gold. "My Lord Primarch," Agathon said, his voice amplified by the balcony's voximeters, carrying a reverent cadence. "The people of Ultramar offer you this token of our eternal devotion. A crown of victory for the savior of our realm. I urge you, sire, don the gilded crown at once, and let the galaxy see you for who you are." Guilliman looked down at the wreath. With a slow, measured movement, the Primarch reached out, picked up the golden laurels, and placed them upon his head. The moment the metal touched his temples, the crowd's roar faded into a distant hum. A sudden, overwhelming wave of warmth flooded Guilliman's consciousness. The heavy, suffocating blanket of despair, duty, and horror that had plagued him since his awakening was instantly obliterated. In its place, his mind was filled with dazzling, blinding thoughts of future glories. "Why did I hesitate?" his voice whispered in the deepest, most receptive corridors of his mind. "This paltry triumph, this single city, it is nothing. A microscopic drop in the ocean of what is rightfully mine." Images, vibrant and intoxicating, filled with honor, glory, and prosperity, flashed behind his eyes. He saw the great rift torn asunder not by chaos, but by the sheer brilliance of his new crusade. He saw his armies, not just thousands of space marines, but billions, trillions of soldiers, an endless sea of steel and banners stretching across the stars. He saw their faces, twisted in absolute loyalty for their heroic lord. They would die for him gladly, throwing themselves into the meat grinder just to whisper his name with their dying breaths. And they would be right to do so. Planets, solar systems, whole segmentums shifted across his mental map, their ancient names wiped away and replaced by a singular, glorious designation, Guilliman's Reach. Robud's Pride. The Imperium of the Avenging Sun. He saw the whipped dogs of Chaos, Abaddon, Mortar Ion, Magnus and the others, fleeing before his wrath like the pathetic, broken mutts they were, howling as they were driven into oblivion. Towering statues of solid gold and marble, miles high, were being raised across 1,000,000 worlds, all bearing his flawless likeness. And then, the ultimate vision manifested. The golden light of the Sol system. He saw himself marching into the Imperial Palace. He saw the ancient, decaying carcass of his father sitting upon the golden throne. He has failed. The Emperor is a corpse, a silent idol of a dying age. The throne is mine to mount. The Emperor's most loyal son deserves no less an inheritance. I am the only one who can rule. I will have my due. I will take the throne. The thought struck a special chord deep in Guilliman's soul. And something manifested itself. A cool sensation washed over him and through his mind and soul. No. The absolute, unbreakable loyalty that defined the avenging sun reasserted itself like a lightning strike. The sheer, blasphemous arrogance of the thought tore through the intoxicating fog. It was an infection. A psychic poison. And as soon as it appeared, the pre-planned protection activated and washed it all out, eliminating it before it could take root. With a violent gasping breath, Guilliman snapped back to reality. He opened his eyes again to the real world. And they widened with a sudden, burning fury. Arg! Guilliman roared, with a pure, unadulterated disgust. He reached up with his massive, armored hand and took the gilded crown from his head, throwing it to Gerhard, who caught it with one hand and looked at it with interest. "You were right," Guilliman said. "Observe. The crown of glories, laurel wreath of Slaanesh, rank, legendary. Durability, bound by warp animus. A stunningly wrought laurel wreath crafted from shimmering, pristine gold, intricately woven with micro-etched Slaaneshi runes invisible to the naked eye. While disguised to look like a sacred token of imperial devotion, it carries a shard of the demon Primarch Fulgrim's living animus. It targets the wearer's deepest subconscious desires, inflating their ego, pride, and ambitions to catastrophic, corruptive extremes and twisting lies into truth. Has never failed to corrupt anyone before. I hope this will at least help you," Guilliman said. "I'm certain it will." The defenses worked, I take it? Gerhard asked. Yes. It was like seeing myself from another perspective and not as if it were happening to me. I was able to see the truth for what it was and never truly believed what was happening. And your wave of psychic power even fully purified it. No residual energy. Gerhard nodded, all of this according to his plan. Naturally, he knew about the Archconsul, and he had told Gilliman, but he also told him that it would be beneficial to reveal chaos in front of thousands of people. To prepare them for what they were up against, other than the clear Chaos Space Marines. Chapter 95, Declaration of War. The Space Marines on the balcony instantly went on high alert, their hands reaching and leveling their weapons. Seize him! Gilliman commanded, his voice echoing over the roar of the crowds as he pointed a gauntlet finger at the Archconsul. Before the mortal could even attempt to flinch or turn, Grand Master Voldus had already reacted with the blinding speed of a Grey Knight veteran. His massive, blessed Terminator gauntlet shot forward, clamping down with crushing force onto Agathon's shoulder, while he locked him down with his psychic powers. The moment the Psychic Warden's holy, anti-warpward armor made contact with the robed dignitary's flesh, a horrific, high-pitched sizzle could be heard and smelled. Aha! The Archconsul let out a piercing, cursed shriek. The sound was mostly swallowed by the colossal, ocean's-well racket of the millions of citizens below, who were not yet entirely aware of the drama unfolding on the high balcony. But to those on the platform, the transformation was sickeningly clear. Under Voldus's grip, the illusions that veiled the Archconsul began to violently unmake themselves, bubbling and burning away like cheap wax beneath a blowtorch. The handsome, unblemished and noble features of the Archconsul melted, sliding down to reveal a misshapen, mutant thing. The Grey Knights, Calgar, and the surrounding officers instinctively recoiled, their faces contorted in revulsion, understanding, and anger. The creature trapped in Voldus's grip was a bulbous, deformed, fleshy abomination. Its skin was a pale, sickening violet, wet with a foul-smelling fluid. It roared and thrashed, its joints bending at impossible, horrifying angles. Around its thick, blubbery neck, suspended by a crude thong of cured human skin, hung a glowing, pulsing pink amulet. As Gilliman stared in absolute hatred at the cursed thing, a sudden, mocking voice hissed directly inside his mind. Gilliman knew this voice, he knew it well and remembered the one it belonged to, as if it had been yesterday. It was a smooth voice, made of silken poison rhythm that he wished he wouldn't have ever had to hear since the fateful, disastrous encounter on the fields of Thessala 10,000 years ago. Welcome back to your beloved Imperium, dearest brother. Fulgrim's voice purred directly into Gilliman's ear, dripping with cruel, decadent amusement, frustration and hatred all at once. It was filled with all the emotions that define the demon Primarch of Slaanesh, and it sickened the man. Gilliman's jaw clenched so tightly his teeth threatened to shatter. Fulgrim. Did you truly think your return would go uncelebrated? The demon Primarch's voice laughed, the sound echoing like a chorus of mocking sirens that seemed to derive pleasure from somewhere. I buried a tiny, beautiful fragment of my own animus within that delightful little amulet my servant wears. I must admit, I am profoundly disappointed, Robot. You rejected my gift. The crown of glories is such a beautiful thing. So many heroes, great and pure, have fallen so spectacularly to its sweet little promises. I had so desperately hoped I could corrupt you in the exact same fashion. The mutant creature in Voldus's grip began to laugh, a wet, bubbling sound that perfectly mirrored the psychic voice echoing in Gilliman's head. But do not fret, little lawmaker, Fulgrim taunted, his laughter growing louder, sharper, trying to cut like a razor blade through Gilliman's sanity. This is but the first of endless, delicious temptations you will face. Look at what your Imperium has become. Look at how they worship you. From this day forth, you will never be able to trust a single feeling of triumph again. Every victory will taste like ash. Every moment of self-satisfaction will make you wonder, is it real? Or am I merely wearing the crown again? Sleep well, bro. All right, enough of that. Gerhard's voice cut through the noise. He walked towards the Archconsul, whispering chants as he did. Mana chains of binding. Silence. The gurgling and corrupted sound ceased, and the figure was bound in chains that prevented it from moving a single muscle. The Grey Knights looked at Gerhard with their ultimate level of suspicion and alertness. They weren't sure what he was, and despite knowing what they felt when he had his blank skill active, they couldn't quite believe it. No one could do what he could do. So it made some sense. Then, Gerhard started chanting again. He had had little time to practice and try to create new spells using mana, but he had talked and trained with the Grey Knights and Voldus. From there, he had gotten inspiration and created mana-powered spells that could do similar things. Suppression. Isolation. Silence. Mana chains of binding. The amulet was wrapped and suppressed, and the power was nullified, leaving it ready for Gerhard to transport. He was not interested in diving too deeply into the warp and what it could do, but he wasn't going to ignore things like this. He would come across corrupted items or people more often now, and while he had a method of removing the corruption already, he wasn't going to demonstrate that here out in the open where Fulgrim and most likely Slaanesh could see it. Gerhard calmly strolled over to the bound, violently twitching mutant, casually tossing the small, glowing chunk of suppressed pink glass to Hans, who was standing nearby. He glanced up at the Grey Knights and offered a slight, respectful nod. Robot Guilliman didn't move. His towering form was bathed in the harsh sunlight of Makridge. His face, carved from stone, was shown to all the space marines and the mortals below. The venomous whispers of his corrupted brother still echoed in the corners of his mind, but his mental fortitude and Gerhard's blunt intervention had snapped the spell. The Primarch's intellect seized control. It was always done furtively, hidden from the wider Imperium. No one truly understood who or what they were fighting against. The Grey Knights had done the work and ensured it was hidden. But that wasn't going to work any longer. The cat was out of the bag now. Fulgrim wanted him to hide this. Fulgrim wanted him to harbor doubt, to let the poison fester in secrecy. No. The Avenging Sun would turn this assassination attempt into a lesson in absolute, uncompromising truth. Guilliman stepped forward. His massive, armored fingers clamped around the thick, violet flesh of the mutant's neck. With a casual, terrifying display of his demigod strength, he hoisted the pained, multi-limbed abomination into the air for all to see. He strode to the absolute edge of the gilded marble balcony, towering over the balustrade so that every single soul in the million-strong crowd below could see him. The change in the crowd was instantaneous. The festive, joyous cheering faltered. The rhythmic chanting of his name stopped and died away, replaced by a sudden, freezing wave of confusion and, for those who knew, anger and disgust. Millions of faces watched as their resurrected savior, clad in the magnificent armor of fate, held aloft a writhing, sickening mass of purplish, deformed flesh that dripped foul ichor onto the pristine white banners of the palace. The Pictcast drones moved closer, their lenses zooming in, broadcasting the grotesque reality to every large screen, tactical monitor, and hablock across the entire world of Makridge. Guilliman activated his armor's external voximeters. When he spoke, his voice sounded in the city like a new law, vibrating through the bones of every man, woman, and child. People of Ultramar. Citizens of the Imperium. Guilliman's voice boomed, stripped of all political warmth, carrying only the hard truth. Look upon this creature. Look closely at the thing that wore the robes of your archconsul. A collective, horrified gasp rippled through the streets of the normal citizens like a wave. People fell to their knees, not in worship, but in confusion and fear. The Imperial Guard didn't react apart from showing disdain and disgust, while the Astartes didn't move a muscle. You believe the war is won because the skies above Makridge have cleared. You believe that walls of stone and iron are enough to keep you safe. But our enemy does not merely march with tanks and blades. The ruinous powers of chaos are a cancer of the soul. They infect the weak, they bribe the greedy, and they wear the faces of those you trust most. They spread lies and taunt you, goading you to make a mistake and fall. He shook the thrashing mutant violently, letting the crowd see its unnatural, backwards-bending joints and bubbling flesh. This abomination had been turned to corruption by a coward. A traitor who tried to kill me 10 millennia ago. This happened to the Archconsul, someone of great importance and immense renown. Chaos wishes for you to hide in fear. It wishes for you to believe that the dark is absolute, and that doom is inevitable. Guilliman reached down, his hand wrapping around the hilt of the Emperor's sword. He drew the blade slowly, and the ancient psychoreactive blade ignited. A powerful, sunbright gush of psychic, holy energy enveloped the balcony, casting away every shadow in the grand plaza. The sheer, radiant heat of the blade made the air shimmer and heat up, its divine flame hungry to purge the souls of the damned and the energy of chaos. But I tell you this, Guilliman roared. The age of hiding the truth is over. We will not cover our eyes in ignorance, nor will we falter in the face of their grotesque designs. Today, we do not just celebrate a single victory on Makridge. Today, we declare an unyielding, eternal war of extermination against the forces of chaos. The millions below watched, transfixed, paralyzed by the sheer majesty and terrifying clarity of the Primarch, the demigod wielding his father's sword and demonstrating his seemingly immeasurable might. We will hunt them in the dark. We will purge them from our courts, our hives, and our stars. For every world they burn, we shall reclaim 10. For every soul they corrupt, we shall deliver 1,000 judgments of holy fire. Let the dark gods look upon the Imperium and know that humanity does not bow. We stand. We fight. And we shall strike fear into our enemies' hearts. With a lightning-fast sweep of his arm, Gilliman brought the blazing sword of the Emperor down. The psychic flame sheared through the mutant's body. The moment the psychic blade made contact, a blinding explosion of white divine energy erupted. The anathema to chaos properties of the mythical sword cascaded through the creature's biological and metaphysical form. The mutant's very soul was utterly destroyed and permanently obliterated from existence, leaving nothing but harmless white ash that scattered into the wind over the heads of the crowd. For a single, breathless second, the entire city of Magna Civitas was dead silent. Then, a roar erupted. It was not the soft, sycophantic cheering of a populace looking for a protector. It was a fierce, strong, bloodthirsty cry of a species that had just been given a grand purpose. One that was surely similar to what the Emperor had done in ages past. Hundreds of thousands of Astartes' fists slammed against chest plates in the Imperial salute. The Imperial Guard joined the shouting and the chants. For the Primarch. For the Emperor. Death to the traitors. Gilliman stood at the railing, the burning sword held high, his armor reflecting the golden light of the holy fire. Behind him, Gerhard leaned against his pillar, looking out at the large crowd. A small, genuine smirk crossed his face as he watched the notifications pop up in his vision. Quest update, the clarion call of Ultramar, complete. Faction morale, plus 50%. Civilian productivity, plus 35%, fanatical zeal. Not bad, robot, Gerhard muttered, turning back to his terminal to let his spreadsheets run the new, vastly improved numbers. Not bad at all. Now let's see how the rest of the galaxy likes the news. What are our plans, Master? Hans asked. Well, Hans, we are going to liberate the entirety of Macridge system, so we might as well do it in style. Since the resources for the crusade are mostly done, I think we can indulge ourselves in a side project. Oh, a side project, yes. I think that would do nicely. Is it finally time to do the upgrades to Gustav? Indeed. But I think we might as well go bigger. Bigger as in use what Chaos left behind. Oh ho ho. Some Ultramarines looked at the two, who had absolutely lost their minds. But they were used to eccentric personalities in the nobility of the Imperium, so that wasn't even the strangest thing. They just hoped that Lord Gerhard wasn't going to lose his mind so soon. He was irreplaceable. Who could truly comprehend what Gerhard meant when he said they were going to go bigger? Chapter 96, Clean the House. Every day, more warships appeared above Macridge. They emerged from the warp alone, in squadrons or at the head of entire fleets. Some arrived damaged, with their armor scorched and their crews exhausted from forcing a path through the warp storms. Others popped into real space in perfect formation, weapons ready, with their captains unwilling to trust even the thought of a miracle that had brought them here. All had come for the same reason, however. Robot Gilliman had returned, a living Primarch, a living son of the Emperor of Mankind. From the high command chamber of the Fortress of Hera, Gilliman watched tactical projections fill with new fleet markers. Gerhard had been working almost non-stop to make things easier for the Primarch and therefore more efficient. The skies over Gilliman's home world had become crowded with massive vessels from every branch of the Imperium. Gerhard compared him to a rock star of old Terra who was about to give a concert. The Dark Angels only sent a small delegation. Their strike cruiser remained at the edge of the system while a handful of robed officers traveled to Macridge to confirm the reports for themselves. They were respectful, but guarded and, as per usual, secretive and mysterious. They watched Gilliman closely, as though expecting some flaw in the illusion to reveal itself. But Gerhard told Robot that they were not corrupted or had too many alternative motives, so it was fine. The Raven Guard behaved much the same. Their representatives arrived without ceremony, studied the Primarch from beneath the shadows of their hoods, and quietly transmitted their findings to their chapter, then moved into the shadows of the buildings. Gilliman understood their caution, especially after Gerhard had told him about some of the Imperium's past 10,000 years' history. The Imperium was full of false prophets, demonic tricks and fabricated miracles. If he had heard that one of his brothers had suddenly returned after 10,000 years, he would have demanded proof as well. Unlike others, it was rather easy to confirm it, though. A Primarch had a presence unlike any other. Other space marines required no such reassurance, like the more cautious and crafty chapters. Bands of space wolves came howling into the Macridge system, broadcasting challenges, oaths and songs across military vox channels. The White Scars arrived with far less noise, but their ships crossed the system with incredible speed, which Macridge's defense fleet might have mistook for an attack, had Gerhard not told them what it actually was. Why they chose such an approach was anybody's guess. Then came the Black Templars. Their vessels announced themselves with cathedral bells broadcast across the system, and at the center of their formation sailed the strike cruiser Scourge of Heretics, its black hull covered in purity seals, devotional script, and the scars of countless past battles. Their Thunderhawks landed in the outer courtyard of the fortress of Hera, where Marshal Amalrich was waiting for them. He stood alone beneath the shadow of Guilliman's fortress, still wearing the battered armor in which he had fought inside the Primarch's shrine. Of all the Black Templars who had fought beside him in the shrine, Amalrich alone had survived, simply because he had refused Gerhard's grace to heal them. They were idiots and lost causes, honestly. Gerhard wasn't that sad to see them die out. Less problems down the line. How the Black Templars, the Inquisition, and the Ecclesiarchy were going to react was anyone's guess. It was a bit of a mess, the Imperium. The ramps of the first Thunderhawk struck the ground, and Black Templars marched out. At their head walked 3 chaplains, their skull-faced helms turned towards the lone marshal. For several seconds, no one spoke. Then Amalrich dropped to one knee. "My brothers." The leading chaplain stopped before him. Amalrich raised his head. His face showed exhaustion, but there was something else in his eyes, an intensity that bordered upon madness. He had seen the Primarch rise. He had watched Guilliman step from the stasis field and destroy the enemies surrounding his throne. For Amalrich, there could be no doubt about what had happened. But he had also seen the magnificence of Gerhard and his immense capabilities against the forces of chaos. And yet, he was conflicted. He hated him as much as he loved and revered him. It made sense, since Gerhard was the most powerful blank if he wished, and therefore evoked the grossest forms of dread from all those who were alive. And yet, he chose to focus on the Primarch. The Emperor had reached into the darkness and returned his son to humanity. The chaplain studied him before placing one gauntlet hand upon the marshal's shoulder. "You stood before the avenging sun at the hour of his rebirth," he said. "You alone survived when your brothers sacrificed their lives." "They held the enemy long enough," Amalrich replied. "Their deaths bought the Primarch back. And now the Emperor has returned him to us." "The Emperor's hand is upon him," the chaplain declared. The assembled Black Templars struck their fists against their breastplates. No pity. No remorse. No fear. Their cry shook the courtyard. Astropaths across the Imperium had dreamed of a giant in blue armor rising from a field of fire. Seers spoke of a new star burning in the east. Imperial nobles woke screaming Guilliman's name despite never having seen his face. Wherever the light of the Astronomicon could still be perceived, rumors of the returned Primarch spread. Those who trusted such visions came to Ultramar. Imperial Navy battleships arrived with their escort squadrons and formally placed themselves at Guilliman's command. The Adeptus Mechanicus sent red-hulled fleets filled with Scitarii, battle automata, and immense coffin ships carrying the god engines of the Titan legions. Their tech priests claimed that logic had guided them, to which Gerhard rolled his eyes. Even the Adeptus Administratum came, and with them, their haughty behavior that befitted the most powerful faction in the Imperium. Its representatives arrived in slow processions of shuttles, bringing scribes, logisticians and mountains of paperwork. They appeared ready to document the miracle, catalog every army gathering around it, and then argue for several decades about which department possessed the authority to hold the mountains of paper. Guilliman welcomed the soldiers, and he tolerated the administrators. He simply told them to address Gerhard and made them his problem. Something Gerhard hadn't taken lightly. He almost deserted right there and became a heretic. And yet, in the spirit of the grim dark future, this was the start of something that would grow into a very peculiar relationship. One that would have a monstrous impact on the Imperium's future. Then the Adeptus Ministorum arrived. Oh bother. The Cyber Synod descended upon the fortress of Hera surrounded by service skulls, incense, and chanting priests. Its members had replaced much of their bodies with machinery. Several were carried upon mechanical thrones. Others moved on clusters of metal limbs, trailing cables, sensors and parchment behind them. Vox grills had been built into their throats so that every statement emerged as a distorted chorus. They demanded an audience with the Primarch, because of course they did. The entitlement was through the roof. Guilliman received them in one of the fortress's great assembly halls. Saint Celestine stood to his right. Inquisitor Greyfax waited nearby as well, one hand resting upon the head of her power maul. She had become Team G-Man and was going to fight for it as feverishly as she had for whatever she did before. The members of the Synod stared at Gilliman with a desire and greed he found deeply unpleasant. Naturally, he understood what was happening, since Gerhard had been so gracious as to bother explaining in detail what kind of clusterfuck the Imperium had become, especially the Adeptus Ministorum after Goj van Dyer. The leading cardinal raised several mechanical arms. The being before us has been confirmed as Robert Gilliman, returned Primarch of the 13 Legion, avenging son of the Emperor and sacred guardian of mankind. I am not sacred, Gilliman said. His deep voice permeated the air and caused the Synod to hesitate. Its members looked at one another, communicating through bursts of machine code and whispered prayer. The divine nature of the Primarch is established within the holy teachings of the Ecclesiarchy, the cardinal replied. Then your teachings are wrong. The words silenced the hall. Several priests recoiled and gasped as if Gilliman had struck them. Greyfax closed her eyes briefly. Celestine remained calm, though Gilliman noticed the tension in her expression. The cardinal's mechanical limbs twitched. The Synod must proclaim your beatification before the faithful. No. The answer came without hesitation. Gilliman rose from his throne. My father denied that he was a god. We fought to free humanity from superstition, yet I awakened to find the Imperium drowning in it. You will not use me to strengthen a lie. He turned and walked from the chamber before the Synod could respond, much to the uproar of the Ministorum priests. Celestine and Greyfax found him conversing with Gerhard. My lord, you shouldn't simply dismiss them, Greyfax said. I just did. The Ecclesiarchy commands the loyalty of billions of people, she continued. Its priests reach worlds where imperial law is little more than a rumor. Its words can raise armies, crush rebellions, or begin them. And that makes their beliefs true. No, Greyfax replied. It makes them powerful. Gilliman looked towards Celestine. The living saint met his gaze without fear. I understand your concerns, my lord. But no matter their political reasoning, the truth remains. The Emperor is a... Don't. They will proclaim you holy whether you grant them permission or not, she said. If you reject them publicly, many will decide that you are an impostor. Others will call your words a test of faith and worship you even more fiercely. In the age Gilliman remembered, reason had been a weapon against the darkness. Now reason itself had become suspicious and heretical. Humanity's ignorance was so deeply rooted that tearing it away too quickly would bring the entire Imperium down with it. He turned to Gerhard, who was still typing away on his screen. Feeling the Primarch's gaze, he looked up and nodded. Not even you can change the lies that have taken root and grown for thousands of years. If you wish to change this, the slow approach must be taken. Having the Ecclesiarchy against you is not favorable. Besides, think about the amount of power you will hold if you control the head who is a member of the High Lords of Terra. Besides, no one thinks anymore. Change the words in the Skolos book slightly over the span of a few years, and they will preach whatever you want them to. It's actually an immense risk that Titsnich uses to turn entire worlds. But very effective, nonetheless. Besides, I think you should converse with your father before dismissing them outright. Because no matter what the Emperor was 10 millennia ago, it is hard to say what exactly he is now, Gerhard finished. Very well, he said at last. They may make their proclamation. I will not repeat their claims, and I will not declare myself a god. They will consider your silence divine humility, Greyfax warned. Gilliman released a long breath. Of course they will. The proclamation was made the following day. Millions gathered upon Makridge while countless more watched through picked feeds transmitted across the system. The Cyber Synod declared Gilliman's return a sacred miracle and named him the Emperor's living son, sent back to save mankind in its darkest hour. Soldiers fell to their knees, priests wept, and bells rang from the fortress to the ships in orbit. Across the planet, soldiers from hundreds of worlds raised their weapons and shouted Gilliman's name. At least, the Astartes weren't part of that, well, most of them, at least. The Primarch did not believe himself divine. He did not accept the Ecclesiarchy's teachings, and he felt no pride in the worship directed at him. But he saw what their faith had created. Gerhard was right, and if his words were to be believed, then his father had truly become something other than what he was initially. Not long after this, the armies of reconquest were finally ready to set out. Gilliman, the returned Primarch, led them into battle with relief. Relieved to get back to something he understood and preferred to dealing with the faithful fools. The first target was the Macrage system itself. Several worlds belonging to the system had been taken and occupied by the forces of chaos, and he would meet them with the fist of all his anger he had accumulated over 10,000 years. On the hive world of Artium, an Iron Warriors warband called the Bitter Suns had taken over one of the planet's 3 underground hives, heavily fortifying its complex tunnel networks. Gilliman teamed up with the surviving auxilia garrisons from hives Geodrain and Tarnus and was accompanied by Gerhard, Hans, and the Castellan battle golem. Together, he led elements of the Ultramarines' 4th and 6th companies through a subterranean nightmare to assault Hive Magmaria. The close-quarters combat was brutal. The heavily outnumbered Iron Warriors fought to the bitter end, holding their defensive lines until the last man fell. Bodies piled up so high they blocked entire mag tunnels, and enough blood spilt into the undersump that it flooded out of the hive's drainage grates. Thanks to Gerhard and the seriously overpowered Castellan golem, the heaviest settlements could be brute-forced and ultimately secured a blood-soaked Gilliman and his forces the victory. Meanwhile, the Shrine world of Lapis hosted the Liberation's largest space battle. The Ultramar defense fleet clashed with the Alpha Legion ships blockading the planet. Marnius Calgar led the attack from the captain's chair of the ancient flagship, Macrage's Honor. The Ultramarines' fleet aggressively pushed into orbit, their heavy guns driving away the Alpha Legion ships that had been bombarding the surface. However, the initial success quickly took a dark turn. A group of retreating Imperial cargo ships turned out to be hijacked by Alpha Legion cultists. Rigged with massive explosives, these suicide ships rammed into the Ultramarines' fleet, crippling several vessels. But Calgar had anticipated this kind of trap. He unleashed a backup plan. A reserve fleet of fast strike cruisers and frigates ambushed the enemy from behind Lapis' third moon, Aurora. Simultaneously, elite strike teams, including Ultramarines' Tech Marines, dropped onto the planet and successfully rebooted the world's damaged orbital defense grid. Trapped in a 3-way crossfire, the Alpha Legion fleet was destroyed, reduced to a ring of floating debris orbiting the Shrine world. After the Macrage system was finally secured following more battles, they turned their sights towards the rest of the former 500 worlds that originally belonged to Ultramar. And it was then that Gerhard was finally finished with his project and got to use it in a campaign of his own. Chapter 97, Bigger, yeah, let's go with that. Gerhard looked at the display, showing the massive battlefield. Iskra had probably been a pleasant world before chaos invaded it. Now it was ugly and on fire. Black ash fell from the sky, covering the Ashen Meridian in a layer thick enough to suffocate in. Manufactorums burned along the horizon. Broken towers leaned against one another like exhausted giants, while the warp storm above turned the clouds red and purple. Gerhard watched it all through his command display. In front, the super heavy tanks moved across the ruined industrial hab blocks at nearly 100 kilometers per hour. 400 tons of mana-reinforced adamantium, auramite, and unimaginable engineering tore through chaos trenches, crushed space marine barricades and sent abandoned and corrupted war engines crashing down. And that was merely the first of the new group Gerhard had created. A small platoon of tanks, all of which had been created by Gerhard and were under the control of Gustav. The lead vehicle fired its mana bane blade cannon. A blue-white flash swallowed an entire fortified hab stack. The upper floors lifted from their foundations before disintegrating, while the lower levels collapsed into the trench network beneath them and crushed those who hid there. The other tanks fired a fraction of a second later. 5 impacts impacted across the enemy line in terrifying succession, destroying bunkers, ammunition stores, and anti-tank and aircraft positions. No human crews could have coordinated their fire so precisely and used the tanks like an infantry unit, while being constantly on the move. Thankfully, they did not have human crews. Each tank was a golem, under Gustav's control. He could control every track, weapon, and targeting system simultaneously, if he wanted, but that's not what he did most of the time. He gave them instructions and acted as a team leader, but they could act on their own once they had them. This was the first true automatic armored tank formation Gerhard had created. The fact that every vehicle was technically a golem might become confusing later, but Gerhard preferred it this way, as he didn't want more artificial spirits than necessary. For now, it worked, and it was glorious. Inside the command block, Gerhard felt the movement beneath his feet. From the outside, the latest project had just rolled up. Hans and Sarah Val looked at an enormous, heavily modified super heavy tank. It was wider than a regular bane blade, with a sharply angled blue hull and a massive mana cannon running along the center. Heavy tracks carried it across the broken ground, while armor plates shifted constantly. Yet it was not a tank. No, it was, but not only. This monster would see its first battle today, as the first and only of its type and line. Are we ready? Gerhard asked. We are, Master, Hans confirmed. Then get ready. Uriel, Claudius, you two follow Hans and Sarah's command. I'll take my personal vehicle, Gerhard told the two ultramarines standing guard. As you command, Lord Gerhard. The two space marines followed Sarah as she made her way outside to board the super heavy tank, while Hans looked at Gerhard for a while longer. Gerhard waved his hand and took out his personal vehicle from his inventory. There it is. He. Master, you're giggling again, Hans said. I can't help it. Who would have thought that I would one day drive this car? I don't understand what you like about it, Master. It is, forgive me for saying this, the worst thing I have seen you create. Gerhard gasped in Italian and looked at Hans with disgust. How dare you? This is a Lancia. A Lancia, Hans. Do you understand this? A Lancia Rally 037. This is a piece of ancient history. Gerhard wiped away a tear. And it's glorious. Master, a lot of the things inside this car aren't working, Hans said with as much exasperation as a creation such as him could manage. Of course not. If everything were working, it would be an Audi. And it's clearly a Lancia. You still have much to learn. Underscore. Clearly, yes. Now, get going. It's time we start our experiment and test the newest addition to our fighting force. As you say, Master. Gerhard, meanwhile, despite his name, loved Italian cars. Because, why wouldn't he? What was there not to love about them? Sure, they didn't always work, some of the parts weren't doing anything, and it was mostly about how it looked, but those were details, really. And while it looked and drove like a genuine Lancia Rally 037, Gerhard naturally added some things to make it very powerful for him in almost any situation. He pressed the start button and powered up the massive engine. My word, this is the most erotic thing I have ever experienced in this life. The Necrons and the prissy elderly can all fuck off. 'Cause humanity's back, baby. Musical notes, whoa. Joiner. Yeah, I done did a lot of things in my day, I admit it. I don't take back what I say, if I said it, then I meant it. All my life I want a Grammy, but I'll probably never get it. I ain't never had no trophy or no mother fribbin'. Fuck the system, I'm that, bend the law, cut the rules. I'm about to risk it all, I ain't got too much to lose. Y'all been eatin' long enough, it's my turn to cut the food. Pass the plate, where my drink? This my day, lucky you, fuck you too. Woo. Musical notes. Gerhard sped through the wide and broken streets, keeping up with all the information that was transmitted to him via the link he had with Hans and listening to his own interpretation of Eminem. Enemy artillery has adjusted its aim, Hans reported from the station inside the former Castori's night. Impact in 4.3 seconds. Gerhard examined the tactical display. How many? First barrage, 48 shells. Second barrage, 96. A third group of batteries is waiting to observe our response. Sarah looked up from the Astra Militarum command channel. Gerhard gripped the wheel harder and performed a hard turn around a hab block. Gustav, scatter the platoon. Hans, move hard right. The transformed Castori's Knight's tracks locked on one side while the opposite assembly accelerated. Nearly 1,000 tons of metal swung around the corner of a ruined manufactorum with an agility no vehicle of its size should have possessed. Gustav's tanks separated without slowing down. Two went left, smashing through hablocks. Another drove directly into a drainage channel. The remaining pair turned towards the Imperial rear lines. The first Iron Warrior shells rained down on them. The barrage struck in complex patterns, destroying roads, collapsing more buildings and cutting off the routes Gustav's tanks might have used to escape or flank their positions. The traitors were firing at where the tanks could go. Explosions rolled across the ground as the Chaos Marines unleashed the firepower that the Iron Warriors were known for. They were real and hardcore warriors, and against anyone other than Gerhard, they would have posed a serious challenge. Entire buildings came apart. A hab tower collapsed across Gustav's Golem tank's path, forcing the super heavy tanks into a narrow industrial avenue. Hans watched the new trajectories appear and calculated responses. The second barrage is targeting our predicted evasive positions. They knew which way we would turn. Gerhard asked. They prepared solutions for nearly every available route. Quite impressive, if I may say unheretically. Sarah's expression hardened as the information came through the live feed. Iron Warriors. The sons of Perturabo did not fight like the howling corn worshippers Gerhard had massacred en masse before. They did not charge in blind rage, trusting divine favor to carry them through gunfire. Every ruined tower had been converted into a position for them to fight from and to turn into a trap at a moment's notice. Every road had been mined, every open space covered by overlapping weapons, and every apparent weakness had been designed to draw attackers into another kill zone. Hundreds of Chaos War engines were flying through the air or waltzing through the streets. In a way, Gerhard saw them as the human antithesis to orcs. They were a much stiffer version of Gerhard. Also more corrupted and far less outrageous than he was. Because, while they saw this as a tactical battle, where they fought for their cause and all that chaos bullshit, Gerhard saw this as a testing ground and nothing more. This was his chance to beta test his newest weapon. The second barrage landed, and a shell struck the Castori's front armor. The command compartment jumped slightly despite the stabilizers. Warning sigils flashed across the display as the energy from the detonation covered the transformed Titan in fire. Sarah caught herself against the console, while Hans didn't move. He had connected himself to the Castoris and was micromanaging everything, while sending information back to Gerhard. Outer armor penetration, 11.4%. Kinetic force dispersed. Polymorphic necro-wraithbone armor responding. Mana distribution initiated. Damage fixed. Resistance to enemy siege ammunition increased by 15.82765%. That was not a standard shell, Sarah said. No, Hans confirmed. Adamantium penetrator, created from Chaos Forges. It contained a delayed plasma charge and a warp-reactive secondary payload. The two Ultramarines frowned as they heard that. All in one shell. The Iron Warriors apparently considered us a primary threat. Quite smart of them. They impressed me today. Heretic scum. The third barrage began, but this time the Iron Warriors targeted Gustav. They had realized that while the biggest danger was indeed the transformed Imperial Titan, the powerful super-heavy battle tanks were moving into position and attempting to encircle them. The tanks were still moving independently, but the traitors had memorized their speed. Shells fell ahead of them, hitting the ground and moving backwards towards the approaching formation. Counter-battery fire, Gerhard ordered over the command channel. Basilisk batteries, coordinates are being transferred now, Sarah said. The Astra Militarum artillery responded just as Gerhard had instructed them. Before the battle began, he had assigned the soldiers to specific positions and ordered them to wait for his signal and know when to fire. Hundreds of guns hidden behind the Imperial lines opened fire in a perfect pattern. Their shells passed overhead with increased speed after being improved by Gerhard. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then explosions appeared along the Iron Warriors' distant artillery ridges as well as in the air, as the shells impacted one another and prevented them from reaching Gustav's tanks. Hans studied the results. Estimated enemy battery losses, 9%. Only. That barrage would have destroyed a conventional artillery regiment, Sarah commented. Their emplacements are neither conventional nor exposed. Most of the visible weapons were decoys, Claudius said. The veteran Ultramarine naturally knew the Iron Warriors and how they worked. It was their minds which Gerhard appreciated the most. They were the most flexible, and next to the White Scars and Salamanders, Gerhard liked the Ultramarines the most. Any other chapter would not be able to stomach what Gerhard did. Still, it was hard to argue with divine blessings, the words of a living Primarch and most importantly, results. The surviving Iron Warriors changed positions and fired again. Their counter-battery barrage struck the Imperial artillery less than 30 seconds later. Red icons vanished from Gerhard's display. They had allowed the Imperial guns to fire once merely to locate them and then moved out of the way to use a retaliation strike. It was really enjoyable for Gerhard to fight the Iron Warriors. Quite competent. But the Astra Militarum soldiers he had placed at the artillery had been instructed to abandon post after their initial strike and then take up their next positions. They sacrificed their decoy batteries to identify ours, Hans said. Yes. And now they know exactly where everything is. So do we. Gustav's voice came through the command link. Master, I have encountered resistance. On the display, Gustav disappeared into the narrow industrial avenue, where the ground beneath it exploded. Melta charges buried under the road turned the earth into liquid fire. The super-heavy tank's forward section dropped into a concealed pit, its tracks tearing through unsupported rubble, which slowed their speed considerably. The Iron Warriors had built the trap beneath 3 meters of reinforced ferrocrete. Gustav's main gun remained operational, and he used his turret to rotate towards the surrounding buildings. Before he could fire, though, the buildings moved. Armored shapes tore free from beneath camouflage netting and sheets of rusted metal. Not only that. They also broke through the ground entirely, coming forth from deep caves. They had been buried within the ruins, their reactors kept cold and their demonic occupants silent until the trap was sprung. Mauler fiends charged from everywhere suddenly. One of them climbed onto Gustav's turret and drove its claws into the gun housing. Gustav fired anyway. The Mana Baneblade cannon discharged at point-blank range. The shell passed through the Mauler fiend's chest like a hot knife through butter, continued through 2 more, several buildings and detonated somewhere beyond them. The demon engine's upper body disappeared, but its legs remained locked around the tank. A second Mauler fiend tore into one of Gustav's golem's exposed track assemblies. Assistance required, Gustav said. Gustav 2 and 4, support 3. 1 and 5, maintain the advance. Gerhard, who was driving towards a particularly heavy fortified position, connected to Hans. Bring our newest friend online. Waves of mana began moving through the Castoris' hull. Hans transmitted the commands and redirected power, while preparing for the approaching change. The immense cannon mounted on the Castoris changed shape. Armor panels withdrew as rings of metal separated around the barrel and energy started to gather between them, forming a sphere of compressed light blue light. Hans selected a massive cluster of Mauler fiends attacking Gustav 3. Particle mode ready. Fire, Gerhard ordered. The cannon discharged. It sounded like a bottle of champagne that was opened. A line of bright blue energy seemed to materialize across the battlefield sky, and in the same instant, the Mauler fiend vanished. There was no explosion. The beam passed through armor, demon flesh, and the ferrocrete beneath it, reducing everything along its path to glowing particles and energy. The single surviving demon engine turned towards the approaching Castoris tank. Its mechanical mouth opened, showing chaos flames that it was about to fire at the approaching doom. Then Gustav II struck it from the side. 400 tons of super-heavy tank slammed into the Mauler fiend and drove it through the wall of a manufactorum, while Gustav IV followed with its demolisher cannon fired. BOOOOOMMM. Metal, stone, and pieces of demon engine rained across the area. Gustav III is immobilized, Hans reported. Self-repair systems require approximately 6 minutes. The battlefield had become chaotic. But it was clear that Gerhard held the upper hand, despite what it looked like. Everywhere there was fighting. Ultramarines fought Chaos Marines, the Astra Militarum was doing what it could, while Gerhard and the super-heavy tanks took the brunt of it. Right, time for close-quarter chaos. Brace. As the command left Gerhard's lips, he threw the Lancia into a violent rally, the rally car's tires screaming against the pulverized and melted terrain of the battlefield as music blasted through the cabin. Hans initiated the sequence. Activating bipedal combat protocols. Commencing structural reconfiguration. Inside the heavily modified Castoris command throne, Saraval and the 2 Ultramarines braced themselves as the impossible happened. The entire hull of the super-heavy tank seemed to fracture, but instead of breaking apart, the polymorphic necrodermis and wraithbone fusion shifted with as much mechanical grace as possible. Treads folded inward, forming massive, heavily armored legs. The front chassis split and rose, elevating the command bridge into the chest cavity of a towering, bipedal titan. The massive particle cannon seamlessly integrated itself into the construct's left arm, while the right formed a heavily reinforced mechanical hand. Finally, the head locked into place, a cyclopean helm featuring a single, glowing blue orb that burst with concentrated mana. Welcome to the battlefield. Shockwave. Chapter 98, For the War Chief. The engines of the Lancia Rally 037 roared as the Quidialot horsepower was unleashed, its mana-infused exhaust pipe spitting cyan flames into the falling black ash of Iskra. Ahead, a fortified line of Iron Warrior Havocs and a towering Defiler were unleashing hell, but Gerhard just grinned and flipped a row of toggles next to the rally shifter. Time for the custom options. The Lancia's iconic quad headlights suddenly retracted, instantly replaced by twin-linked, hyper-compressed manaparticle beam arrays. At the same time, the sleek side skirts flipped open to reveal rows of micromissile swarms, and the roof-mounted air scoop split apart to deploy an automated, auto-targeting rotary macro cannon. The car turned into a rolling fortress of absolute overkill, driving entirely on testosterone. A storm of cyan beams tore through the Havoc's heavy adamantium armor as if it were wet paper. The micromissiles deployed in a chaotic swarm, hunting down and obliterating 2 chaos predators hidden in the ruins with pinpoint accuracy. The rotary macro cannon barked continuously, shredding anything that moved in a 360-degree arc. Through the sheer devastation of his own making, Gerhard yanked the hydraulic handbrake, initiating a 200 mph sideways drift that took the pristine white and blue rally car cleanly beneath the leg of the staggering, badly damaged Iron Warrior's defiler. As the car slid underneath, Gerhard pulled the eject lever and was shot upwards. He reached the chest cavity of the defiler, cocked his hand, and unleashed a point-blank charge of his most powerful version of Divergent Fist. Naturally, he wore his MK/IVS Apex Predator suit. Boom. The initial physical strike shattered the demon engine's left main joint. 0.3 of a second later, the delayed mana shockwave detonated inside its armor plating, blowing the defiler's upper torso clean off its legs in a fountain of boiling demonic essence. Gerhard, having completed his duty, fell back down into the waiting Lancia and pressed the accelerator. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Gerhard cackled over the stereo system, which was currently playing music at maximum volume. Hans. How's Shockwave holding up? From inside the transformed Castori's Titan, Hans' voice came through the comms, entirely unbothered by the hellish warscape. Shockwave's structural integrity is at 98.4%, Master. We have drawn the attention of the local Iron Warriors' heavy armor units. Through the shattered smoke ahead, 2 corrupted Warhound Titans, which were spiked, rust-eaten monstrosities bearing the heretical markings of the Chaos Undivided, stomped forward, their Vulcan megabolters booming. Beside them, a towering Chaos Reaver Titan rumbled over the Ferrocrete ruins, its carapace-mounted Apocalypse missile launcher angling toward Shockwave. 2 Warhounds and a Reaver, Sarah Vol breathed over the command channel from inside Shockwave's chest cavity, her hands flying across tactical monitors. They're locking void shields. Let them lock, Gerhard laughed, steering the Lancia up a collapsed overpass to gain a vantage point. Hans, would you please show these rust buckets what a legendary-grade polymorphic necrodermis wraithbone transformer can do? Inside Shockwave, Hans engaged the ambulatory mana routing. The impressive dexterity of the transformer Castori's Titan kicked into full effect. The bipedal 36-foot Titan moved with speed that defied every law of Imperial and Chaos physics for the Titan and Night-class warlords. As the leading Warhound fired a volley of high-explosive plasma rounds, Shockwave didn't even need to raise its void shield. It simply stepped to the left, its necrodermis wraithbone armor shifting smoothly, following Hans' commands, and executed a fluid side dash that sent the plasma scorching harmlessly into a ruined hablock behind it. Gerhard had truly outdone himself and taken the first step beyond the 2 most technologically advanced races in the galaxy. By combining the adaptive and strong features of the necrodermis with the psychoreactive nature of Wraithbone, he had effectively created something never seen before. And he wasn't even finished improving it yet. There was still adamantium and auramite that he added as well, but which would be even better in time. Before the Warhounds could adjust their targeting, Shockwave closed the distance. The 120,000 HP Titan lunged forward, grabbed the first Warhound's main weapon arm with its colossal left metal hand, and employed its massive strength and durability. With a tasteful screech of tearing metal, Shockwave ripped the megabolter completely off, spun the smaller Titan around, and slammed its face directly into the Ferrocrete. The second Warhound surged forward, its Ursus claw snapping toward Shockwave's neck, thinking that the Titan wasn't paying attention to it. Shockwave ducked cleanly underneath the strike, swept its right leg to kick the Warhound's knee joint out, and snapped its shoulder-mounted mana particle cannon directly into the Reaver Titan's lower torso. Particle mode, medium yield, Hans declared calmly. Vroom. A blinding, blue beam of concentrated mana pierced the night sky. The Reaver's powerful void shields flickered momentarily, sending the energy into the warp, before it immediately overloaded and collapsed in a shower of blinding white sparks. The beam cleaved straight through the Reaver's reactor housing, leaving a perfectly smooth, glowing hole 20 feet wide. The giant machine shuddered, its corrupted machine spirit dying in an instant, before collapsing forward like a pile of scraps in an explosion. BOOMMM. Down in the streets, the Ultramarines fought shoulder to shoulder alongside Astra Militarum Guardsmen, and Lancilis, their bolters booming in rhythmic shots as Iron Warriors Havocs attempted to flank Gerhard's Lancia. By the pre-march, one of the Ultramarines muttered, firing a burst into an advancing Chaos Marine. The construct, it just dodged a Titan's power claw and decapitated a Reaver in 6 seconds. This looks more like one of the Xeno's creations. Focus, brother, another shouted, swinging his chain's word to clear an incoming trench raider. Lord Gerhard's tactics are unorthodox, but effective, the Primarch trusts him. Unorthodox. Gerhard asked over the comms, taking a sharp left turn and using the launch's mana-reinforced bumper to flatten an Iron Warrior Terminator. This is art, my bioengineered friends. Pure, unadulterated ancient Italian engineering. With a touch of Gerhard, for good measure. Before the Iron Warriors could regroup their surviving artillery batteries, the sky above Iskra tore open. It was a warp rift that had just opened up, but surprisingly, it wasn't a warp rift that belonged to chaos, no. It was something far louder, dumber, and infinitely more violent. Something green. Boom. A colossal orc rock, fitted with massive jet engines, mismatched thrusters, and rusty metal plates, came crashing down through the red clouds, cutting through the warp storm like a literal meteor. Painted across the front and around the rock in bright, crude, glowing green paint was a massive, hand-drawn symbol, a Gartoothed heart covered in orcish binary glyphs, 0100010010000001, with a gigantic, green middle finger raised directly at the viewer. It was disturbing, frankly. Had Trajan Valoris been present, he would have been alarmed. Well, not that the Astartes and Lencilis weren't. What in the warp is that? Sarah yelled, watching the auger displays which showed the energy spike to catastrophic levels. Oh ho ho. Gerhard grinned, pulling the Lancia to a halt atop a pile of rubble. Look who decided to join our tea party. Crash Thuyum. As was normal for the orcs, they didn't land on the outskirts of the battlefield or at the edge. No. The rock slammed straight into the center of the Iron Warriors' primary artillery ridge. The kinetic impact wiped out 2 entire Chaos trench lines instantly, throwing thousands of tons of burning dirt, stone, shattered siege cannons, Chaos Marines, and thousands of orc limbs through the air. Before the dust even settled, the crude iron hatches of the rock blew open with explosive charges, and from it emerged the beasts. Wah-wayug. 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 A chorus of thousands of thick, orcish-accented, throat-shredding roars of ecstasy erupted from the crater. Hundreds of heavily armed, wildly modified orc knobs, flash gits, and lutas spilt out of the wreckage like an emerald wave. However, there were a surprisingly large number of big mechs visible. Hundreds of trucks, carrying thousands of roaring battle-hungry orc boys and Gretchen who all carried weapons of some kind. The trucks themselves were more a mixture of tank monstrosities than they were meant to transport orcs, but naturally, they had to work as both. Because how else would they reach the site of battle fast? It was ingenious on their part. Leading the charge was a massive big mech wearing powerful armor, carrying a heavily modified Shuta that was somehow welded to a large battery and a chain axe. We has arrived. Wah-wagaka. The orcs roared all at once. Oi. Ya ironclad beakies, the big mech bellowed, pointing his clanking, sparking gun at the shocked and enraged Iron Warriors. We has come ta find Dadaka Masta ta ave a big fight. Dadaka Masta learned us a lesson. He showed us the way. We don't just charge right at like puny grots no more, we drop the whole Zoggin, sky on ya eads. This planet belongs to Da Daka Masta. And you standin' in his way. For Da Daka Masta, the horde roared back in terrifying unison. Crump M. Give M the real Daka. Wayag. The Iron Warriors, renowned across the galaxy as the ultimate tactical siege masters and precision experts, stood frozen for 2 whole seconds as they tried to process what they were witnessing. Orcs who seemed to combine the traits of different clans in one. They seemed to be immensely rich, but weren't bad moons. They hadn't realized it yet, but they used tactics. Although they valued overwhelming firepower more, they looted and scavenged from their defeated enemies, since you didn't leave anything behind, as the Daka Masta taught them, and most of all, they loved combat, like the Goths. In short, they were the amalgamation of all the worst possible traits for their enemies. Orcs. Wearing sigils of Gartoothed hearts, with a middle finger in the center. Yelling, firing Shutas that were emitting blue blasts mixed with solid lead and driving massive and powerful vehicles. Open fire. Annihilate the pathetic Xenos, an Iron Warriors warsmith commanded over their Chaos Vox network. DA boss says, flip, EM DA bird and, shoot, EM in DA face, the orc knob screamed, raising a giant mechanical claw that had 3 prongs and the one in the center shaped like a middle finger before unleashing a hail of wildly inaccurate, immensely destructive plasma fire. Plasma was something these orcs had come to love immensely. There was simply no downside to it. If it worked, it killed the grots in front, and if it didn't, it killed many more. The battlefield devolved into total, beautiful chaos. Not the kind that chaos, as in the Iron Warriors, appreciated, or anyone else, no, the kind that Gerhard and the orcs enjoyed. It was brutally honest, with little thought involved, or so it seemed. The Dakamasta orcs swarmed the Iron Warrior fortifications. Ludas mounted on makeshift truck tanks drove straight into chaos barricades, while others drove over their own, spraying green and blue energy bolts while screaming praises to the great Humi boss who crumped Dakabad. It was a clusterfuck of firepower. A mob of tank bustas, who had realized that if they used Storm Boys and Flash Gits, they would have so much more fun, and had therefore ordered the mechs to combine those into one, leapt onto a surviving Chaos Warhound Titan. Daka. Daka. Mega Crump. They stuck sticky bombs all over its surface while chanting, then either fell off, jumped off, or simply smashed it with their fists until the Melta charges went off. Burumumberborum. Ha 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 ha, this is absolutely hilarious. Who would have thought that leaving some of them alive would result in this? Gerhard leaned back in the launch's leather seat, resting his arm on the open window as he watched what was effectively his own orc warband utterly obliterate the Chaos Siege line from the inside. You know, Hans, Gerhard said through his comm link. I think the middle finger really ties their whole aesthetic together. A most distinguished heraldry, Master, Hans replied. Shockwave crushed an Iron Warrior's Predator tank underfoot like an empty soda can. I believe Gork, Mork, and the Omnisia are all equally ecstatic right about now. Gerhard chuckled. You know, I think we can declare this a successful beta test.